back to screen. And we are full screen over here. Sorry, I'm just going to give it another minute or so to let people show up. Chips, because obviously, if you're going to stream for all waking hours for 2 consecutive days, you're just going to eat non-stop junk food and worry about the repercussions later. That's the rule, right? We're at episode 55, Dark Forgotten Places. Spooky. Where's the vampire game download? Oh my god, I was thinking of getting that link and I forgot. Again, it's the Vampire Kings game. You need 2 things. You need to be a patron on dmnet.com/Patreon, and you need to have Tabletop Simulator, which I say everywhere. It's a game that you can get when it's on. It goes on sale pretty often for 50% off. It'll probably go on sale like that over the holidays. So you should be able to get it for about $10 American. Its regular price is $20, and people make different things for it. It's just a really convenient way for me to make a board game that functions like a board game. I need to put out a new edition of that, but it's not there. Okay, I think we've given enough time for people to show up. We've got to keep this show on the roll because we still have so many hours of episodes to get through and end at hopefully approximately midnight my time. Where did I put my earphones? They're getting stuck all over running over them with my chair. That is fantastic.
Yeah, this room is just full of bodies. I don't get much opportunity to go full out.
Take him.
Go full out. I can hear.
A large force.
That was one of those very, very animated episodes. Although they're more and more common at this point, it still seemed like a good one to cap off a part of the stream.
Unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
About 8 hours left.
The sideways skittering gargantuan zombie flopped out of control.
There's so much show. Some people have rewatched it a lot of times, although
front line. Its greatest impact on them,
if you count the time I've spent while I was making them, there is still no way that anyone has watched it more times than I have. But I haven't watched a lot of these the early episodes recently.
Of course, but the party cautiously marched through the hills for about a minute
giant
to reach
there.
the corpse of the Death Knight who had been disguised among them.
We know he has gear.
A Death Knight's where I got my mace.
Oh, I talked over the Darkest Dungeon
this one
reference,
gets
sorry.
a Death Scene redemption. Lights out.
Where's the sword? Big black thing? You don't see it.
Was it just a spell?
Maybe. Detect magic? Pretty much his whole body glows. His armor and shield are magical. I'll try to identify them quickly. It's a +2 heavy shield and huge +1 displacement full plate that casts displacement as a swift action once per day for 5 rounds. Disenchantment paid. But identify is a touch spell, and as soon as you touch the body, you suddenly feel heavy. What? On a hunch, you keep the identify going, and what happened soon becomes clear to you. The Shadow Blade was in fact an item, which you now have. I have it? The moment you think about it, the 10-foot-long weapon appears in your hand, and pretty much topples you over.
Maybe he could have learned how to make shadow blades like this.
It's a huge
Joshua.
+2 longsword.
Would have been
which
hard.
deals +2d6 negative energy damage. It cannot be destroyed, reshaped, or disenchanted
Probably
by normal
possible, though.
means, and it became bonded to the first being who touched its dead wielder. You can summon it or stow it within your shadow as a move action. Cool.
Awesome.
That's really not useful for me. I stow it away. Sure, the blade disappears completely into your shadow, though it still weighs 50 pounds. That's a lot. Can I just give it to one of you guys? If anyone but you touches it, they're going to take 2d6 negative energy damage. It's bonded to you. I can't just leave it on the ground. You can, but if you move more than 50 feet from it, it disappears and rejoins your shadow. So I'm just permanently encumbered?
Well, no. He said you can drop it and go 50 feet, so you just have to drop it every 50 feet.
How do I get rid of it? You're pretty sure you can break the bond with remove curse. Heard. Since he's gotten started, they pull out the black hammer, and Draven identifies it as well. It's called the Black Hammer. Subtle. It's a +4 Elfbane Warhammer.
Elfbane? Does that include Eladrin?
Yep, and Drow. All the Eldar peoples.
Okay. Does that include half-elves?
Yep, half-breeds count as both parent races for just about everything.
I don't like that hammer.
Big upgrade for black. What's yours? +2?
I don't like that hammer.
It's +4.
Reginald Black isn't switching from a paladin mace of Sirius to an evil hammer of elf-hating.
It's not technically evil, it's not unholy or evil aligned, so there's nothing stopping you from using it. And the hand is still a pretty human-centric
There's
organization.
nothing stopping you from using it,
smashes
Black.
Drow.
There's something stopping me from using it.
Well, if you aren't taking it, I'll use it. +4 is +4, man.
Though they had defeated the Kaiser and his large force without a scratch, Draven and Mora are basically out of spells. Black has spent a lot of his castings on healing people over the last couple days, and we've been really lax about the effects of going for days without sleep, especially for Krillodin, since some of his lack of sleep was backstory. So they decide to just take the risk of sleeping in the defiled
You
Elven
can't come up with
Sanctuary.
perfect terms all the
We'll
time,
still
Will.
do something. And it's a controlled entrance.
And there's still a back way out. Whether or not Kaiser found it, it leads a mile further into Cornello's territory. And I have to imagine the local forces will be on alert at the border after all the dust kicked up by those giants.
What was with that big one?
On the plains of Masnos, there is a sort of giant's graveyard. That's probably where the 5-meter zombie came from.
Oh, I did
But
mention that in the series. Yay.
15-meter monstrosity, I'm afraid I have no idea the story on
15-meter
it,
Titan.
or on that Death Knight.
Once they pick a room, avoiding the main hall and its stench of death, Krillodin lies down and instantly passes out, while the others assign watches.
I'll take first watch. Then I can get a solid 6 hours sleep to help with spell stuff.
I'll take the last watch then, same reason. Black stands in the open doorway, where he can see both up and down the hall, as well as back into the room just by turning, and the others settle
Yeah.
in for some badly needed sleep. About half an hour into that first
I just
watch,
put
though,
Rygak's
Black's
face down
player
because I didn't
is
want
handed a
to
secret
draw anything.
note, which means the sleeping characters and their players were not privy to whatever he was seeing. Suddenly, everything goes red. After a second, you realize the red light is
Gashrin, I
inside
don't
your
think by
helmet,
default
and then it speaks.
we tend to have a
Big
system
devil,
for
yes?
fatigue
Your
on
friend's
just like
pretty
fighting.
tired now.
But
Real
you can,
trouble
you know,
if Kaiser sent
GM
another
fiat
attack right now.
You're
Yes?
trying to do things that are
Maybe
ridiculous.
friends die, unless you fight
Like when Little
Bull
One
with
was trying
Kaiser.
to do
Beat him
just
before,
straight
yes?
out mining
You
with
want
his
rematch.
like mountain hammer.
1-on-1.
Like,
Kaiser,
when
fight
you're
alone.
doing it for
Don't
minutes and
south
minutes
over
and
hill.
minutes, I'm gonna
Fight
start
him.
making you big
Don't tell friends.
saves or something.
Or maybe Kaiser changed mind. Maybe attack at worst time. Kill your friends.
No. You know what? Forget it. I step back and shout to everyone
Like
to
not
wake
taking
up.
his crap.
Some kind of incorporeal red thing. Then I'll take a swing at it.
Okay, as your friends are jerked out of sleep, your ghost touch mace passes right through the
I
glowing
just
outline.
wanted to duel.
Without even rolling? But it's ghost touch.
As Black steps away from this thing, which was occupying the same space as him, a
Nightmare Warden
7-foot
thinks
tall
Rygak should
translucent
sleep like a
form is
bat.
revealed, glowing red around the edges, and with a single big glowing red eye on the right side of his face. If you could call that featureless void.
His
a
silhouette,
face.
because of
Gygax
because
and
of the
others
side
wake
and like
scramble to
because
prepare
of his
for
angle,
battle,
the big
but the
shoulder
red
pad,
shape
it reminds
shakes
me
their
of
head.
Diablo from
I am
Trigun.
Victor.
Just
Kaiser
not really
Bolshevik
intentional.
sent
It's
me
just
with
like
questions
it's mostly
because
just a
you know
giant
the
shoulder
deal.
pad thing, but
Also,
still.
interrupt speech. Very rude. Kaiser asked if you happy to be his soldiers. But in middle of a war of evil versus evil. Soldiers of Regex.
I attack him again.
Your weapon can't seem to affect him at all.
But ghost touch. Touch. Ghost.
You cannot hurt me. I cannot hurt you. At this moment. Perhaps hurt feelings.
Okay, that was funny.
Yeah, Kaiser is funny one. Hey, I'm just messenger.
That was out of character.
But you're admitting that your side is evil.
You do not care what we think, so we concede points. As long as you grant that Alyssa, Lockhart, Cornello, all morally equivalent, yes? Are you aware that Cornello recently butchered 10,000 humans from Fadelands? That was not genocide for him. just transaction. You can shed all blood you want, choosing one king over other king. But if you shift borders a couple of feet, who will remember? Will you families and friends even hear how you died? But don't listen to us. Rygex is hero of story, yes? Let's have round of applause from fair people of Sanctuary.
Ouch. Hey, Rygax, snap out of it. Can't we do
I wanted
anything
Kaiser
him?
to give this speech,
He's
but they interrupted him so hard he
There's
almost died.
nothing we can do.
Had to get it out somewhere.
If I had a couple minutes, I could perform a ritual to solidify him, temporarily make him incorporeal.
Indestructible
which
messenger is a great way to
lot
deliver
more
your monologues.
corporeal than he is, but he won't just stand around and let me. The only way to destroy Victor, to send him back to hell, is to kill Bolshevik. The Kaiser is his link to reality.
Not
The red
servant,
outline begins
partner.
sinking down slowly into the floor. He was so hoping for another chance to duel, but now you'll see what happened. Sleep tight.
He only wants to duel because he knows he can't take us as a group. I don't like that this thing can just move in and out at will.
Makes it kind of hard to sleep. I'm already back to sleep.
I think if they had anything left, they'd use it, instead of trying to mess with us.
I think all this dude knows how to do is mess with us. Did he even make an attack? Nope.
Grumble, grumble. For all the implied threats, the rest of the night passes uneventfully, allowing everyone to regain spells, including any new spells they gained at level 14. Black, don't forget that your plane shift portal is still out there, so you don't get back that particular level 5 slot.
How much longer are we stuck here?
The plane lock, the curse of Natharan, should only last about a week.
And this is day 3.
Joy.
Draven infuses an item
He has to say
temporary
about a
spell
week because
storing, creating a
nobody has
remove
survived
curse
long enough
spell
to really
unburden
find out.
himself with a 10-foot-long, 50-pound shadow blade, which he could barely carry. Does anybody want this? Can anyone even use it? It's a one-handed weapon, but 2 size categories larger. Can I resize it? No. Examining the blade's magic, you don't think you can resize or disenchant the thing. It's more or less indestructible.
It weighs 50 pounds when not in use? I don't think I weigh 50 pounds with all my gear. Too big to be useful? And I've got this hammer.
I mean, it's pretty
The
cool.
thing away
You can
from
hide it in your
Are
shadow.
we just leaving it
It's
here then?
I'm
it's basically
not
indestructible,
sure what else
so
to do
like
with it.
weapon
Angels suggest
sundering
little
stuff
one
is not
mountain
going to
hammers
work.
a crack into the
Disarming
floor,
you,
and
you can
Draven
basically
casts
just will
remove
it back
curse
into your
over
hand,
that
like it doesn't
spot,
even matter.
Attempting to hide the heavy shadow into that crack, where hopefully no villains will come into contact with it. Do you guys have any group travel spells? I'd like to
Yeah,
get
it
away
in,
from these guys and reach the immortality.
Exactly
stage
how
with
the
as little trouble
pact
as
works is
possible,
unclear, but
it takes
definitely
at
when they
least a day
when they
for me to
when they're
craft a scroll of
merged, when
something
Victor
high
and
enough
Kaiser
level.
and are occupying the same space, Victor can wield a weapon, so
see if
they
there's
each
something.
take a round. They
Next
each get a
level,
whole
Laura
turn in
gets Shadow
combat.
Walk.
I could memorize Wind Walk.
A wind walk spell would allow the party to travel hundreds of miles in a day, perhaps not as safely as the spell normally would be, because the 17-foot ceiling of the Shadowfell prevents them from soaring at high altitudes, but they would be moving 600 feet per round in gaseous form. You've got the book. Can you stop and start wind walk without losing a spell?
Yes. It says it takes 5 rounds to get into or out of gaseous form, but we can each do so as often as we want until the duration expires.
That would save a lot of margin. We could
Yeah, you
certainly
can wield a
reach
weapon
all
2
on
sizes
screen today,
larger. It's just
but I would
think-
like to make a
I think you
small
can,
detour
but
first.
penalties
A
would be
detour?
apocalyptic.
To where?
A secret place. An ally. I think you and they could help each other.
Secret like this place?
Rugax gives you a very sad glance, but recovers his composure more quickly this time.
Hopefully more secret. It's a spirit. They're even better protected from divinations, and unlike this place, they need no supply lines, nor patrols that could give them away.
Give what away, though? What is it?
I'm afraid I can't tell you until we are there. I've sworn
I
to keep
can't
their
tell
secret,
you.
but they may be able to help protect you from divinations as well.
I like that.
Oh, okay. A mystical mystery spirit with no information. Whap! I'm gonna punch him in the face.
When we get there, when we're safely inside their hiding place, I will explain as much as I can. And the choice will be all yours, each of
Yep.
you, whether you wish to aid.
I let
them
Victor
or
get
not.
away with being
I'm
less than
only
incorporeal
considering
because
this because after
unlike
all
most
we've
incorporeal
been through,
creatures,
all you've done in these
he has no hit.
last
He has
few
no hit
days,
points. He has
I
literally
trust
no ability to
Well,
interact
I'm
with
curious
things
now.
other than
I'm curious
being
out of
seen and
character.
heard.
But in character,
Unless
I'm
he's
going
actually
to kick his
with
ass with his never-ending mystery
Kaiser.
crap.
They sneak down the mile-long
can't cause
tunnel
any
of the
harm.
Fallen Sanctuary's secret exit before casting the spell. Because
I mean, you
gaseous
could argue
form
that
is far
similar
from perfect
things with
protection,
some ghosty
and they
type
didn't
things,
want to
but
get
I don't
caught in a
know. Whatever, he's
bottleneck.
fine. He's special.
But the escape route seems clear, so Black casts Windwalk, and they turn into wind over 5 rounds, then begin jetting off across the landscape. Rygax leads them northwest, winding in and out of the hills, then across more mixed terrain, eventually landing in a discreet wooded area. As you begin to resubstantiate yourselves within a stand of trees, you get a very uneasy feeling from the valley ahead of you.
At least we've got
Once
nicer
you're all
maps
solid,
now.
Rygax begins pushing deeper into the valley, and you soon see a huge, oily black mass of wood. At first it seemed like a great big tree with slick bark like hardened tar, but taking it all in, you realize it looks more like tree roots stretching out from the ground to the 17-foot ceiling of the plain. Maybe a bit higher from the bottom of the valley, though based on the shape of their growth, the ceiling may have a slight depression towards the middle of this area of lower ground. The malaise you feel is emanating from this murky structure, but for those of you who were present for the drow incursion near Corso's Chasm, so not me, you realize this must be the top end of a giant vertical being, the same kind of being whose growth the drow were trying to use to widen natural portals to the Fadelands. A thing you only saw as a small cross-section of trunk, a dark tree.
I don't remember that at all.
Nope, that was years ago, IRL. I mean, I totally remember this thing.
So much time has
You
passed.
remember that the drow leader was forcing the goatmen slaves to move barrels of the cursed water next to that dark tree. Water from the cursed cave that had driven Daggerface mad, torturing the thing to drive its growth in the direction they wanted. But the goatmen who approached were themselves being driven mad, not by brief exposure to the water, but by the dark tree's own defenses, by its pressure on their minds.
And we're walking into this place?
You're familiar with dark trees. Well, we have nothing to fear because we mean this one no harm.
And it knows that?
Well, you're with me. And it's
Music is
psionic.
super quiet here. I forgot to
Probably
shout out.
tell.
This is
Think happy thoughts. Think happy
Ancient
thoughts.
and Forgotten.
I'm so
It's the
happy
piece
we were
that
told all this stuff
Benjamin
in
Bublitz custom made
Rygax
and
leads them
donated
right
for
up
the
to
show,
dark tree,
which is very nice
revealing
of him.
a narrow, hidden gap in the bark. The
The
sinister
one I use
feeling
all the time for the
increased as they
Alptone
drew
realm, but
closer.
it was also
But
Wego
following the
Swamp.
vampire hunter, they shuffled through the gap into the inverted root mass.
Just very
As soon as they
handy
passed
piece of
inside,
music
that
for
feeling,
dark, sort of mysterious
that menacing
stuff.
pressure lifted. The inside was a very cramped space in which lay a literal and mental hush.
Thank you for welcoming us.
Yeah, those Goatman models were not too bad, Yumi.
Trust
It's too bad I didn't have them
these
back when they were
ones.
actually around
I
that
do.
area.
They
That had
have
crappy
fought
clip art instead.
and will continue to fight the evils of this world.
So, we're here.
Long ago, energies from the battle between Ayum, goddess of
Little one, you asked for
and
information,
Vecna,
so
dark god of secrets,
exposition
gave
dump
rise to
away.
two planes. The feywild is bright and wild with magic, while this plane, the Shadowfell, is full of darkness, of hidden and parasitic things.
This is the short version, right?
You've seen enough to know this plane is twisted. It's not a good place to live, for mortals or for spirits. But there is an ancient prophecy that one
Yeah, sweet.
day,
Then it's a bad sign when they go,
probably long
they
after
rewind all the
us
way
are
back to
one day,
before the Shadowfell and the
new
Feywild
light
were
in
formed.
the sky. A spark will grow from the hopes of heroes and of all who have suffered, and the sky will change, ushering in a true dawn, the first this world has seen. Many know of this prophecy, though few believe it, and fewer still know that the key to it is kept here.
The column in the center of the space begins to shift, roots or vines unwinding, revealing a glowing light within.
My kind grow down, ever deeper and wider into the world below. As plants of
What
your
a
world
voice.
drink in the light of the sun, I drink in the darkness of this world. Dark trees live off the energy of this plane, what the drow call fire's rest.
That's how one of
I
these
like when the
was
dark
helping them
tree starts
expand the
speaking, his
Shadowfell
voice is
through a
so,
magical
like,
portal in the dwarven mines to overlap.
It
with
reminds
our
me of a
world.
scene in The
When
West
the
Wing
true dawn
when they meet this like old woman.
there will be no
I'm
place for
Miriam
my
Winthrop
kind.
Hayes.
Deprived
The characters in the
of
show
the
break out
dark
laughing because her
energy,
like
we
her
will
dark tree
wither
voice is just too much.
die. But as I feed, I feel the pain of all those who suffer here. I have lived longer than you can imagine. I have lived long enough. Others should have a chance.
Has Mora heard of this prophecy?
Barely.
I don't
She
think
didn't
the
know
Dark
any
Trees have held a
details
vote
where
on
it
this.
came
This
from,
one's totally
no
going
connection
rogue.
with the Dark Trees, but she has definitely heard that one phrase about the true dawn, almost word for word.
And because their kind would not survive the change, no one would think to look here. If you want to help,
That's not very effective.
to contribute to a better future that likely none of us here will live to see, it will take a sacrifice on your part. No one will force you. We can't know whether the prophecy requires your help, or whether your gift will make the difference. But by giving of yourself, you will gain a blessing.
In game terms, you would, if you choose to help, sacrifice 1 point of constitution permanently. You can't get it back with spells.
Not even a wish?
Okay, you can't get it back short of a wish, or the XP cost version of miracle. In exchange, you may be contributing to the better future of the prophecy, and Ragax explains that you will receive some kind of permanent resistance to various forms of
I
divination.
like that they all gave to the thing here. I think that's cool of them.
Ragax
Wasn't
has
sure everyone would be so
already
down
made
with it,
the
but yeah.
sacrifice.
I'll do it.
As Ragax instructs, Black removes a gauntlet.
Sometime in the
extends his
future,
wrist.
theoretically,
A
it should
single
do something
root
good.
strand
But
reaches
it also
down
means I have
and
to
lightly pierces
try
his
and
wrist.
work to make sure I'm
column
giving them
will
credit
widen,
for how
revealing
really
the
hard it
source
is to
of the light
divine
to
anything
be
about them.
A sort of spirit seed. The blood glows white as it flows to the seed. The bleeding stops as soon as the piercing root withdraws, leaving behind a little X-shaped scar. Except only you can see it, Black.
What about me?
Nope. Even with See and Viz, you don't see any mark on his arm. Not even a scratch, even though you saw the blood flow out. But Black, as Rygax pulls his sleeve down a bit...
You know, it just
you can
occurred
now
to me
see
something
his own
else.
identical
This is incredibly
invisible
valuable
scar.
for
Does
another
our spirit seed like it?
subtle
Signs
reason.
point to yes?
Cool.
If
I'll
you
go for
need
it.
to
My
prove
blood's
that
not up now
somebody
anyway.
is
Only
really
from the astral plague, though.
a member of the
Once we
party,
cure it, you
if
can
you're
get that
worried
blood
about
back.
disguises and imposters
Yes,
and
the point of
polymorphs
con
and
you lost from
illusions and
magical
bullshit,
disease is pitifully easy
they should be able to
restore
see each other's
once you're
scars,
cured.
but the
This
fake
one
shouldn't
probably
have
gone
one
for good.
unless it's literally one of the
It's cool.
Rajas.
Angel
Like,
sacrifices
even if it's some
verbal
other
constitution,
Rakshasa,
as do
there's
Mora,
no way they
Draven,
should have
and
that. They're
Little
all
One, and
absolutely
even
evil
Krillin.
assholes.
I
They
mean,
shouldn't have anything to do
everybody's
with
doing it.
this.
Also, if it's protecting from divination,
So it
it's
should be
much
a
better
really
for all
effective
of us
way
to
to
have
prove
it, rather than
identity.
having one weak link. Draven, based on your examination, you
You're in a
each
very
have
exclusive club.
permanent non-detection as the spell at caster level 20.
And the person
Level
who's trying
20?
to
Nice.
like
So
take your
most
place
divinations
presumably
need a DC
can't
31
see it
caster level check to work
to
on
know
us.
that they
Yep,
something
you
they
guys
need to
are
fake.
effectively immune to targeted divinations from the majority of the world's spellcasters. Casters level 9 or lower.
Nightmare Warden,
And even an
any spirit that
actual
had had
level 20
blood could
mage
contribute
has
to
like a
this. If they don't have
50%
blood, I'm
failure
not
chance to scry
sure.
you.
Thank you all. It's hard to prove what will come of your sacrifice today, but I have faith.
The odds are favorable in the long run.
Oh, what now?
The cat people are calling again. I think it's for you.
These guys generate such
This was
mixed
hard to
feelings when
find.
they show up
Tricky,
sometimes.
But it was known to us. The holograms of the Rajas each pull down a sleeve showing the same little X-shaped scars. Of course. Also, we do have their communication stone with us. Pretty sure that's actually how they find us.
I have to warn you that we will fall out of communication with you soon for an extended period of time, possibly a week or more.
Oh, no.
Why?
A critical junction is approaching, which revolves around an event which was very unlikely to occur. However, an extremely low probability chain of recent incidents have unexpectedly flipped the odds, such that the key event is now almost certain to take place, requiring a massive restructure of our fate matrix.
So you guessed wrong and it's messing you up?
If you understood anything about probability, you would know that unlikely events are very different from impossible ones.
Before we lose contact, I must warn you that if you continue deeper
No, I
into
love the
Cornell's
Rakshasas. I think they're very
territory,
cool.
there is a high
But,
likelihood
I mean,
that
of
you will
course,
come
they're more
face to
sympathetic
face with a
than
vampire
usual
king.
Rakshasas.
know.
Even other
Most of us
Rakshasas in this setting. If you
by
run into any
Infiltration
Rakshasa that's not one of
Most
these
safest
four,
path
it's going to be an
leads north
asshole.
Southeast, doing your best to remain approximately 30 miles from the border.
Whatever you decide to do, please proceed with caution until we can update our information. We will contact you again once the restructure is complete.
They gone now?
Yes.
All right, fountain it is.
The spring?
We aren't letting Baron kill 10,000 people, become immortal and superpowered.
He's too immoral to become immortal. So, we done here?
Yes, I believe so.
Go in peace.
Go in
Speak
peace.
place, and someday the sky will change. So, Rygax,
This-
why do you keep looking
This
nervously
terrible
at that
voice
forest
just
over
being
there?
like,
That's
go in peace. It's just funny
we're
to
going to
me.
stay well clear of there.
Nope. Rygax, did you swear an oath not to talk about the bad place?
No.
Then try again.
Are you familiar with Asmodeus?
God of Hell?
Yes, where the living cannot go, except in nightmares. That forest is the realm of the Albtrome, a powerful servant of Asmodeus, a demigod. Even the vampire kings steer clear of it.
Could we just hide out from the kings there?
The cure would be worse than
I
the
mean,
disease.
you
The
could.
Eldrome has total control of his nightmare realm. Within his domain,
Oh, my foot really
he is
hurts. Do you know any way to fix it?
Virtually
couldn't
any
we just
being
cut your leg
witnessed
off?
without invitation could be erased at his whim.
That sounds bad.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Next question. This guy we're going to fight over the immortality spring, what can he actually
We're
do?
going after a specific
We're
guy.
lucky, this
Can you
new
tell
Baron
us
Deathmore
what to expect?
hesitate to use his
Guy who knows
too
everything.
late for him, since without Oluwana's blessing, each ability would age his body by several years.
And those
As a
abilities
mortal,
are...
The effect on him would be unpleasant. But if the choice is between aging and death, if he fears for his life enough to pay the cost, he can evoke a massive, devastating cone of dark fire or other similarly dangerous magical attacks, and he can convert his life force into a powerful shield to absorb blows.
Like 10 hit points?
Sounds like it from his in-character description.
So, no crazy
Eldrum,
freak
I'm pretty sure the
powers,
avatar of the
shapeshifting,
god of
maze
exposition
attack,
would just be
teleporting
wearing a
around.
trench coat
Tentacles,
and nothing else.
tentacles.
I can't guarantee anything. It's certainly possible for Cornello to grant him additional powers from other shackles, but I think it's highly unlikely that he would do so before this man becomes a proper, immortal Baron Deathmore. And frankly, once immortal,
for
his
immortality.
shield ability is a freak power.
And now we know. So let's go wreck Baron Asshole's day.
They metaphorically mount up, morphing back into Windwalk over the course of half a minute. And in this high-speed, gaseous form, they're able to fast-forward their way through Cornello's territory until they are close to the Oluwana Spring. Can
Yeah,
we
nobody
walk
wants to
and
see
talk?
what's going on in the worthless bog.
Spell says it's like gaseous form.
Let's see. Gaseous form says no spells with somatic material or verbal components, and you can't manipulate any objects.
That doesn't leave a lot of
I'm
spells.
thinking you can't talk. You've just been following Rygax's lead up till now.
Then I think we should have arranged to come down at a safe distance to scout the place.
So, as previously arranged, they come down at a safe distance to scout the place.
I'll see what's out there.
As Angel crept around the hill, she didn't see any spring or river, though. Instead, there was
If
an
Arrestra is
army,
not asleep, she'll be coming.
hundreds upon hundreds
But,
of zombies, arranged in vast
time
military-style
is
units, in
not
rows and
great
columns,
for her.
as well as at least 2 of the
Currently
Hopping bodyguard
6:34
zombies in
a.m. in
one of them
Japan.
standing near
so
a person in black robes, not too far from her vantage
That's
point.
it.
Off to the side,
unless
was
it
a
takes
causeway
at
leading
least
up
a
to
half
mud
hour,
brick
hopefully
shack
longer.
with thin
I
smoke
think she's
coming
going to be
from
here
chimney.
for the
And it looked
spring.
like there were yet more zombies on the far side of the raised path.
There's a whole bunch of undead. You think that's the Baron in black?
No, I don't know this new Deathmore, but I'm certain that shack you describe was built around the Oluwana Spring itself. That is where he'll be, waiting for the spirit to release her.
Just
blessed
feels so
waters.
like
gonna be bored out
mundanely
of his
like
mind.
Saruman
So,
style evil to
What's
just
our plan?
build a
Yes,
shack
we should
around
build
the
walls.
spring.
Actually, yes. But it's less like and more like blink, like one arrow.
Which turns into 2 arrows.
Yeah, that's not gonna cut it.
In that case,
Yeah.
we're gonna need an actual plan.
Okay, he's got a whole army out there. Looks like crap, but there may be some threats hidden among all those zombies. Plus another spellcaster.
So
on the
Forza,
side.
I mean,
I say
if
we
he
split
became
up.
immortal
The main
somehow,
group
then
sneaks over there
Draven
in
could
cloud form and reforms
could
by the
actually just
shack,
become a
while
full-fledged
I
Baron
attack over
Deathmore
here
if
as a distraction.
Cordello decided to grant him
Also
those
kill the
shackles.
black-robed person.
So you're going to split the party?
Next time on Tales from my
D&D
D&D campaign.
Split the party, split the party, split the party.
Toshiro 7, Skyder 97, Carnlin, Kid Hype, Armok GOB, Repmog, Woodley,
I'm afraid I underestimated these
Jimmy.
new allies of Rygax. They are formidable. But we destroyed his stronghold, made an example of the fools who gave him shelter. He still lives, but as a broken man, I think. Of course, as he wishes. I will return to Headless immediately. You not tell them about Hammer. No sense bothering Lord Swain with unnecessary details. Seems to me it's his fault. He saw them in person, though. He had plenty time to kill them. It doesn't matter. Failure like this is unacceptable. Our Lord holds all the cards. All we can do is to serve. You think Swain try replace you? After all this time? Lord Swain is patient. Until he is not. He is forgiving. Until he is not. He won't find a better Kaiser. Not better than me. But it does not matter.
It's important how
If he
afraid they are of their
decides
master.
For a moment that I no longer please him, I will be gone.
I won.
Just like that? Yes. And if we are unbound, what do you think are the chances that the new Kaiser is a good match for you? Not likely. I'm with you. But how we get our hammer back?
Great night.
What we do
Gordon.
now, we do as ordered. Once back at Heidlag, I will see what resources I can.
Rammer Ulfis.
Lord Swain!
Which way did they go?
Bonito. Earl of Sanguine. Allison Dash. Older man.
Yeah. I wanted to read them out the first one on the stream anyway. The snail slug symbol thing,
I sleep now?
the hieroglyph
It's
on
a
that version of a communication spell they're using is basically an Egyptian hieroglyph that means like communication or message or something,
cannot
according
hurt
to
me. I
Wikipedia.
cannot hurt you. Perhaps hurt feelings. You'll see what happened. Sleep tight.
I could memorize Windwalk.
I would like to make a small detour. There is an ancient prophecy that A spark will grow from the hopes of heroes, and the sky will change.
If you continue deeper into Cornell's territory, there is a high likelihood that you will come face to face with a vampire king.
If you do insist on continuing, perhaps we could help increase your chance of survival by disrupting Cornello's North Wind Shackle.
For a prize. You mean for the battle favor you owe us?
Hell no. Right?
Yeah.
Hell no. If you care so much, go ahead, but we're not trading that.
Yeah, whatever they're talking about.
Bye. All right, fountain it is.
The spring?
We aren't letting Baron kill 10,000 people, become immortal and superpowered.
Okay, he's got a whole army out there, plus another spellcaster on this
Not
side.
sure exactly
I
what you
say
mean,
we
Nightmare
split
Warden.
up. The main group sneaks over there in cloud form, while I attack over here as a distraction.
So you're going to split the party? Sure. What could possibly go wrong?
So you want us to windwalk over without you?
Yeah, I'll distract this dude over here by murdering him. Hopefully that gives you a chance to reform. How stealthy is
Being murdered
Windwalk?
is very
The spell says
distracting.
you are very stealthy if you wear flowing white robes and fly high up in the sky. It's less clear how much it helps a bunch of armored people
At least this time, though, at least this time, Little One is actually talking about a distraction. Whereas whole party attacks the fort, doesn't distract from anything. This time he would be distracting from those guys.
Make a stealth check to assess the risk.
Oh, Bessie, yeah, that's what
Okay,
Nightmare
you think
Warden
that in
means.
Windwalk,
No,
you guys are basically silent.
that
which
that
helps
is
cover
incredibly far
for certain
underground,
people.
Nightmare Warden.
Or
That
you
thing
could
is
fly
not
across,
something that
giving
Swain has
only
any idea
a brief
about.
chance for anyone to spot very wind-looking motion, and the roof of the shack is sloped. So you think that if you lay flat on the far side while reforming, and nobody moved too much, the army is actually all on one side. They probably wouldn't see anything. Plus, you mostly just see zombies, right? The main danger is if there are creatures you can't see from here on the other side. So, how many buffs do we have? Do we
My ear
undead
is so
bane?
tired of
That's
having
a
this like
lot
thing
of
in it all day
undead.
long.
Yeah, but the actual guy may not be.
We know
I go with
he
the other
isn't,
ear though,
because
then I've
Barnack
got
said
the
his
cord is
powers
getting
wouldn't work
short
for
because of
undead.
where the computer
He
has to
be
plug it
living.
in.
That's why he needs to become immortal using the Oluwana Spring. It's one of the only methods that would allow him free use of the Deathmoor spirit shackles without aging him.
All right, I'll go with Holy on Krillidin's bow, Angel's chain, and both of your hammers.
See, Krill? It's holy now. It's full of good energy.
Still don't like that hammer.
When do we haste?
It takes 5 rounds to shift into Windwalk, and 5 more to shift back. So if we cast Haste first, that would burn most of the duration.
We could dimension door over instead.
Do you have another mass fly scroll?
Those are very expensive, and I don't think we need the altitude, just the speed and stealth.
I can live without haste. You guys are gonna take out Force Field Guy.
Well, I'll cast Legion's Shield before we go in. The deflection buff lasts in minutes. The strike team reactivates Windwalk and soars off around the western ridge.
That Legion's
leaving
Shield
Little One
spell
behind,
does
from where
so
he
much,
glimpses
like,
them cross the gap like a gust of
Percentage
wind.
I'm gonna
reduction
wait
in
4
damage
rounds
incoming.
till they should be
If you use
just
it
about
most of
solid
the time,
again,
as they
and then
do.
jump Necromancer Jr. over here.
The rogue
It really
figure
adds up.
is farther than you can single move without haste, and you can't charge them because their bodyguard is blocking your straight line.
Okay, we've fought a bunch of these. They get multiple attacks, right?
Yes, assuming this one is the same, it should have twin
Yeah,
slams
Sweepin',
and actually in range
Deathmoor-
for a third attack when the bone shield
Deathmoor
gets
has a rough time
I'll
of
just
it,
move up to
but
here
he has it
so I
coming.
can get the caster next round, but it can't full attack me. And I'll intimidate him. 26. So is this it? Or do you have a real army hiding in the trees or something?
Yeah. The Black Rogue figure is about as intimidated as you can be by some rando with a hammer when you have a 10-foot bodyguard between you and almost 2,000 troops at your back. She spends her action casting a defensive buff, and you suspect the tank is readying an action.
What spell?
You don't know. You're more than a football field
That's
away from the
right.
characters with spellcraft, such as literally everybody else.
Introduce!
A ripple passes through the field of zombies ahead of you. They aren't the quickest on the uptake,
Another
but
Frost Giant
dozens
accent.
of the nearer ones are definitely turning and beginning to shamble in your direction.
Bring it!
Meanwhile, as the strike team soared across the field, they actually saw another tank zombie on what had been the far side of the building. Unable to speak due to the Windwalk spell, they have little choice but to stick to their plan. They land on that side of the roof, flattening down to start re-solidifying in a prone position. It's a very tense 30 seconds, as they each make a couple stealth checks to avoid giving themselves away. Fortunately, the first check is easy, as they're all still mostly gaseous, And as for the second, well,
Yeah,
the tank zombie below them just wasn't all that observant.
Yeah, I give them a lot of credit. Their plan was fine for stealthing in. So far, so good.
Looks like we may have alerted the big guy. I don't think it knows what to do about us. Do these things even talk? I mean, they kind of growl, like movie Frankenstein.
Then we're going.
I'll shoot it. I didn't waste a holy on myself, but I did heroism, and the photon accelerator is undead bang. Take 17 and 15. It resists 5 from each hit, so it takes 22. Then I'll fly over here, just above the door.
Are you immortal yet? I tumble past it to the
Door
guy
noise.
and ready my action for flanking.
What? Who sent you? Swain? Alyssa?
Rygax.
Eldritch Blast.
Mora, start some action music.
Yeah, that was a good
Gygax's
sequence.
Warlock attack zapped Deathmore for moderate damage, blinding him for 1 round, and arcing back to the hulking bodyguard by the door for half. Though the zombie laughed off the fortitude save for blindness. But as soon as he's hit, the dude cries out, "Ah! No!" And he's surrounded by a glowing field of energy. Meanwhile, the instant Black teleports into flanking position with Knight's move. Angel sneak attacks the fur-coated Baron.
Take 37. 3 of it's fire, 5 is ice, 6 is holy.
Yeah, we don't need to worry about the types. You deal 37 damage to his shield's temporary hit points.
But I only use a swift action, so I full attack too.
I suppose I won't dock you for opening the door. Go for it.
Take 23, 27, haste for 21.
With that blow, his shield shatters, and 8 points of damage get through to him.
Haha! Then rending gauntlets, 4, and finally headbutt for 8.
The headbutt is another attack, though. As he hears you coming in again, he groans, his hair visibly grows a little as he projects another shield.
Really?
Not only did I have to draw a guy, but I had to draw him like friggin' 5 times or more.
That is bullshit.
Man, I wish I were over there.
And they
It
had
was
to all
just a
line
sack
up.
of hit points.
What about you guys on the roof? Standing on the corner, I full attack this guy. I get 4 shots with haste, which double into 8. Okay. It's AC 29 to hit him directly, but set aside any that hit 21 through 28, because they still do damage to its giant bone spur arm. And it has DR 5 against your shots. Okay, the damage reduction hurts. I have less buffs than that other time, though I do get +1 to hit and damage from point blank shot. Krillidin's splitting arrows, fired at point blank range, deal
I don't
about
think I
60
ever
damage to
did
the
give
hulking zombie,
Deathmore a
and
proper
another
name. I
27
mean, he was
to
Baron
Then
Woodbridge before.
just
I don't think I
step
ever
off the roof
like gave
so
him
I
an
can
actual
5 foot
name
into the doorway
outside
next
of his
round
title.
and shoot shield guy.
Just didn't bother.
you stupid things! Francine, do something! What
What are you all good for?
Yeah,
Baron
Francine,
Deathmore
do
takes
something
a
on the other side of the
disengage
battlefield.
action to move more
like,
than 5 feet
know what you
without
want.
provoking attacks. With his back up against the wall, the tank inside the shack moves 5 feet closer to him, which gives it reach over all of you, and it smashes Black. Take 22 and a miss.
When it hits me, it takes 7 damage. And when it misses me, I trigger my counter-strike bracers and take an attack of opportunity. I hit it for 21.
Your mithril mace counts as silver, so it takes the whole 21. So if it hits you, you hurt it. And if it misses you, you hurt it?
Huh.
Black's a machine. Krillidin, the one outside, the one you shot up last round, stomps over, but it can't quite charge you because the corner of the building breaks its line, so it just sort of looms there. Well, that's uncomfortable. Up on the roof, Draven and Mora see the one from the right side of the building coming around too, but it's some distance behind. Little one, what are you up to down on your end?
I'll switch to absolute steel stance for +10 speed and +2 AC.
That is
and
just
I'll
such a
rush her.
good standard
I can tumble
stance.
Here, no, he has reach, right? Even with +10,
Krillidin
I won't get
is
far
fine.
enough if I'm tumbling at half speed. I'll just have to take it.
Okay, bodyguard
Get
uses
more love
its
if you've
ready
been around
attack.
from the start.
Take 19.
I DR a little from my Iron Ward crystal.
Then the attack of opportunity misses.
Elder Mountain Hammer.
The hulking zombie throws up its bone arm to shield her for +8 AC.
I hit AC 32.
Don't
Yeah,
feel too bad. She
shield
was a
block
necromancer.
Does nothing.
Is she some kind of elf by chance?
Nope, but she is evil.
Then +4 Holy Elder Mountain Hammer does 61 damage.
Mm-hmm.
How's she doing?
I just said, Rex. She was a
Is she
necromancer.
alive?
Apparently, her name was Francine, since that's what Baron Deathmore
The
called out.
zombie bodyguard must feel terrible.
You had one job. I want to get in there to get a look at this spring. I'd rather not get punched by a fist the size of my body, though. Kind of a traffic jam out here. Yeah. You and I and probably Rygax
Trying to
all
Three
trying to
Stooges
get
their
in.
way through the
You can try
doorway.
the old Three Stooges routine.
Oh yeah.
Can
Oh, I'm
those
so
things even
hilarious. I
make it in
came up with the same
door?
joke.
Probably not. unless they can smash through.
Then how'd this get in here?
They could have built the shack around it.
Or brought it in pieces.
Well, you guys let me go first.
Okay, I'll hold my action.
I'll run around and tumble up the wall behind him, then ready my action again.
I march straight over to him, giving no heed to the zombie.
If you're giving it an opportunity attack, it'll bite. Well, these don't bite. It'll actually just punch. Take 23.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You take 8. Then I'll hit the so-called Baron for 20.
And with him there, I can sneak attack again. Take 36.
Now that it's spent its reaction, I'll fly through and into here and force orb the guy. Take 32.
Stop this, you fools! You don't know what you're... We know exactly what you are.
Rygax will also avail himself of the opening and zap them for another 27 and 13. Though Baron saves against the blindness this time, his shield collapses and he takes 23 hit point damage. Wait for me. Just squeeze in here. There we go. Many shot. You have the many shot feat? Well, I can't full attack if I move. With many shot, I can take -6 penalty to fire 3 arrows. Do I get a haste shot with this? No, haste is specifically on full attack. Okay, just 3 then, by which I mean 6. As he channels his life force into a new force field, you can see his jowls deepening and his hairline receding as he ages, apparently painfully. Take 86.
You're ruining everything!
People don't think about this enough.
Don't know
Oh,
why.
yeah, that.
Everybody make reflex saves.
Except me. I'm behind him.
Angel probably would have evasioned anyway. Everybody else.
Except me.
Yeah, no, you're...
Give the
you're
yardstick.
Baron Deathmore unleashes a 500-foot cone of hellfire, obliterating half of the shack and nearly half of the zombie army in the process, blasting corpses and debris all the way to the far end of it. It's 20d6 damage, half fire, half negative energy. Now, undead are healed by negative energy, so in a sense the damage should cancel out, but I'm going to rule that they only get healed if they were tough enough to weather the flames. Obviously, regular zombies are obliterated. However, some of the formations are imbued zombies, like the handful of tough ones you fought back in Good Place. They are all able to survive 10d6 fire damage, so they get healed back up to full by the negative energy. But you guys are all directly at the center of the blast. Anybody fail their saves?
No!
So, Black and Rygax are blown away to the far end of the 500-foot cone. You take 72 damage,
-5 for my armor's negative energy resist.
then take
You
another
flew 500 feet,
16
that
from
counts as a
impact,
ride.
and you are knocked prone. Those of you who saved take 36. Half fire, half negative.
The amount of impact damage they take
At least you didn't
seems
get
so
blown
tiny
across
compared
the
to what's
map.
actually happening, but
Was worse than I expected.
You don't say.
more like an
500
explosive
I don't have a
modifier,
broken
like
bow.
metamagic
That's
spell,
amazing.
which
Yeah. Not as
explosive
amazing.
only does like
All our tanks
1d6
are now on the
damage.
wrong side of the field.
knocking back because it's not expected to knock you back
This
500
dude,
feet.
which actually got its small arm caught in a cone, that arm's just gone now, is going to try to whack Angel with its big bone fist. But she dodges. Mora climbs back up and moves to the far side of the roof, but Angel just 5 foot back to the floor.
Without Black here, I'll use Distracting Ember to create a little flanking elemental for 1 round
Yeah.
and full attack him. Take 32.
His shield breaks and he takes 18 hit point damage, then ages even further as he rushes out
I
another
only
barrier
have so
to
many
stop
real
your
hit
next attack.
points.
Miss, and then my haste attack. Take 39.
You watch him
Stand
aging.
up.
People
Hi.
don't think about it often enough. In older editions of D&D, there's a haste, like the spell haste would age you by a year every time you cast it,
Zombies who were basically unscathed due
which
to
was,
the undead
you know,
healing
elves
negative
like
energy.
would not care at all because it was standardized. It wasn't prorated based on your lifespan. But for humans, it's like
quite as quickly as the Baron's power,
if you cast
but it would
haste every
kill
second
nearly
fight,
100% in the
you're
first
venturing
2
for a
rounds.
while.
And
This
unlike
shit
that
ends up
cone,
happening.
It would deal 2d6 save for half to any tough zombies stuck within it.
Blade barrier.
Wait, leave me on the monster side of that.
Are you certain?
Yeah, things
Leave
get bad. I
me
can just
on
walk
the
back through.
monster side.
Through a wall of whirling blades.
Only if things get too rough over here.
Shaking his head, Rygax drops the wall partly on the tank, but positioned such that you're stuck on the army side. So, Baron's attack didn't hit the spring, right? No, Deathmore's massive blast went well clear of that corner of the shack, for some reason. Well, I'm going to move over into that corner, then cast Wall of Force across here so he can't
If
get
Deathmore
to
had
it.
a fan
I'm gonna
club,
plug
would they be
the
called,
vial
like,
with
the
white
Cremation
seed and
Nation?
Dangle it down
I
on
don't
his
know.
chain, see if I can get a reaction from the spring. So, not helping so much with Baron Evil then? I'm helping prevent him from becoming immortal.
You guys deal more damage than I do anyway. You've got it covered. If you say so.
Emiya, that beam later on, I think it's just Finger of Death, or it's one of those type spells. It's just, I just gave it I made it penetrate because it sounded cooler.
Another 100-point shield. You almost destroyed
That's
that
basically
one
it.
Too.
I did let it also blow up a zombie because it was just a zombie, but it was basically just Finger of Death.
The tank is going
Or
to move
the
over
7th level
this way
version,
as
anyway.
Deathmore tries to get around Angel to here. Attack of opportunity on each of them. Combat reflexes. Yep, but the tank is going to shield block, giving Dude +8 AC when you attack him. That's a miss.
That's
You hit the tank
Baron
for 19.
Dude to you.
Sure. Then, once they're on that side,
Cone of Cremation! That's a very, very terrible sounding spell.
this time he's kneeling and angling it up a bit, so he isn't stupidly wiping out another third of his troops, catching Angel as well as Krillin and somehow Mora. Reflex saves. I say evasion. Press save. Evasion. I don't actually have evasion. This really hurts. Same for Mora. She's actually in pretty rough shape. So Krillin and Mora did half of 71.
Mora should have learned evasion at some point. That would have helped.
Man now. And he still didn't hit Angel.
Okay, Mora shoots
It's hard to pick
this
up
head.
evasion without
Take
spending 2
9
levels,
force
though, unless
plus
it's already in
4
your
acid
class.
damage. It drops. Wow, Mora killed something. Like, don't get me wrong, Mora's awesome, but killing is not her job. Nope,
That's
that's
true.
my
Her
job.
her actual
Come over
kill
and give me
count
flanking.
not very high.
No, I cannot. I'm pretty badly hurt. This one, that had been on the far side of the building, stomps purposefully over to the one that just died, rips off its 6-foot bony arm, and throws
Hey,
that
the
at
eye
Mora.
color
Oh,
changed.
wow.
What's
He's
going
desperate
on?
to hit someone. Does a 19 hit?
No, I don't think Mora
Alright,
had
the
any
bar
rogue
dodges
levels.
as the arm
I'm
lands,
pretty sure she's
shaking
100%
what
barred.
remains of the room with a heavy thud. Little one, the tank near you moves over and attacks. Take 29, ignoring DR, and
Those
make a
dreamy blue
martial
eyes.
war check. 25? Well, that was a maneuver, full hammer, which is exactly the same as mountain hammer for some reason. But beyond that, you notice that this guy and the other undead around you seem to be moving a little differently. The zombies, which were just sort of wandering roughly your way in the wake of the massive blast, are tightening up their ranks and moving more purposefully. Guys, I think we may have a problem. I think we may have a vampire king coming.
I like the blue eyes sweeping
that we were
across.
gonna die. That's not quite what they said. They said there was a good chance that an actual vampire king might show up, and it's assumed that we would die. It was considered a bad thing. Back at the shack, the one-armed Hulk, which had moved a bit already but hadn't attacked, it smashes through the fireplace, then grabs the Baron under its big shield arm and spins him around and out of the structure, fully interposing
That's a
itself
pretty
between
smart
you and
move.
him. I get another opportunity.
Usually
attack. AC 35?
Unintelligence, basically,
He's getting
like
a cover bonus. but
default
you still
action
barely
sort of
hit.
creature.
20 damage. Yeah. He has to refresh his shield again.
Oh
you
my
can't
God.
quite see the effect on his age as he's snatched away, but this guy cannot be in good shape at all. Yeah, man, he's gonna be pushing 90. That's old for humans, right? He's having such a bad day. Well, I'm gonna tumble through. Keep going after him. Just chase his ass down. He's no longer in cover, so rip him a new one. And I missed. Rolled a 2. So, what's happening with the spring? I mean, you think you can hear some burbling deep within, possibly some reaction? Though it's hard to tell over the giant Hellfire explosions going off on the other side of your wall of force. Well, I'll keep trying and do Arcana stuff.
What do we do with the seed?
He's trying to...
I know, but what if we turn it into a full spirit, then it gets shackled?
I don't know. I say we just f***ing kill everyone.
Kill all the things.
Yes, your plan has completely changed. Most of them are minions. What could possibly go wrong? Meanwhile, at the other end of the map...
Little one, get down if you can.
So, he wants me to spend my turn backing off? Well, you could make your attacks, then 5 foot back, and still drop down as a free action if you wanted to follow Ragax's advice. He's never led you completely
Do you
wrong.
want to follow
Do it
Rygax's
for him.
advice?
Seriously,
If we put it
if
that
he gets
way,
smarter, we want him dead.
Imagine if we could get Baron to cone away from us and kill the other half. I don't know how much I can do realistically. I don't have a lot of area attacks. I'm gonna full attack this guy. Just burn the shit out of him.
that's true. Little One does
deals
have a
almost
bit of a
90
weakness when
damage
it
the
comes
hull,
to
plus another
killing
50 damage
like
wasted,
1,000
half destroying its arm.
things.
Then I guess I'll drop down.
Okay.
It's going to take him at
Ragax
least
makes some
it's going
fancy
to take him at
motion
least
and
500 turns.
Projects the
Maybe
wall of
longer
blade
if they're
out
tough.
into the formation.
A ton of zombies take 44, save for half, shredding any crap zombies that made it out of Black Spell. Like a meat grinder.
I didn't know that spell could do that.
It can't.
It
He's
doesn't.
gotta have some tricks after all these years. The tank saves, but is very badly damaged.
Launching
Tough
Blade Barrier
zombies
just
had
feels
over
cool.
100 HP though, so while many don't save, they do survive.
I'm trying to figure out, because I want to be back to protect Draven, but it's a long way. I don't have any spells for teleportation. Nothing.
You don't have any of that knight's move?
Yeah, but it doesn't go far at all.
It's like 30 or 40 feet. Right. Not much help here. I think, honestly,
25
others
feet
will
plus
get
5
back
feet
to
per 2
us
caster
before we
levels.
can get to them. Because if they can get the spring to go off, they can dimension door back as a group.
That's true, I guess.
I think we need to
I
find
don't know,
whoever
Netheron.
is giving them
Baron
orders.
Deathmore would do
If
just fine
Baron
normally.
could do that, he probably would have from the
If
start.
outnumbered
Maybe
1,000
we
to
were
1.
just hitting
He's
him
got an
too
answer
hard.
for that.
The amount of ass whooping he took in one round.
And there isn't anybody we can actually see as a general. They could be hiding in this group, that group.
Or a vampire king. I don't think a king would be in any of the units. If he's coming, he'd come in from some direction on his own.
If it was a vampire king, you guys would have seen him already. He'd be in your face.
Only 2 zombies are close enough to partial charge little one. Are these wogs or good ones? These are imbued zombies. Only one hits, takes 17, and make a pathetically easy fortitude save. 2. Okay, not that pathetically easy. I get 19. Alright, I'll stop making you save.
Fine.
So you take half the bonus damage, only 9 more. Total of 26. On the far side, tons of forces are advancing. It'll take 2 turns for the crap zombies to arrive, and a 3rd turn for 100 freaking imbued zombies to get there. Okay, so what's
100 imbued
happening?
zombies is
Good
actually a
question.
serious problem,
That's
even though,
why
like,
I
2 or
asked.
3 of them
There's
are nothing to
clearly
these
light
guys.
coming from a crack now. It's isolated from the supervillain, and it's been restraining these waters for years. You hear a flowing, rushing water sound. Then there's a spurt that flows upward that hits the spirit seed and hits Draven in the face. Make a fortitude save. Maybe I want to blow this save. I want the thing. Oh,
Natural 20.
Okay, you feel a tingly sensation, then after half a second, the tingling is more like burning. It feels like acid is burning off your face, and then you black out. This is not what's supposed to happen! No one said it wouldn't be painful. Krillin and an angel, you see the water spurt, then after a moment, Draven just falls face down into the flowing water. Face down in the water? You're gonna fucking drown.
Face down in the water.
Is there any ceiling lift? Just in that one corner. I hope my face is okay, both from the burning and the falling face first. He said it felt like burning. Might not actually be burning. Turns out this wasn't the real spring, just decoy spring filled with acid. There's a bunch of foaming
this is like the
going on
fake
around your
Namek of
face,
Oluwana
but it's hard
Springs.
to tell if that's froth from you trying to breathe or just turbulence from water flowing around you. Maybe you'll be reborn. Unfortunately, you're going to lose your turn, though. Next, Mora. Y'all have fun now.
Save versus advertising. Yeah, the rest is gonna miss it.
And if you'll forgive, it's time for you to meet your destiny. But mortal, you're in luck, cause I can give your death an indefinite reprieve. No aging, no wrinkles, not one crease. A seal for daily wear and tear. +4 against magical disease. Normal cold and flu don't have a prayer. And you'll see that spells have no effect. That's just not your cup of tea. It'll be my honor to deny that monster. So I grant you immortality.
Well, he's dead.
Guys, technically, we just did it. The guy, he's not in there.
You're right. We did accomplish goal number 1. Inkman is still alive.
He's gonna die in the next few years, even if it's a heart attack.
I'm hoping he'll die in the next few seconds, but that's just me. Mora's gonna teleport in there and pull him up. Okay, Mora pulls Draven's face up out of the water. How disfigured does he look? His face does kind of look like it's being burned off by acid. Ew, oh. He's gonna be the supervillain now. Jesus Christ. He's unconscious, but the string with the seed on it is still clutched in his hand. Welcome to immortality.
Are you
in the
serious?
Fellland.
If Draven
Oh
had
my
failed
God,
to
it's gonna turn
save,
me into
it
some
just
kind of
would have
lichen
taken him
skeleton or
longer to
something.
recover.
Immortality, quote
I wasn't gonna
unquote.
shaft him out
Is
of it because of
Mora
some
getting
stupid die roll,
burned,
but
or Nope, just seems like normal water that is pooled.
The idea is
It
that
smells
he'd
fresh.
be
I think
get
it's
back
official.
into it
Everything in this
while the
plane
battle is still going
is a
on.
fucking dick. Everything is a dick.
Everything in the other plane is a mind f.
Everything is a dick, and we're getting f.
You know what else is in this plane?
These guys are
You
getting very
guys.
negative.
Just saying.
We're outsiders.
On the plus side, Mora's technically pretty safe in the little corner of the building here behind the force wall. She's technically at 22 hit points. And now he's gonna be pissed right off. Oh yeah, we skipped his turn.
We technically won. We kept him from getting immortality. So, you know, game over.
Yeah, we won. Game over. Go ahead, try it.
Oh, well,
Do
Deathmore,
something.
that's a few years you're not
Remember,
getting back.
He mostly has supernatural abilities, so he doesn't usually provoke attacks. Come on, give yourself a heart attack, you f***ing... Get away from me, you little... Gah! He forms a sphere of energy again, but this time it shrinks down to a tiny ball at the end of his finger, and he points it at you.
Frieza beam.
What's your touch AC? 16. So it barely hits. No, 17. Forgot haste. Okay. So this
3.5
beam
math.
glances out where he points, but Angel dodges just enough that it passes through her armor, barely missing her flesh. It also passes right through the hill you guys had used to mask your approach and continues on into the distance. So he missed? Oh, yes.
She just leans.
Like Han Solo.
Angel shot first.
Spellcraft 21. It was a high-level spell. You're not sure what. There would have been a fortitude save, and there would have been a result. I'll tell you right now there would have been a result, because my fort save is only +8. So that was good, because I didn't realize how low your fortitude save was. She must have a 50-50 chance. No.
That was a death spell.
And it missed by millimeters. How old did that make him? Listen, at some point it gets hard to even tell. He is fully bald on top now, but the hair growing from the sides and around the back keeps getting longer and longer.
We've
His
reached the
beard
point. He looks
grows
older
slower.
than me,
He
so
just wasn't the
hooray.
beard type. But even that's starting to get pretty long. Next up is...
That is not a good beard
Now,
he has.
he's hiding behind a large creature that's trying to protect
He's got like
him,
a
so
king
I'm gonna
hippo
say that
looking
even though you
beard.
have precise shot, he gets +4 armor class. If you didn't have it, I'd give him +8. Yeah, I think I'm just going to take it out first. But first I look over at Draven and go, ugh. I'm melting!
Fill
What
it
would
in.
have happened if
Gee.
he failed the fortitude save?
5-foot step. Within 30 feet for +1.
Krillin loses another 8 shots, wasting a couple on the arm, but still finishing off the monster with his deadly volley, if only barely. Alright, I step up. He still has a decent amount of shield left from last round. Unfortunately, you don't have anyone to flank him with. 2 hits, 16 and 23. He's blocked like 700 hit points worth already. He's probably lost 2 inches in height, not counting his posture,
Oh.
which is also
He also has
He
an
may
ugly
have shields
scalp.
against spells and weapons, but I bet he can't do a grapple check. Just walk up. It's origami time.
Should be like Doom. Like the slow blade penetrates the shield.
Grab him, then can I Elder Mountain hammer him with his own foot? Ah, the old Red Foreman. So that would be this
Yeah.
guy's turn. He shouldn't have walked around this side. Angel would be his priority, because she's endangering this dude. Yeah, but it can't quite charge her due to the wall, so it's going for Krillin. At least because it's charging, it can't use a maneuver or multi-attack or anything. On the bright side, anything that happens now is no longer my responsibility. Definitely hit you. Come on, you can't have been too damaged by the Cone of Cremation. Cone of Cremation. I just like calling it that. Take 23. Oh, okay. I'm still alive. Down to 20. Okay, that's not good. These guys do reliably hit for 17 plus. Yeah, I noticed. Okay, this is what I think we need to do. Run. I'm okay with that. Not that Draven has a say right now. So now it's Little One and Rygax. Shit. So this is what I'm gonna do. As a standard action, I'm gonna smoke this MF.
Smoke 'em.
Smoke him. Revitalizing strike. Bam. 31 damage. Alright. It does survive that, but you'd say it's definitely dying next hit. Alright, but look at that. I heal 25 points. And to Rygax if he's within 30 feet. Nice. Unfortunately for you, fortunately for game balance, the maneuver's healing does not create a burst of positive energy to hurt undead. Too bad. That would be awesome. Then I move 40 feet. I'm a kite the motherfuckers. I thought you were just gonna run through the blistering radiance next turn. No, I don't want to run through fire if I don't have to. I'm badass, but I'm not stupid. I could just run through if I switch to my fire resistance gear. If I had a bow, I could play tag with these guys all day long. That seems like a bit of an oversight on your part. I'm just trying to figure out what Rygax is doing. This tank's so hurt, feels like a waste of an action. Dead is dead. Yeah, he casts Eldritch Blast. Oh look, it dies. Black's turn.
If I opalescent
There's
glare,
the warlock way of
minions would
life.
just die, but the tough zombies get a save, and even then they just run away.
And only if they're evil. Yeah, it would do nothing at all if they're the dreaded neutral undead, with hearts full of neutrality.
But there's not much to do over here.
It's a large battlefield. You guys are the ones that decided to spread out. Well, except Black. Yeah, you got
Decided?
spread. That's what's really hurting us. We planned
You
for
got
me to separate,
spread.
but having me and Black stuck at one end is a mess.
Starting to wish I'd been knocked back in his place.
Oh, yeah. You could have been shredding them all the way from there. I'm just saying, if a Vampire King is coming, our only hope may be that Mora can Dimension Door back to us with Draven. Then Angel does what she does, and Krillodin, you're still hasted. You better run like a motherfucker. You're counting on Angel to finish him off solo? No, I mean, Angel can get the f*** away. Of all of us, she's the one most likely to be able to run away successfully. That's if I survive the next
At this
attack.
point,
You
they could just run
literally
away,
avoided death
wait
by
2 or 3 years,
She
and
may be
he'd
more
probably
inclined
die.
to escape than she was prior to Death Beam. Time to get out. Simple as that. Whether we were successful or this was a bad acid trip, no pun intended. Well, pun intended. Then you can heal or carry Draven while I cover the retreat. So, a ton of zombies are coming up here. What's left of the shack could be surrounded on 2 or even 3 sides by next turn. Deathmore's turn got moved around a bit, so I think we have him now acting after Mora. But actually, Draven's before Mora. Draven regains consciousness. The pain subsides pretty quickly as your face heals back to normal. You're immortal! My face is immortal. So I wake up with Mora
Yeah, your
holding my
face
head up
is
out of
immortal.
the
That's
water.
how it works.
I stumble to my feet with her help.
gonna
You
be the
didn't
face of
actually
Bo.
take any damage that stuck, though you have lost all your buffs.
So no windwalk? That's
Yes,
bad.
he finally
Probably not
his
even
sprite
aware that my
finally has
face
a
melted
mouth
off.
now.
No,
You're welcome.
though you know that it hurt. Do I look okay? You look better than you did a minute ago, which is not
I
the precise.
tried really hard to get
affirmative
like
answer you were looking
a somewhat
for.
more proportionate,
How's the
less
seed?
Muppet-looking
It
version of
seems
him, and this was
fine.
definitely the
It's
best time
glowing
to
a bit.
swap him
Hard
out.
to tell at a glance if anything has changed with it. Let's get the hell out of here. I dismiss the wall of force. There is still a zombie Hulk near Krillodin, not far from you with the wall gone. I'll just wand it with some shit. Just go into badass mode. Pocket the seed, dismiss the wall, wand of orb of force. Nobody's touch AC is really bad. It's not great. Their job is to get in the way of things. Draven's orb hits it for 36, but this one had barely
they're
been
pretty easy
scratched
to
until now. I
touch
wish I
AC.
could get flanking. Don't even worry about that. Just get everyone together around Mora and teleport to us. That's the plan. Is that a bad idea? No, it's good. The Baron is going to get to go before Angel goes again, though. Only one he can see is Angel. We don't know how much he's got left in him. Just then, a large man rides up over
Canada
here,
Blood Services.
right up to
It's
the
in
little
you to
creek
give.
where the spring water is now running.
Oh, it's a friggin' vampire king.
Older guy in full plate just arrives on a horse-shaped gray mist, hops down and gazes across the smoldering cone littered with zombie parts, and turns toward the demolished structure, which is clearly the source of the devastation. The Baron has noticed this presence as well, despite the great distance and obstructions.
You promised me eternal life!
Suck it! While the now decrepit man shouts hoarsely, the
Guys,
newcomer's voice
too
sounds
soon.
like normal volume to
He was
all
promised
of you
eternal life.
at opposite ends of the battlefield.
I gave you life eternal. You had but to take it. You were too weak even to hide your heart from the spirit. And still, I came to try to save the time and effort I have invested in you.
Uh-oh, but apparently not trying that hard because he
He
spent his
says,
whole turn
if-
getting here. No, the
If
Baron
you were
has
wondering,
anything
he
to
says
worry about.
life
What is he
eternal
going to
instead of
do?
eternal
We're
life
not fighting this
because
guy.
of his
We're-
frost giant
I don't
accent.
think
Because
that's our
in
job.
French,
We've
that's
got to
how
try and run
you,
as
that's the
far as
order
we
that you
can.
would put those
Baron
words.
Deathmore is going to cone you again, though trying to aim it such that it only clips a few of the imbued zombies. Might kill like 10 or something. He clearly hasn't quite got the hint about your agility.
Cone of cremation!
Still just a DC 26 reflex save. Can she fail that? I'm sure she fails on a 1. not enough 15. So
I
he
don't
starts
remember how many
charging up
times
and,
I recorded,
you know
how
what?
many Conan
Your turn
cremations
is
I
up
recorded,
next.
but
if you want
I had to make sure
you can
that
make
they
an
sounded
AC
older
30
and older.
reflex save just for epicness.
Especially
if
for
you
that one.
succeed, it'll cost your standard action. I'll still be able to move after? Yes. Sure. 32. So you dodge toward him just as he's starting to fire, so you can grab his scrawny arms and adjust his aim.
Like you said earlier.
I can push it over here to wipe out the rest of the army? Even if it doesn't kill them, it blows them 500 feet away.
I was so close.
You don't have to make a tumble check to move away.
I don't need to tumble?
No, Angel doesn't. You need 2 tumble checks to get out of that tank's reach.
Those captains aren't on again.
Oh,
Never mind. Made it.
that's a neat power. The only drawback is death. He died at the ripe old physical age of about 105. He was fucking tough. But now he's in the
Yeah,
dirt
I did draw
and
a
his
lot of
monster.
versions of him.
As soon as Krillin gets over, Mora will door all 3 of us over to the other side. And you're hoping that this piddly little stream somehow stops Cornello from coming after you. It's running water. He can't cross it, right? The water's actually moving fairly quickly, though the volume does not seem like much. Rugex did say flowing water stops or slows vampires. Somehow. Yeah.
Rug X.
So just hang out here.
The
Out of
captains
character.
call him
I wanna
Rug
just
X.
hang out here, see how he gets around the stream.
No, we get the f*** out.
Good to see you. That's Cornello.
And he pulls out a scroll of Dimension Door and doors you all again. Unless anyone wants to resist, because he can't force you to. No. It's a harmless spell, but you can choose to make a will save to not go along. I'm considering casting another Dimension
door,
Door.
door,
after
door,
that.
door,
You
door.
want to do yet another? Make a spot check, though, just as you all disappear. Just as Rygax was triggering his scroll, you saw the horse made of mist dissipate.
Qua?
Know what I think? The horse was the vampire in mist form.
Carrying a dude?
That's the trick. I think it's Swain. I think he did it, and they're throwing down right now. I think there's some epic shit going on. We're missing it. I'm okay with that.
The North Wind Shackle.
The Rajas offered to cancel that out to fulfill their bargain.
We told them not to, but they did it.
You told them you wouldn't spend your favor. Oh, the Rajas just did it on their own? That's cool, but not as cool as Vampire Throwdown.
This won't hold him for long.
I say we door as much as we
you gotta-
can, then wind
They
walk.
gave you
But the
another
stupid
free
spring
help.
Stripped my
They're
buffs.
just that
I can't
nice.
wind walk.
Could I carry him? Well, no, because we'd be intangible.
Okay, I say we door as much as we can, then run like mother.
Why did they replace
Where can they
intangible
go
with
to escape from
unbendable?
Swain and Cornello.
Next time on Tales from My TND
D&D
campaign.
Bam. I'm not reading all 8 organization every time. I wanted to read them at the first time in the stream, but I can't do that every time. Nothing else would be annoying to the people in the stream. Yeah, so pissed off. Yeah, pissed off 2 vampires. Encore!
I'm Oluwana, and if you'll forget, it's time for you to meet your destiny. Immortal, you're in luck, cause I can give your death an indefinite reprieve. No aging, no wrinkles, not one crease. A seal for daily wear and tear. +4 against magical disease. Normal cold and flu don't have a prayer. And you'll see that spells have no effect. That's just not your cup of tea. It'll be my honor to deny that monster. So I grant you immortality.
But can I still die from
You are such a curmudgeon. Yes, you can still die from stab slash or bludgeon. If you get burned or blown up or turned to stone up, don't come crying to me. Thirst, starvation, or suffocation will still void your warranty. But don't look a gift river in the mouth when she grants you. When I grant you immortality. Immortality.
That's good stuff.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
57?
We aren't letting Baron kill 10,000 people, become immortal and superpowered. Ragax said his powers wouldn't work for undead. He has to be living.
That's why he needs to become immortal using the Oluwana Spring. It's one of the only methods that would allow him free use of the Deathmoor spirit shackles without aging him.
Tone of cremation! Tone of what? You're immortal!
I was so close.
It's a friggin' vampire king.
Good to see you.
That
That's
mouth looks
Cornell.
kind of
We're
janky,
not
but it
fighting
still looks
this guy.
scary, so whatever.
Kidding me?
I don't think that's our job.
We've got to try and run as far as we can.
Who's hurt?
I'm at 20.
Okay, I guess heal for 120.
Now I'm at 83.
83?
83 is my max.
Oh, because I was like, math doesn't work.
Mora's also at 20.
We must keep moving.
We're healing or whatever as we run.
Can we dimension door again?
Actually, Mora isn't high enough level to door everyone.
If it's going to take us 2 castings, maybe we should save them for now. We have haste for a few more rounds.
Well, I don't. But
Well,
I switched
they-
to my lighter armor. With
The
my
important
ring of
thing is
armor.
they've
My
escaped
stance
now
gives
and
me
everything's
speed
going to be
40.
fine,
If I
right?
get too far behind, you can just shoot me.
What?
Leaping flame counter.
Teleports himself to the shooter.
Oh, right.
Then if I shoot you, do you like double teleport?
No, I teleport once, then smack you for
Smack
shooting
you,
me an extra
give me
time.
an extra time.
So our plan is to outrun the eternally undead vampire king.
Well, he lost his special mount, so that helps.
And at least he can't detect us.
Well, misdirection isn't perfect, but we're certainly much harder to detect.
Swain can see like 1,000 miles.
Well, several miles anyway, with
not
perfect dark
very.
vision and ignoring magical darkness.
Yeah, that.
We certainly need the hills for cover.
Plus, if he just has decent skill at tracking, he could find us.
That's more of a problem, though Dimension Door drastically increases the area he'd have to search to pick up your trail.
So the question is, do we want to try to outrun him, or do we try to negotiate?
No, we're not negotiating.
I don't think he's gonna want to negotiate now. Wait, no. Yes, he will. I think he might, because he needs a replacement Baron Deathmoor. Yeah, I'm not saying you do it. I'm
He
just
is
saying
in the market for a
time.
Deathmoor
Draven does
all of a sudden.
have a certain skill set, but I don't know how you buy time while
The party
talking
in
to
a
the
new Tales
person
from
you're
the
trying
D&D
to escape.
campaign,
I
Sea
don't
of
think
Secrets,
you
is
do
starting
that
at level
shackle, whatever
3.
stuff in, like, a
Exciting
day.
level
I bet it
3.
takes at least a week or two.
Oh, that kind of delay.
I
Right,
thought it would be a
enter
lot easier to
negotiations, wait out the
Dungeon
curse,
Master for that
then
than
3-4
the
more
level
days,
16
just
crazy
plain shift
crap
out.
going on.
No, I don't like it. I was saying earlier, obviously I hate the Feywild. I was on the fence about the Shadowfell, but on the other hand, I'm now undetectable,
Undetectable
and
and
immortal.
immortal.
So my theories on the Shadowfell have changed a little. It doesn't mean I want to stay here. What's wrong with the Feywild?
Yeah, I'm just saying, the running away thing hasn't been working. Hey, did we get any loot?
You guys didn't grab anything. You do still have a portable hole full of unidentified loot.
Are you kidding? I don't need anything. I'm happy with the hammer.
I still don't like that thing. Good thing it isn't one of those ones that glows whenever its favorite enemy is around. It'd be really in your face.
Whoa. I just realized that with my wisdom, I can't actually cast 8th level spells.
You don't have a wisdom item?
I was going to buy one, but we've been stuck here.
Their shopping opportunities have been limited. And crafting.
Lord Cornello, have you found their trail?
J'ai vu un espèce d'esprit.
Jesus, asbestos?
Victor.
What's going on, subtitles?
Ragax travaille avec Swain.
It seems most unlikely.
Victor, la Fontenot, Deathmoor, et Ragax, Soleil l'alarme.
It is done.
Bien.
So, Rygax described the blessing as clinical immortality. What exactly does it do in game terms? You will never die of old age, and you cannot be magically aged. You continue to accrue age-related bonuses to mental stats.
the
but not
actual
the physical
numbers
penalties.
of all that shit
I'm
Oliwana
just
said.
gonna hide in a basement for a few decades.
You may have to remarry many times.
You're immune to death spells with 10 negative energy resist. Nice.
That's awesome.
I
You
keep
get
forgetting he has
+4
10 negative
saves
energy
against
resist.
magical disease and are immune
That's
to
fine.
non-magical sickness. Do I still have the astral plague? I'm gonna scan myself. There are definitely some new signatures, but the astral band looks unchanged.
+4 to saves. You could hold out a lot longer against it.
Woo.
How often does it go off, the spring?
About every 110 years.
Actually, I don't think immortality makes sense for me. Gnomes can live up to 350 years. I might get back here.
Raven also has
Angel's got an
fast
appointment.
heal too. Not regeneration, so it doesn't.
Then
work for
Oluwana has to
lost
decide,
limbs. No, and you have
is
to be
Angel
cautious. So if you're
sufficiently
unconscious for
non-evil
negative
to give it
HP,
to
it
her?
won't wake you up. But otherwise, you heal 2 hit points per round, meaning out of combat, you should heal to full in a couple minutes.
Okay, now I'm a little jealous.
So your face really did burn away, as did a lot of you, only to be reconstructed. This is now the version of your body that it is trying to preserve. You are not sure whether or not the immortality will resist your attempts to remove the astral plague. That's going to take a lot more research.
Do we know what happens if you die and we raise you? Will you still be immortal?
That's a good question. That is a good question.
Because we could always take you back to that weird crystal samurai thing in Larik that offered to crush the astral plague out of us. Just let them have it, then raise you, and if you're still immortal, bonus.
That'll be plan B. Rygax is also looking at you a little oddly. Is it my face? Did it not come back right?
You have to understand. I follow Anku. Part of our job is shepherding lost spirits, and part is ensuring that death follows its natural course.
Right.
Immortal.
Now, I
They're like, oh, do we have to kill Rygax now?
Unusual situation.
Oh, please, please try to start something. Oh.
Look. If he attacks Draven,
He so much as twitches. No, come on.
He's not a moron.
In preventing the Baron from becoming immortal, this was by far the lesser evil. I understand. But if you should ever encounter my deity, Anku in Shadowfell,
That was a possibility.
it's not impossible. If you should encounter him, I'm afraid he would offer you no help. You would not be welcome to ride in his car.
Raven's like,
where a good
fair
soul
trade?
would.
Okay.
But what's done is done.
And what happens when I do somehow die? If Anku won't take me on his cart?
Yeah, if you die and Anku don't like you, where do you go?
Theoretically, death doesn't rely on Anku. Death is a result of failing to live, and 98% of the time, souls just go wherever they belong. Anku comes in more when something goes wrong, when souls get improperly attached to a location, or otherwise lost or confused. I see. So don't get lost, or just don't die.
Which is actually an option for you now.
So you guys killed Baron Deathmore.
You can't prove it. Autopsy shows natural causes.
I'd be real pissed if I was him.
You killed a guy with rage.
Also magical aging, but mostly rage.
got so mad he died.
Man, if you could become a ghost sheerly from being pissed off to death. Piss off, ghost.
If that guy came out as a ghost,
He got
we should
another
track
Korg
him and use
line.
him for your experiments. I'd be okay with that.
He did sacrifice 10,000 people.
So you guys killed Baron Deathmore, and you now have 2 vampire kings chasing you. One of them is just a dimension door in a very small river away. Well, we're still running. Hopefully the stream helps. You know they have some kind of difficulty crossing running water, though you also know that this creek starts at the spring about 500 feet away, meaning he can just go around.
I do like
Keep running.
animating super
Question
speed.
is,
It's so much easier
Where are
than
we?
Not that
Animating
far from that dead zone he
movement
indicated.
that is
The
slow enough
bad
you can
place?
see it.
Is that where we're going?
That's not the plan.
I don't think we have a plan.
There's too much heat on us now. At this point, our best options may be to get help in finding a natural portal, or to make our way down into the underpass, or even the Underdark proper.
What's the map look like?
The shore is over here, Swain's border over here. This is the bad place. We could go to the
yeah,
sea,
sexy
try to
Shadowfell
make a
map.
boat.
I don't want to go to the sea.
The ocean is where mindhunters come from.
Also that thing with the teeth. Or we could head back towards Swain's territory.
Stands straddling the border.
And what's the bad place again?
Yeah, just stand on the
Place
border
that's
and be like,
somehow worse.
diplomatic
The realm of
immunity.
the Outflow,
See how long that
where
lasts.
even the kings fear to tread.
If a portal can get us directly home, that's got to be the best thing, right?
And a natural portal will get around the plane lock thing?
It should bypass the Curse of Natharan. Probably, if we can find one.
Mora could cast Lay of the Land. Can we find a portal that way?
Well, probably not. They don't necessarily have a physical manifestation on the terrain. Without help from somebody who knows it, finding one is largely a crapshoot.
Dan Moore, that's theoretically an option, but they would still, they would, it wouldn't be taking them farther away from either of the two they're trying to escape, particularly.
Help finding caves or other possible
but it
ways
is another
down
way
to
they
the
could run,
Underdark.
yes.
Though you could have potentially found some myconids if you'd taken the underpass. Is there an entrance to the Underdark around here?
The forest here is dense, but we may be able to find one of the entrances to the underpass.
We do know one natural portal, and you guys are gonna freak. The mountain. And even by my standards, that's insane.
Go back to the mountain?
Go back to the mountain, through all Swain's territory.
Although Swain probably won't be expecting it.
That guy will probably defend it. The guy who invented Mountain Hammer.
We broke the shackle. We should be able to just dimension door back in, go through the maze, and door out as soon as we're into Fadeland's part.
Hoping for something closer, Mora does cast Lay of the Land, which stores physical details of terrain in a 50-mile radius in her mind. And
Yeah,
with
like
that, she
upgrades
helps
it from
Gygax
old
to quickly
craft map
locate a
to, like, the
colony
new
of
sexy map.
telepathic Mezzania particles, which can share information with the particles residing in two of his fingers.
The Mezzania think Dalitassan knows how to find a portal nearby. They're a spirit not far from here.
Gygax leads them, still looking over their shoulders for Cornello, into a small, sad little clearing whose trees look
This
weak
was
and
a
die, even for
fun
the
little
Shadowfell.
animation.
You take us to all the best places. Gygax kneels beside one of the weeds, a bare dandelion head with only 2 seeds left.
These people are friendly. You can open up a little.
In a ripple of green, the moss stands up into grasses, shrubs straighten up and leaves pop out, and the clearing becomes verdant and alive. To the point that there's a sort of glow in your peripheral
I mean, that
vision,
part's not
though when
that
you
cool.
turn
I
or
just
focus on
like
any
when he
one
blows
thing, they don't
the
seem to glow.
seeds off the thing.
Dalitassan, I'm
He doesn't
told
blow
that
them,
you
but
know
you know
where
what I
to
mean.
find
When he
a portal
watches the
out
seeds blow
to
away.
leave the plane, preferably to the Fadelands.
Out is good. The others move closer, treading carefully, as in front of Gygax, life sprouts further, but on a much tinier scale.
The little
Miniature
micro
buds and
plant
grasses.
map of the area
Cool.
is also
It's like
pretty
a tiny
cute.
map. Hello, tiny map.
Oh no.
Hello,
This
tiny map.
doesn't help at all.
But there
Again with
is
the cord.
a portal.
What's wrong with it?
It's useless. There's a Fadelands portal. It's not even that far from here, but it lies just within the border of that place.
What do you mean doesn't help at all? That helps lots.
No, you don't understand. Whether it's 10 miles or 10 inches inside those borders, it doesn't matter. Cross the threshold, and you'll become playthings, subject to the whims of a twisted nightmare being.
Freddy Krueger?
Oh, man.
We have will saves. Can we just buff our wills?
Can we just hang out here in this clearing?
All we'd be doing is dragging trouble to Dalitassan.
They're an unshackled spirit?
I don't think Cornello has any use for them, but a battle here would be terrible for the poor thing.
So, once you're in there, you're in there.
Yes, the Albdrome controls every aspect of that area.
Yeah,
The
like-
portal should be less than 100 feet in.
I want to say
Once
they
we
were
cross the
warned, but it's
threshold,
not like they
we
chose
might
to go
march for
in,
days
so
and never reach it.
Gygax, have
The
you
warnings
actually
are
been
really just
in the bad
annoying.
place?
No,
Then for all you know, it could be rainbows and sunshine in there. That would be a nightmare for vampires.
That is very true.
We've gone everywhere he wanted to go, and they were all terrible. Why don't we go the one place we know is going to screw us?
I've only lived this long by weighing each risk against the desperation of the cause. And I'd say we're nowhere near
I don't think they had a lot of
that
choice, Dan Moore.
desperate yet.
Also, very true.
They were pretty stuck.
Maybe underground is better.
Tunnels are good for hiding. Draven, can you do the burrowing thing again? Like in a desert?
I'm out of low-level infusions, but I still have some higher ones. Actually, hold on. I have a 3rd level one I can burn to cast 3 1st-level ones. So yes.
Because somebody burrows down, find a tunnel, then we dimension door down.
Actually, I should be able to do a mass burrowing, so we can all dig down together. It's probably better than going into the Nightmare Zone.
Does your mossy friend have a suggestion of where to dig? And if she says Nightmare Land, I'm stabbing the f***ing ground, I swear.
Dalitassan helps Mora find a landmark to match up with her Lay of the Land spell. a spot a few miles away that should be directly above the upper tunnel of the underpass. And as they leave, the spirit casts a mass cure spell, healing them for 15, before the vegetation browned and folded into its
nice of it.
previous shabby, withered appearance.
I thank you for your help.
If we're ever back here,
That
we'll
looks so
try to
good,
repay you
even though it's
somehow,
not really a
which
hard
will
animation.
hopefully be
It's just
never. So they set out on a course
just
meant to intersect
copy and pasted a whole bunch of
the
individual
section of the
seeds.
underpass, where they would magically dig down into the upper levels.
distributed them to
After
separate
some
layers
minutes,
and then
you
just moved
spot
each of them
some
away.
Huge things
Looks great.
sticking up in the distance. Spot's a strong word. Once you notice them scraping the sky, they seem like they would be hard to miss.
So big scorpion tails in the hills ahead of us. How tall? Like right to the ceiling of the world?
Yes, and the tails are thick too, like colossal scorpion thick. Where we're going?
Our destination
Apparently I
is
put in a
close.
thick butts
We'll probably
achievement. That's
find unless they turn
an
around
achievement.
and come back toward us. Cornello has mobilized the Ladons, great scorpion-like creatures, but tied to the element of earth.
I wonder what their poison is like.
They can sense vibrations through the ground at great distance and precision. If we had to, we could sneak past them with flight, levitation, or teleportation. But it looks like they are far enough away that we might not have to. Perhaps they're cutting off the border.
Or maybe Swain has forces coming across.
How deep is the tunnel we want to find?
It varies, but call it about 1,000 feet down.
The burrowing spell, infusion, whatever, will give 15 minutes of dig time, so if we were worried, we could start even farther from those things.
Wait, they can burrow too?
The desert one could burrow through sand, and these ones are earth elemental. They're colossal in a 70-foot tall plane. All we can see is the tail. I'm betting they dig.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself tremor sense as well. Lasts for 150 minutes. As they
There's
dig
an
down
icon I never
diagonally,
use again.
The first 10 feet of depth is very creepy. The layer of soil and clay near the surface has a fairly high concentration of humanoid bones. Many of them semi-intact skeletons. But they aren't moving,
Look at this
right?
amazing
Nope,
digging
just
animation.
dead bones. Feywild is still worse. This burrowing spell goes through stone, right? Yeah, right, because you were able to use it back in the Dwarven mine.
I'll lead the way, because my hearing the air stance should help a bit.
And because you're not Draven. Agreed. They sense and avoid a couple of smaller things moving around, but it only takes them a minute or so to find a void and break through into the tunnel. My hero.
Can we just wait out the 5 days here?
Well, this is a tunnel. Things might pass through here.
I don't think it'll be that easy.
Can we find a dead end?
The thing I don't like about a dead end is it would be stuck in a dead end. Also the word dead. Now a cul-de-sac. That would be okay. But are you stuck in here with them? Or are they stuck in here with you?
Yeah.
I wish I had a rope trick prepared.
Honestly, if Cornello tunnels all the way down to meet us, what are we gonna do anyway? Might as well not worry about it.
That's exceedingly unlikely. I've never known the kings to venture underground.
Can we rest in the tunnel?
Actually, I still have one or two high-level infusions. I can cast Wall of Stone. Is anyone claustrophobic? I don't know.
530.
Are you? No. That's good, because that would be uncomfortable.
I'll cast Expeditious Retreat and scout around.
The tunnel is very irregular. Most of it a little
like Angel
narrower than the
Jedi
spot
running
they drop
places.
down, but it quickly becomes
like
apparent that it's
super
full
speed
of
out.
little alcoves. So far, nothing big enough for hiding the whole party. There is fungus and stuff on walls, but not much on the ground, suggesting things must come by here fairly regularly.
And the scent?
You're sure things have been through within the last week. Some you don't recognize, but some sense suggest elves or similar. Drow. The first major split you find is about 800 feet west, and it's not just a dead end, it's a proper branching, with a number of small tunnels splitting off into dead ends.
Nice.
You do spot a few acid rats skirting about, and if you can see that many, you're sure there must be loads of them, and a considerable ecosystem of bugs that they eat, but you wouldn't consider them threatening. To you, at least. Not while you're awake. Let's find a less populated dead end. Can we just clear out the bugs? The rats, easily. The bugs, it's not like carpeted with them. But when you start looking for a spot to bed down, there are more than you'd like. And clearing them would be pretty labor intensive.
I could clear it out with blistering radiance.
Please don't. That light might be visible for Anku knows how far. Perhaps a smaller spell?
I'll use my lightning breath.
Dead end, I'll wall it off. Leave an air hole. Air hole is good.
Can you dispel the wall when you want out?
No, it's permanent.
I can dispel it. Mountain hammer.
Actually, let's make the hole a crawl space. I don't like the idea of being hardcore trapped.
If you make the wall solid, we can break the hole, then pack the rubble back in to hide it.
Done. Done. So, did you say some of you are staying outside?
I don't need any spells. I can do this all day. I haven't cast much either. I'd rather scout.
Well, if I rest, that's more heals.
Capital H heals.
Yes, though they're kind of wasted on Mr. 83 hit points.
What you're really saying is I'm at low maintenance. How far do you want to scout?
Let's just do a perimeter. We don't actually want to find trouble. We just don't want trouble to find us. What does acid rat taste like?
Acid.
Acid.
Like jalapeno?
You think that other shit burns on the way out. Either their precautions were sufficient, or perhaps acid rats can just sense when potential prey has excessive amounts of magic. Regardless, you rest 8 hours.
And acid rats have got to have some kind of survival instincts to still
Alright, good. Now
exist.
here comes the death part. Jim's like, I must make sure they are fully rested for this next encounter,
You hear a rumbling in the wall?
Cornello shows up.
even though he's not supposed to be down here.
Nope, no Cornello. Unless he's using superior invisibility, then you wouldn't know.
Do we actually have any reason to leave here? It's kind of a defensible position.
Maybe. I'm not opposed to staying here.
Someone could track us to where we started to tunnel. Maybe even to where we came out. Burrowing doesn't leave a tunnel, but it probably still disturbs the rock. Is there any reason we'd want to go hunting down the drow tunnel?
Not unless we knew there was a natural portal.
And we don't.
And we're fairly well protected against divination.
I'm perfectly fine spending the next 4 days learning how to cook acid rat. We have rations.
Yeah, we don't really need the food.
I gotta keep busy. I keep busy by scouting.
So when Angel goes to explore, she doesn't come back. No, she actually comes back early. Like, right away.
The tunnel stops here.
Isn't that where we came in?
That's a
Yes.
problem.
So we're sealed in? I don't see the problem.
Did we plane shift?
Oh yeah, what if we went through a portal?
Well, if you were in the feywild, Krillin would sense it. Or Angel could tell from the vegetation. So we can rule that out. What about the boring plane?
This is very bad.
Everything's very bad. Is it an illusion?
Feels like solid rock. In fact, the texture looks and feels far more natural than Draven's Wall of Stone, though it's still suspiciously straight. You don't see any signs of magic or other tampering. You'd swear it was always there, except that you know it wasn't.
Alright, time for little one's problem solving skills.
No, just leave it until we know what's going on. I'm worried that the next stage is going to be a wall here.
Maybe we just lucked our way into the Fadelands.
No, we haven't left the Shadowfell.
I checked down this way.
It stops here. You didn't check too far the other day, but you know it went farther than that.
Elder Mountain Hammer.
Makes a big crack, but is not a thin wall. Feels like nothing but solid stone behind. I'm curious where these walls are coming from.
Earth Elemental Scorpion powers?
Alright, guess burrowing again. Get the hell out of here. Or we can stay here and fight whatever it is. I'm okay with that too.
When you turn around, there is a stairway here, heading up. Perfectly
Hey,
even stone
that's
stairs,
fantastic,
45-degree angle. Goes so far up, there's light up there. Might be all the way to the surface.
That was not there a minute ago when I checked the other paths.
Looks like an invitation.
Oh yeah, come up to my throne room.
You know, if they have the power to do this, there are probably a lot more aggressive things they could do than stairs.
Not a bad
There's a
assumption.
fight up there. Let's go.
I don't think
Stares
we have
intensely.
a choice.
Nice.
I can't imagine how this could happen unless the Albtro somehow extended their control this far from their borders.
I was wondering about that.
It is exactly as Krillin said. This is an invitation, one we cannot refuse.
Why would it be inviting us?
For dinner.
Oh, so we're in the Nightmare Land anyway?
It shouldn't extend this far south, or this far beneath the surface. But I have no better explanation.
So it's taken over the entire ground?
No, that cannot be possible. I think they must have stretched their will along some kind of narrow corridor to reach us. Even that, it should not be possible.
So, how do we kill a god in his own environment?
At this point, I want to keep the burrow in our back pocket and try the stairs. This thing has too much ability to with things.
At this point, I have a really high will save.
I do not. At this point, you could use these pests as an improvised weapon. Just bonk people with rats.
Rodent Mountain Hammer.
You'd have to spend an hour using your warblade skills, training yourself to use acid rat nunchucks.
Sweet. We'll keep that in mind. All right, I'll take the lead. I can buy us time with my ring of force wall if need be.
I'll be right beside you. Or it's only 5 feet wide.
I think we need you in the rear. We can't assume anything. Trouble could come from any direction. Maybe not
Wow,
from
what
behind.
a
After
stair
ascending
climbing
only a
animation.
short ways, Angel noticed there was now a wall 30 feet behind them.
All right, this is awesome.
Did we all sleep?
Yep,
Then none of this is real.
but we slept in shifts. There was always somebody up.
I still don't think this is real.
It might not be. The staircase continues onward and upward in a straight line at 45 degrees, until, after about 1,400 feet, they emerge into a forest clearing, neatly but densely lined with trees.
Not real. We're either dreaming or we've been mind
Yes,
controlled.
defined.
What if we walk
Acid
down
rat
backwards?
nunchucks would definitely
Just
be an
then,
exotic
a bolt
weapon.
of green lightning strikes down
Also
into
a
the clearing
zoonotic weapon.
and stays, and sprouts arms.
Oh, great.
Hell of an entrance.
Welcome to my little fragment
What a
of
super
reality.
sophisticated
You
artwork.
must already know that you can't leave, yet
I hope you guys like that
proceed
face, because you're going to be looking at it for a long time.
quite possibly fatal. Fortunately, I
It's
have
another
an easy
6
plan
hours.
for you. To send you all back home so you can leave the darkness and vampire kings behind you. No puzzles, no traps, no bizarre nightmare beasts, no maze with every step leading you further away from the night twist and the portal.
Can't have it.
Solve all your problems in one simple step. No money down, no long commitments.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Act now while this opportunity lasts.
There's no way whatever thing he wants is something we can go along with.
Rhino rush.
You're rhino rushing the lightning bolt? There's no way that's a good idea.
It could hurt, but it'll hurt him as well.
Albtrome, I presume?
Yes, of course. I'm sure he told you all about me.
No, actually, that's not his MO. He tells us just a little bit, and then we find out the rest in horrible, horrible detail.
No offense, but it's true.
Well, I can understand why. Everything's much more amusing that way.
Rygax shoots him a dirty glare. Just for the sake of argument, what exactly do you want?
All you have to do is kill Rygax. I'll cure my pet's nightmare curse, shove you all through a safe, convenient portal to the Fadelands, and you can put all this ugliness behind you.
Oh, well, all right, we can do that. I must say, kind of tempted.
It's nightmare curse.
Oh, that's right. You don't even know about that yet. Don't we have a scroll of break enchantment?
We can just resurrect him later.
Do you say that out loud?
I can't say that out loud.
Why do you want him dead?
Well, I could kill him myself. And probably will if you don't accept my offer. But there's a certain way these things are done. Procedures to follow. You don't understand what it's like to be a god. There are rules. There's a reason Sirius or
Yeah, Danmar,
Marduk or
if they had decided to
Bilbo
just kill
would wander
Rygax at
down
this
here
point,
and start
Al
smiting
totally would have
things.
gone through, like,
Just as there's
that's a deal.
reason Asmodeus
He wins.
or
They can go free, doesn't
Hellfire or
care.
Any number of other fine folk haven't come down and
Send them out through the
Rygax
same portal he just went through.
themselves. But you could. Mortals, you have no rules at all. Anything goes.
That's true?
But if you're a god, you don't need us.
That's the thing. He's not a god.
What does God need with a starship?
Close
Nice.
enough for your taste. Come on, charge me. It'll be
An
fun.
epic Star Trek quote from a otherwise
Then I'll do it.
Star Trek movie that
make your
people
ticket.
mostly try to forget.
It'll hurt like a son of a bitch. Or I might even die.
Or run into a wall.
Oh my god. Didn't even think of that
Boing.
shit.
If he controls everything here,
Nightmare.
Boing.
why do you hate Rygax?
Because he's Rygax.
You just don't know him well enough. Oh, we know him.
So you know. Besides, I am, in a sense, a servant of Asmodeus. And the Lord of Hell has no love for Ang and his meddling fluff. But if you aren't going to take the easy way out, then all those other things I mentioned, enjoy.
The Aldrome waves and a row of trees snap off at the base, falling away to leave a neat path out of the clearing. It's all a death maze and stuff like that.
What sinister traps and trials lie ahead of our
Oh shit! I'm down.
next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
I think I've just been bonked. I forgot that he pushed it right down to where the camera is on the stream. That's actually pretty awesome. Oh, outro.
See, this is the problem, guys. This is the problem. I'm stuck in this spot where I know about Rygax, almost revere Rygax in a few ways. However, he's been a little bit weird. However, the option I'm being presented with is, if I don't kill him, Draven dies.
Rygax hasn't been defending himself too much, kind of assuming you're good people who wouldn't just murder him.
But Draven's my charge, though.
The way I see it, these are our options. We can turn Rygax's head to jelly, and theoretically, this guy will send us home. Though, I don't trust that. Otherwise, we just have to walk out of here on our own.
I'm not touching Rygax. We half-elves have to stick together.
He's got a hammer that says differently. I don't want to kill him, but at this point, if I believed it would actually get us out and home safely right now, Rygax would be dead right now.
It doesn't bother me that much, because we can just res him.
There is no way you would be leaving
There is no way.
with his body. If he dies, he's dead.
Angel wouldn't be against
Anybody
killing
dies in
Rygax,
here, they're
but
stuck.
I think if we kill him, this guy will kill us anyway. He won't need us anymore.
He might follow spirit rules, though. He might have to stick to the letter of his agreements. Well, it's the end of the night. If you kill Rygax, I'm gonna have to make up a bunch of new material this week. So,
Talk about
if
meta.
you're going to kill him, do it now. You're not allowed to kill him early in next session. We'll just go down the path, figure out his maze, whatever.
I have to plan the next D&D session. It's gonna be different if you kill him, so I need to know now. Heroes are forced to make a choice. Yeah, anyway. Hope you all enjoy the outro. He is not intended to be like an exact
So you guys killed Baron
imitation,
Deathmore,
but he is
and you now
definitely
have
a
two vampire kings
general,
chasing you.
We must keep moving.
heavily
If you're far behind, you can
inspired
just shoot.
by a whole
We
bunch
can
of
flame
John
counter.
Delancey
Teleports
characters.
himself to the shooter. When you turn around, there is a stairway
Q
here.
and
That was not there a minute ago.
Looks like an invitation.
dude, why do I keep
Outro,
losing the word
I
of the
presume?
name of the
Yes, of course.
My Little Pony version?
Just for
of
the
Q.
sake of argument, what exactly
Not
do you
chaos.
want? All you have to do is kill
Got away
Rygax.
with that guy.
I'll cure my pet's nightmare curse, shove you all through a safe, convenient portal to the
Outro
Feywild.
should always sound at least a little bit like John
must
Delancey.
say,
Discord,
kind of
yes,
tempted.
that's. I knew it was the same
aren't
word
going
as
to
something
take the
else
easy
that like
way out,
matters in
then all those other things I
but it just wouldn't come to mind.
Enjoy. Rygax hasn't been defending himself too much, kind of assuming you're good people who wouldn't just murder him.
But Draven's my charge, though.
I don't think the outro would put us in situations that are inescapable, whether because that's no fun for them, or perhaps they simply can't by the ancient laws.
So he's a dungeon master.
But it's going to
Yes,
be
he's an asshole
extremely
dungeon master.
dangerous.
I am a perfectly nice and reasonable dungeon master, but unfortunately you have wandered into the realm of an evil asshole dungeon master, so that's what you're gonna have to put up with for
Okay, I'm not gonna charge him, but I'm gonna
this
hit him.
took like a year
I
of real
wouldn't.
time, more or less.
Ghost touch.
Just ignore him like he's not there, because he's not. I think this is all a figment of our imaginations.
Of course, of course.
I'm still a nice guy. I'm not the jerk who's
yeah.
screwing around with
He
you
fades
completely.
away.
Damn it.
Just like I'm not even there. Like the Cheshire Cat.
I wanted to swing. Wanted to take a swing.
We'll just go down the path, figure out his maze, whatever.
Find the path?
Well, if we're not actually going anywhere, like we don't have an objective, what would the spell even do?
But we know where the portal is, right?
You know roughly where it's supposed to be, and the visible
Find-
path is heading
Find the path.
out that
Probably
direction.
not
But
going to help
he's
them
gonna
that much
move
in
everything
here
around.
Almost certainly.
for all its
Why don't we
normal
just
awesomeness.
tunnel through, though?
Really pissing his cornflakes. Let's just dimension door over. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Actually, you know what I would do? We've got like 5 days. Why not just sit here?
That would be the perfect play.
Just set up a campfire.
If he wants us to
That
kill Rygax,
labor
he'll have to
power,
come
man.
to us.
You gotta,
We
like
have
solidarity.
marshmallows? Just reds. Give me a stick.
You might like him better than me. That last one's not sitting well.
That's just it, though. How do you screw
If we
over
all
a
decide to do
master?
nothing,
Just
then the
don't
dungeon
play his
master
game.
is
No, I'm
screwed.
serious.
There's-
We do absolutely.
No one will have any fun,
I'm sure we'll have
and
to react to something.
I guess we win.
After about 10 minutes, Angel smells acid.
Acid.
And not just the rats. Man, it's not sitting well with me either.
Any way we can bypass it?
You're just sitting here. Bypass what? There are rules. He can't kill Rygax right out.
I don't know the Alptome's rules. I know that because we were invited, he can't simply erase us. But that doesn't mean he can't kill us more indirectly.
I'm just
I like that I
waiting for
made
the
sure we
tsunami
saw
of
later
acid
on
to
what it looks
push
like
us
when he
out.
just erases
No
something.
tsunami yet, but you notice a strong, acrid scent as the ground on the far side of the clearing, the side opposite the path, starts burning away from underneath. You can't see how far down it goes, but it looks as though this clearing is over top of a deep pit. Masked fly?
What? No, that's just it. Don't do anything.
Nothing.
If we don't do anything, it's not
Yeah,
fun.
here's the thing.
Absolutely
Choosing
nothing.
to fall in the
fun.
acid
It's not
is what you're
fun.
doing.
Do not humor him in any
You're
way,
still
shape, or form.
you may not be
The
taking
burning
an
crumbling
action,
of
but
the
you're
ground
still
is
making a
getting
choice.
closer to you guys.
And that choice is
As
what's gonna result in your
long
death.
Off into acid.
Unless anyone has a better idea.
Am I closest to the acid? No, you're still kind of in the middle. Little one is closest to the edge. In this do-nothing plan, I want to make sure my do-nothing isn't the first to fall off the edge. So it's on you, little one. Everyone else will have at least a little time to react.
I'm pretty
after
sure little
whatever
one was
happens to
actually
you,
just like
or
the
doesn't. I
farthest
think
to
my
the
last thought
side
was done.
that I happened to have started the
no.
acid on,
As the
so
ground burns away, it's
I
now
didn't
close
consciously
enough for you to see the bar.
rearrange things
It
to
looks
make him
very much
first.
like
It just
just
kind of
a
worked out that
pool
way.
of bubbling
Although
acid
it makes the
30
most
feet
sense
below you,
that
the
he would be the
size
one
and shape
choosing.
of the entire clearing.
He was the
like
one
the
determined.
trees just stop at the edge, their trunks and roots going all the way down to the acid. So we reach the point where
nice
little one
bubbly
is
acid.
about to tip over and fall 30 feet down into what looks like deep acid.
Oh, tension.
So you start falling backwards. If you want to catch yourself on the dissolving edge now, you'll take 1d6 acid damage.
Oh God, I don't know what to say.
He's gonna die. Later. Okay. I do nothing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'll get out the acid dice. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, man.
Oh man. I don't think Rygax wants to violate your wishes, but he does not look like he agrees with your plan, which I glimpse as I fall. This is not the right way to handle this.
It's
This
a
guy's not
game
gonna
of
give a
chicken.
He's got other people that he can. The rest of us are not going into the acid. It's funny like that, eh? How after one person dies, the rest are going to take it more seriously. I wasn't not going to take it seriously once the acid showed up. There's an easy way out of the clearing. Anyway, take 38 acid damage. He's already in the acid? He didn't do anything to catch himself as the ground dropped out beneath him. Okay, the acid is about 10 feet deep, so you're actually sinking into it if you're not, like, treading acid. Okay, no, this. I can't sit back and let him die. All right.
I could heal him, see how long he could stay in there.
No, we tried his experiment. By the way, Draven and Angel will have to move this round or also fall. I'm gonna shoot you, and you better f***ing teleport to me. All right. Do you leaping flame out of the acid? Yeah. If we don't all do it, it won't work.
Psst. Angel, I point at Rygax.
Nah. But Altrum's giving us this path? They're just trees. We should make our own path. The ground is crumbling away in a crescent, such that the ground between you and the pathway should be the last to go. Also, Raven gets splashed for 1 point of acid damage from Little One fire reporting to you. Then it heals. Ow! Friggin' hurt! I don't know, you've burnt your hand on a beaker in a lab before, and that hurt for what seemed like forever. This hurt for like 3 seconds. Fast healing's good. Did anyone have a better idea? If you guys had dropped down, it probably would have worked. No. The outcome would have let you all die. Would have been the most hilarious story to tell Asmodeus. Can you believe Rygax just sat there with his chumps?
This would have been such a
All they
dumb
had
end to the
do was
campaign.
walk away.
But
I avoid the path
but
and
did
just
they-
walk into the trees. You find that
I'd
after
have a way
only
out.
a few feet, the trees are clumped so unnaturally close together that even you can't.
Oh, they have not
squeeze
yet
through.
begun to
You
hate
start
Al. They will
sawing
hate
them
Al.
down or something. This guy sucks.
Yeah, he does.
We'll start
Three-dimensional,
walking down the
that's
obvious
pretty good.
path.
I like that
After
achievement.
only 20 feet, the path opens up, the trees thin out, and you're in a more ordinary forest where you can choose your own direction, any way you want, other than the thick wall of trees behind you. If you look back in a minute, all the ground in that clearing will have been eaten away, leaving just the deep acid pit. You know, by the end of the adventure, I'm going to have killed Rygax. I don't even know why I'm blaming him for this. He was pretty clear about don't go in this place.
I know, and we didn't plan to, but then it's like, I didn't think he could reach this far. We've been screwed by a lot of things he didn't think would happen. I don't like your hero, dude.
Yeah.
More is the lay of the land again.
Yeah.
There's some overlap with her casting yesterday, and the portal Dali Tossin told you about is in the same place, 10 or 12 miles away. But everything else she sees about the trees within the Alptrome's realm is different than what she remembered. I'm just gonna call him Al. That's fairly predictable.
Really? Honestly? We should have taken the
At
deal.
this point, I haven't.
Tempted.
I just have this
Charges
really strong
That's
feeling that if I
what
ever
protect.
got back,
And
got
passive
the campaign
resistance
going again
didn't
after the
really work
hiatus,
We're in here.
we'd go about
because of
4
Kaiser.
sessions
Been dragging
because like
him
I'd
around
start
like a
out,
bad luck
wouldn't
charm.
I'd have to like
Again, little
get used to
one
balancing
being
combat again,
little
so I'd
one,
start out a little
it's
easier, and
pretty
then
hard for you to do
sometime
something
4 to 7
after somebody
sessions, just
told
total
you
party
to.
kill.
True.
I'd
Especially when
do
the
some
guy's
crazy
clearly
thing,
a dick.
and it would
And it sounds like
succeed
he
at killing
wins
them.
if you do what he says.
Al's
like, well, this
clearly
sucks. That was a
not
lot of build up
master
for nothing.
manipulator. Otherwise, he'd have figured out a better way to get us to do it. The trees up ahead are starting to loom more densely, hinting at the exterior wall of another clearing, and gently funneling the party into a single path.
Al's not.
Zone.
Al is definitely
Bill
not
follows behind
perfect
me,
at manipulating
Raven follows
people,
behind Black,
but
and
I do aim to make him
Angel is Angel.
less terrible at it
She's a
than
floater.
the
She
She goes
Emperor
wherever,
in
like always.
Over
Return
here,
of the
friends.
Jedi.
Or is it
He's like the worst.
here? After narrowing for 20 feet,
Pringles,
the path
I've
abruptly
actually played
opens
D&D
back
fairly
into a big
recently.
clearing, ringed by
Quill
the wall of
ran a
trees.
campaign for
If
10
this has been
sessions that we
Betrayal,
played, and I'm
shouldn't there
making
be
a thing
will
based on
saves
that,
left and
like
right?
an
We
like an
haven't
audio
had
only thing
any
based on
yet,
that,
so
currently just for
I think
patrons.
we have to assume this
And
isn't
then I
a
also-
mind-affecting thing, but
I know some other
actual
D&D
solid
animators,
stuff.
and we played just
Could be
like a
illusion,
one
but
shot,
not
not for
mind-affecting.
recording or anything
But
else
the
like
enemies
that.
will be
Just
real.
a silly
I'm
one
hoping the
shot
enemies
not too
are
long
real.
ago. So
Well,
I have
they'll
played
probably
some
be
D&D.
physical, but I'm not sure that means they are real.
I'm
Over
really
here is
hoping
a
Quill
3.5
gets his
foot tall
campaign going
stone
again.
with a
But he's really
big
hoping I get my
obvious
campaign
keyhole
going
in it,
again. So it's a
like
game of
slate
chicken,
for
just
an
like the
oversized
Alptrome Acid
novelty
game.
key. There's a 10 foot by 10 foot shaft.
That's what we've got
shaped
going
around-
on.
But I'm talking about shaft.
There's a 10 foot by 10 foot shaft cut into the ground in front of it. And that's about it. Otherwise, it's just a big grassy clearing
See-
surrounded by a thick
See,
wall
this
of
is
trees.
just the tutorial. This is saying this place looks like a forest, but it is 100%
All right,
a
have a look at this keyhole.
classic sort of D&D dungeon.
As far as you can tell, it's an
There's a tutorial for how a
perfectly
bunch of the
smooth
things work.
key-shaped
Like,
hole
get
in
the key,
rock.
put
No
it in a hole.
mechanism of any kind. If it is a lock, it's a 100% magical one.
Okay.
But there's
I cast
there are a lot of things about this
I'll
challenge that
save you a
it's like it's
casting
straightforward,
knock
but I
doesn't
like it.
Unlock any lock so much as open things despite locks, chains, or other impediments. There's nothing to open here.
No.
Peering hesitantly down the square shaft, they see that it's 100 feet deep, all stone except for about 6 inches of sod at the top. 6 inches below that, there is a rope ladder set into the stone. 2 ropes hanging all the way down.
Because this thing is
pieced together by
this thing is
sturdy
full of
looking
choices,
wooden
but the
rungs.
choices all
It's
kind of
deeper in their dark
converge.
vision,
Like they're
but
going
those
to
of
end
you
up
with low light vision
running into
can make out an object
every part
at the
of it.
bottom. Some kind of small metal loop lying on the ground.
It's the damned key.
They could have all gone down together, and then the
Somebody's got to
zombie
go
section
down
would have
and
been
get the damn key.
super
You
easy,
can shoot
and then they
regular
would have come
arrows,
up to
or
the
you have
top
funky archer
and
stuff, like green
gotten
arrow.
like nuked by all the fire
Unfortunately,
demons at the
fancy
same
arrows when I
time.
fell into the
So-
so just got my normal arrows for shooting things.
All right. No grappling hook arrows. Not even a boxing glove arrow? That's only half of the key. Looks like it's missing part.
And something about the play of shadows down there hints that it's not a dead end at the bottom, but rather an intersection of 2 or more tunnels.
So, what's the call?
100 feet down. I could try unseen.
It is a good thing that they
But it's only
chose to
half
split
the
up
key.
about
The rest must be
how
down
they
those
did,
tunnels.
because there
On
were
the
definitely some
road,
ways they could have
already a
split up
rope
that would have been
ladder going all the
really
way
bad.
down.
Like if
You
one
would
person was up
trust it.
top or
They
one
touch it,
person
it all
was
turns
down
to
bottom.
snails.
I can
That
just
would have
walk
gotten
down.
ugly,
I'm
but
thinking either we all go.
That wouldn't be
or
Al's
just me and
fault.
Angel go.
What if
They
you
had
get
their
down there and
chance.
Come face to face with like a 3-headed.
Oh look, it's a Cerberus. Worst comes to worst, Krill shoots me, I teleport up.
All the way up?
Range 100 feet.
With Angel lurking just below the top of the shaft, Little One tests out the suspicious ladder, but it seems fine. Even when he sets foot at the bottom, nothing happens. Though from this intersection, he can now see 3 100-foot tunnels, and his low-light vision can just make out a small chest at the end of each.
This is how we get split up. This is how Scooby-Doo happens.
Yes and no, the hallways don't appear to have any doors. I'm Shaggy.
I think we all have to go down there.
Yes, Krillin,
Send
we
one
we
person
know
down
you're
each tunnel.
Shaggy.
I'll start down the. Alright, I grab the ring.
You pick up the ring, which is clearly half of a big novelty key.
Ring glows, I don't know. There are a lot of things that worked out well because of luck. Some portion of them I had ways to make them work out anyway, and some of them could easily have gone really wrong, so I don't know.
Try to flip back through it before it closed.
Nah, I'll continue down.
There were a lot of times there are a lot of times over the course of the campaign, or even just the realm of the Albtrome, where there was like a 5 or 10% chance of one or more characters dying, and they just didn't roll a 1 or whatever. There were many chances for them to just roll a 1 and die.
As soon as the shaft slams
since they've gotten to the
trees
Shadowfell,
over here
frankly.
start to ignite, being burned away from the other side, and you can just make out some kind of movement behind them.
Get those ones on attack rolls and shit that isn't critical to surviving.
Oh no!
Don't roll the ones on the
could just
fortitude
dimension
saves.
door down so we're all in the same place, but I don't think it's required yet.
I could just sonic blast the rock.
Nah, this is stuff we can handle. Take the middle tunnel first, then if that doesn't work, try the others. Pick anyone. Sure, we'll go mid. I move up and ready against enemies coming in range. I drop down the shaft to save time, activating my ring of featherfall just before landing.
The zombies ahead of Little One advance 20 feet. They may not be fast, but as they move, more zombies drop down from above, filling the space behind them.
So there are 10 zombies there now?
Exactly. And from the sounds of it, the same thing is happening in each of the other 2 halls.
I'll use my ready to action for lightning breath. 2 damage.
They are minions, but even minions at this level have 3 hit points, so they live.
I've got his back covered. My spike chain's reach and combat reflexes. Actually, I may need your help to move forward. I'd get through them eventually, but I can only kill a few around, and they're piling in fast. Okay, I move down your way.
Back on the surface, should we be backing up a bit?
From the fires? That's probably an idea.
Magic circle against evil.
As the smoldering trunks fall, they reveal a line of bulbous
Good call,
horned
Regex.
demons with disturbing wispy skull shapes swimming around their bloated bellies.
Yeah, those are demons.
This guy reaches down and tears a chunk of his own jiggly pyroclastic flesh out of his belly and hurls it between you, where it explodes in a 20-foot radius burst of soul fire. Mora and Black take 12 damage, reflex 25 for half.
Yeah? Well, take 4 points of damage back.
So, spread out then. The other one sees how ineffective that was.
Forget which mounts
Rips
manual
out
these guys
a
are
much
from, but
larger chunk of its stomach
they're jerks.
and hurls it to do a maximized version. Maximized fireball?
they have a lot of hit points,
Only maximized
and they regenerate,
4d6
but they also hurt
attack,
themselves.
So 24 save for
Yeah.
half.
I beat it. Holy shit. Black made a reflex save.
Do I get anything special for rolling a natural 20 on a saving throw? You get to save successfully, so you only take 12.
But that's doing damage to themselves.
Yes, they are taking damage to do this.
Probably not as much as you are. That's the idea.
I do a Kirk shoulder roll over to Krillin, and I give his bow holy. Like one of those video game rolls
Like
where
a
you do the whole
pointless roll.
animation even though you only moved like 2 feet. Yeah. Then I move away to try and spread out a bit. Though stuff's probably going to come over here too. Mora uses her Inspire Greatness song to buff her and Krillin's die rolls and hit points. These demons have no damage reduction, and their armor class isn't that high against heroes of this level, so Krillin lets loose a volley of splitting holy arrows, the very last one of which ruptures his target into a pile of squirming soul-looking.
yeah, these guys are so
Good
animated.
thing we're getting double
Damn.
duty on that holy buff.
Yeah, those guys are actually pretty tough. Greater shout.
Black 60-foot cone hits all of them for 32 sonic damage. Most save for half, but one takes full damage and is stunned to boot. Their fort saves are too much for your low wisdom. I've noticed that FET equals high fort saves.
I still haven't had a chance to buy a wisdom item. I'm not that optimized for nuking spells.
Sonic was a good choice though. Demons and devils have tons of resists, but these guys do take full damage from Sonic.
They're also deafened, even if they save.
Sure, that'll teach them.
These things are filled with wayward souls.
Rygax Eldritch blasts one for 33, chains to these 2 for 17, no, 8 because they saved. There's a second save against
I could have made the
blindness,
Marp
but-
fight look
oh,
somewhat
hey,
better, but
one actually fails.
It was quite good for the time, and
Well, I've gotta
There's-
hurt them.
there's only
I
so
wanted to
much
force
stuff
the
going
guy
on, and
Rygax
there's
did
only
the
so
most
much to have, like,
Take
animated
38
harder.
damage. On the demon's turn, they each fast heal 5, the same amount of damage
Oh,
they
it's
take
plus
to
fives.
make their basic soulfire attack without maximize. One is stunned, but blind and deaf guy, only because their main attack is a big area blast, we'll make his best guess based on what he last saw, hitting, I don't know, here.
Don't get in my belly.
One wastes his time attacking Black in hand-to-hand.
Yeah, sure. Quote
but
Austin
the others
Powers
drop
movies.
a
Good job.
maximized Soulfire on Mora, Krill, and Rygax, who thankfully all save, and then a pair of Soulfire blasts which, at the cost of an extra large chunk of demon flesh, increase their radius instead of increasing the damage, allowing them to fry everyone, despite the party's efforts to spread out.
I'm down to 25.
Or is it less than that? 10 HP.
What?
Ow.
She has a lot less hit points than the long-term PCs with their higher level and their +4 con items.
She's getting out of the battle.
Hey, did I get any buffs?
Nope, no buffs for you.
Sorry, they worked double on Krillodin.
And I missed.
It takes Krillodin 2 shots, splitting into 4, to drop the most injured one. Then he shoots another demon for 23 and 14.
So you don't have any kind of magic quiver? What happens when you run out of arrows?
I've only used like 100 since we started. I brought 1,000. So that's like about 6,000 damage worth of ordnance.
His 1,000 arrows is ridiculous.
unbuffed.
He spent
It would have
like
made more sense if I just said,
Zombies?
you just get
Once I
one of
put
those
down,
magic
that was only
quivers.
30,
But
40 arrows.
Mora gets as
I
far
don't
from
know.
the others as she can and heals
I didn't
herself
want to
for
bookkeep him
36.
out of playing the
Passes her
character he wanted
saves,
just
that
because
would
I was
absorb
dropping
a
him
lot
into
of
a
their
shitty
fireballs.
place with no
This guy
support and no
gets an attack
towns.
of opportunity as I move up
It
and
would have been
switch back to
annoying,
my
so
flail.
we
Then I use its
mostly
ability
ignored
to
the
war
arrows,
with these
although
guys,
apparently he
and all of
still
them for
managed to run
13.
out.
Rygax once again blinds one demon, bloodying another with his arcing Eldritch Blast. Then he tries to spread out even further. Down below, the zombies are advancing.
I lightning breath all of them. As long as I roll 3 or higher on my d6, it's save or die.
They have predictably terrible saves, but with excellent rolls, 3 of the 10 survived.
Yeah, I think I'll just keep doing this.
One problem, every time you kill one, it leaves behind a patch of gooey blackness on the ground. You've seen this before in Woodbridge, patches of negative energy. 2 zombies reach little one, but miss
I really
their
like that
attacks.
spell for taking crab
Single
zombies and
are
making them
0 threat. But
a theoretical
if 3 or
problem.
more manage to swarm him, they will do automatic damage.
I'll charge across the ceiling to kill one of the ones next to him, and now I can attack of opportunity as they come at us. Between my own turn and combat reflexes, I can kill up to 9 a round if they keep charging them.
Evil?
That's craziness. Just killing zombies. How is that evil?
That's just the current circumstances. It could be anyone.
Little one has this flash where, for a moment, he imagines just normal people advancing as Angel shreds them. Like,
Oh,
holy
God.
shit.
And we all know how picky Angel is about who she kills.
Then 8 more drop down from a 4 by 10 foot gap in the ceiling over the chest.
That means there are probably like 18 down each of the other tunnels.
How can you stop them from coming down?
We'll figure it out.
They're doing all fire damage? It's actually half fire, half evil or something. Effectively half untyped. Oh, really? Well, I'll still cast Mass Resist Fire. So we all have 30 fire resistance for, like, 2 hours. That effectively cuts their
Mass
blasts
Resist so
down
good.
to half damage now. The evil half. Now, Black just hit all these guys in melee. That gives them each a free action on their next turn to spew out a cone of flaming shit.
Wait, did you say flaming shit?
Technically, it's flaming soul goo.
Okay, good.
Because that's so much better.
So much
Reflex
better.
23 for half. At least they do half damage now. Man, don't waste your good die rolls on the first one. It's the saddest attack ever.
I saved.
Okay, so you take half of 12, 6 damage, but then you resist the fire, so take a whole 3.
Saved again.
Holy.
That was another bad roll, so take another 3.
He saved again!
Subtitles are like
Yeah,
insulting
three
my
reflexes.
GMing. They keep calling these
Matrix
bad
dodging
rules.
all of a sudden. I assume it's mostly shield work. Anyway, take 2 from that one. Man, every single damage roll was terrible. The last one is 10.
Nope, finally one got me.
Okay, so with fire resistance, you take 5.
He has negative energy resist.
Yeah, but the non-fire half isn't negative, it's untyped. I got them from a book, so their BS is
Oh,
legit.
MM5. There's the
Anyway,
answer.
That counterattack was really sad, but those were all free, just spurting stuff from their wounds. For their actual actions, so this blind one, he's gonna drop a 40-foot blast, because it's his best chance to accomplish anything. I guess here.
Does that?
No. Looks like he missed Mora. Hits Rygax, Krill, and Draven.
Oh, I'm gonna kill him first.
17 damage. Draven's buff resists the fire part, so 8 unholy damage, save for half. Getting pretty low here. Let's see, this guy claws black, and of course misses.
I'm using my free attack on miss this time. Crit, take 36.
That's a very expensive miss.
This one
Ow.
misses, but actually hits with his second attack due to flanking. Takes 6. Ooh.
And he takes 5 from hitting me.
Look, demons love to tear people apart with their bare hands. However, this guy is pretty hurt, and he can see that's not working out. So he steps back, reaches deep, and drops a maximized Soulfire Blast on you. 24 damage, though it's only 12 after fire resistance.
Hey, I saved, so I take 6.
That's actually less damage than he inflicted on himself to cast it. Good thing they're immune to their own blasts.
You and them are just sitting there countering and countering each other back and forth.
Are they done? Krillin unleashes
there is a
another
lot of
volley,
counter-countering going
exploding
on.
a badly hurt demon in a spray of goo, then blasting holy holes into
Splat.
another until it too died. Okay, you barely killed him. This one doesn't even burst. It just kind of slumps over like a slowly deflating balloon. Mora hits for 7 and crits for 15 against one not in melee because she doesn't have precise shot.
Whirlwind again. So I'm gonna kill these 3, AC 20.
Nope, you only hit the blind one. As the endless zombies shuffle forward 20 feet, Angel's spike chain lashes out, cutting down 4 with attacks of opportunity.
I could have killed more if they moved faster.
Lightning breath for 5? Wow, you killed all 10 this time. I know last turn they got lucky, but odds were 1 or 2 would survive.
If I use Quicksilver Motion to move as a swift action, am I gonna get hit by every one of these puddles?
It's really a near instant motion, so I'd say you could blur past them, sure. You'll still get hit by, say, 2 of the patches as you get to the end, though. 46 damage each, 42-19 for half.
Sure, I can't even fail that. So I Quicksilver over to that chest and rip it open. I don't care if it's locked or what. Smash it, who cares?
So you take half of 33, 16 negative energy damage from the floor.
Whoa.
The wooden box, it isn't locked or trapped, but all you find in it is 1 copper piece. Woohoo! And there are definitely more zombies in a space up above, moving towards the hole from which they've been dropping down. They seem to be coming from a higher tunnel that runs back parallel to the one you just fought through.
I'll move up.
That's right. Those 4 she killed, that wasn't even her turn.
And I'll stand here right under the dispenser.
Just blend them as they come down.
And I cast Spider Climb on you, so you can get off the damaging floor.
Angel and Little One let the zombies go first, and as
Casting
they drop
Spider
down
Climb
from
on
the
Little
4
One
by
is
10
often
foot
actually a
shaft
power
above them,
move in
the gnome
these
assassin
trappy
butchers
sort
most
of
them,
situations.
splattering her ally a couple times with the negative energy goo. 23 damage, fort 19 for half.
I save on anything but a 1.
Just one slips through, clawing impotently at the half-dragon as it lands on him, but he crushes it with Revitalizing Strike, healing himself for 24.
Would have healed Angel too, if she'd been hurt at all.
Then they rush back down the hall, avoiding the floor and its life-draining puddles, ending near the intersection where, from the sounds of it, hordes more animated corpses are approaching from both sides.
Of course, if they'd
Back
gone
top,
up
Rygax finishes
and
the most injured
back
demon,
down to
and as he
spawning
moves even
tunnels, they
further
could have
out,
found the thing
Draven
that was
attacks with his
generating
crossbow,
the
tagging another
zombies.
one for 9 before the enemies fast heal another 5 hit points.
And they would have
at
had
the
a
beginning of their turn.
1 in
One
3
uses its
chance,
cone
give or
of
take,
free hit
to
against black, who fails to
guess
save,
the right
taking
thing
8
to
damage
pull
after
off
fire
to
resist. Then
stop them from spawning entirely.
it stupidly wastes its turn attacking in melee. Both attacks bounce off Black's armor. This one starts clawing into his already bleeding gut, using most of the hit points he has left to unleash the most powerful
15
soul blast
damage to
yet.
himself.
Widened and maximized. Everyone, except Mora, is hit for 24. Except it's only 12 with the fire resist. What, me too?
I save.
I'm unconscious.
If
I'll
they
cast
pulled the wrong
close
thing
wounds
out,
as an immediate
then
action. Use him
the
for
altar would
10
have
before he
been
goes
sealed
down.
shut,
I'm
and
conscious. The last one dies under Krillidin's fire.
they would not have another
Outro.
chance, and the zombies would keep
Yes.
spawning.
I did enjoy that.
If you had this much trouble with the tutorial, it doesn't bode well for you in the real challenges.
I only spent 1 spell.
You're standing there totally fine. The rest of your team is all covered in burns.
If he thinks about it, he may realize I'm so tough that he'll have to focus more on me.
Or I can just wear you down while your friends perish.
Wait,
Did the elk drone just respond to something you were thinking but not saying? That's not disturbing at all.
I concentrate on the mental image of me screwing Albdrome's mother.
Cure wounds. Is Draven hurt? No, I mean, not enough to care. Okay, Rygax blasts you, but unlike his usual purplish-black Eldritch blasts, this one is purpley-white. Technically, you could make a save if you wanted to resist. Nah, I trust Rygax. Really? He's a half-elf. Wise choice, because his prestige class lets him do this healing version of the Eldritch Blast. And he's chaining it to Mora and Draven for half.
Can he do that as much as he wants?
No, he can only heal with it 3 times per day.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Because I know he can Eldritch Blast all day long.
Yeah, he hasn't had unlimited healing all this time, just holding out on you. So Krillodin is healed for 30, and you two each get 15.
What about me?
He only gets 2 secondary targets, and you weren't as low. But I don't need out-of-combat healing anymore. Oh, that's right. He's not used to that. He'll take that into account next time.
Can you make healing potions out of your own blood?
Let's experiment. I will definitely try.
Left or right? We've got a 50-50 chance. We can split up. They can't hit us, and you can avoid the negative energy now with Spider Climb. Here's what we're gonna do. Angel clears the intersection. Done. I use my ring to wall of force one side, move up, and lightning breath the other.
He zaps 60 feet worth of zombies, killing 3/4 of them, and with the other side blocked, Angel moves up, killing the couple survivors close enough to get near them.
Fighting on a wall is weird, but I can do this all day.
Advancing in this fashion, they quickly reach the chest, smashing it open to find the second half of the key. I just want to see if I can find a lever or something. You can't find any mechanism, just a solid chunk of stone, and all around it is dirt and sod. And as Angel noted before,
the keyhole is...
the overlarge keyhole is just a key-shaped hole carved out of solid stone. Without warning, the stone slab slides back, reopening the shaft. Oh, I did it. You didn't do anything, you just looked at the lock. And then it opened. I'd say the correlation is undeniable. Now, your force field did end, so the zombies are swarming towards you from the other side.
They're still coming? The key fragment didn't stop it?
Well, there would have been a hallway full regardless, but yes, even above you, they are still shambling along and dropping down. From the surface, you guys see the shaft reopen, and the bottom is just a wave of zombies shambling from right to left.
Alright, I get ready to jump down. 3-point landing.
It's 100 feet down. You'll take a bunch of damage.
How much?
A lot.
Black pauses just long enough to see a blast of lightning from the left burn down a bunch of them, and more are shredded as Angel cartwheels up into the bottom of the shaft, with Little One close behind her.
Just before we go up, I wait, kill one zombie with Revitalizing Strike, and heal another 20.
And there aren't even any demons left to torch the rope ladder. Not that we care. Zombies are still milling
Oh
around
yeah, that was
at the bottom of the
that
shaft.
was the other
party
thing.
is
If they had
reunited
all
at the
gone
top,
down
where they
there,
snap together the halves of a
then
key.
all the
It
demons
looks
would have
like
been
it will
alive.
fit
Then
in
when
the
they tried to
stone's
come back up,
keyhole.
the
Alright,
the
I've taken
fire
the
from the demons
Over
would have
here,
torched
a bunch
the
of
ladder
trees
and caused
suddenly
them to drop back
collapse,
down and
as
have to
though they
climb
had
out
been cut
the
down,
hard way.
revealing a new path out of the
That would have been
Let's
annoying
never
for
split up
them.
again.
Went fine for us. A lot of damage happened up top. While the others are patching up, etc., Rygax begins to perform some kind of ritual over the demonic corpses.
Is that
Yes,
really
screw you, you
necessary?
stupid demons.
These souls deserve a better fate.
Some of them, perhaps. Others probably deserve much worse than they've got. But you're wasting time.
He's really not good at reverse psychology, is he?
Hey, Al, put up or shut up. Oh, you think you get to fight me? Hilarious. No, I think you're a chicken shit bastard who wouldn't fight anybody. You can make noise, but let my friend do his thing.
Damn, that was harsh.
Don't worry. Your souls are worth a good sight more to Asmodeus than those. I wonder what the real power around here is. Can't be that guy. He talks too much.
He does talk a lot.
How far is the portal now?
We've overcome one obstacle, but
If only
it's
Little
hard
One got a
say
chance to
if we
fight
made any
him.
real progress or not. We don't even know the rules.
Why don't we just ask him what the rules are? Al, what are the rules?
You want to know the rules? I thought you enjoyed bumbling around in the dark, but I suppose it's only fair, if you don't mind ruining the mystery. Rule number one. I make the rules, and I can add new rules at any time. Can you remove or change a rule once it's made? That sounds like it would be unfair.
Interesting. Done. Rule 1B. Once I make a rule, it can't be
I
changed.
was sure Little One suggested that.
Rule number 2. Each challenge is to find the key, and use that
Now I
key
wanna
to
go back in
open
my
the
notes.
way forward.
I
Simple
definitely
enough,
reference it
even
later
for
as if
all of
Little One
you.
did that.
Rule number 3.
I'm sure
There
when
is
we were at the
always a way
table
out.
later on and
Though,
it
of
came up
course,
again,
depending on
that
which of you
at
happen
that
to
point
die
in time,
after
I was
a
sure Little One had
challenge
suggested
begins,
that.
It could
become
I don't know
impossible
if
for
I
the survivors.
changed, if it got changed in the
Happy.
script.
Find the key.
Lines
Find the
do
way out.
sometimes get
Trials are
moved
all
around,
possible.
especially when they're
Must
like
die.
exposition-y
The
type
trials are all
lines. I don't know.
fair for the group. Half the group, not so much.
How many trials?
Fine, fine. Rule number 4. Once you complete 20 challenges, I will give any one of you still alive
no.
safe passage
So
to
you,
the planar
the
portal.
plan
no,
was not
20?
to let them rest in Al's
You may
forest.
have
It
a
seemed like a
point.
bad idea.
You want proper heroes.
Plan was
like they had
attrition.
no
They don't
way.
normally have to do a lot of like
Even you are
attrition-based
just the
dungeons where they
dregs.
just
What
have to
would
keep
be a
going and keep going
reasonable
without
number
sleeping.
for a bunch
But they're
of
high-level characters, so they can do a lot of
third-rate
that.
adventurers like yourselves. One? How about just one?
And they had extra
challenge,
healing from
but
Rygax,
make it
so.
extreme.
I'd
Letting
rather
him-
a
letting
few
him rest was
less
not
extreme
the plan.
challenges.
But you're forgetting rule number 1. I make the rules. Rule number 4. Once you complete 5 challenges, I will give any one of you still alive safe passage to the planar portal.
Interesting to note that he technically may have just changed one of the rules, though presumably he's still in a processing state.
Yeah, he didn't actually change it. He just didn't state it right at first.
Now you have a win condition, a reward, and everything. 5 challenges, 1 leaves?
What?
For any one still alive.
No.
Anyone still alive.
Wait. I see what you're saying. The wording there. Anyone still alive.
The any
Very
one was
well.
not
If it'll
my
make
intention.
You feel better. Rule
seemed like a
4B.
perfectly
The
good fantasy way to
aforementioned
word
safe
it,
passage,
but-
conditioned on completion of the specified number of challenges, is hereby defined to apply to any and all of you who are still alive at that time. That's a clarification, not a change.
That's better.
Also, we've already done 3 challenges: the zombies, the fire guys, and the disappearing Thor.
If there's no key, it's not a challenge, as defined by rule number 2. But we have used 1 key, so by that logic, we have completed 1 already. I suppose. Only 4 more challenges then? Surely any peon could manage that. What happens to the dead? Why, the dead are mine, of course. Forever. Or at least until I tire of them and give them in tribute to my lord Asmodeus. He won't mind waiting, as long as he gets this one while he's fresh.
Could we be re-healed after every successful challenge? Just to make it interesting.
Rule number 5. No haggling. Any more insipid questions? How badly do you want Rygax?
Hahaha, I like it.
That's for me to know and for him to die. That's the thing. He won't die. Even if all the rest
Subtle.
of us die, I'll do everything in my power to make sure he doesn't. I know you think you're strong, and you are, but Rygax and I are not moved. That's the spirit!
They move on, following the new path opened by the keystone, which puts them back into a normal-feeling forest, though the trees are vaguely funneling them into one of 2 directions. They choose the path that leads deeper into the Albtrome's nightmare realm, until they find the trees grouping again into tight, solid walls.
That was the
clearing is
tutorial. This
smaller
gets
and
so much
less
worse.
open than the last, with a couple big clumps of trees in the middle, and the outside broken
This place
up
looks
into a number of
interesting.
smaller spaces, all joined by the broad central path, like a figure 8 looping around, with a short hexagonal table at the path's nexus, almost like a bird bath. They move in, hesitantly, but they don't see any monsters lurking in there, nor does Angel smell anything but trees and grass. I shoot the table. Your bolt hits it and falls down, to no effect, as you would expect from hitting a sturdy stone object. As you approach, you notice a small depression in the tabletop, like an inch-deep hexagon cut out, matching the shape of the table itself.
So a hexagonal key somewhere around here.
Hex key on something, or in something.
It's an Allen key. No, it's pronounced Albtron. We'll see how they fail next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Oh man. Yeah, no, this guy's crazy. Critical hit 20. Rep mark. Would be. Dimmy, baby. Refusing 9.
What we got? Victor? Lost them east of Spinebark. There were Baron Deathmore Blast. Didn't Big Man himself show up? He spot me, and Cornello in person. No, you cannot take chances with the enemy. Not like that. Teufel nochmal. Hera, would you be so kind as to scry my hammer? You lost the black hammer? Or planted a focus for your divinations on Rygax's new friends? Of course. I see nothing. What? It is a familiar object. Surely you can... Nothing. Then where'd they go?
Nice try, Kaiser. Nice try. Alt name, I don't usually mess around with literal epic D&D rules. Though, I definitely might fudge some things similar to that when dealing with certain specific, like, creatures.
I don't think the Albtraum would put us in situations that are inescapable. Whether because that's no fun for them, or... Perhaps
there are definitely some things you could run into that would be beyond CR20, and there might be some things that have access to powers that are a little stronger than level 9 powers, but I'm not going to use the literal epic rules. They're going to have to, if they want to get stuff done, they're going to have to get it done within 20 levels.
Always a way out.
Maybe they can get some artifacts or something.
Fine. Rule number 4. Once you complete 20 challenges. 20? You may have a point. You aren't proper heroes. Even you are just the dregs. Complete 5 challenges. I will give anyone
I like him mocking Rygax as being the dregs because it's actually a fairly poignant criticism or insult of his current status, having used 2/3 of his life force previously in his like avatar form thing.
As you approach, you notice a small depression in the tabletop, like an inch-deep hexagon cut out, matching the shape of the table itself.
So a hexagonal key somewhere around here.
And there's nothing we see that leaps out at us as, here's the key? Not that you can see from here, though there is a little more underbrush here in these nooks and crannies. Not super thick, but up to a foot high, whereas the main paths are more the height of cut grass. So, should we start looking in these little areas here? Should
fun
we
at your
burn
job?
everything? All the underbrush?
Sure, we could. I know a spell for that.
We do still have fire resistance 30
It's
for
just a
another
stream. We've seen everything
140
before.
minutes or something.
I'm just going to get more and more tired as we
Was
go
there
anyway.
radiance?
I think we can make fire without
Later,
wasting
Arrestia.
spells.
I've got flint and steel.
You have a flaming
Arrestia,
spike
my
chain.
sister.
That's more what I had in mind.
Voice
To
of
play
most of the
flaming
female
hopscotch.
characters,
The
other than
fire
Angel and
spreads
Mora.
through that dead end you chose, clearing
And
the
she
brush,
did the
but
excellent singing
dying
for the
out as if
Olawana
it's the
song.
short
Her
grass,
singing
which
was
is
quite good.
almost
My crappy
reluctant
background
to
music,
admit, as are the
not
trees
good, but her
forming
singing
the
was
wall of the
great.
clearing.
So
But on the smoldering ground, you spot
really
a
hold that
hexagonal
note.
stone piece. The size of the slot? About the size of the indentation in the stone table. And protruding from the stone is
Oh
the
yeah,
shape
Altrum. I was
of
never
a
planning to
crenellated
actually
tower,
do
or
20
a
challenges.
rook.
That would be a pain
Yes.
in the ass.
Wait, this is the first place we looked? I don't think this is the only stone. We may have to choose the right one.
Like Indiana Jones.
Should we look around for more of them?
Wait. Maybe we're overthinking it.
Mischief,
Maybe
the
we just
reason why
got lucky
Gamma was
and
different from the
never
other
got the thing
Dark
we
Ancients
needed.
is because
Imagine if we
the
started
world is
over there
complex and
and
it's
got
more
all
interesting
kinds
if
of
things are
parties.
different.
I don't think we should touch it yet.
I'll go
Gamma
grab
just sort
the
of
book.
like
Looks
found
like
his
me,
way
so I'll grab it.
differently,
Black pauses for a
solves the
moment
problem
as he
with
touches the
immortality
hexagonal
differently than the
stone.
other
We said
ones,
not
although
to
he must have been
touch it.
inspired
I
by
said
them, or
not to
maybe
touch
was
it, but he
helped
didn't
by
listen.
Alpha or
Let's
something.
give him a chance to read the note. I'm thinking there are different pieces. When you put it in there, it might summon a rook. I don't know.
So, the underbrush. Would my lightning breath affect it?
Sure, you can burn away the underbrush with your lightning.
Sure,
Holy
go nuts.
shit.
Black had paused for a while, maybe 15 seconds, just long enough for it to be weird and disturbing. But then he slowly straightens up as though there's a weight upon his mind, holding the hexagonal rook stone. Black? Is it really heavy?
It's nothing.
That wasn't nothing.
Everything copacetic?
I'm fine.
All right, let's find some more things that I'm sure are
Black
totally
pretty
fine.
sus.
I'll
Yeah.
check over here. No. Bad things happened last time we split up.
Little one
Black's
burns
pretty
away
sus,
the
but
undergrowth
he's
of
still
the next
among
corner,
us.
revealing another stone slab. No, we already have one. Same size and shape, same material, but instead of the rook, this one features the shape of a small arrow. I have a feeling that's for me. Hold on a second. Why do you pick up the rook one? being the most rook-like of all of us.
It looks like me, he said.
And now there's an arrow. I wonder if I should pick up the arrow.
Don't touch that. I will Elder Mountain Hammer you if you pick that up.
We already have one of these. Well, I guess it wouldn't be as easy as just finding one and putting it on there.
Well, the thing is, I could
be much of a
I
puzzle.
could be coaxed to speak of what I saw, but only by you, because it only matters to you. The rest of these guys wouldn't have any idea.
We'll just clear the area.
We'll find a whole bunch of these.
Yeah, we'll search the area, see what there is. If there's one for Angel, I ain't fucking touching that one. Sorry.
No one is.
What's it gonna be, a giant dagger?
Nothing interrupts them as they go around the area, clearing out each corner and finding more hexagonal puzzle pieces, without touching them. Black already collected the rook from here. You left the arrow. Here you find a seashell.
Mora.
She's not even a PC.
The conch shell is a symbol of my people, of a culture which no longer exists, save in the memories of a very few.
Here, the stone has a little shield on it, which bears a crest that is familiar to Black and Draven. Ah, the crest of Rowan. I thought it was going to be a shield with all the Kuatoa curse words. No, it's real subtle. This
Yeah.
one is embossed with a pile
Some
of
are easier than
coins.
others.
This one here has an axe. This one has another tower, but it's more pointy.
It's a lighthouse, a symbol of the shepherds.
And then a dragon. And there's a lightning bolt here. And they all have the same base. Black can compare the one he's holding as you go around. Each symbol is embossed onto an identical stone hex, as far as you can tell. Is there any writing around the edges or on the bottom or on the table? Each piece has only the one symbol. Nothing on the pedestal. I mean, you certainly
Yep,
looked like
D&D
you felt
puzzles.
something, Black. Was it
But customized
a
for
jolt of
them.
energy?
Oh, Jesus, I guess I have to answer this. I had a vision.
You see the underground cathedral of the basilica. Then a spell shatters one of the
animation.
backlit stained glass windows, and fighting fills your view. Samantha Higgins, that asshole artificer, is dual-wielding wands, casting lightning bolts from one and a buff or something from the other, firing over some Hand of Sirius guards and Victoria DeWall, that female cleric who asked you all kinds of questions about your armor, and it occurs to you now that maybe she kind of liked you. But she and the guards are falling back deeper into the basilica, covered by Higgins when the enemy comes into view. The Hand are being pushed back by forces in gray plate, with a symbol you don't recognize on their shields, like an armored gauntlet with a rook inside it. But then you see one of them is Giselle Kira, one of the main Hand of Sirius arms trainers.
Yeah,
You
my
can't
Hand of
mistake
Sirius,
because
like,
she
guards
always
armor
refused to
does
live
not
in
look good.
peripheral vision by
Yeah,
wearing
it's
full
fine,
armor.
whatever.
She's attacking
it is
Victoria with her
not
sword, and right
good
beside
looking.
her is Anton Pike, who is another priest of Sirius you've seen around the basilica, and yet they're attacking the basilica.
Guys, you
pushing
theoretically
back
know,
other
but we
members
barely
of
spent
the
any
Hand
game
of
time
Sirius.
on at all
You'll
in the
freak out
campaign,
from
let
what
alone
you
the
saw.
videos.
Of course, the more you speak about your vision, the more likely it is to come true.
I had a vision.
Okay, we're screwed.
Okay, why didn't you say that? What did you see?
Al said the more I talk about it, the more likely it is to become real.
Speaking about your dreams gives them an anchor into the world, tying them into your reality.
Maybe we have to conquer our dreams. or
I like
something.
playing
I'm
around
gonna
with
grab one,
the
guys.
cartooniness
Why?
of Al
Well,
popping
wait,
up
do
in
we
different
wanna put one
ways
in,
and
see what
replacing
happens?
himself. Like
We've
there
got
could be
one
multiple
already.
of him. It
Is there
doesn't
any reason
matter.
we should not put your
Makes
key
it
in there?
it makes
I
it
have
fun.
no idea.
Alright, I pick up the axe.
Why? Whoa, why? If something bad's gonna happen with these visions, why would we want more visions?
Because that's not his token.
Do you let their calls interrupt you, or do you just pick it up anyway?
The axe doesn't match anybody, that's why I'm curious.
It's not. It doesn't belong to.
There are 8 things, and only 7 of us. Could be Liz.
She's not here. Daggerface had an axe, right? But he's gone too.
But still,
Rygax, Mora, and the 5 of us. That's 7. There are 8 pieces. The coins must be Angel, and I'm pretty sure the lightning bolt represents me. So who does the axe represent? The key.
Sure. All right.
It's crazy, I know, but it's the odd man out. Black doesn't want to talk about his dreams, so it's bad.
Yes, well, I get that. But you don't want to try this key right now? Then maybe we should grab the axe. I don't know any better than you.
I'm just guessing. So I pick up the axe.
You pick it up and nothing
Nothing happens.
All right, I'm gonna ram this sucker in. Might as well.
I say go for it. Assuming something will happen, the others position themselves defensively, grouping together in an intersection with good sightlines in view of the table.
I assume I should do it. I'm fully healed. I'm pretty durable.
And you have the stone. We don't want to start passing them around.
Is there anything to indicate a facing?
The axe symbol has a shape, but the table itself is a symmetrical hexagon, as is the slot. Nothing about them suggests a direction. Little One drops the hexagonal piece into place, and with the sound of grinding stones, the hexagon begins to descend down into the pedestal.
I start backing up a little bit.
Little One,
Sounds of
really
trees
smart puzzle
falling somewhere
solving.
in this direction.
Fortunately, the puzzle was
We
designed
can't go back now.
so
I
that
wonder if each of these
answering
would
that
have mind
part
controlled
correctly
one of us to
doesn't
fight the party,
completely
and this one
defeat or
just gives a
deflate
generic
what the
monster.
room was
Then
going
the
for.
stone sounds stop,
But
and you hear a
solved that
metallic
part
clink.
instantly.
Okay.
Well done.
At this point, you all notice a slight bluish mist rising out of the ground. Just a little, but it feels cold to Krillin. Hey man, anyone else feel this chill? No?
You feel cold?
My feet do,
Thing
yeah.
is, if they went around and picked up their own pieces for each of the other ones, then the second phase here would have been a lot easier. So it evens out.
Cloaks. So it's just cold mist? But there are no attacks, no new puzzle elements appear, nothing except the slowly rising mist, which so far was not harmful even with Krillidin's lack of temperature protection. I hope on Morrow's disc. Do we have to put another one in? As Little One moves closer, though, peering down the hole, you see a key, much like the one from the first challenge. Somebody has to stick their hand in there.
Laura can cast Mage Hand.
Though it's a big key, it should be easily within the 5-pound limit. However, Mage Hand can't pick up magic items, so it fails.
Ooh.
Rope?
Alright. Boom. Smash. I'm not putting my hand in that f***ing thing.
That seems like a very Little One thing to do.
Unfortunately, smashing things can't be the solution to everything. But so far it has.
The ground shakes, there's a thunderclap, and you are blown back by a force. Make a DC 27 fortitude save, and don't fail.
He could have died right here.
No, wait. Ironheart focus. Reroll. There we go. 29. Made it.
So you only take 10d6 damage.
Is it a spell?
Yes, 33 damage.
I reduce it with my amulet then. So I take 26. What would have happened if I failed?
The spell is called Destruction, so you'd be destroyed.
Did it break?
No. Always thinking with your hammer.
Predictable.
I'll get it then.
You said it's a foot down? I have a pair of tongs here somewhere.
Sorry, I'm just gonna reach past and grab it.
Okay, you get the key. And you hear a brief stone-on-stone sound from the location of each of the hex symbols. I should also note that the cold mist is more than a foot high now and still rising. Black, you still have your piece, right?
Yep, might keep it as a souvenir.
So should we go where the axe was?
I'm thinking we need more than one key.
They rush back to check the spot where they found the axe piece. Under the thickening mist, it looks like the flat stone on which the axe piece had sat had slid aside, revealing more blank stone, but an inch lower down. Definitely no keyhole. Uncertain how to proceed, they head back to where Black got the rook piece to find the same thing. The stone has slid aside, revealing more nothing.
More stone.
I run over and check Angels, the coin one.
The hex with the coin symbol is still there, though it has sunk down an inch, as though the stone underneath slid away, the same as it has where those two pieces were removed. So the keyhole is probably under one of them. Maybe the lighthouse. Maybe we should put the rook back, just to see if anything happens.
Okay.
You slide the rook into place, and nothing happens.
Meanwhile, the mist is rising.
Yes, it's 2 feet high now. If it gets much thicker, you will be fumbling around down there, unable to see the ground. So maybe we should just split up.
And check them all quickly.
So we all rush over and pick them up?
At the same time?
I'm thinking things are going to get ugly pretty soon no matter what. Sure, let's do it.
What do you think, Ragax?
It's very difficult to put oneself in the head of an entity.
Translation,
like the
I'm an
Outro.
NPC, I don't solve
Who
puzzles.
knows what their logic is?
Or, I'm wondering if I should drop the rook into the pedestal. Maybe we just need to shove all the pieces in there.
The thing sunk a foot down, so there may be enough space in there for all 8.
I'll try it. I drop the rook piece down.
Okay. The ground shakes, there's a thunderclap, and you are blown back by a force. Make a DC 27 fortitude save, and don't fail. It is fortitude.
Okay, I passed.
Whew.
He needed like a 3.
So basically, any messing with the pedestal now is death. You take 33 damage. I rolled the exact same. Fortitude for Angel would be bad. I'd have to roll a 17.
Do not put anything else in.
It's a good thing it was the Fortitude people who were messing with it. Alright, let's each grab our things.
Wait, I've already done
Although
mine.
Draven could have
What if
messed
I
with it
go
because
around
he's
and grab all of them
immortal.
myself?
He's immune to death
That's
spells.
a good question. I don't know.
You'll see everybody's dreams?
No, well, maybe. But see, not only would all of you be unaffected by what is going on, but maybe having one person do it all might be
For anyone who
advantageous.
hasn't seen the
Dungeon
extras,
logic.
the fun part is I anticipated that they'd find out it was a death spell,
Okay,
and then they'd have
make
Draven do
fortitude
it because
save.
he's immune to
Really?
death spells,
There's
right?
no thundercrack. The ground doesn't
So he'd do it
shake,
once,
so probably not
and
death.
nothing would happen to him because he's immune to death spells.
This saving
But
throw is
the
actually a little
second
harder,
time
so
he'd
you
tried to do
fail.
something
A
wrong,
shockwave of force
the death
knocks
spell
you
would
down,
hit a
and you
random
take
person other
22
than him,
force
and the
damage.
Albatron would have
Ow,
taunted
you
them
might need
as
a
like,
heal
you
now.
had your
Yeah,
you had
I'm
your
low
freebie.
enough. I cast heal.
So you can't grab someone else's. Alright, let's just do them all at once then. Is anyone taking damage from the mist? No, as Krillin hops off the disc to reach for his symbol, the cold is a little painful, but you can take it for a short time before you start having to save against frostbite or whatever. So far, it's still an environmental effect, as opposed to acting as a damage spell. So everyone, including Rygax and Mora, ran off to the symbols they had previously picked out, fairly certain which one belonged to whom. Since Black had already taken his hex, he stood protectively behind Draven, just in case. You see Draven freeze in place as he touches the hex.
I mean, he has to give
as you assume the
Draven's
others are.
Draven's
You can
first
only
mistake
guess
would be a
what
freebie
visions
because he's
they're
immune to it.
experiencing.
That's only
And
fair.
No one talk about it.
But once they know,
this is really good.
then it's just kind of like, well, now you're just trying to cheese it.
A massive blue dragon glides down out of
So much
heavy
animation
storm
in this
clouds
episode.
with a large scar across its snout. It begins to flap its wings, huge muscles rippling with power, and a smaller dragon drops out of the clouds behind it. A huge white.
I say there's so much
large
animation,
silver,
but I say it flaps
huge
its wings,
green,
and I just
a
leave it
gargantuan
gliding. I don't even
black,
bother
and
because, like,
others
I have to
going
draw a
into
million other
massive
things.
V formation soaring far above the ocean, when suddenly the ocean below them ends and you are passing over mountains. Terrain streaks underneath as though in fast forward.
Some of the dragons have to have different head shapes
farmlands, towns,
based on their
then
type.
The lead dragon dives. Your view shifts. The twin peaks of Castle March lie before you, with the great blue dragon perched on the higher peak and the others circling at lower altitude over the burning capital.
I believe if you mean Mayulana from that they met before, no, this is not that. This is not her. This is a different dragon, which is hence the scar on its face that was very prominent
You were
when
running
it first
through the
showed up.
woods towards the village that was your home for years. Home of the elves who raised you while you trained, while your father worked back in the Fae. You're aware of others running alongside you, slightly behind, but you don't look back as the massive trees rush by because you're focusing on what is ahead. And as the houses come into view, you have to dodge a silver spear hurled down from above. Still running, you draw back your bowstring to return fire, but the ground shakes, causing you to lose your footing and trip. To avoid falling atop your bow, you land hard on your shoulder, but as you look ahead, the ground is rising up ahead of you like a wave, a colossal form
Well,
rising
that's not
from the
good.
ground, knocking over massive trees like corn stalks. Something resembling an earth elemental, though you can't be certain. But if it was an elemental, surely it is one of a size that has not been seen in this world by mortal eyes.
That was a big one.
Ivana lies in the master bedroom of your estate, attended by several servants. She looks completely familiar to you, though her face and neck are severely wrinkled, and wrinkle even further as she gives you a smile that is honest, but also full of pain. You reach out and take her hand, feeling her skin, so thin and loosely attached, spotted with age and almost translucent. But your hand upon hers is just your hand, skin taut and unblemished, unchanged, and she dies.
No, Peyton Brown, we have not
forward
learned
to
what the
an
elemental means.
unfamiliar
That prophecy, nothing to do
even
with that
more
prophecy
richly
has come
appointed.
up.
The same young servant.
If these are
now
even real
middle-aged,
prophecies,
but in place
some of
of your
them,
wife,
some of them clearly are.
is your son Tobin.
Some of them maybe not.
The face is clearly his, yet his features are those of an ancient human, almost as aged as Deathmore became. You reach down and stroke his cheek, and your hand is still young and smooth and strong.
So, damn.
You gaze down, as though from many miles above, at a city on an island.
No, Dark Ocelot, you're not the only one who thinks Dravens might be positive. His player is like, well, that's great. That's when you're immortal. That's like the good scenario.
Worn by time, and from there, a gleaming line that could only be the Urbu Road, the solid gold road in Volbal, city of blood, capital of the Diluvian Empire. No sooner do you put the clues together than a black flash. And when the flash fades, you see a giant chunk in the middle of the city has been erased, reduced to a vacant space which the sea
This
is
isn't
trying
freaky
to
at all.
rush in to fill. But the flows of water are behaving bizarrely, like shooting inward in white lines then stopping. Meanwhile, a shockwave ring is expanding out all around the blasted area, and there too you see strange white lines, but shooting outward, then branching out and branching again, covering what's left of the island in no time, spreading skeletal fingers.
I had to try and restrain myself from using the word dendrites in the prophecy. A lot of people don't know what that means.
The flying gnomish city and hope for the future. Great blocks of city float in the endless sky, with dirigibles bobbing about between them. Another gnome stands before you, but he too looks toward the city, and you can't see his face. Then the black flash happens again, and Duratania is gone. Chunks of debris rain down, only a tiny fraction of the islands and structures there a moment before, and the sky is filling with icy white fingers, growing and branching.
It gets it across okay, but that doesn't look like an explosion. It looks stupid.
In sorrow and disbelief.
I did my best,
You
okay?
hear, I never meant, before the shockwave hits.
Are you laughing in or out of character?
Yeah, I like the concept of
I don't know how much I
news.
care, actually.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, Rygax and Mora aren't talking about theirs.
I was really hoping I could see a bunch of the visions and pick which one I wanted.
Well, nobody wants mine.
I'm as pale as an elf now.
The more we talk about them, the more likely they are to come true.
That's what they said.
And he has the power to make this happen because...
You guys haven't had a chance to discuss whether you think it's possible or how.
I don't think he has a chance in hell of making mine happen.
Why neither?
Or mine.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want to talk about mine?
I don't know if this is the time to talk about any of it. I don't think we should talk about it here.
Right, so was there a keyhole under any of them?
Unfortunately, by the time you've all seen whatever it was you saw, the mist is thick enough near the ground that you pretty much have to feel around.
But Dark
to find
Ocelot,
out. But then
Fizwell
Laura
has like a
screams
blue
out,
cloak or
"Ah!"
purple
She
or
takes
something. Whatever
20
color I
damage,
made it, because I'm
and you spot
colorblind.
a
It's
number
something
of
like
icy
that.
projections sticking out of the mist. Almost like
Shark fins.
sharks in the mist. I hop back on the disc. I hop back on the disc.
Angel's already standing on the wall. Wait a second, ice sharks?
Ice sharks.
We're gonna need a bigger disc.
I've got it. The keyhole is here.
We roll initiative and Krillidin goes first. Hit and quit. Yeah, okay, it shatters. Though there's not much to see as the ice fragments disappear into the frigid mist. He
There's-
takes down
yeah,
Raven
sharks
Shark, the only other one he can see.
are
from
there
his
to,
position,
like,
with his 2 remaining attacks.
Instill
Attack
threat
and-
and maybe cause some damage. They're not particularly
armor
dangerous.
Second one hits, then I activate my armor of speed for an extra attack.
Right, because you aren't hasted right now.
And because the shark hasn't gone yet, so it's flat-footed. 34
And the next one smashes it to pieces. Little one's shark misses, and he kills it with Revitalizing Strike, healing himself for 25. The shark explodes into healing.
Then I go after the one near Black's
Shark
Hex.
explosion.
That shark bites him for 15 cold damage, and Rygax's shark manages to hit him back too, despite being blinded, because
Thing is,
sharks have blind
They don't
sight.
have to
I'll head
cause
toward
a
Rygax
huge
still
amount
has
of
a
damage
routine.
because
You
it's all
have to
attrition,
throw it to
right?
get
All
it
the
to
damage
hit
they take
the
kind of
target.
adds up if they're not going to get a chance to
Something goes
rest,
wrong
and
and
they've
it
got to
falls,
do another
and
3
where the hell is it?
after
It's
this.
fog.
Draven finishes off the wounded ice shark with his crossbow. Rygax gets the handoff from Black and shoves the key into the slot which had been hidden beneath the lighthouse hex.
Hey man, the new path's over here.
Being almost out of sharks,
The handoff makes me
several
think of, like,
more
Blood Bowl
spawned at the end
rules.
of the round, adding
You,
a
like,
little
pass the
urgency
key
to
over
the
there, and
otherwise
then this guy
easy
does a
battle.
handoff,
But they fought their way
run it
through
in.
the exit, Little One even getting off his healing maneuver a second time before the mist sank back to pre-shark levels, and they escaped back out into the unnatural forest once more. I kiss the ground outside the clearing.
You kiss the ground shakes. Make a DC 27 fortitude save.
I just realized we could all share Draven's fast healing.
Huh?
I can just keep hitting you with Revitalizing Strike until everybody's healed.
Yeah, I don't like this.
We'll let you heal up in between.
I still hurt. Note, Revitalizing Strike magically only works on enemies. As they leave the clearing, they find the Albtrome waiting.
What was I thinking? That was far too easy. More suitable for one of 20 challenges.
Suddenly the ground shakes, and you hear a loud noise from over here.
Excuse me for a moment.
As the low subsonic sound reverberates, growing into almost a roar, they all shuffle over to peer around the corner.
That was a
Something
great
like an
shot.
immense
The peeking around the
scorpion,
corner
but
shot.
with a snake's maw, emerges partly from the forest floor as though brushing aside loose sand. Its pincers, each large enough to grab Rainbow Dash like a can of pop, rise up on either side of the green lightning bolt.
The colossal scorpions?
One of the Laydons.
They belong to...
Cornello, right?
You are not invited. Tell Cornello.
He's welcome to come.
In person.
In fact,
I'll tell him myself.
the demigod releases a cascade of lightning which rips through the elemental beast, reducing it to ash with such explosive suddenness that a few tiny chunks of carapace are blasted
Tiny
outward.
chunk.
Is Cornello coming to join us?
I'm still working on that.
Come on in. The water's fine.
If Cornello would attack now, that would be perfect for us.
Yes, or... well...
Sure, he's powerful, whatever. This guy can't deal with him
But yeah, Robot
and
Master,
us at the same time.
If Little One
drop
can
us
keep
into
using
lava.
Revitalizing Strike, they could really neutralize a lot of damage if they were milking
You
it.
can't
That's why
drop us into lava
I have to make sure to keep
unless
putting some kind of
there's a
time
way
pressure on
out.
them in most
So,
of these
where's
scenarios.
the next one? Make a spot check.
41.
If you're just looking for the next solid-walled clearings, you think the trees are getting thicker over in this direction. But Angel spots a patch of flowers way over here, which stands out only because the rest of the forest has been so
Oh, yeah, this
bland
weirdness.
and uniform.
I think I'm going to take a look at those flowers.
Sure.
You know, at this point, almost everything Angel does creeps me out. Oh, she goes to see flowers. Ragax, there's something over here. You're the plant guy.
I would be worried about anything in here.
Duh.
I suppose it could be another challenge, but it could equally be some sort of distraction.
The challenge? Name that flower. Nobody knows, okay? Nobody in this group knows the name of that damn flower.
You're all wrong.
Their name is Fred.
The others follow along, a safe distance behind Angel, trying to spot anything unusual about the plants. Draven sees a couple that should be useful for alchemy, but nothing rare enough to be worth messing with. Angel, however, with her more specialized alchemical knowledge,
A black lotus. Excuse me for a minute.
sacrifice for 3 mana,
Or one powerful poison. I'll get out my knife and vial and go harvest some sweet, sweet lotus.
Sweet,
okay.
sweet
As you get up close to
temptation.
the flowers, make 2 will saves. 2.
I probably failed. With my bonus, that comes to 21. And whatever it is, I made it with the second one.
Okay. Angel faceplants. She just falls right down. Mr. Rope Use, you're up. Right. Anyone have a rope?
I don't, but I have good will save.
I don't know why you're all so concerned. Maybe Angel just tripped.
I'll go get her. Just drag her out by the legs.
Okay. Make 2 will saves.
Everybody's gonna fall asleep. Everybody's gonna...
This is Wizard of Oz.
First one.
We did see this in Wizard of Oz,
Oh
didn't
my
we?
god, you're down.
Now, I'll use Moment of Perfect Mind to re-roll. Damn. 20.
That's a fail.
And the second one, 16.
Yeah, so little one falls down.
Crushes Angel.
Rope? Who has rope? I have rope. Don't we all have rope?
Nope.
Little one and Angel have rope. It's right over there.
I can at least pull them.
I'll try to do a lasso.
Little One and
Okay.
Angel were ones who
How
had rope.
close are you gonna get? 50 feet? No, but try from maybe 30 feet away. Okay, it's gonna be fairly tricky to lasso from that far. We could just tie the rope around your waist, you run up and grab them. I don't have a great will save. Black can haul you back.
I have a great will save. Tie a rope around me. Can you haul me back?
You weigh 100,000 pounds. What's Corleone's will save?
Black in all his gear is pretty heavy.
Okay.
Black's like a
Mine is
300-pound dude.
17. Hook me up.
Alright. I don't like this idea, but okay.
What could possibly go wrong? Will saves 26 and 25. You don't fall asleep, though you did fail the second one. You aren't sure what that means. With Draven able to tie the rope directly and Black pulling from a safe distance, they're easily able to drag back their sleeping friends.
Wake up. I'll slap the shit out of them. No, I got it. Water.
They continue to sleep soundly.
Damn it, now
Good-
they're gonna
good
catch
call
cold.
back, Black.
I dry them off.
Okay, now you're getting creepy. Why did she have to go for the flowers?
Because Black Lotus is one of the best poisons.
Obviously.
Maybe we have to get the flower? You're in there, you passed the sleep save.
But why do we want the flower?
Angel wants it.
Angel's unconscious. Going in there seems stupid. Wake us up.
How?
I don't know. Just keep trying. Slap the shit out of them.
I don't get it, Chewie. It's just a piece of
Various
meat.
Plants into Shadowfell using sleep toxins or magic as a defense mechanism. This place is tied to nightmares somehow.
I don't see anything familiar above ground. Could it be something like the mythical Dream Drinker?
Of course, Schlafwurzel.
Of course. Of course.
The main body of the Dream Drinker, as you call it, is underground. What you see on the surface would be nothing but a lure. Normally it would grow to mimic local flora, but I suppose there wasn't much here to work with. That's why it stands out so badly. I'm not sure we can wake them without destroying it.
Just burn the whole area?
I suspect it would simply retract whatever was left above the surface. The root ball will be several feet underground.
Gratuitous
We'll
elven
end up
to
having
Rana.
to excavate it,
Gratuitous
which
elven.
won't be easy without falling asleep ourselves.
Earth Reave it.
I could cast Earth Reaver.
That might work. It didn't attack Draven when he failed to succumb, so I'm guessing its center must be closer to the far side of the flowers.
Right.
Okay, you and I will cast Earth Reaver at the same time. Badass. A 40-foot diameter of the ground erupts in fiery shrapnel, exposing some wiggling roots. That looks like a target. The first splitting arrow finishes off the wounded root ball in a spray of black ichor, and the two groggy warriors begin to rouse.
Where's my Lotus?
I don't think it survived.
Draven, you aren't groggy at all. I mean, you shook off the magical sleep without difficulty, but no longer focused on that situation, you realize something else is wrong. It's like a tune stuck in your head, or it's not exactly right. If you had to try, you might describe it as a string quartet
Okay.
playing a non-terminating, non-repeating decimal in my head. In your head. Like notes which keep
Yeah, that's a fun
almost
description.
having a tune, but always lose it before it actually becomes musical. Anyone else hear that? I hear something. Angel doesn't because she made the second save. The rest of you might as well save against it now. Just the non-sleep one. Oh, I can hear it now.
Not me. I willed it away.
What are you guys talking about?
Don't touch shit. Are we hearing the same thing, though? You struggle to describe the disjointed notes in any clear way.
Mora can play it.
Nice, you're right. Mora starts playing the notes as she hears them, and it only takes a few seconds to confirm that all of you, except
Mora is
Black
the
and
real
Angel,
hero
are
here.
hearing the same
The guitar hero.
like cacophony. It's just music for now. Let's move on. As you describe it to Rygax, though, he grows worried. Seriously, dude, you need to learn to communicate.
I'm gonna punch him in the mouth.
There are still some flowers left.
If I'm right, that thing in your heads is unrelated to the Schlafwurzel. If I'm right, the Albtrom must have a night twist somewhere in this forest.
What?
It's
How,
a
how can you
terrible
call yourself
tree
Altrom and not have
Oh,
watched the
no.
last of the
Once you're infected
challenges?
with a night twist
But also, if it's
you'll
2
never
a.m.
sleep
where you are and
again
you have work
until
tomorrow, you
die,
may need to
and
sleep.
fleeing won't help. Even if we escape the fell, it's within you now.
They're going to be at this for
Can be
a while.
removed. But to do so, you must find
Probably an hour and a half.
touch the night twist itself. It should be a large,
longer.
gnarled old tree, and if you can hear it, it can't be more than a few miles away.
Miles? In here?
Wait, I've seen such a tree. My map spell. It would be about a mile in this direction.
All right, it's tree killing time.
You shouldn't actually need to kill it. Simply touching it will remove the curse. The pet's nightmare curse that Al mentioned.
Oh, I'm gonna touch it.
Wait, Draven will live forever.
He'll go insane.
Is this the third challenge?
I mean, it could be, I suppose, but I don't see how a key is involved.
Or he can just throw other junk at us.
I'm worried about him adding more rules. Could make us do all that other shit, then tack more stuff on.
Let's be realistic. As long as he keeps his word about the 5 combats,
5 challenges.
as long as he sticks to that, everything else he says is bullshit. The keys will be our way out. I'm assuming number 5 will be brutal.
Number 3 could be brutal for all we know.
That's why I wanted to try for just one crazy challenge. Because I bet the final one will be that crazy anyhow. Alright, let's just ignore this song and keep moving.
It doesn't cause you any ill effect most of the time. You focus on what you're doing, it kind of fades into the background. It's only when you try to sleep that you have nothing else to focus on, and the ever-changing song just picks at your mind, never letting you get used to it. Wait, is this an actual thing from a book? Whenever possible, I try to use published material for the bullshittiest things, so I can blame them on
Oh
the
yeah,
books.
I did kind of
Wait, what about
accidentally mix and match
counter
traits
songs? This is
between
like
its two
replacing some
different
catchy pop songs
terrible
from the radio with
free
something more
songs.
annoying.
More annoying, but less cursed. Mora rolls 39.
Baby Shark. It's only possible because she too was affected. But with the song in her head, Mora starts playing her violin. At first, she's just accompanying the endless song, like jamming with it. But once she gets the feel, she steps it up. It's not a normal counter song as you would use to negate a siren's call or to blunt a shout spell, but rather she's seeking to improvise a composition to tie together and conclude the seemingly random musical composition. Soon she's just going crazy on her violin as she gets up to 3 separate strands before she manages to create a tune that draws one of the Night Twist's threads to a satisfying conclusion. Suddenly she's down to 2 strands left of the maddening mental music. Then
Devil
one,
goes down to
then,
Mora.
with a resounding draw for bowstring, silence.
That must have been hella confusing to Angel and I, if we couldn't hear what she was playing against.
The Night Twist
That is
song.
true.
A devious curse that could be cancelled only by finding the source, a wish spell or equivalent power, or a bard. Honestly, we may have to elevate Mora from hireling to PC. I mean, Angel does a lot, but goddamn, Mora does so many things that none of us can replace. Mostly you have to keep her alive, because she's so much more fragile than the rest of you. Her and Krillin, though Krill just needs Draven to craft some of the basic defensive gear you all have.
So this was just kind of a fun interlude.
Then a loud horse-like whinny jerks your attention over to a trail of smoke running along the ground. What happens when these pawns encounter a proper knight? Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Let me out. It's weird being trapped in a different box.
Tell Cornello he's welcome to come in person. In fact, you're nothing. No, that's no good. Hakai.
Bye-bye.
Genocide Hurricane.
That sounds familiar.
Need a good one-liner. Let your ashes do the talking.
That was not bad. You could keep
I'll
that
come up
one.
with something better, and I'll tell him myself.
I like that I worked that into the actual script. That was pretty funny because I thought of that like later. You know, Al can mess around with time in his realm to some degree.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously,
Welcome to my little fragment of reality, where I have power over everything you can see. Find the lock, find the key, 5 times and you're free.
And if we fail, you die.
And your souls belong to me.
we completed the second challenge.
So this was just kind of a fun interlude. Then a loud horse-like whinny jerks your attention over to a trail of smoke running along the ground.
My little pony, my little pony.
As it gallops forward, it suddenly rises out of the ground. It is indeed a nightmare,
Rises
but ridden
out
by
of
a
the ground
heavy armored
suddenly.
figure with no head.
Maybe he wants a new head. I've decided you're moving along too slowly, so I'm implementing a gentle time limit of sorts. You take too long, the horseman will
He puts
appear
in a
to
friggin' like
help you on
random
your way.
sleep
If you
trap
land
and
us,
then
the
tries to
horseman
punish
will
them
move
for
much
being too
faster.
slow.
Wait,
Like,
I'm not
screw
sure
off.
it's actually here to help us.
Really? The Headless Horseman on the Nightmare is not going to be our friend? Oh, I want that weapon.
Is it a flail?
Flail, spike chain, it's flexible.
Some could
No,
argue
no,
I spent a
Angel
lot of
can't
time
have
drawing that armor,
weapon.
considering how
What, just
little
that she's
importance
creepy?
this guy
I'm just
actually
saying,
has in
Angel
here.
cannot have the demon whip. You take that? I'm killing her. I'm telling you now.
What happens if I moonbolt him? Because if he's undead, he just can't even move. If he's not undead, he loses a ton of strength.
If he hits 0 strength, he's paralyzed. That's when Angel comes up, gets out the surgical knives.
And slits his throat. No, wait. They have the best ever defense against decapitation. Did we pass through into the next clearing? No, it's still about 200 feet away. Al said it's a time limit. We could just rush through. Yeah, let's just walk through the next door and see if this thing will follow us.
All right, all right. I want that whip. Maybe if I get a good handle animal check. That can be my thing. We go to the Shadowfell. I bring back a horse.
Okay, it. Let's kill it.
Nah, it's okay. Let's go. Save your spells.
We can probably
Eh, it's
kill
okay.
it.
If we have to, we'll kill it. Let's see.
Yeah,
if we have
yes,
to.
Robot Master.
It slows
Altron
down
would
as
be
you
a real
run,
annoying
and as you
GM.
reach the
That is
entrance to the
definitely the
tree wall,
point. The
the
point is that
nightmare stops.
Al is the annoying
The
GM,
chains
not me.
retract,
I'm
the enemy
pretty
sinks
reasonable,
down
but
into the black
they have to
cloud,
deal with
which
Al.
fades,
That's just
leaving
where they
behind
are.
nothing
Sorry.
but flaming hoofprints. Beyond the impassable tree wall isn't a clearing so much as
Alright.
just more
I'm
forest,
gonna go take
though the ground here
another
slopes
bio
down
break,
some.
and then hopefully I can
Even in
last
the
5
early
more hours. We'll
afternoon,
see.
The feeble sun of the Shadowfell dimly
think it's,
filters through the tree canopy. At the
I
bottom
think it's
of the
Giant
gentle
Frog's
slope,
turn to be
the
in
branching
charge.
Trees thicken once again, leaving 2 openings. We'll go right, sure, but then you notice something weird. Over the distance of a couple hundred feet, the level of the ground has dropped
built-in
10
riveter.
or 15 feet, and you realize that unlike anywhere else in this accursed plane, with its shallow, impenetrable ceiling, here the forest is stretching further and further above you.
We know the roof adjusts slowly, right? If Al excavated down quickly, just recently, it would take years or decades for the plane to adjust back to that 17-foot height.
True, Ragax agrees. Though as a longtime denizen of this claustrophobic plane, he can't help but keep glancing up at the uncomfortably open space above you. Are we shrinking? I mean, the trees here do seem to be a bit thicker, but that makes sense if they're this much taller as well. Okay, everybody stop. I'll go down this slope a bit and look back. The others don't look any bigger than you'd expect. Okay, so we're not shrinking. Probably. Making room for a big creature.
That's what I'm thinking. We're gonna fight something big.
Though the greatest foe lasts a while, we could buff Angel now.
Maybe wait till it happens. Also, Krillin it.
Oh man, I wasn't even thinking of that.
Anything that's damage per attack, always do Krillin first.
I'm very buff friendly. Through the right entrance, they find a wide open clearing, 120 feet around with a keystone, much like the tutorial at the far end. And in the middle,
A pedestal?
nope, an orc.
An orc?
Oh no, it's an orc. At about 6'3", he's probably the shortest of the dozen or so orcs you've encountered. But he's built. His 300 pounds of muscle casts a deep shadow on the ground beneath him, and he's wielding a big blocky maul.
300 pounds of muscle?
His full plate of the desert's light sand color offers no camouflage in this dimly lit plane, but it looks like what you might guess to be the orc version of ornate. He quickly pivots toward you, and Little One and Angel can see he immediately adopted Giant's stance.
Oi, why'd you knobs bring me here? What is this place?
Oh? Oh, yay. Alright, maybe I'll cast Summon Monster and summoned him from the other plane.
You know what the Shadowfell is?
Shadow? This a shadow place?
Yep.
Why you bring me here?
We didn't bring you.
Something really Ka brought you here.
He's not Ka, he's a fucking asshole. We're Ka. The thing that brought you is an ass. Not Ka, fat. Something fat brought you here. Brought us, too.
Want to help us get out?
How long have you been here?
I don't know. Few minutes.
Where were you before?
More importantly, have you seen a key?
I don't have your key. I want you to get me out of here. Now.
He keeps pointing his big hammer menacingly at you, though he is safely 60 feet away.
I have a really good idea how to get this guy on our side. I walk up to him, let him hit me. Give me his best shot. He takes a bunch of damage, and I heal.
Why don't we just go to the other clearing?
Just what? Leave him behind?
No. Look, we're going to find a way out of here if we have to kill everything else we find. Why don't you come with us, and we'll work it out together?
You and us? We'll kill everything that gets in our way.
Why should I trust you?
You shouldn't.
Huh?
He has to think about that one.
Or stay here by yourself. And I start walking to the other clearing.
You could fight us now, or you can come with us. And if we pull any funny stuff, you just fight us later. What's the harm? But seriously, let's go find something else to fight. They walk back up and around to the other entrance, and hesitantly, the orc follows a distance behind them. You got a name?
Everyone knows my name. I'm Kaiser. I'm the strongest orc anywhere. Strongest as the warlord and the general.
The warlord? Is that...
It has to be the Varharan, the warlord who led the orcs in the Shadow War. But I've never heard of any orc called the General.
Kajor. Why does that sound familiar? Stronger than, what was it? Del?
Yeah, Dilla worked for me. Works for you? You, sir. Disappeared. Yeah, he did disappear.
You guys have heard of Kajor. In fact, you've heard his name in some fashion virtually every time you've faced orcs.
What do you know? You know Dell? We killed him.
We did know him in the killing him way, you know.
We didn't kill Del. Remember, we killed Delta. Delta killed Del.
That's true.
Well, we don't know if there ever was a real Del or if he just created the identity.
Well, either way, we know he wasn't an orc.
Well, yeah, he's actually a construct, but whatever.
Are you actually discussing this in front of him?
Yeah.
Or just like confusing him?
What do you mean Dell wasn't an orc? He was one of my best orcs. Dell could fight.
Well, when we killed Del, he wasn't an orc anymore.
Some big fat thing took over his body.
Something ghosted him? How the hell did that happen? He was a stone monster. Looked like an orc on the outside.
Till you cut him. That's all in the past. Let's just see what's in the next clearing. Then kill it. Then we'll decide if we need to kill each other.
That works. Though, it'd be nice to actually keep him around, you know?
At least keep him till we get out.
Be good to have a little extra help, like a stronger version of Liz. Probably freak Liz out.
That's right. He's got a 2-syllable name.
They enter the left clearing and it looks identical to the one on the right. Same shape, same keystone at the far end, everything.
And orc?
Same except no orc, other than the one you brought with you.
What is this? We're trapped in a game. We have to play the game or we will die. I don't want to play no stupid games, and you will die. You want me? I can take all of you. I don't have to kill you. It's the fat thing that brought you here that'll kill you.
So, what? Do we wait for the nightmare to show up, or what?
Kajord gets tired of all your waiting around and wanders down into the new clearing, same as the old clearing, see if anything happens.
Very impressive. Yeah, I know how you feel.
Know how you feel, bro. Maybe there's something invisible. Well, if there was anything invisible, Little One should be able to see it.
Where is it? Where's the key?
Or keys.
I think we have to kill him to get the key.
I don't have any special qualms about killing the most badass orc warlord there is.
Who's probably a big threat to humans anyway.
We should tell him to go hit the keyhole very hard. Your hammer looks pretty You think you could break that lock?
That's supposed to help?
We have to open it somehow to move forward. We'll find out if he has a good fortitude save.
He's gonna be pissed.
He'd at least be weakened a bit, if it's still destruction. Now George starts in the direction of the keystone. Just then, Alptron lightning bolts down.
It occurs to me that I didn't get a chance to acquaint you with the rules here. Most of them you don't care about, but you also missed my initial offer. I can send you back home to your little desert. All you have to do is kill that scrawny hooded half-elf over there.
A small arc of green lightning appears over Rygax's head.
Right there. Kill just that one, and you're free.
What if I kill you?
Godgeorge swings his maul to absolutely smite the Albdrome, and it passes right through the green lightning, crashing into the grassy floor.
Yes, smash, etc. Come now, you know about spirits and demons, bargains and rewards. When we make a deal, you must keep it. And this is the simplest of deals. No tricks, no fancy words. If you kill that man, I will send you back where you came from.
That's not the only way out, Kajord.
That may be true. Perhaps you are stronger than Kajord, but he can't fight me. That's no fun at all.
No, it isn't. I know I'd love to.
Whereas this bunch are all right in front of you. Your ticket out. It should be an excellent fight. Truly, Ka.
Yeah, we are.
Come on, are you gonna fall for that, Kajord?
I'm 3.5 feet tall. How can I be Ka?
Bone Crusher!
He swings at the green lightning with another deadly maneuver, again passing through without the least interaction.
This is my realm. Only I control whether you wander here until you die of hunger or old age. Only I have the power to send you home. And only Rygax stands between you and a return to Uruk, where you rule. If you could only see the list of kills to their names, the countless warriors they've sent off. We're gonna fight our way out and rub it in that green asshole's face. Join us, let's beat him together. You must decide.
And he disappears. Kajord starts walking toward you guys.
Spirits. They gotta do what they say. I crush him, Green will send me home. If you can get me home, send me back now. Else, we fight, and I'll hammer him and anyone else into this filthy ground.
Fight? Send him back home. He's not planar locked, we are.
Holy shit, that's true.
Oh, wow.
I can cast the plane shift.
Actually, you can't, as far as we know, because in our version, the caster has to go through. So, I guess Rygax can cast it as he did for the NPCs. We don't have to kill him if we can send him back.
You know what? I want his hammer, but I don't really want to kill him if I don't have to. Not here. Not like this.
We're gonna send you home. Just give my friend a minute to cast the spell.
Oh yeah? Then why you not go home yourselves? We're plane locked.
We got cursed.
A big fat curse.
So we have to get out another way. But you don't
All right,
have
that's
to
enough of you,
curse.
Frog.
Kajord
I'm missing
scratches
Kajord.
the back of his head, but he seems willing to give you a minute for your magic stuff. He starts pacing around in a circle like an anxious bull.
I want to make a martial lore check. Figure out how skilled he is relative to us.
Your best guess is that he's about on par with you.
Meaning he's screwed.
back,
6
baby.
on 1.
One would assume.
I missed most of
Something
Kajord.
about the way he
Boo.
moves, or maybe just subconscious vibe you're getting, that his anxiety has nothing to do with the prospect of fighting you guys, tells Little One that Kajord is less of a 1v1 combatant. This is an orc who is used to fighting.
I spent a lot of work on
Or from
drawing
distance.
Kajord.
Yeah.
Kajord's
I mean, yes, he's based on new default orc sort of, or default big orc sort of design, but I put a lot of work into making him more unique and cool.
Rygax touches him on the shoulder to mark him as part of the spell,
Giving him
then
badass
passes through
armor and
first.
boots.
The orc follows, but runs right into the portal.
And then I have
Where
that
a
South
solid
Park ass
wall.
animation right there.
We're
Most of his
further.
animations
Tries
look
a couple
okay.
more times,
That is
shoulder
terrible,
checking as
but
though he could brute force
whatever.
his way through, but of course the portal doesn't work that way. Nor does the requisite hammer blow accomplish anything. Did you guys test whether?
And
you
yes,
could-
I only drew his boots from the front.
Cannot pass.
I have images of
Though
him
she
from
manages to
behind.
faceplant more
And,
gracefully.
But Mora could go
I
through.
try very hard to
That's a tough
avoid
call. We should
showing
save her right now.
his
I don't
feet
think we
when
want
I'm
to
showing
lose her
the images
bard
from behind,
powers.
because
She is the hardest to protect.
I turned his
though.
armor around for the back.
How does it work? You
I
must
did
be
not draw his
cursed
boots
too,
from behind,
same
because
as
that seemed
us.
like a
The
pain in the
lightning
ass.
guy's not gonna
I
let
already
us
drew him
leave.
once.
Though I'm surprised. Rygax is gone.
Yeah, if he could stop anybody, he would have stopped Rygax.
There's no way he.
That's
let
true. If he
Rygax
could stop
leave.
anybody, he
But
would have
now
stopped
he's in the other
Rygax.
plane.
Why doesn't he come back?
Maybe he can't affect Rygax directly, and that's why he wants everyone to kill it.
We should have sent Rygax through a long ass time ago. This guy doesn't give two shits about us. It's Rygax he wants.
The next round, Rygax steps back through.
It's a fake.
What?
That wasn't the real fate, lads. The Albtron must have done something to my spell, because where I ended up was just a facade. Probably another part of this. accursed
Yes, Terry,
place, dressed
this was
up
the
to
moment
look
of the
like
Rygax
thing.
switcheroo.
You weren't specifically watching his casting for tricks, because you had no reason to be
Or
suspicious.
was it
You
a
certainly
switch,
didn't
or was it
notice
a
anything
copy?
wrong with Rygax's plane
both,
shift.
I guess.
And the portal looks real enough on examination. Maybe a teleport redirect?
I can't tell what he did, but
But if there was a switch, this is when it
feel
happened.
which plane I stand in at any time, and that was not the real Fadelands. I never left the Shadowfell.
I'm glad he came back, because somebody's gonna get me out of this dump.
If we work together, we can still
Ashrin,
find a way
I was
out of this
mentioning that they
place.
could use
No
the
attacks
X-Scar
were made. We haven't rolled
that
initiative.
only they can see
Is one damn
for
spear type
most
thing.
circumstances,
We'll have to keep that word. All I have to
but
do is
not
smash
against the
that
Albtrom,
pony
not in
and
his
he's
realm.
already dead.
The Albtrom
All right.
copied the
I'm
X
still
too.
thinking about subduing him. Draven should put Merciful on my weapon.
You mean Krillidin's weapon?
But
That's
any
extra
on
difficult.
almost any other circumstance where someone was being copied,
even work?
that would totally work.
Assuming Khador's
But
gonna do a
you
bunch
got a
of damage.
you got a demigod who is
Oh,
locally
Lord.
omnipotent
Regrouping
and
Krillidin was
omniscient
staying
ish.
as far away as humanly possible. So we just need to keep him in the middle here. But
He could
maybe
defeat that
try not to
precaution,
stand
unfortunately.
Right side by side.
Anyway, he grows to large size. Roll initiative.
Alrighty then. Just makes it
It's
easier.
time to get big.
Did claim he was the strongest orc there is.
I'm first, but were you
Yeah,
gonna
make me do
that
more
first
voice
thing?
acting there,
Yeah,
Kajord.
I go just before him. All right, I guess I wait a bit.
Then Mora casts targeting ray on the orc. Give everyone +4 to attack him. Oh yeah. Hit touch AC 33.
Actually, it gets deflected somehow. Although he made efforts to dodge, that clearly should have hit him, but it doesn't.
What the?
Okay.
It's surprising how often we run into a situation where
it was some kind
there
of
is something that
magic
is
or psionic
attacking them
effect, but you can't
that
actually
can't be
figure out
damaged.
what.
And
Wait,
I always
think we
want
can easily rule
to
out
make
any
it
power Kaiser might have
unclear
used in
at the
reaction
very
to the
beginning
spell.
whether or
It
not
is
their damage is doing
very
anything.
difficult to spellcraft
But when I do
most
that, I
ongoing
have such an
attacks if you don't
incredibly
see them
hard time
being hacked.
convincing them
Right.
that no, I was unclear in the first round, but now it's clear
So
you are
now that
not
he's
hurting
large,
this
his
thing.
maul deals damage as a huge weapon.
This fight is
The
worse
Iron
than
Guard
most
clears
because I was trying to
Sorry,
conceal it
Black
for
Beast,
longer,
-40.
like against the
-40
goo in the
hit anyone
Feywild or
but
against
little
the
one,
the
as long as he's
the
within
black
reach.
cloud in the lab.
Angels flanking him?
She
Those
might be
ones,
behind
I
him,
really,
but there are
I just
no
wanted to be
flanking
uncertain
bonuses
for
or
like
sneak attack
one
because he
round
has
or one or
uncanny
two
dodge.
attacks
But
even,
her position
and then be like,
does
no,
count
no,
for
this
Knight's move.
you're
I'll
whatever
just
you're doing to
zoom
this thing,
over
it doesn't
him as a
matter.
Swift action, so I can full attack.
This one was
You
admittedly a
jump
lot
into the
harder
shadow of the oversized
because I wanted it
Roll
to
20,
seem
so possible
more and
crit.
more
Roll to
questionable as
confirm.
time went on, but it's not a binary like
Self-effect deflects
nope.
your blow just enough to miss
And
the
that makes them
vulnerable spot you thought
really
you were
hard to
hitting. Though
really
it's
hard to
still a
change
solid
their
blow.
minds
What is up with this guy?
from the mindset that we're fighting this thing to the mindset
Or,
that
you know,
it's
maybe
not
it feels
fightable,
weird
we have
because
to find
of this
another
crazy
way.
deflection aura.
Maybe
Unfortunately.
the slow blade penetrates the shield.
Okay, Rygax's turn. He airbursts an area dispel to hit the big guy and miss all of you, and Godward shrinks back down to medium size and takes 1 damage.
Yes, this is suspiciously hard touch AC.
Okay, I'll
Arc.
imbue your bow with Merciful, plus 1d6 damage, and all damage dealt is non-lethal.
One thing though, I have leaping flame counter, which lets me teleport to an attacker when they hit me at range. As a warblade, he could have the same thing.
Ew, I don't want him over here. So, should I wait for him to act first?
Up to you.
Yeah, let's see what he does. Okay, his turn. He's large again, and he's going to use Steel Hurricane, basically whirlwind attack. So he misses Angel, then against Black, miss.
Oh, come on.
Miss the one who wants to get hit. I can't use shield block to just block with black, eh?
You could choose to learn the evil version of the shield block maneuver. You
Hey,
saw
that's
Cool
true.
Commander use it multiple times.
Can I use it on enemies?
Nope, only allies. Where the real shield block requires you to have a shield and grants a big AC bonus to an ally, the evil version requires an adjacent ally. You throw them in front of the attack, and they suffer -6 penalty to AC.
Would that bother you?
I wouldn't mind that, actually. Can I just choose to get hit?
Stop wearing armor, you get hit all the time.
This is starting to get weird. Anyway, Godward hits little one for 28.
25.
That's not so bad.
That's his basic attack damage. Could be a lot
That's
more.
the problem,
depending on
is
what
that
maneuvers he uses.
Black complains about not getting hit all the
It's gonna
time.
be a long shot.
Elder Mountain Hammer?
That
But
wouldn't be a long shot. That's like
if you want to win,
I'm gonna try to break his
It's
weapon.
not that he
Ancient
wants to
mountain hammer.
always get hit
Here's an
by
attack of
everything,
opportunity.
because
Breaking our
that would be really
Yes, he
inefficient.
is. Draven can fix it.
Is that
When you go in for
he
the
wants
strike, you leave
the
yourself
hits to be
exposed,
on
and he
him
obliges by hitting
instead
you
of
for
someone
exactly
else.
28 again.
That's really what he
You
wants.
aren't going for him. You're going for his weapon.
Right.
As
Now
much
with
as he
opposed
complains when there's like an
attack
AoE
rolls,
and it
it's gonna be hard.
doesn't hit
He's
him. It's
gonna
just
have
it's just
+8
annoying
for size
because hitting
and
him
being
is
a two-handed
slightly
weapon.
less
For sure, I
annoying
need
than
to
hitting
roll
anyone
high
else.
And have him roll low.
But
if I land ancient
It's
Mountain
still
Hammer,
better
his
for him to
weapon is
have
toast.
defenses.
12d6.
Because if he was
ignoring
totally
hardness,
exposed,
I would think so.
they would go through way
Dude,
too much
you
healing and
rolled
stuff to
shitty.
try and keep him up.
I didn't roll great either. 32 total.
No. The +8 is just too much to overcome. He realized what you're doing just in time and managed to shift his grip such that most of the pinpoint force of your attack hits at a glancing angle.
All right. Then, as a swift action, I use Moment of Alacrity to boost my initiative by 20. So I'm going to get another turn before Kajord acts again. So,
Initiative
top of the
initiative
round, it's
shenanigans
me
are so
again.
weird.
Nope, me first.
Oh, right.
Grilladin's been holding his action all this time. Just holding it in.
Just a little longer. Hold it.
I hit AC 41, miss 41, miss, and 43. Man, I rolled horrible and still did 60 damage. I rolled 2 2s and a 1. Most of your shots were deflected
That
off
is pretty
some
terrible
invisible
rolling.
field, but 3 of them struck home. He reaches and pulls them out, confused by the merciful magic wounds, which hurt like a bitch, but aren't even bleeding.
Then, top of the round, I Rallying Strike. 14 damage to him, and I heal myself 28. And also Black and Angel if they need it. I may try to Sunder again next round, though.
Mora buffs their attack rolls, and Angel completes her defenses with...
Yeah, DJ
mirror
failed.
image.
Psionic
6
expansion
images,
is
all
like an
blurred.
awesome power.
A creepy, blurry...
Although
no
it doesn't work
grenade.
exactly like
Doesn't
Kajord's
Roman
version,
attack
because he's
crush
just
mirror
throwing for
images in
free
their
every
house
round.
rules?
Yes,
But he did use
This
a
version of
maneuver for
Kajord,
that.
I should
so
say.
he doesn't have the feat. I bet he can't do it every round.
Can I just grab his weapon and lock my gauntlet?
That would count as a disarm.
How would that work?
Well, if you don't have the improved disarm feat, it probably wouldn't. First, he gets an attack of opportunity.
That's fine.
Then he'd have the same +8 he did against Sunder, but to grab his two-handed weapon, not just knock it away, you'd need to have 2 hands free, and there's another penalty for trying it unarmed.
But if I succeed, I grab his weapon, and then I can lock my gauntlets and he can't get it back.
Yes, though the odds look really bad.
But if it works, that'd be epic. Or should I divine transformation first to improve my chances?
Kajord missed his free attack when Black went in for his Great Maul, but then they rolled opposed strength checks with a net weapon size differential of -12 against the Cleric.
That's -12? I don't think I'm trying that again.
I don't want
Yeah,
to waste
it's
warm
not
charges
gonna
against touch AC 34 plus. I think we're running low on haste spells, so I'll do a quick infusion to give Krillion's bow speed. So that's an extra attack at my full bonus for the next 2 hours. Yes, I can work with that. So finding his strength a little low, he's now huge. And
Yeah,
his
I get
reach
that.
is 15 feet. Oh, come on!
But that shouting voice acting
Well,
going.
that would be a great thing for Rygax to do since we forgot him again.
Oh, right. I have a problem with that. His rolls were not so great.
It's helping. If he was 2 armor class, that's comforting. That is
Love to whirlwind your mirror images, but since he already used
Stronger
that,
and stronger,
full
as
attack
some,
the person who's
like
interfering with his
boss
ability
guy
to
in
hit
the
others.
Attack me,
old
damn it.
computer
Sorry,
game
but
Oni
Roland's
said.
stats of -4 to hit
was a cool
everyone
game. I
but
like that
him is about as good as taunts get in D&D. The little one is easier to hit than Black. The half-dragon manages to dodge or block the whole assault, leaving a trio of impact craters. However, it's pretty
I mean,
clear
orcs
that
already
the
have
Warblade
like the
was
personality of
covering the
Saiyans, give or take.
Illidan's turn.
Like they're less evil. They're more like Goku style Saiyans than the like actual like
This
kill
volley
everybody
deals
murder
another
Saiyans.
44 damage,
but-
despite some disproportionately bad luck.
wow. You rolled a 1 on every single pair.
You're lucky I'm not one of those critical miss table GMs.
Let's see. You have rolled 4 1s in a single round. According to my chart, your bow has snapped in such a fashion that the string has wrapped around your neck and strangled you unconscious. I think your arm's getting tired.
I think this
That is a
attack
pretty
was
good
different.
comic book guy.
It's too
You have to
wasteful.
admit.
Little one did the same as Kajord, full attacking for 40 damage and recovering maneuvers. Okay, make a martial lore check. 34? Okay, little one has cleaved a lot of people. You hit, he reacted, you can see the injuries you've caused, the damage to his armor. Something feels off. You can't tell just what. You suspect you're not fighting a normal flesh and blood opponent. That's why I can't hit him, guys. He's not even there. An illusion? If so, he's a hell of an illusion because he's dealing tons of damage. Shadow Conjuration? I mean, it might make sense for a 100% real Shadow Conjuration.
Well, yeah, Terry,
but
the
if so,
5%'s a little high for critical failures, but especially
well, Graven, Black, you guys figure
when
out what's
if
going
it's
on.
automatically
I'll do
on a
my best.
1,
Just keep beating on
then
it
the
till it
more
stops
attacks you
moving.
have, the more likely it is to come up. So you actually get punished in that one way for being more competent. It's kind of stupid.
Now suspicious of the whole battle, Angel switches gears to searching the clearing for a key to end the challenge. But
Yeah, just orcs in my world,
different shapes. I don't
they have
remember his
orc
exact
green
wording,
hair.
but the
It's
keys are
more or less the
supposed
same
to
color
be
as their
easily
skin.
recognizable.
All the orcs who have a different hair color, it's because they're dyeing it effectively with charcoal, or there's a thing they find in the desert that's sort of bleachy if they want more like blondish sort of hair.
His weapon appears to be vampiric.
But by default, their hair is it just comes in orc green.
Then after you hurt him, he kept
Probably why a
missing.
lot of them shave their heads.
Well, it's
Well, some of them are just
arguable
bald.
the damage
I
has to
don't
be
think a lot of them are
Yeah,
actually
but
spending their
maybe
time
the
shaving their
weapon is
heads,
the
but
part of him that is real.
a lot of
That's
them
what
are
I'm
bald.
wondering. I'm so gonna smash it.
Well, I'm gonna moonbolt him.
Remember, even his touch AC is over 33.
There's no to hit roll, just save for half. So unless he has spell resistance, lose 5d4, 15 strength.
No SR, he does save for half, but that's still 7 strength damage. -3 or -4 to hit. 15 strength if he
Yeah,
had
that's
to
the other
save.
thing. Critical
I can
fumbles
do it
penalize
again next
martial
round.
players.
One more
They don't
moonbolt,
tend
you
to
just
affect
have big
spellcasters in
marksman,
most
unable to
systems,
do
so
anything.
like even
Speaking
more
of
annoying.
unable to do anything, Rygax fails to dispel his growth again. Can Draven cast True Seeing? True Seeing! That is a really good idea. Except I can't right now, until we rest. Black?
I don't have it memorized.
Can Rygax? Absolutely. True Seeing is one of his domain
They have boss
spells.
pattern baldness.
Unfortunately, he just went, so he'd have to wait another round. So Draven casts Heroism to give Krillin another +2 to hit, and then... Not again! He's now Gargantuan. To grow, he actually had to step back to where the floor of the clearing is a little deeper.
That is a
means
big
the
orc.
size difference is so big, we can occupy his space now. Yes, you could actually end your turn in his shadow, I suppose. There's no way the normal psionic power does that, and I'm sure it caps at 2 size categories larger. This drops his AC another 2 points.
The problem with that is, he can't have enough blood to make that work. Is it making more blood?
No, he just has very large blood now.
Imagine the pressure. If you cut him, it'd be like a fire hose.
As usual, he grew as a swift action. Now, he's very large, but he also has a big strength penalty from Moonbolt, canceling out his gains. So, as his action, he spends his turn on a maneuver which resembles Ironheart's Surge. To remove debuffs from himself? Right, except it's clearly not the same thing because the real maneuver can't stop instantaneous effects like ability damage. And he just did. So he's got his strength back? He has so much strength now. Just cast Fell the Greatest Foe on him. We should try not to go crazy on the resources on this fight, eh? There are 2 more challenges after.
I'm not sure this guy's even really there.
My turn. Rapid shot, full attack again. There, now I'm rolling like a champ.
Yes,
Don't say
Albtrom.
that.
Kajord
Who's now
100%
so big that he qualified
does
for
enlarge himself.
size-based
It just
damage
doesn't work
reduction.
like this.
But with his target now
There's a
30
regular
feet
psionic
tall,
power.
Paladin
That's
deals
probably what he
another
uses.
67 damage. And Kajord is bloody.
It's much more limited. It's not like growing
Weird.
every single
But like I
round.
said, hit it long enough, it'll go down. I'm not sure Kajord is the strongest orc there is, but he is the largest, beyond the shadow of a doubt. At least
Beyond
he
the
can't
shadow
carry
of a shadow of a shadow of a shadow
If he
of...
moves dead center of the clearing, there may be space. Assuming he can get any bigger. Next size up is Colossal, the maximum size category. At that point, he'd be like Orc Godzilla. Godzilla Orc. Let's get him on our team. I don't know about him, but the real Kajord? Sure. Alright, I'm 6'2", pretty good reach. Gonna Ancient Mountain Hammer his balls.
Oh, ho, ho.
His crotch is armored.
It's gonna be ringing.
I ring those bells for 57 damage.
While there is no special game effect, no called shots or whatever, he goes down on one knee briefly, which you actually have to dodge because with his current mass, that's a potentially deadly attack. Mora tries to shoot him, but it's deflected, and even Angel, unsure what more she can surge,
Robot
somehow
Master,
misses all her attacks for the round.
I'm not going to say there's no
Knock him down to
Tarrasque
size,
in
right,
case I change my
actually.
mind later, but
Instead
I
of
don't really
true
care about the
C,
Tarrasque,
his spell only
so
goes down to medium,
there
right?
might not be
We're
one.
not so sure anymore, now that it's obviously some kind of bullshit power. In any case, Rygax fails his dispel again. Kajor, however, is finally both big
But there's a
and
lot of space in the
strong, and since he
in
recovered
the
maneuvers in that
Underdark
second
and
round,
infinite space in the face guy, so maybe
Nice
somewhere.
shield counter and hit. Take 12 damage, and his next attack automatically misses.
Okay, but the maneuver says to process each target separately, so it won't stop the whole swing. I guess we have to randomly determine which target you save out of the 8.
8.
You, Black, Angel, and
I probably should have
Prophetic.
just let him pick,
Suck if
although,
you save an image. And the D8 says...
yeah, picking Angel wouldn't work very
Oh,
well
come
anyway,
on. So his
because
attack against the tank is negated. Then little one, take 44 damage.
because he can't tell which one is like the real
He's
Angel
so
and which
glad
one's
to
the
have
image
him
unless
strike
he's in a
back.
different
Then
stance.
The images are dead, 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 and the real Angel, what? He rolled a 1. Dodge. Yeah, so that whole big swing with a hammer the size of a large van, and he hit nothing.
Yeah, I like the special
Trillion
Codward
shreds
version
him
of the
for
Orc
just
team.
over
It's pretty fun.
100 damage this time, despite size-based damage reduction, and the Orc is looking pretty beat up.
Alright, going for the left nut this time.
Little one hits for another 19 damage, recovering maneuvers again already.
If he crit me at his current size, ×3 crit, he'd damn near kill me, but I'd hit him back for like 100 damage. Where did I drop my mace for that disarm?
It's sitting there in his shadow as he looms over it.
But you can end your turn in his space now.
Okay, Godjord, you are terrible at this, and I'll go grab it. He'll get a free attack, but I don't care. I'm not even gonna run. I'm just like, hit me.
Okay, he hits you for 49.
Then he takes 33. So I pick up my mace and I move too far to full attack. So I'll just I'll hit him with Earth Reaver. There's no save against the damage, but it's reflex or fall. His reflex probably gets worse as he grows.
Falling over could be his best attack. Splat!
Okay, he takes your 30 damage, but rolls not 20 on his save to stay standing. Then you make a fort save.
What? Why?
Because I said so.
32.
Well, you made it, but you feel something beneath you, almost like a force trying to suck you down.
What? We are fighting something down beneath?
I thought we were fighting the world's biggest orc.
The strongest orc! Strongest there is!
You felt like you were being pulled down?
Really hard, yeah. What if Kajord was here, but got sucked into this? What the hell are we fighting?
Alright, Rygax definitely casts
Now they're asking
true
the right
seeing
question.
this time.
What you're fighting is solid, but is not real. Those different than a normal illusion.
And all the damage we suffered?
Your wounds, that part is definitely real.
And his weapon?
True sight reads it as false, same as his body.
Can you see what tried to pull Black down?
No, all I see is him, just standing in the orc's shadow.
The shadow?
So there's nothing there?
The
But there's a
shadow.
shadow.
You're right. The orc isn't real, but he's still casting a shadow. The shadow is real.
It's like the opposite of a shadow conjuration. Now you realize the sun's so dim here, you and everything else barely even cast a shadow, whereas Kajor's shade is dark and distinct.
I knew it!
Guys?
Yeah. This is spoilers for Neon Genesis Evangelion, by the
I
way.
attack the darkness.
So that I don't tend to
Wait, my crossbow
roar
is
from much
the
because I don't
photon
actually like it as much as
accelerator.
most people.
Aw, that sounds
But I like some of their
Yeah,
fights.
I'll fire up the sunlight capacitors for its once per day searing light, aiming dead center of the
Hey, he
shadow.
uses the
Okay?
thing!
Roll
The
damage
thing
as
on
you
his
would
bow!
against a creature that is vulnerable to sunlight.
We did all this, and it's actually just a shadow we've been beating on.
What would happen if I cast invisibility on the orc then? No shadow.
Nothing interesting. The shadow is casting him, not the
Yeah,
other
spoilers
way
for like
around.
one
I
monster of the
rolled
week
41 damage,
of a 20-year-old
41
anime, not
points
like
of
spoilers
damage
for
to
like the whole
shadow,
show.
which has no visible effect on the orc, by the way. Then make a fort save. So when you hit the shadow directly, it does something to you? Fortitude 28? Nope.
Uh-oh. Draven gets sucked into the shadow. What? A beam of searing light impacts the shadow, but then, as though the beam were a solid thing attached to you, it drags you all the way over
Yoink!
into the shadow, where you disappear.
Is there any way I can catch or grab him?
He is zipping right past you, so sure, you can try a reflex save to grab him.
A reflex save?
Good reflexes. 17.
A valiant effort as he goes by, but you're taken by surprise. So Draven's currently gone. Who's next? It's his turn. Kajord's turn. Oh, fun.
No.
Kajord ignores all this stuff with the shadow, almost as if he's unable to perceive it. Bone Crusher elbow drop! He actually swings the hammer up under his arm, then tries to drive it into you with his full weight, which is currently increased by a factor of about 512. But I recovered maneuvers, right? Yep. Alright. Shield counter. Let's see if I can stop it. Bam!
If you hit, his attack misses?
This 30-foot muscular titan is dropping down on you, hammer first. How would you describe your counter? I know. I jump up, strike his elbow with my shield, and then I go flying off.
The
to
rules
side,
say it just stops the
deflecting him
attack.
slightly to one side while you deflect even more in the other direction. And just cuz, let's say both of you end up prone. Sure, you deal some irrelevant damage to the gigantic projection, knocking yourself clear to safety while the ground reverberates from this massive impact.
I, Bolt of Glory, the Shadow. Against undead, evil-aligned outsiders, or negative energy plane creatures, it deals 1d12 per caster level.
That sounds good.
Anybody got more d12s? 15 d12. Here we go.
Isn't there crazy deflection even on rays?
But I'm not shooting at the orc. Hopefully it's easier.
Draven hit it.
Rolling.
That's a lot of rolling.
That's 100 damage exactly.
The ray, aimed at the middle of the inky blackness, is deflected so much that it strikes near the edge of the huge shadow. But a shockwave of white expands out all the way to the far edges,
Almost
and the
missed.
surface bursts, spraying out white goo and Draven. Hooray! You took 14 negative energy damage while you were inside. I was waiting till your turn to tell you. For suspense. Inside was actually a three-dimensional space filled with goo, which was lightly crushing you as it drained your life force. You could see damage from your own attack in there, but it was actually healing itself very rapidly. It healed 60 per round, but if you could deal 60 damage, it would break. I had to deal 60 in one round? Well, from inside you could use any damage type. Attacks from outside had to be light-based to damage it. And, of course, the key was floating inside. Of course.
Not my best work, but he was a reasonable facsimile. And you barely figured it out, even with the hint.
The
So many
first damn
hints.
thing you said was you're standing in the shadow.
I tried as hard as I could without 100% giving it away. It's admittedly very tricky when you don't have the visuals to work from.
Yeah,
Now,
with the
as
visuals,
Draven tracks
it
heals
would have
from
been a lot
his
easier
wounds,
for
they
them.
have the key, but there's a new question.
Why does he have
There
a big
were
shadow?
2 identical rooms, and each had its own keystone. Which to choose.
Draven, you should have the honor. You found the key.
Screw that, I'm not doing it. But suddenly there's a flash of light off to the left, as some kind of beams carve round holes out of the wall of trees on that side.
More
There's a
random
white glow out there,
distractions.
already moving away into the distance.
It can't be.
What? Rygax, however, wanders over to the holes in the normally impenetrable tree wall, peering through it with his true sight spell still active.
I don't believe
I want
it.
to know what's up over there, too.
It can't
I think you
be
should
what
take a
it
look at
is.
this.
Something he didn't think could happen.
Just like
I'm gonna
every
punch him.
every
Okay,
cliche for
where did you
not
hit him?
saying
How
the
hard?
answer.
What is it? The portal?
It's hard to explain.
I punch him. I fucking punch him. What's his AC?
I'm confident you can punch him as he's peering out, trying to get a better view through the thick, unnaturally packed-in trees.
Explain it. I have the Elfbane weapon. I will use it.
It doesn't make any sense. There's no one else who can do that.
What?
Something I used to be able to do.
Well, that explains it.
It looked like someone fighting in my Archon form.
Is that good or bad? Archon form?
When 2 Templars love each other very much, and he used to be able to do
StarCraft!
it, but not anymore.
Each time I was forced to use it cost me about 1/3 of my life force. The next time I do so, if I do survive, I would not be
0
in a
thirds?
state
That's not a good
to help
fraction.
anyone anymore. I know you've all been somewhat disappointed with
what you've seen of me. I'm not much of a legendary vampire hunter these days.
I used to be a badass
Fact
back when I
is,
was about 3
used to
times as
be
powerful.
A great deal more powerful, and it's not injuries nor aging which has slowed me down. Though I'm starting to feel my years a little.
It's Archon form.
In times of greatest need, of last resort, I channel all the power that Anku has granted me. The last time I used it was to clear the path to Vladimir.
So, who else can do it?
No one. Anku, as a demigod, doesn't have a proper avatar. The closest
By the way,
he has
there
is
have been-
this power.
It,
Trusted
I
to
don't
me.
know if I
No
come
one
out and say it clearly,
We
but
know we can't trust anything
there
in
definitely
Maybe this was one of the
have been
things on the
vampire
list you
kings
wanna tell us.
who have
Tell you about
gone through the realm of
ability
the Alpdrome.
I can't use.
I
But you're
think
the
more than
avatar of
one.
a demigod.
Definitely
No wonder
Vladimir
everybody's after
actually
you.
had.
I thought that part was
Vladimir
common
went
knowledge.
in,
They
and he
seem
came back out,
So
and he
it's a
told
trap.
Cornello,
Everything
absolutely
is a
do
trap.
not ever go in there.
Super
It's like,
extra crap.
Or at least a distraction. It is an illogical
Cornello,
mystery of
I love you.
exactly the
I
type
don't
of
want you to get
madness
hurt.
off course.
Do not go in that
Just
place.
complete
It
the
is
challenge.
the literal worst.
Next time on Tales
Tales
from my D&D campaign.
Okay, so apparently I had mentioned Vlad. Yeah, Vladimir's the only one who's confirmed to have gone in there. He just lived right next door. Oh yeah, this was a good one. A lot of work went into that.
Food. Bien, Belladon.
But I don't.
Gary.
Look, Gary. So that's what we need, plush Gary.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously,
Welcome to my little fragment of reality, where I have power over everything you can see. Find the lock, find the key, 5 times and you're free. And if we fail, you die, and your souls belong to me. Maybe this was one of the things on the list you want to tell us.
Tell you about the ability I can't use.
That you're the avatar of a demigod. No wonder everybody's after you.
I'm not sure this guy's even really there.
Let's just complete the challenge. Here.
I'll open it.
At this point, if you said, go through that door, fight a colossal dragon, but then you're done, you're out of this place, I'd do it, absolutely.
At this point, it's starting to edge out the feywild for Draven.
Whenever we get back, I don't know what could possibly drag Little One back to this stupid plane.
They head over to this clearing's keystone, though Rygax lingers briefly, peering out a little longer, hoping to see something that would explain the phenomenon.
Like you said, it's just a mind illusion to mess with you. Trust me, if it's something we need to deal with, it'll get to us.
When Black inserts the key into the lock and turns it, a path opens. The ground slopes upward from the deep bowl which had made room for the gargantuan orc, joining another path up from the other empty clearing, and they continue forward, right into a pair of massive boulders rolling down at them.
I could just go immobile and catch them. Like, bong.
I can do one better. Ring of
It's
force.
probably hurt,
Little
though.
One's force field kills the rock's momentum, while Draven starts casting.
Yeah, okay.
Move Earth.
With the force
Draven
field,
on force
then they can
field
do it,
ends,
and
Black
it won't
locks his
hurt.
armor into
They're fine.
immobile mode, and he and Little One hold the partly sunken boulders in place just a little longer until Draven's spell completely undermines them. At which point, they all clamber over the 10-foot stone spheres and continue on. I never get to use my high-level spells. Move Earth is on my actual artificer list.
Wait, it's a 6th level spell for wizards, and this is all it does?
It grants
Everybody has some
huge
bad
amount
6th
of
level
Earth,
spells.
and it's
Opalescent
permanent.
Glare,
With enough time,
Move
you can dig
Earth.
under city walls and collapse them. But yeah, can't affect stone. Specifically says cannot be used for
Jade Spider, the reason for having 2 arenas is to make it more
Spell,
confusing.
level. At the end of the narrow
First
path,
off, it
space
makes
opens
them
back up to
potentially
normal.
agonize over the
There
choice of which one to use the key on.
Maybe the
But secondly,
place a giant
it let them
personification of the
find
body, and we just came up through its
Kajord in one of them, and they could have just fought him there in an appropriate arena. Or, if they talked to him,
no terraforming.
then they would have someplace to go. Like if they were like, okay, we're down with Kajord, we want him to join us, they would go to the other. They could go around to the other arena. It gave them something to do, while still ending up in the exact same position, so I could still have the fight in the arena.
White lights and flames dancing in the distance. You know what's
Diabolical
going on?
ingenuity.
Well, we'd believe anything he says. Why would I even ask?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that.
That's such a tease. He so wants us to go over there.
We ain't going anywhere.
You know what?
He's-
I'm going to clairvoyance, see what's happening. Make a caster level check. Right. I bet divinations get warped here. Well, actually, you see a fight going on, but you can't see one of the participants. Almost like one of them had high-level protection against divinations. So I don't see the Rygax avatar clone. No, but the Headless Horseman is there, riding their nightmare, leaving a flaming trail as they charge, whirling their demon-headed chain flail above their head. Then suddenly a hole opens up in their trunks. Then another. Several more, like it's just getting Swiss cheesed by something unseen. As the knight's armored torso is largely obliterated, the mount rears up and
Swiss
dives down
cheesed.
to the ground like a shark.
So he can't see the glowing avatar of death.
Didn't beat the spell resistance or misdirection.
It's difficult without seeing it firsthand, but the attacks you describe sound very much like my transformation. You are familiar with the Light of Mercuria?
I have a scroll of it. The spell casts 2 bolts, which deal light-based damage, bonus damage to undead, demons, and junk.
Well, the most prominent ability of my Archon form is to cast all 3 spells of that chain. Light of Lunia, Mercuria, and Venia.
That is a lot of anti-undead, or I think demon
Devastating
beams.
undead.
Pretty cool, actually. Approaching beholder-level beams.
So it is a Rygax clone.
So many
Or an
beams.
avatar of another god.
With the same power.
Did Horseface drop any loot?
Looks like the mount took everything down into the ground. We don't know much about the Headless Horseman, do we?
I believe I do.
Legends tell of a knight who led a life of war and tragedy until they found their soulmate, a beautiful elven
Yeah, another
maiden.
whole-ass
They
legend.
laid down their arms, and the two became lovers and were happy for a time.
The style of this thing works pretty damn well.
Crying over her, the knight cursed the heavens and all the gods.
It's hard to
swearing
do
vengeance
that kind
upon
of
her
simple
killer.
style when
And so
you're
they
not
rode to
a
battle,
really good artist, which I am not.
furious, almost
I'm not quite that
unstoppable
quality of
warrior,
artist.
fighting on even through grievous
But I
wounds,
managed to
seemingly
make
through
it
sheer force of
basically
will.
work
But
and
their
show what I
plan
needed to
say
show.
was thwarted in the end, because one of the murderers turned out to be an immortal spirit. After this last killer escaped,
Cheater.
Asmodeus appeared before the knight, offering a bargain.
Lend me your carnage. If you agree to serve me until an enemy takes your head, I will grant you the power to vanquish your nemesis, to visit your anguish upon them.
So he gave up his head. Or, wait,
No, that wasn't part of the deal.
accepting the sinister
wasn't
path
part of the deal,
servitude
Blackheart.
for revenge.
That
The knight
wasn't
hunted down the spirit
part.
once more, and this time devastated them, obliterating them down to their barest essence, crushing
Yeah.
them such that they would never recover, but would be forced to live out eternity in this pit.
Get out of here,
The worst of
whatever
all possible
spirit you were
worlds.
that never named.
Hooray! Have fun with eternity. Thenceforth, the rider went out each night, doing all manner of evil in the name of Asmodeus. They lived a double life.
I managed to get some pretty decent transitions in there. Some of them work.
Conscience. The rider even made a friend.
Like the kissing thing, and so there is some of them are like just work really well in a way that I'm proud of. A lot of them are more basic, but overall pretty good.
To their friend, this friend who loved the knight but could not abide the injustice, who could not allow the evil and slaughter to continue. confronted them. The rider had been deadly in their former life. Now, with this unholy power, they were an almost unparalleled warrior. They defended themselves fiercely and angrily, knocking their opponents.
If you can
to the
actually
ground,
tell that that was
gazing
punching
down
the sword
on their
aside
prey.
and then using the same fist to punch the guy in the face,
Could not bring themselves
then
to strike
like
the death
go me,
blow.
because
And in
it
this
was
moment
hard
of
to
hesitation,
get that to
their
keep it
head was
fast,
cut
but
off,
still have
not
enough
by an
frames that you could
enemy,
see what happened.
but by their one
or feel it.
and only friend. The servant of Asmodeus reappeared, snatched the head. and
Aw, he
fled.
like hugs her
The
after her
horseman
head's
lost
gone.
Any semblance of life or humanity, becoming a headless servant of hell.
Serve until your head is cut off by an enemy.
Yes, that is f***ing devils. Ever since their
That is
the rider had been a
effing
scourge of
devils,
the
yep.
countryside. Once beheaded, they became even worse, until eventually defeated by one of the kings of Vistria. But even then, since the bargain remained unbroken, the horsemen merely took up service elsewhere.
So it's a real horseman, not an illusion like Cardroid.
Correct. But there's...
Yeah, no, it's just one of another million legendary characters that are secretly female in my history, and I don't know why that keeps happening.
And put it back on.
Essentially.
You know what? I don't f***ing know. Let's go find the next key. There's no
This
key
case,
over there, if
It
that's
kind of
the
makes
one.
sense that people like make the
Always
mistake though,
ahead.
because
If you think you can complete
They're like-
any more challenges.
people assume that if the
here. I
lover
will beat you. I
was
will
an
fucking
elven
beat you.
maiden,
I
that
want
like
to
it's a
know what
man.
this thing
It's like
is.
I don't
silly,
care.
The
silly
problem
people.
is, Draven's not really a hero. I mean, he's done heroic things. We all have, together. But he doesn't feel like a hero. Above all, he really doesn't want to die, especially here. So, as curious as he may be, getting out would take priority, even if you wanted to investigate this other thing. I'm just glad you're not wanting to check that out.
And I just go wherever you go.
Let's just get out of here.
I fucking hate this place. I fucking hate this place. It can't be so bad.
I thought you liked a challenge.
I'm sure you'll love the next room. I'm sure we will.
Love
we'll
the
see how
next
much he
room.
laughs when we get the fuck out of here.
They advanced through the entrance of another solid tree wall into a round, 120-foot diameter clearing, which is peppered with statues of kind of like a lightning bolt with arms.
The
All
forest
statues
of
the
like
outlaw,
obviously
so
fake
they hold the
of
same
these like
look as
totally
well.
suspiciously
Really?
shaped rooms out of
You get to destroy a
trees
whole
and
bunch
like
of them.
If he hadn't
so
failed,
it's
we
an
could
it's
probably
an
have used
unusual
the
aesthetic.
topple
They're like
Yeah,
obviously
though
fake
I'm
forest
not
is
sure
not
I
really
would
trying to
want
hide
do,
its
not
fakeness
knowing what will
and just
happen when
functioning
they
as
go
a
down.
dungeon.
Are we gonna attack these things? If he was being honest, and I'm gonna
Which of
enjoy
course
this
works
room,
because the
I'd be
Shadowfell has a
smashing the
ceiling,
shit out
so
of him again and
the
again.
ceiling is just kind of
That
built
is
in.
true. You
Doesn't
see
have to- he doesn't have
nothing else
to-
of interest in the
He doesn't have to
clearing.
do
I walk
anything
up to
at
one of the
all
statues
to
and
convince
touch
them
it.
that they
It's
can't
like a
go
stone
over the
statue.
forest because it's the
kind of
Shadowfell.
jagged.
Obviously
the
you
edges are
can't.
sharp-ish, not weathered or smooth. But it's not like take damage for touching it sharp. Yet,
Can I push it over?
nope. There's no give whatsoever, making you
Nope,
think
they're,
it's
they're all
probably
attached
not
to
just
sort of
heavy, but
pillars.
attached, anchored at the base.
Now, the last time I tried to smash something, I
No,
had to save or die
there's
in
nothing
50s
at all
damage.
weird about the badasses being female. It's just the number of them in my histories that are not known to be female, that are kind of like secretly female. That's what's really weird to me, because there've been a bunch.
Than most places in here, and 20 statues.
I could use my
Headless
ingenuity
Horseman,
to try to
the
assess
King of
ancient metal
Rogues.
hammer.
There's-
Pretty sure I hit.
Oh yeah.
Why?
no, these things have a little armor class just out of hardness, but the statue is immobile, so only AC 16. No issue for you guys.
Now that's hard to miss. 64 damage.
And your maneuver ignores object hardness, so that actually feels like excess damage. It's shrapnel.
He's right. I do like this room.
See, wasn't that therapeutic? But not the right one.
Go around, smash them all.
That was fun and all, but if there's one good one to smash,
Yes, it does happen a lot in real history, but that
into it. Seriously.
that's not necessarily a good reason to do something in a
There's
fantasy
damage
setting.
reduction. Yeah, with stones
Even though
and
making
object
things
hardness,
feel like
standard
real
arrows,
history is
even
often the
from
goal,
Cronin,
that
would just
not
be
not
chipping
in terms
away
of
at
like
best.
gender
Now
parity.
this is where I excel. I can use the big move, then just recover maneuvers while walking between them. So, any particular one I should smash first?
It's like playing Battleship. E5. I'm staying well back from this process, but I encourage you to continue smashing.
But it makes
Or
sense for the
making
King of
smashing till
Rogues
something stops
because
me. I'll
she was
check the
intentionally
rebel.
hiding
See
her
if it contains
identity,
any
so it
grooves,
was like
magic, or traps.
that was a choice on her
Smashes the
part. It's
second
not
statue.
it's not
the
so
entrance to the
bad.
clearing is sealed by fallen trees. But undeterred,
Yeah,
he
it just
continues
feels like too
breaking
many.
statues, with the others largely following 30 to 50 feet behind, trying to stay close enough, but not too close. You know, fly casual.
Just watching the explosions.
They don't find any pattern to the statues. They're technically not identical, slight variations in the jaggedness of the carven lightning, but even when little one snapped one off at the base and dragged it next to another one, they couldn't discern any clue from the shapes.
Okay, the one right in the middle. Elder Mountain Hammer.
You bring the hammer down, crashing and collapsing the statue downward, but you see a glint in the rubble. At the bottom, wedged partly into
See, once
the
again,
base,
like it's
is the key.
you. There's no way to tell which one it is, but the one in the dead center has the key.
It takes a little
'Cause why
force.
not?
The
It's
stone
like-
around it was already cracked. and
The
you're able
objective
to make
isn't
it
to
out.
make it
Okay,
incredibly
now
hard for them
have
to find the
smash
key.
More statues to find the keyhole.
Well, before you try that,
Oh, we get to kill something. Yay!
No, Kitsune, there's no Legends video about the King of Rogues. I don't think they're interesting enough. They got their story in, like, the story of the Kalana Dial, yeah. That's good enough.
Like that first room? I grab hold of a statue.
little one, the ground around the base of that key-holding statue, it begins to crumble or dissolve. Not super fast. You can easily back away. But you see that the stone base of the statue is a thin, 60-foot tall pillar standing in a pool of bubbling acid.
Blorp.
All the ground of the room.
So lazy I
including
didn't even draw it
undermined.
hitting the acid.
dirt
I
is
just like, it
less
just
than
goes
a
off the
foot
bottom of the
thick,
screen.
suspended high above the lake of acid. And that's when the others notice that the ground is beginning to erode around every other statue that was smashed.
I didn't smash any near you guys so much.
Now, here's the problem. To find the keyhole, do we need to smash more statues?
So
We don't know where the
the
keyhole
acid
is.
around these, yeah, it is funny that it's another acid room because he had an acid room at the start, but that one wasn't really meant to catch anyone. That was just
if
like
I have any left.
So
there
the
to
more
tell them to
statues
move
we
along.
grow, the faster we lose the ground.
But I only
But
broke
here-
less than half, so we're good.
Dude,
I
you get
hope we're
these
good, 'cause I
the
checked
acid
and I don't have
like these
enough
holes
left.
widening around the ones that are smashed. That's not expected to
I'm
get
fine.
anyone,
To stand
but
on
it kind
the
of
base
warns
of a
you that you
smashed
should
statue
you
right
really
where
shouldn't
balance
trust the
checks.
ground.
They aren't very big. Intact statues, you can climb up or hang onto those no problem with the arms and all.
Or activates her amulet of the disc. Let me test one.
The ground does start dissolving away from it as well. The acid's far below us, right? Yeah, it's about 60 feet. Alright, I'm gonna swoop down a little and look underneath.
What if you get below floor level and your flight stops working? Like that bridge in the mountain.
That would be unpleasant. Well, you don't immediately plummet to your doom.
Yeah, that would've been too
as you hover
asinine.
Down, you see that there are quite a few more pillars than there were statues.
I want them to go
but
down.
most of them are a little shorter, ending between 1 and 6 feet beneath the crumbly ground.
Oh, jumpy. My favorite part.
No, the acid rats were a
I love the
coincidence.
platform.
You have negative
Not
dexterity.
related to this
On the
place in
bright
any way.
side, the Headless Horseman probably can't rise up out of the acid.
Can I spot a keyhole or anything different on any of the pillars? Maybe something on the walls? You're reasonably sure there isn't a keyhole in the area near you. But some of the pillars only stop a foot below the dirt, so if it were on top of one of those, you would have to be fairly close to see it.
I'm gonna smash the statue so he has a way out, if he needs another way up for some reason. I'll spider climb around to the underside and try to spot.
This feels really precarious, because if it were normal dirt, not magical puzzle dirt, it would definitely crumble
This feels
away
precarious for the
even
same reason I
more
don't like
weight,
ladders.
but
I'm not afraid of heights. I'm okay with heights if they seem stable. I don't like ladder. Like if you have a ladder that is bolted in place every 5 feet,
There's only one.
it's going to feel super stable. I'm like, I climb up and down this ladder. I don't care.
Here we go. I've never been so
But
happy
just
to
like a
see
house
fish
height
in my
ladder
life.
that is
I
like
take the key
wobbly. I'm
and
like,
shove
oh,
it in the
I
slot.
hate being on
Okay.
this fucking
At
thing.
that point, there's
wobbly.
another little tremor, and all the remaining ground starts to crumble away at once. Anyone flying or holding a statue is fine, but Angel and Little One.
And that's
are
what the
going to have to make
warning
reflex saves to
of
get a
like
hold of
ground
something.
may be
You're
dangerous was
Angel,
for.
So as long as you don't roll a 1, you're probably fine.
I rolled a 2, so 18?
Well, you're pushing it, but you're fine. Little One rolls much better, quickly leaping to a nearby pillar as all the remaining ground collapses, even eating away at the soil around some of the tree roots on the west side, where a handful of trees fall over, toppling down
path.
into the burning acid, creating a new exit.
Well, that was a fun little exercise. By the way, some fine folk were looking for you all around the outside of my realm.
They were so determined to find you that I thought the only decent thing to do would be to bring you all together.
Now, if you could wait like 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Small groups of hooded tentacle casters start
Whoa.
phasing
This
through
is
the
this is
trees
so
of all
obnoxious.
They're back. With no ground anymore.
But I mean, this room was pretty low stakes up till now. They're like, oh, it's just mobility puzzle when you're like level whatever these guys are, like 14 or something. Like, whatever.
So Angel's first action is to cast
But
Spider
suddenly,
Climb on Little One,
this place seems
even
kind of
though
scary.
removing all those die rolls, even with a gnome riding piggyback on his shoulders. Rygax casts Doomtide, his funky mist wall.
See, there's that. When I animated Doomtide, I'd be like, yeah, that looks kind of chaotic. Good enough for map size.
Down below the tree line. You guys want me to drop
Still
a wall
not
of
really
stone
good
over
enough
here
for
and
like
block
a
off these
big
guys too?
full-size
That'd be
wall
pretty
like I
sweet.
wanted
I
in
won't have
the
anyone to rain of arrows.
when he used it
Well, I
on
don't
Swain,
deny
but
you targets, but some of them are going before you.
And they're all spellcasters.
Yeah, okay. I'll save it for another time. So I'll wall off these ones nice and solid and use some leftover squares to connect a couple of these pillars. Just give us a little more potential walkway. So
no,
I'll split them into
Krillidin's a
two
fighter who
initiatives. Of the group
went
acting
into
now, most
Arcane
of them don't
Archer,
have vision anymore.
even though
However,
he's
this
like
wizard here,
he's
which
like the
has a
worst
displacement spell, by the way,
spellcaster.
is
He
going to cast something
he has
that,
like the class to
goes
cast
into
spells. He doesn't
spell
really have the
the
intelligence
target
score,
is
so
flying, and I'm over the acid.
he's not even really a functional like level 1 wizard or whatever he took to get into the prestige class.
Start flying around.
Okay.
And it's not that great a prestige class, except it does work really well with his
That's my
bow.
crossbow speed buff. Next up,
I don't know if he might need
cast
to
level
change his
15,
build
so
somewhat
DC
after having the
25,
nerf,
so
but
not dispelled.
cross that bridge if we come back.
That may have been my flight, okay? Then not dispelled and not dispelled. So he only removed that one buff.
Though, if you fell
Yeah,
in
we were talking
acid,
about Krillidin,
would
not
you fast heal
Draven.
and just
I might have
swim
said
around?
Draven because I
only
say
2 hit
the
points
name more
around.
often or something, but
Still
I was
amazing,
answering
but
DJ
not
Fail
swim
about
in deadly
Krillidin.
acid amazing. My turn.
Draven's obviously an
What can I
artificer.
see? These guys, and the one who tried to dispel me.
Nuke it.
Okay. Krillidin perforates the hooded wizard, only losing 1 shot to the displacement buff.
However many tentacles it had, you hit every single one.
Carrying Angel, and with Spider Climb letting him skip the balance checks, Little One leaps to one pillar, then another, then latches onto the side of the clearing and attacks one of the minions with the black hammer.
Would seem wrong to do all that coolness and then miss.
Splat. Of course, when they die, these guys burst into a cloud of acid. Won't that kill the others? Nope. They're immune to their own death burst. So you both take 11.
They're not immune to all acid, they're just immune to their own
Then you
acid.
need to get the hell off me before your vest starts absorbing my equipment or something.
Dark Way.
If you throw them down into the pit, they
Dark
die.
Way, It'll be perfect. I'll drop a bridge straight down the middle to the exit, and where Krill, Mora, and I can reach it. Then I get on it.
You're going to have to make a DC 10 jump or balance check.
I
to
think
get from
that
the
Dark
pillar
Way
onto
bridge
there.
is hard
My
to
jump's not
dispel. I
bad.
can't remember.
16?
With armor check penalty?
10?
I think it has some kind of protection
You
against
barely
dispelling.
had a 50%
Because if it was
chance to
dispellable,
make
that would be
jump.
really
If you'd
annoying
rolled a
when you
1,
spend your
your
whole
result would've
spell
been
for a
1.
bridge.
One of these guys can get far enough to see around the fog, but it can only shoot Krillidin, I guess. Question: do you still have the fire resist buff? I don't know. Do I? Yes, it lasts like 2 hours, so we all still have it.
Except Little One and I never had it, because we were downstairs at the time.
So if Scorching
Right.
Ray is completely absorbed by the archer's resistance, and one of the casters near Little One and Angel fails a skill check to cast on a defensive, wasting its turn, but the other one point-blank fireballs the duo for 29. Unfortunately, it caught itself in its own fireball, so it dies. Yay! And explodes into a cloud of acid for another 15 damage. Yay. Then the second proper wizard hits Krillidin with a Ray of Exhaustion. -6 strength and dex. Wow.
Oh, the
not
Ray of
just
Exhaustion
-2,
bad.
-2? Nope. If he had passed his save, he'd be fatigued for -2. Ray of Exhaustion is a level 3 single target debuff with a hit roll and save, so when it works, it's pretty harsh. My dex is still 22.
So it just means you have -3 to hit.
Jesus, you still have a dex of... Holy shit.
It doesn't help when you try to jump the 8 feet to the Dark Way. I have a good jump skill.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but you were wrong.
You were wrong.
More fireball later. Angel morphs her devouring vest into the Ataran aberration handling gear.
Black
And
rolling a
attacks all
10
counters
barely and
made.
just like
She pulls
flopping
another
over
one,
is
dodging
pretty
another
funny.
acid explosion for 17.
I never healed after Kajord, so I'm down more than 100 hit points. I was gonna kill
Ow.
myself with Rallying Strike, but somebody removed my target. Whoops.
Rygax could use his healing Eldritch Blast and Don't bother. I cast Convert Money to hit points. Draven swoops over and expends a scroll of heal for 150 HP on Little One. Instead of healing, then, Rygax Chain Eldritch blasts 2 of the minions, clearing the entrance. Caster minions are scary.
Yeah, no. I think they're a little overpowered. I got an asshole gnome killing shit, making acid blow up in my face. Thank God for Draven, because my face doesn't grow back when dissolved in acid.
It wasn't acid, it was water. Spring water.
Looked like acid.
Apparently I'm the Wicked Witch of the West. Alright, 3 of them come out over here, basically testing targets for fire resistance. Unless one rolls more than 30 damage, it's, yeah, no effect on Black and Rygax.
Now they'll probably go back to fireballing me and Draven.
Krillin tries to take down the one who exhausted him, but this time the 50% miss chance actually eats half his shots, and it manages to survive with 1 hit point.
I Earth Reaver those guys on the edge. Reflex save or they fall down into the pit.
It's quite possible they both automatically die. The minion has 3 hit points, and the wizard actually has less now. Little One grabs Angel as he runs sideways along the tree wall, onto the stone wall, then uses Moment of Alacrity to boost his initiative
wall
for
running.
next round, allowing him to act again almost immediately, and to run to the end of the wall, getting right in the face of the missing group of minions who had been forced to reposition by all the vision blocking spells.
Hey,
We'll put you in
now he can take all the
triple
acid
growth
damage.
range.
I'm full health now, that's okay.
Oh sure, after Draven spends all the gold, suddenly 40-50 hit points, who cares? Let's not talk about it.
How much was it?
Well, what is the value of a life?
Until this guy.
You realize you are back into acid range again.
Alright, screw all your acid. I move over here instead and crossbow him.
Yep, you kill him and deal 13 acid damage to Little One. Little One saves against one last fireball as they clean up, ending with his rallying strike, which mostly just cancels out that last one's acid explosion, though it does also heal the other party members converging on the exit.
Man, I hardly killed any of them.
Sorry, man.
Though I did make a bridge.
Tell you what, we'll let you solo whatever we fight next. In the
Yeah,
final
Black, you can solo the
Just
next
stand
one.
Back. Have I said that I hate this fucking place?
Many a time.
as they collect themselves
4 out of
outside
5,
the
they're
obscure
basically
light,
done, right?
a glowing
No problem.
radius of light approaches them. As it gets closer,
No
the light
problem.
fades and the figure drops to his knees. And
Now that I've seen Star versus the Forces of Evil, that thing reminds me of Star versus the Forces of Evil.
very confused, but
Even
the
though
light just dropped out
it's
of the
actually
archive
ripped
and
off.
Looks not good. He's evil. Kill him. Few, if any,
Even though
physical
the actual
damage.
concept
He
for
was
his
worse for wear than Krillin and Krillin
Archon form is
practically
actually more
exhausted.
ripped
When
off from
does
that
it
guy
get
in
full?
Vampire Hunter
When
D
you
Bloodlust.
rest, and even then, it just improves to fatigue. It's an instantaneous physical effect. There's virtually no way to magically
Injection
cure
guy
it. The strength is
with
down
his
to
mega
4,
death beams.
though. Down to 4. That's going to cause problems, even carrying your basic gear.
Do we have any strength buffs?
Could give him bold strength for +4.
It only lasts a few minutes, though.
Do you have a magical belt?
No.
Then I could lend you my +4 strength belt. I'll lose 2 to hit and damage,
But Krillin should be able to function.
So, you just fought the horseman?
The horseman wasn't the problem. Before that, I ran into Cornello. I had no choice but to transform. It was that
Yeah, little one gets
or
his belt
die.
back after they get out of the
Managed to drive
Shadowfell.
him off, but there's no
I don't think he had it for the
one-on-one.
boss fight though, because
And
Krillin
now-
still needed it.
Now, I'm useless.
Someone want to explain what's going on here?
The Albdrome created a duplicate, a fake. That much is obvious.
That's just creepy.
I was separated from you when I tried to plane shift with the Orc. I stepped through the portal and was dropped into a different part of this nightmare, all alone, with the portal disappearing behind me.
This story is
Was false.
exactly
I
as
was
plausible
sent to another
as
part
this
of
story.
Aldrome's realm.
They're both equally
It was made
plausible.
to look like the Fadelands, but my Eladrin blood tells me in which world I stand. I knew I'd never left this plane, so as soon as I was certain, I stepped back through and was lucky enough to end up back with the others. Oh, I've seen this Star Trek episode.
Wait, so what the f?
Okay, what do we do about them? I say we knock them both out, drag them with us till we finish the final challenge.
Well,
then
one of them
send them
changes
to
his
Rygax
name to
home.
his middle
Problem
name.
solved. Knock them both out?
If they're unconscious, the Fate can't mess with us.
It would be Tom Riker.
I don't think they're both evil.
One of them is bad, one of them is good. That's why we just knock them out. Problem solved.
Do we know one is bad?
Yes.
If Al made a copy,
They
we can
can't
be sure
both.
that
They're not
copy
both
is
good.
here to help help.
The odds of them both
I
being
don't have
good
a spell
is
to detect
0.
evil.
I'm not casting detect evil in this area.
Yeah, if you detect evil around something way more powerful than you can suffer backlash.
And we're in Al's nightmare realm. The entire place has to be off the charts evil.
I'm not worried about this one because he's weakened. If the drained one is real, he still
Ghostbusters
probably
reference.
can't do anything to help in a fight. And if the one we've been with is the real one, he hasn't been all that useful anyway. We knock them both out, drag them with us. Or we could go with option B. Cut both their heads off and leave them here.
All we have to do is kill one of them, and the whole thing's over with. We've got 2
That-
axes.
Not quite so
Already
easy,
over,
Black.
Isn't it? The Altrom did describe that as a limited,
Limited
time,
time offer.
No time frame was specified, but
And it's a 50-50 chance, because one's not the real Rygax. Yeah, pretty sure Al would not give us credit for killing the fake.
how about we just use Rygax as the front guy? Like, they go in first everywhere. That might still be making the choice, because from the looks of it, the weak one probably wouldn't make it. Let's ask them some questions about stuff we did together.
Albatross can read minds. They probably know all
Yeah,
the
that-
same stuff.
Being able to read
Like a
minds makes it
mage
very annoying.
Tickle them.
No, just tickle them with your bow. You still have Merciful on it from that other fight. It's non-lethal. You can take them both down in
It's
like 1 round.
I
non-toxic.
don't feel comfortable.
So many
with shooting
Simpsons
our
references.
friends. What does everyone else think? I don't. The problem is, I don't have another plan. I just know I don't like this one. We're not killing.
I don't have
them,
it.
just-
I didn't really have an answer to this situation
I
either.
think
It's
a
just
great plan.
it's just
You don't
really
have the time or
annoying
ability
puzzle.
To pick one over the other anyway.
I'm not much help to you right now.
Damn you, Altron!
I understand your logic, and it makes a certain kind of sense. But apart from the obvious, I don't like that you'd have to drag us around.
That's what I was thinking. Do they have a shadow?
They each have the same kind of shadows as.
Yes,
everybody
Yumi.
else.
I did know which one was the copy.
I walk over
I had
and
a
stop.
I had a correct answer. I didn't have a correct way to get to that answer.
The
That was
weakened
going to
one
be
doesn't get it. Presumably
up to
because it
them,
wasn't
or they would just have to live with having 2 Rygaxes for a while.
Okay, I like where this is going. I don't really think it will work, but it's worth testing. Your weapon is now holy.
I walk over to the weak one.
I didn't really have a plan for if they knocked them both out. But I would have had another day to think about it. I probably would have come up
Yes,
with something
it's
for the
worth a
end
try.
to make
What
it
happens
annoying.
if an evil creature holds it?
Negative levels, which go away when they let go. I think it should have an obvious effect. I ready my bow. The weakened Rygax grasps the handle and nothing happens. It's the other one. Kill him.
Okay, then other Rygax. Grab it.
He takes hold of it and he seems fine. Nothing happens. It's the other one again. Kill him.
Get the other one.
So it looks like neither of them is evil.
It could be that they're both good.
It could
Raptor,
be
I
a
also did not have a plan for what the
other
fake
side
one
of
would
my
do
weapon, holy.
if they kept them both alive and
Rygax is
conscious.
good, right?
I
Again,
don't know.
I was going to have
Powers
another
of
like
getting
week
out
to
of
think
death.
about that.
Theoretically, it could be neutral.
We're pretty sure he's good. We've been watching.
Decide if I had either a way to try and fake them out further, or to actually have them betray them, because
You have
I
to
don't
do
know.
an extra use magic
They expect it
device check
anyway.
to fake the alignment, because normally you can't use opposite alignment spells. I think I can manage it. I'm allowed to take a 10, and I have
They
plus
yeah, they did in fact guess
I always
right,
wanted to try
because
this.
I wasn't
Okay,
going
I
to
get the weak one to
I
hold
wasn't going to
There's
have
usually
the
a
real
bit of advantage
Rygax
to it.
have wasted his
Grabs it,
power on a
nothing
fake
happens.
Cornello.
Now try the other.
I
That
get
just seemed
the other
lame.
Rygax.
He shrinks away a bit when you hand it to him, but when he actually grabs it, and he drops it right away, like it burned him.
I was right the whole time. It was always the fake one.
Unless he died
Yes,
somehow in
the
here,
fake
which
one
was definitely
always
possible.
the fake one.
Even
But
if I was
otherwise,
gonna
the
guess
plan
with
was
the
for
fake-
him to
okay, ancient
still
memory.
exist in the world for at least a
Just
while.
Shut up. Watch. It turns out we'll be wrong.
Wait a second, guys. Are we so sure a follower of Anku wouldn't be neutral?
We got the reaction we wanted. I'm killing the motherfucker. Too late.
You get your wish.
This is gonna be better than the statues. The only ones here who can hold the unholy weapon without being harmed are Angel and whatever this guy is.
The fact that Angel isn't bothered by it is bothering me. Though it's good that she could hold the Holy One. Thank God for that. But I mean, what if she's a fake Angel? We're basing our fake Rygax decision on a test that
This
gives the
is
same result
problematic.
for him as for her.
The Archon one did fight Cornello and the Horseman.
That could all have been staged.
Angel acts first. The suspect Rygax is looking a bit less winded, but still doesn't appear to be in any state to be fighting.
I don't know, guys. Just doesn't feel right.
If he's not defending himself, I should be able to take him out right away. I think that's just bullshit. I think once we attack him, he's gonna turn into some kind of giant... Blah.
I mean, if we're sure he's the right one, by which I mean the wrong one.
But what if the guy who did react to the holy weapon was just faking it? Oh, it burns. Oh, kill the other guy.
No.
You want to roll sense motive?
I rolled a 2.
Well, my sense motive sucks. I'm pretty sure I'm doing the right thing anyways.
Yeah, nope. I'm sure we're doing the right thing.
Alright, I roll over there and slash him with my spiked chain.
He tries to raise an arm in feeble defense, but
I like animated this to give it some like actual punch.
Slash his throat, dead. He crumples to the ground, bleeding out.
Like,
Well, I hope we did the right thing. I'm gonna take a blood sample.
I'm sorry. You have chosen poorly.
nobody ever said Al's not allowed to
Oh,
lie.
the tales that would be told of this moment. You should have just killed him when I first offered and saved yourselves all this trouble.
But that limited time bargain has long since expired.
Which means I still get to kill you in the
I
fifth
said the bargain has long since expired, and I didn't turn it into a joke about Rygax having expired.
I think we made
If that's not a failure, I don't know what is. I have to just delete this series and start all over again.
What does it
What am I doing?
cost Al to say that? Al Bundy?
He'd have laughed either way.
I mean, it's not impossible.
I do need to make a recording of just a selection of evil laughs at some point. See if I can get some voice acting work. I can do a lot of evil laughs.
Real. Both Rygax's equipment shows the same under detect magic.
Did we check for a key inside? I don't think.
Yeah, you're right, Alex. Al would have like rebound time to work that one in. It's like,
Real, after all.
What was I thinking?
The Albtro, but it doesn't seem theatrical.
I'm afraid that offer has expired.
Autopsy.
Just like Rygax.
Shove it in the portable hole.
Except that Al mostly doesn't laugh. Actually, that may be one of the ways you could tell that this is fake, is because he did laugh.
I suppose we can just...
This version of Al generally doesn't laugh. At the table, I actually did more like diabolical laughter with him, which was fun. But in hindsight, I just decided it doesn't befit him. Like, he thinks he's above them. He feels like he's a whole different category. They're like peons down there. He's way above them. So laughing at them under most, unless there's a really good reason, like trying to trick them into thinking they killed the wrong Rygax to demoralize them. But under normal circumstances, laughing at their successes or their failures would not actually, it doesn't make sense because they're so far beneath him anyway.
There was also a clearing we didn't visit back near the beginning. We had a choice after the fire demons, assuming he hasn't changed it already.
Anyway, I'm thinking if we start trying to backtrack, the horseman will show up. Hey, we found him ahead.
Somehow I don't think that would work to satisfy his legend. Plus, then the horseman would look like Rygax.
I get to kill him again. It's like my birthday. Let's just go. I really don't hate Rygax that much.
What if he just doesn't give us another
I really
challenge?
don't hate Rygax that much.
Theoretically,
But he
it
sort
would.
of
So
does.
He could give us a challenge in 1,000 years. And
He knows that logically he shouldn't hate Rygax that much. That doesn't mean he doesn't hate Rygax almost that much.
Die of old age.
This will definitely be the most fun. Let's roleplay getting old. Well, we could
Yeah, Tyler, I think a joke could fairly be made about Al's realm resembling a mini golf course. It is
or we could backtrack
that
to
kind of
how
a
it really
fake-ass
was
forest
from the
full of
beginning.
puzzles.
Okay, here's a depressing thought.
Oh, this is the depressing one. Not wandering around until everyone dies of old age before he gives us the last challenge. Okay.
What if we chose wrong, and killing the fake Rygax is the final challenge?
I did consider that. I didn't especially want to give it voice because...
Let's kill him.
Leaving that aside for now, it only takes a couple minutes to head back around, bypassing all the death rooms. You notice motion up ahead. At first, you're having a hard time making out just what the motion is, but as you get closer, you realize it's because it isn't one or two distinct creatures. It's the whole landscape moving. It is, in fact, zombies.
Fast zombies or
Zombies.
slow zombies?
They're slow,
Zombie.
but they are wall
Zombie.
to wall. Just a 6-foot high
Zombie.
carpet of back and forth motion.
Blistering
Yeah.
radius.
Okay, 50-foot
Yeah.
radius will wipe out tons of zombies. You're facing a gigantic mass of them. Is there any place you want to prioritize?
Probably closer to us.
So, based
So
on
many
your saving
zombies.
throws, within 3 rounds, every zombie in a radius should be dead, statistically
Such a
speaking.
nuclear
By the
fire
end of
spell
the second round, probably
for level
95 to
5 or
98%
only
of
level
those,
4 for
there are
clerics, I
just
think.
So many, you probably get a handful of outliers.
Good enough.
Now, it's worth noting, as they die, that they all apparently have the spell Undead Torch on them, just like the ones Angel and Little One fought. Which means they
Very much like the ones Angel and Little One fought. Exactly like the zombies Angel and Little One fought down in that little, like, tunnel thing.
Which
Funny how that
damage
is.
Anything living. More zombies are starting to wander into the spell and also die. There seems to be no shortage of them. I'm getting low on ammo. Finally,
I've only got about 100 arrows left. Just wait it out. Let Blistering Radiance do its thing.
there is a thin but steady stream of zombies who are, almost by random chance, working their way around the deadly light. But if Angel stands there, they likely
It would
won't
be
get
fun-
any closer. If you wait, though, Black's spell will just keep killing for well over
Yeah,
a minute. Okay,
Robot
I
Master,
cast
we
major
were
creation.
playing with
I'm gonna
XP
make
for most of
non-magic,
this campaign.
non-masterwork stuff,
I
which
don't remember
can't
if
be
I just
especially
switched to
valuable
milestones
and
right
can't
away
be
for
used
the
spell
next
components,
campaign.
but I
Because tracking
can
XP is a
make
pain in the
15
ass.
cubic feet of arrows.
Whatever.
Arrows!
We had to track XP as long as we had an artificer in a party, though, because that's how their mechanic works.
Well,
It's just
actually,
a
there
pain.
are starting to be
As much as it's a
fewer of
pain,
them
it's also
on
required.
this
But
side, but more
I also-
keep coming out from the room
there's
where
not
you
like a
fought the
fixed
fire
XP value for creatures. It's based on like their challenge rating relative to the party and that. And they're level 14. Killing these zombies is no threat to them. There's no reason that I would give them XP for it. It'd be XP for like slight XP for defeating a puzzle, as opposed to getting any amount of XP per zombie. Like that's irrelevant.
They were really weak. Let's just walk through them. If we don't kill them, they don't drop the black goo.
They have that swarm ability though that they
Yeah.
couldn't
If you
use
come back as a
before.
Warforged monk, then you can throw hands
But if there are
and then
already
like go
two
pick
next
them
to
up
you,
and like reattach
every time
them.
an additional one moves next to you, they deal 1d6 damage automatically. No to hit roll. Yeah, I think we'd be killing forever if we tried. Alright, I cast Hide from Undead. Now you can walk through though. Affects 1 creature per level. Undead cannot see, hear, or smell the warded creatures. There's no saving throw except for intelligent undead.
That's a
Some have
meeple.
been coming around through the hex room, and many were trying to get through the radiance, trying to get to you, but now they
So
all
many
revert
dead
to
zombies.
just aimless shambling.
So are we just walking through them now?
Though mostly undetectable to these mindless undead, physically squeezing through the crowd was definitely pushing their luck. So Draven flies, and they float black across on Mora's disc, while the others sneak through or spider climb around to walk
This is
the
actually,
disc
even
totally
though this is just a,
unexplored.
they move through a crowd of
This one is
zombies
not a
while
clearing
not
so
threatened
much
by
as
them
a
shot.
10-foot wide
That's
disc
actually a pretty fun
with
shot,
black
honestly.
stream, which stretches 100
The
feet
different
into
methods of getting
wider
across.
space. As they make their way down the passage, they see black stone at the end, lit from beneath by a sickly
This makes it,
light,
this
where the
this part
shambling
makes it
zombies
surreal.
appear
The
to be
fact that
falling.
there's a shambling horde of zombies that are just walking off lemming-like into a...
Minecraft all of a sudden. Across
lava
the
pit.
is a sort of a stone landing area with great floor-to-ceiling walls of black marble. But straight ahead is an entrance flanked by 20-foot Albdrum statues, reaching up to touch their lightning arms like an archway.
This Albtrum guy is really full of himself.
Really? So we might be able to just walk right through?
See,
Wait,
he says that this Albtrum guy is really full of himself. I had a hard time not reacting the exact same way this time around, even though it's in the video. You're like, really? How full is it?
Zombie through.
Okay, let's
Meanwhile,
start
little
simple.
one
Step
has to
one,
like
I toss a rock
start
through
getting
the
kind
portal.
of slightly
Nothing
gross in
Stone
terms of
rolls to a stop as you would expect.
not because it's
Step
gross,
number one
just
on the
because he
steps
needs
up
to
here.
Yes, you
disrespect
did.
their
No apparent
obnoxious opponent to the
Step two,
maximum.
I summon my fist with the size of an elephant. And
No, don't summon anything. I walk through.
fortitude save.
No. There's no
There's
save.
no save.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No save? No. Instead, it's just a greater dispelling. Got any buffs on you?
Atreyu is
No,
definitely what they're worried
just
about. I
like-
think they. I
You
think
don't
you're
even have a fire
responding to something
resistance.
explicit they said that I
don't
talked
have
over,
anything.
but yeah.
Yeah, your spider climb is dispelled. Now you've got nothing.
I assume if we try to smash it, we'll get disintegrated or something. Can we dimension door past it?
I don't know. I don't like the idea of casting Dimension Door through a zone of quasi anti-magic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, after that plane shift, I don't want to end up fighting clones. Of
I like
myself.
Cartoon Owl like
Wouldn't that be
Cartoon
fun?
Owl like
Especially
toying
if
with
the
people.
groups
That's
are
also fun.
mixed. Who says the fakes end up in the same group?
Another version of Angel?
Which one's the evil one?
So it sounds like everyone's down for.
Never-ending story would be if
shackled
they went with the
weapon?
20
Well, we have the
challenges.
holy and
This
unholy weapons to
we
figure
would
out
have
who's
died of
true.
old age
Anyone
before
that
they
doesn't
got
go
out of
for
this
is Angel, so
friggin'
we have to
place.
kill them both.
Can I Knights move past it?
You have to have an enemy to flank. What do you have that you're so worried about getting dispelled?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah. I
He
have
spends
a lot.
all his
He's a
turn
walking
undead
pile of
uses on
buffs, using divine
extending
meta
buffs.
magic and our persistent spell house rules. You thought
Yeah.
that armor was there to protect him. No, that armor is there to keep all the buffs in. I don't think we can avoid it. Whatever, I hover through. Okay, Draven's highest level buff is dispelled, my flight spell. You keep your next highest level buff. Third one is dispelled. So I keep fire resistance, but lose invisibility.
Yeah, I know
to
Tiri,
one
but I thought that was
Don't
like
wanna lose my
I thought
stuff.
they
What
we
if
may
we
have referenced
blow
it
up the actual
explicitly in the
statues?
script
Or
because that's
marble is
exactly
stone.
what the characters
Can I
were thinking
stone
of
shape through the
when they
wall?
threw the rock
Marble
through and
is,
stuff.
in fact, stone. What are you gonna do? Save it for later? It's f***ing stone shape.
Yeah, I'll try to shape a gap in that.
Rule number 6. No terraforming.
No
It's
terraforming.
the wall, not the ground. Alas, I don't think the Albtrom's open to your interpretation. The spell has no effect.
All right, guys.
It's
See you
like-
later. I'm a hang out in hell forever.
It's pretty bad when he's both rules lawyer and rules judge. That's not a good combo to have to put
Just
up
keep
with.
killing them until you hit level 20.
God damn it! I do not want to do this.
I don't know magic for shit, but if you created a tunnel through here using a wall of whatever, would it block
I wish it was
dispelling
slightly
fire?
more visible
Probably
in that
not.
shield
I
there,
use
the
my
little
eternal
like arch
wants
of
to
tunnel
recast
underneath.
Fly and heroism on myself. Just buffing.
The arch is made of stone?
The Albtrom statues which make up the arch are stone, though a different stone than the walls of the room. Alright then. Ancient Mountain Hammer. Do I need to roll to hit? Nah, waste of time. Roll your damage.
I cannot
57
imagine how dead I would be if I had
ignores
tried to do this as a
Alright,
real
you whack the
marathon
statue,
without
knocking
sleeping
some
in between.
decent chips out of it and cracking it badly.
Still got
Though it's
3.5
right up against the rock
hours
wall,
left.
Not firmly attached, and that lightning bolt shape is not particularly thick or sturdy. So as the cracks start to spread, you get the idea that perhaps you should step back, like it may snap off under its own weight. Oh sure, I'm over here rebuffing myself. Why didn't I just think, hit it till it stops? Well, it's fine.
Don't worry, Draven, you're not mad yet.
Goddammit.
Wait, if I go through now, will they still get dispelled, defeating the purpose?
Well, it doesn't matter much what you do, because the moment it properly snaps, there's a big shockwave of greater dispelling that hits everyone. Have fun, Draven. God damn it!
Now
Sure,
Draven's
just
mad.
hit it. It's fine. Nobody told me to stop. I was trying to save Black's buffs.
But I'm back here with the zombies.
Yeah, what's the
No,
way?
you're not
What's
back there
way
with the
back here?
zombies. You were
Okay,
thinking
I'll
of
let
crossing.
Warren get away with it, but it hits everybody else. Just an explosion of dispelling. All right, Black, your highest level buff survives.
Okay.
It's the lower level ones he cares more about. Second highest, dispelled.
Eck, my Hematula barbs.
Third, gone.
Full strength. So everything's gone except my highest level buff, which only works against Kuatoa.
Krillin loses fire resistance, the speed buff on his bow.
Yeah,
and
does
his
that ban
invisibility
Zealot
buff.
Pact?
Drake,
No,
I don't want to.
apparently
block,
not.
damn it.
I've
That
sure
was my
thought
last
about it,
fly
but
spell. This is
a
bullshit.
little slow on the ban there.
Carry you.
All Angel has is Invis to Undead, Holy Weapon, and Unholy Weapon.
Your invisibility to undead.
No, that when
survives.
when Little One said he was going to stop
The
smashing
unholy
things, that was
weapon
just before the
is
last time he
dispelled.
smashed something.
Yay. And the holy weapon is not dispelled. Yay!
Yay! The best possible outcome.
Yeah, Draven, it's the best possible outcome.
I meant
At
for
the-
Angel.
Wait,
Oh, the unnecessary trolling of the players after I'm already making them suffer. But it's not me, it's Al, really. It's
I need my belt back.
Al's the
Give yourself
jerk,
back
not
and
me.
just fall to the ground. No, I don't have many spells left, guys.
Yeah, we hadn't slept through this whole place, but I hadn't cast that many spells. Until now.
Buff, 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 buff.
Dispel!
Buff, 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 buff.
Well, Raptor to Raptor,
Well, this
either
has
I
been a
forgot to
lot of fun.
ban
My favorite
the
part.
Zealot Pact,
Killed Rygat.
or
I'm still
because,
not here.
or I banned it right
Yes,
away,
commitment
and because
to
it
the
had been
beast is
so
better.
long
But
since
I
that
suppose I
happened,
do need to provide the
we
rest
both
of you
forgot that
one
I
more
banned it.
challenge, don't I?
both are
It
equally
took all
possible.
this time to put together something appropriate for you, something you will enjoy for a little while.
This was a good
and
animation
then it
too.
will
That's why I
kill
made
you.
an animated GIF of
Next
it.
time on Tales
Al's construction
from
crew.
my D&D campaign.
Ah. What? No, we realized I hadn't banned it when it came up in this thing, but when it was like, it got through the dispel, and then he's like trying to use it in the fight, it would have been kind of obnoxious to be like,
the horseman didn't drop it
to say I banned it if I didn't even remember if I
You
had.
have to unmake him the hard way.
Give him head.
It's probably not just lying around.
If Angel dies in here, so Al gives her soul to Asmodeus, he may find a use for her. Maybe replace that horseman.
Angel wants special deals.
The demonic horseman with the flaming demon chain, or Angel with the same weapon?
The horseman I can see coming.
All right. Coming up to episode 62, yet another of the big ones. Although they're getting closer and closer together at this point.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Why did I pick this specific color for Al? I just wanted an unusual
Welcome to my
greenish
little
sort of
fragment
color.
of reality,
And
where I have
the
power
important
over
thing wasn't so
everything
much
you
what
can
color it
see.
was, although
Find the lock, find
this
the
was a
key,
color I was
5
less
times
likely to
and you're
accidentally
free.
use for anything else.
And if we
But the
fail,
other thing was
we
to
die.
copy and paste
The
the hex
souls
code of the
belong
color
to
and make
me.
sure that I kept him
Well, this has
consistently
been a
that
lot of
color.
fun.
My favorite part was when you killed Rygax.
I'm still right here.
Yes, your commitment to the bit is admirable.
But I suppose I do need to provide the rest of you one more challenge, don't I? Been working all this time to put together something appropriate for you, something you will enjoy for a little while.
Wow,
and then it will
if
kill
it's a
you.
very unique
Get to the
color,
point,
and it's
just
more
to make it
green than not
interesting.
green,
I'm
then
going to
mission
give you
accomplished.
a choice. Would you rather fight the monitor who
Well, he gets right
killed
into it, eh?
Angel's master?
That's him. Unwebbed fingers, because he's a death fit.
Pick the cool
And that's to you,
have crazy
Bessie.
buffs against them.
Your master was quite
I've looked
a
at this color
skilled
code.
assassin.
The
As
green
we
number
all
is
know.
higher, and the other two numbers are the
But
same.
even
That
he
means it's
wouldn't
technically
put up
green.
Much of a fight, as Deathfin's Okuno here toyed with him, amused by his caustic remarks.
The man who trained me was forced to fight out in the open, without the element of surprise. Worst possible case for an assassin. That KT
Yeah.
is incredibly fast, though.
Whatever, Deathfin Zucchini or the monitor who killed little one's mother.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be my mother.
Deathfin Vasilai
Making
left
you fight your mother would be
half-dragon
weird. I
friend
guess it would be
orphan
like annoying and
in a very
traumatizing. but,
gruesome
eh.
manner.
Why would you
Weaker
choose
one's
it
gonna
then?
be the first one.
I think the weaker one is number 2, the old one.
That guy killed a dragon.
None of them are real. It doesn't matter. It's true. I admit it. These are not the real thing. But they are some of my best work.
Yours or mine, Angel. I don't give a shit.
Flip a coin?
The fight I saw in my dreams, if they were accurate, the battle against my mother was kinda close.
There's even a faded lightning scar on the side of his face.
He has some kind of dimensional fists. Can punch you in the back of the head from across the room.
Yeah, he's
But
Harry
he was a
Porter.
dragon. and
The
kind of a
teleporter.
legend.
As opposed to curb stomping an assassin caught without cover.
I think it would have been a fight if my master had gotten an opening move. While you're deciding, Moracast's haste.
I recast Hamatula Barbs. Man, I've got 2 times damage.
Is that what you have?
Activated when
Oh,
I
yeah,
attack
totally.
Kuatoa.
That
Just about the
fake
only
name makes a good
buff
point that I made in the
survives
extras.
dispelling.
I assume
Al
we'll get the
said
assassin killer
they
then?
had
I think
they had a
so.
choice, and then he asked him,
No,
"Who
I
would
don't
you
think
rather
hiding would be an
fight?"
option.
I had
Deathfin's
only
Okuno,
prepared the
the
stat
wall
block
between the two
for
monitors
Zokuno.
slides down, revealing a big
So if they said they
skull,
preferred to
and
fight the
Alpha
other
falls
one,
back to sit in it.
I was going to make them fight
So
Zokuno at first
You
anyway, because I didn't have the other stat block ready, and because he just said, which did you prefer? He didn't say that's who you would get to fight. So he actually would have seemed like an
Me,
even
without
bigger
grace,
dick
you can
if they had
barely
chosen
move,
differently.
Old man.
Since you guys got off a haste, this guy cast a buff before coming down, before we really start. It's just adding 1d6 cold damage on his attacks. Roll
I had
initiative.
most of the other
Oh
stat
my
block, but it
God.
wasn't
Doc
ready.
rolled at 20.
I get 19. Let's do this.
What the f?
I know.
Doesn't matter. He's still gonna be like, monitor's going first. Yeah, he rolled a 19 on the die, so his initiative is 28. He's fast. Don't forget Rygax. He's gonna stab us in the back right
All
now.
initiative all the
Rygax is
time.
gonna stab you in the back on a 12. Deathfin Zokuno drops to the floor of the octagon, cracking his neck a little, and the Albtrom tosses him a key, somewhat smaller than the previous ones, which the Kuatoa swallows. And a keyhole opens up in the stone
But
wall
the change
beneath
the change of the deal that happens later, Raptor, that was always planned
First, as
from
a
the.
free action,
I don't know if it was planned before we discussed the rules,
Action.
but when we had the rules discussion, it was
some class
it
features
definitely
not
at
only
least
let
at that
him
point
cast
I
haste
planned on.
effortlessly, but once cast,
doing
it
something
does
along
not
these lines.
create a buff.
Whether I had the
He
exact
simply
details or not is a different
absorbs the
question.
power.
So it can't be dispelled. Wow, okay.
Greater mirror image.
So he casts by calling out the spell names?
Well, to cast all
There
the
is
things.
some charm to making up proper magic words, but most of the time,
Oh, no,
I think it's
it was
more
definitely
fun
planned
this
by
way.
Al.
So
Bad-
he creates 7 images,
Al-
7
Al
illusions of himself
easily
as
thinks
a
that far
Swift
ahead.
I thought for a second
Even
you
if he's
said
not always
17
right about how the
images. No, not
people
yet.
will react.
What do you mean, yet?
Multiform.
Oh my god. Stop casting stuff. There are now 5 sets of him, each with 7 images.
So, 40 of him?
Well, what is multiform? Monitor bullshit power. I mean, in the meta sense, I could just put in more monsters, thus increasing the challenge rating.
It's
For
true,
what it's
I could
worth,
just give them
think
more enemies.
Everything else he does should all be from existing D&D sources, including his free action haste.
Which doesn't count as a buff.
But yeah, his multiform BS created 4 additional bodies, including copies.
I mean, he's
of
still
buffs
very
because
worth
they all have
dispelling.
mirror
You just
images.
can't dispel the haste.
when I saw him.
Though there's nothing to say this copy's any more realistic than Shadow Kajord.
True.
The battle
Very
has
true.
yet to begin, and already you have nothing but cheap tricks.
Where's your sense of theater? You're as bad as a diamond fin.
At least diamond fins have discipline.
Raptor,
Your
I had
blood
plans
mountains
to have yet
nothing
another one.
but
There was going to be like
shortcuts. I
one
think I still prefer
one
this
body,
So he's using
including the real
free
one and the
action, a swift
multiforms
action.
for each like
Multiform was a
PC.
standard action, but
Or
since his haste
I guess
works
like
the
including
3.0
Rygax or
version,
something.
what?
But there was going to be
Official
there's going to be at
ability
least
that
one
makes
more.
his haste spell
But there just wasn't that
work
much room on the
D&D
table.
3.0
It was too
haste,
messy. And I was
means
like,
he gets an
eh,
extra standard
this will
action
be hard
now,
enough.
which means he has used up everything except his full round action. He does all that shit, and now he's going to start? Well, I mean, you'd have been
Now he's gonna start.
disappointed if Krillin had just shot him and he died.
Little bit. Just a little bit, though. You guys are not going to be happy, at least at the start here. Still, no one is going to be as annoying as that spring attack scout in the very first dungeon.
I just can't believe he organically
Very
brought that
annoying.
up.
Anyway, this one
Which
is
he
going to
did.
run past black.
Attack of opportunity?
No, because he's using bounding assault, the upgraded version of.
That was the example of something
So
annoying
he's not
that came to
provoking
his
attacks from
mind
his
just
targets
before
as he makes
they
2
fought
attacks at his highest
multiform
bonus,
super
then
spring
ends up
attack guy.
Over here, partway up the wall.
I've seen
This
this
is
enemy
perfect.
too.
1 hit, 1 miss, 31 damage.
31. That's not the worst. That's fine.
That's 1 attack. There are 5 of him, who each
Little
attack
one
twice
with, like,
while
math
moving. 31
icons,
times
graphs
5
meme.
times 2. That's like 310 damage per round.
Around.
Takes 10 back. Is he dead?
Is he
This
dead?
one hits Krillin for 31 and 27.
I'm down to 16.
Yeah, he's almost dead.
You were healed.
Speedo hit him for more than half his hit points in 1 action.
This one's going to zip by Angel, though, because you have reach, you actually do get an attack of opportunity.
My chain's still holy. Is he considered evil?
Oh, hell yes. You saw how he treated your master. He'd be a pretty crappy reproduction if he wasn't evil.
Does 29 hit?
The images don't have his full armor class, so you do break one of this one's illusions.
Pretty sure I'm going down.
Hits you twice, dealing 28 and 31 damage. Sorry, I just realized having them all go at once is a little more nuts than intended. I'm going to split off the remaining 2. If I give them minus 10 initiative, they'll go on an 18. So most of you go now, then the remaining 2 of Zokuno, then little one in Rygax.
Well, this may be Angel's last turn. She's down below half already.
The question is how many hit points the multiforms have. Should I try to damage them directly, or should I go for defensive buffs to try to keep us standing? I'll Earth Reaver these 2. There's no save against the damage. Take 12 physical and 13 fire, and technically make a reflex save. or be
Earth
knocked
Reaver,
prone.
pretty good.
This one rolled a 1, so he is somehow knocked prone.
Things that are hard to resist
Hilarious.
are good.
Well, hey, I'm the greatest. Wow. Mora casts Greater Dispelling on an area, removing the Mirror Image spell from one of them, and the cold damage buff from another.
That was Mora's last decent spell slot, though. She has nothing left but small stuff.
Black is the best choice to beat the motherfucker on the ground.
I'm a single target guy.
Krillin, you focus fire on one of the other ones, because your double arrows help burn through mirror images.
Okay, I pull 8 arrows from my quiver, draw back, and fire them all. Hail of arrows.
What? And they're all gonna double?
16 arrows.
The question is, how does Hail of Arrows interact with Mirror Image? You know what? It's a once per day ability. Let's say he can choose to either spread them out, 1 pair for each multiform, or you can put them all into one group and target that body and each of its mirror images. Sort of like how we house rule Great Cleave and Whirlwind Attack. Then this group get 2 arrows each. The images are helpless against the withering storm of arrows. But for the 2 shots on the body, you have to roll a 50% miss chance. Miss chance 2, his super speed gives him a 50% dodge-based miss chance on any attack or targeted spell. It's a really good prestige class.
Miss and miss. At
This
least
little
this
one
one's
calling the
out of
shots. I don't know.
We've got
This,
to go through 7 images,
is all-
50% miss chance, and he does 60 damage around.
virtually all of this
times
is
5.
either
And
exact
it's
or
mirror
paraphrased
image,
dialogue.
so
Well,
they each
probably
get
mostly
back 1 image
paraphrased
per
too.
round.
He puts
Make
out
things more
300
concise.
damage per round. Like, you're gonna kill us. We're dead.
Maybe that's the plan? It's kind of stupid.
Automatic
Whatever they were
party wipe
saying,
is
and especially
not the
complaining
plan,
about, is
but
what they were
he's
saying
fast.
or complaining
Like, I'm
about.
doing the math here, and we're f***ed. I'm still gonna do my best to kill him, but
I'm gonna figure this out, guys.
That's like
fine,
exactly
I'll
what
take
little
a
one was saying.
50% miss chance on everything. I charge AC 35.
That would hit. Miss chance?
Even hits. Yes. 6 gold, 4 fire, plus the holy damage. Total of 32.
That had to feel good. You got him better than your master managed to. There's blood on your weapon now. It may or
No,
may not
I-
be real
I
blood.
don't think this guy has deflect missiles. This guy has very few levels in the actual monitor prestige class. He doesn't have the defensive style that comes with that, and he definitely doesn't have enough have a bunch of monk levels to give him the regular like monk stuff.
Miss chance.
Like, he doesn't have flurry of blows at all.
Yes. Okay. Here's the thing. Critical hit is double damage. With Zealot Pact, I get double that.
Quad damage.
So I roll.
Monitors can have flurry of blows, but they have to choose that as one of their fighting styles. And this guy has barely any fighting styles because he has barely any
16
monitor
times 4
levels.
is 64 plus
He
10
took the
for
spellcasty
collision,
one
74 damage.
for good reason.
You literally crushed that multi-form body.
Ah, it wasn't a real guy.
It's okay. The corpse looks realistically gory for a few seconds, but then evaporates into red mist.
Still a one-shot kill. That's good.
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
Yeah,
I get
things are looking
double
up,
damage
guys.
every time.
He's crushed one of them.
How multi-form works.
It's close enough. Creative liberties.
You did kill the one that was about to act, preventing its turn. The last one, he doesn't want to be near you. You sure he doesn't want to deal with the guy who did 74 damage to him?
Thanks,
Started
Ashford.
his fight at 74. He'd rather go for the wounded. In this case, Angel. He regains 1 image, then uses Bounding Assaults. Your reach attack?
I hit the image.
First attack deals 32, down to 17.
If he rolls awesome on the second one, she could instantly die.
Another 32 damage.
Minus 15. I'm down.
Our current rule is that death
good thing
happens
we
at
have, like, our
negative
death rules.
1/4 of your max hit points. So down, but still breathing.
Well, if
He's
I'm unconscious,
very
hopefully he
close
doesn't
to
see me
dead.
As a threat. With this many bodies, we don't know if he might take the time for a coup de grace, though. And death here is permanent. This guy has offensive spells too, from what I remember.
Which I'm sure you can tell them when you regain consciousness. Joy.
Yeah,
Does
there are
my
a
mind sense stance work against
lot of
this
chat
bullshit?
loving
We
to
need to
have
ignore the mirror
Vasali
image
just
spell.
discussing
However,
things
you
with
still have
the
a
Albdrome,
50%
even
miss
though
chance when attacking
he's
the
fake
physical body.
Vasali
That's
created
not an
by the
illusion.
Albdrome.
That's sheer super speed. He's moving so fast
their
that he
conversation
can
is
follow it.
awesome.
Basically,
Okay, Angel is
Couldn't
still the
resist.
most vulnerable, so somebody needs to protect her. But I'm gonna go for one of the other ones, because anyone can beat on that guy. I should go after one with full images, because I can ignore them and Elder Mountain Hammer his ass.
miss chance?
Damn it!
Your hammer cracks the ground right between his legs. It looks like he hasn't budged, if not for the rush of air you felt as he stepped aside, then right back into the same position.
Yep.
Fine. Then I boost my initiative with Moment of Alacrity, so I get to act again just after Rygax. Man, what does
I
Rygax...
believe he was using the same dodging technique as Son Goku in the Frieza saga when he was avoiding Berger and Jace.
Dispels this one's mirror image spell.
Nice. Top of the round, my turn again. Could you do your healing attack? With his stupid miss chance, that's a gamble. With full attack...
Their hatred of this fight varies greatly depending on their
got off the heel. Could
how successful they are being at that moment in time. Although it does
stupid
manage to
miss
feel
chance.
desperate pretty much the whole
Is
time.
Pretty obnoxious.
No, Burning Blade and full attack. 2 hits, 50% miss chance. 2 miss... Goddamn dice.
Hey man,
50%.
things are gonna turn around. He turns around and clotheslines you for 33 damage. I'm still alive.
Ow.
Minus 17. Then he'll zip past Rygax and hit him.
He can hit multiple opponents.
Up to 2. Bounding Assault is basically 2 spring attacks. He's fast. Hits Rygax for 31. This Sokuno hits Mora for 31 and... holy shit, 36.
She drops.
I'm not quite.
I keep forgetting. Well, forgetting, and also
Now he's
I've
pissed me off.
I've got so much other stuff to spend my time on, and I'm wasting an entire weekend doing this.
So he missed
Yay!
the second attack. Now, since
But-
these ones acted at the same time, I held
I'm
off
s-
their
I have
extra
it. I'm
standard
supposed
action
to at
super
some
haste,
point. I
just
really
for
want to
effect. But all
do an
three now
edit
cast lightningly.
that
It's
tries to
basically a
put this
fifth level
fight,
lightning
like
bolt,
take
except
out
caster
most of
moves
the
to the end of the line.
narrating
Now, for
and
the sake
most of the
of balance,
dialogue, and just
insanity.
edit this
So only
battle
deals damage once.
into
However,
basically
they do
like
each appear to
chronological
cast the spell,
order-ish,
and
or as
each
close
hit
as I
will
can
be
get
fun
with as many of the
bonus.
animations
So
as possible, and just kind of
Rygax
show
or
each
hit by
animation
lightning.
once and just
You
go
first,
through
perhaps.
it like
Should
a
be no problem for you. I'll want
like
to
just
say
pure
that
action
personally.
battle and
Ow.
have that edit,
Hurt more than
because that would be
expected
cool.
then. Because it's higher level and has a higher dice cap than lightning.
It still
bolt.
take a bunch of work to do that,
45
though.
electrical damage, and Rygax saves for half. Well, your turn. Go get him, Draven. I'm bloodied. I think I have to twist my Ring of Dark Vigor, using the energy it accumulated from 10 hostile spells to gain 50 hit points. Hit points are good. Yep. Hope you guys are all
Hit
right.
points are good.
That's it.
This is
It's
true.
a standard action. I could do it as a swift action, but it would still burn all my charges and only give 20 hit points, which is less than one hit from this guy. Black?
Wait, why does this guy have all his images?
The Ring of Dark
That's a
Vigor,
different
wherever that
sword.
came from,
He
it was
swapped
fun.
places with the lightning,
It was
which
interesting.
would be annoying.
I
Didn't
guess
get
I was
used
attacking
all
because
that
he's the
much,
only
but
one I
he
can
was
reach.
tracking
And
the
it's,
building charges
what,
anyway.
in 8 that I hit him?
And then a 50% miss chance, so actually 1 in 16 to hit him.
Oh, hell. I'll switch to my Whirlwind Flail then. By our house rule, Whirlwind attack hits all the images, right?
Yeah, it's a way that fightery people can deal with this BS. So you sweep away all the images, and in the process you get one chance to hit the solid one.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Crit!
Ooh!
I like that. I like the
Got the miss
popping
chance.
sounds as he
Miss
like
chance of doom.
swipes away all
Or
of their
even
images.
hit.
Yes! Alright. We have 11 and 9, which is 20. Doubled is 40. Doubled again is 80. Plus 14, 94.
So
Damn.
that wasn't him.
No, but whoever the f he was, he's gone. I've got 2 more daily uses of Whirlwind.
So, Rygax. Rygax still has 1 heal. Actual heal? Yes. He's going to
Actual
move over
heal.
here and full heal Krill.
It's not yet your time.
You're not the evil one. I knew it. Alright, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to use Quicksilver Motion
That's true.
for a
Go ahead and
bonus
definitely-
move
go ahead and
action
just
to
say
pick up
that.
Angel. As I charge,
That was
I'm going to
good.
drop her off just before I get close to this guy, and I Rallying Strike.
Ooh.
Would heal everyone. a
Great
decent
move,
amount
little one,
if it
except-
hits. That's good, because
Unlike your disrupting blow, rallying strike almost never works in a hard fight.
And Angel.
Whoa, that's a hit. Well, maybe. For f***'s sake.
Again. Waste all my power. He's very fast. He's very fast.
He actually walked out of the room like this, but I love that how it works out as the like
Absolutely nothing. I don't mind a few misses. They're just dying.
as the auditory gag with the sound special effects.
Every single attack. That's pretty obnoxious. So on Zokuno's turn, his multiform power.
He was just
ends,
very
all
briefly
merging
mad.
back
And he
into
came
one.
back and he said,
Of
like,
course,
I don't mind the
standing.
he said exactly what he said in the
So
video.
this
He was
one's
like,
still
I don't mind the
That one
miss
is the
chance.
real
It's
deal.
just
6
every
inches.
single
Damage.
attack.
Well, you hit him once, but he certainly doesn't look overly injured. Now let's see. You generate a lot of arrows. He's gonna hit you with a burning blood spell. Nothing happens now, but you can feel something is very wrong. Every round on your turn, you have to make a DC 22 Fortitude save. When you pass, no effect. But when you fail the save, you'll take 2d8 damage and can only take a move action that round. Fortitude? That's my second best one. That was his standard action. Still has a full round action left.
Doesn't hurt that
He's
each of
going
these
to
monitors got their
bounding
own
assault to
custom
hit
music,
little one
basically.
twice, then end his turn 15 feet up this wall.
He keeps bounding away as far as
Even if I might use them a little bit again,
Probably
like
because you
later.
splattered 2 of them already. Take 42 and 26. That's okay. I hadn't been hit yet. Anyway, that's his turn. Draven, I could just try shooting him. Still has 50% miss chance. I'm just gonna Earth Reaver him again. 24 damage. And reflex save for nothing.
Bam.
I'll roll it again.
he falls off the damn wall.
He falls off the wall.
How did he
lands
how
on
did he
his
keep
feet, no
failing those
problem.
saves?
But you did knock him off the wall. It's okay. We're
He has
embarrassing.
a million decks.
That's what's important. After Draven, it's Mora. Mora's down. Oh, right. I forgot Little One's attack heal didn't happen. My turn? Nope.
Yeah, just me accidentally rubbing in the mischance again.
And many shot.
It was not intentional, but like, he did the attack heal. It seemed great. I forgot it didn't happen.
1 in 7, 1 in 6, 1 in 5. So you took out 3 images. That's still real progress now that there aren't 30 of them around.
Question is, can I get over there?
He's not on the wall anymore. That helps.
With haste, I move 45. Doubled if I charge is 90. So, yeah, I charge him. Whirlwind, but no, it's a full round action, so I can't charge him.
Yeah, you can't charge in whirlwind attack.
He's down to 3 images, so it's a 1 in 4 chance.
Image.
I'm just glad that multiform had a duration.
Well, I get right up in his face, try to entice him, leave myself open.
Okay, so you're taking a voluntary -4 armor class?
Absolutely.
Then Rygax dispels, takes out the greater mirror image. Gone. Hey, buddy. I'm ready against him moving past. My magic boots give me a damage multiplier when ready against a charge, so if he runs past, things will end badly for him. There's a 50% chance things will end badly for him.
Hit my...
Yeah, Nightmare Mode,
pretty hard
Nightmare
to
Warden.
resist. Right
The
there.
battle map
Why not?
has a big Asmodeus symbol on
I
it
take no damage,
because
just die.
Asmodeus
He's got so
sponsored
many
this
levels and other
particular
stuff. He's
Octagon competition.
barely a monk. That's why the other guy thinks he's a disgrace.
Your tricks are spent, yet your foes remain.
You don't seem to realize I've been toying with them.
He activates Burning Blade and full attacks black.
Even if I go down, it's gonna hurt him.
39, 53.
Ooh. I have 140 hit points.
Then for the crit, 68.
68. F***ing A.
Although he's
That's
mostly
160
blustering,
damage.
there is a sense in which it's true that he was toying with them,
You take
arguably.
10 plus 7
Because
plus
this
18
version of
plus
multiform, which is not really how
41 for my
multiform
armor,
works,
71
but I was allowing him to kind of cheat it
Over
by
100 damage
getting
now.
multiple copies of the spells, at least for area
Wait, he
purposes.
dropped you? Whatever.
Not that he could
uses
multiply
haste
their
action
damage,
to
but
cast
he
regular
was getting
mirror
multiple
image.
copies of the
6 images,
spells.
but they don't recover anymore. He likes
But
his defenses.
in with his
a lot of
version of
damage,
multiform,
but
he actually
somebody
could not
needs to
use
heal me
maneuvers.
for my
Now he doesn't
initiative,
have a
so
lot of maneuvers because again he has hardly any levels in the actual monitor prestige class or any other Tome of Battle classes. But he does have some, and because he has a lot of hit dice, like that fire move, they do a lot of damage when he uses them if they have anything based on that.
Do you have some way to stop this jackass from running circles around
So when he
us?
runs out of
stand
multiform,
and
now it's
fight
time for him to
and
start
kick his
using
ass.
maneuvers all the time.
Okay, I still have some high-level infusions. I will drop a blade barrier to trap him in with us. Wow, does that sound like a bad idea when I say it out loud? A little bit. Nah, we got this. 15d6 damage to pass through. Reflex for half.
Doesn't he have evasion?
I mean, he must, but he keeps failing reflex saves against my wand's pitiful DC. I think this guy relies entirely on speed, not saving throws. Quilladin's turn, which means another DC 22 fortitude save. Fail. Then the agonizing magic in your blood prevents you from doing anything except move this round. 8 damage.
Acid.
I'll use my move
How did this
action
happen?
to Healing Potion Angel then. Rygax heals
I don't know why that
for
became Quilladin's
22,
thing,
and
to
as a
like
secondary target,
the
more
acid
against
reference
11.
from the
That's
IT
just
crowd,
enough.
but it did.
Laura wakes up and casts Cure Light Wounds on herself.
I cast heal on myself for 150. Almost full.
Show off.
You want to try that again? I'm game if you are.
A cage?
He bounding assaults away, hitting black once for.
I like how he
22.
goes into smile
22.
mode.
He has some bonus damage which doesn't apply until he's moved 10 or 20 feet.
Yeah, well, he takes 7.
Then he hits Draven for 27.
Leave Draven alone.
And he uses his extra standard action to cast on the defensive, which he succeeds, which gives him a free melee attack from his monitor fighting style. Take 31. Ow.
Uren
The
style.
actual spell he was
You
casting was
successfully cast on a defensive,
So he's going
free
to
attack.
Mora, Quilladin, Rygax, Little One, and Draven. And end up over here, on the far side of the wall. I take it he doesn't have to save. Not passing through as electricity, no. But you guys take 53. Reflex for half. Well, I'm bloodied again.
And now he's way over there.
I'll
There's
use
so
a
many
charge from my
animations
Ring
in
of
this video.
Mystic Defiance to reduce the damage by 10.
26 damage? Mora's down again.
We need to pair up and just wait for the dude to come in. He's just gonna hang around outside and keep lightning bolting us every other round. He goes with the lightning leap, though. Right. Well, I suppose he could also memorize regular.
I animated way too many frames for that, like, lightning leap cast. It just looks incredibly busy, but
castings on haste. He can't keep away forever. I'll
I know.
hold my initiative till he comes in.
I just got into it and I was kind of stuck finishing it.
Screw you. Okay, first I have to save against the blood thing. It's difficulty 22, fortitude 22. Ah, I just failed. 1 point short.
You can't attack again? Holy shit.
That's
Yeah, Zokuno is using.
10
Yeah,
damage
Zokuno's
for
build
blood
is
and
mad
can't
as
do
hell.
anything
It's,
except to move
he wants
action.
strength for damage, dexterity and wisdom for defense,
It's a 5th level
and
spell.
intelligence
How
for
many
spell
castings can he
casting.
have?
So,
Although
Gygax.
his save DCs aren't that important.
We killed the
He actually wants the
weakened one,
intelligence
so
more for
this
like
is
more
the
castings
version
than
of
anything
him who
else.
Still has 1 use left.
And if his other stats aren't amazing, he can compensate a lot with the crazy powers from the Swift Blade haste shit.
Then Rygax will chain healing blast with Mora as the primary target. She gets 22, then 11 points for who's lowest. A bunch are low, but no offense. We need Krillidin shooting to win this. I can do a lot of damage, but only if I can
And
get
con,
near
yeah.
him. So 11 for Krillidin, 51, and Mora should be conscious again. Yep, barely.
This jerk's only surviving because Cronin keeps being racked with pain.
He's only surviving because he's 150% bullshit.
He is a death
And
monster.
150%
No, he's
bullshit
just a total
and
cheese.
counting.
Again, I want to make very clear that all the bullshittiest stuff is printed rules, except multiform. Draven dispels the burning blood with a scroll of break enchantment to get Krillidin back in the fight. I'll bill you for the scroll, also for the arrows. Put it on my tab. I'm not sure he's winning anymore.
When did you think he was winning?
You can't talk back to me. I created you. You were a puppet.
I am Deathfin Vasilai. I am more than a warrior.
I have my own lore video.
If you can control me, as you say, go ahead. But I am an old man. You cannot simply use my body, or even my memories, and fight as a Deathfin. It is my will that gives me power, and the more you tamper, the less use I will be in your little games.
You can't argue with me. It's like having an argument with myself. And are you aware that you were a copy or not?
Only when you speak of it. Wonder what would have happened if we fought the other guy. What would that one do?
This fight is pretty rough. He is a Deathfin. Must do something to be on par with this guy. Theoretically, he's this guy's equal. He killed a badass dragon, so if we kill this guy...
Yeah,
that should
I'm not
give
sure
him
he's
potential
actually the
dragon.
equal of
Okay, I think he's gonna go for a frontal
of
assault. As soon
Zokuno
as he
with
hits
this
the barrier,
bullshit
bring a
version of
force wall.
multiform.
Boom.
That was
Run
pretty
right
insane.
into it. He has to make a reflex save against the blade barrier. I'll give him a penalty for that. And he fails. So, Draven, roll your damage.
15d6, baby.
Holy shit. Holy crap. 60.
That's way above average.
He is bloodied now. Other than the damage, though, he moves around the tiny wall to continue his bounding assault. Just for that, though, he's going to swing by you. Take 32 and 30. Each hit reduced by 3 for my armor crystal. Then, as a swift action, I boost my initiative back up by 20 again.
I don't know how
get
that
a
armor
real
crystal
chunky
still has any
goes again.
uses left
But
because
with his remaining
it can only
movement
do
and extra
basically only
standard
works
action,
10 times a day.
Krillidin looks hurt, and he's got a ranged weapon. He'll end next to you and hit
I'm
you
sure we've
once.
forgotten at this point.
He doesn't have any impressive attack maneuvers, so just a regular attack. And roll terribly. Take 24. Well, Laura's gonna play dead, but cast Cure Moderate on herself. Hey, look who's point blank range to me. I 5-foot step out of his reach and rapid shot. Here we go. How'd I miss? He's fast. I cast Mirror Image, then move to flank him.
Then I'll move up.
Mirror Image Wars. It's
So
just be like a
Zokuno's
million
images
angels
are
versus a
all
million
gone
Zokunos.
Again, and you get one swing on him.
Mischance.
Rygax heals Krillidin for 32. Alright, hit his AC, no problem. Mischance?
Even hits for consistency.
Boom! F you! It's possible Deathfin Zokuno was starting to underestimate you, but you've had a lot of chances to catch a glimpse of how he's actually super speeding around everyone's attacks.
And all that pent-up rage.
Take 68, and I switch stance so that if he's in my reach and attacks anyone but me, he gets -4 to hit. Draven's turn. Maximize! Well, that's not great with the mischance. I was going to Heroism Black. Then again, maybe what we need to do is just generate more coin flips.
It's just the mischance that's stopping me. I hit just fine otherwise.
Yeah,
mischance is
actually,
pretty nuts.
I'll blast him. Not maximized, though. It costs 4 times the charges for about 50% more damage, and is just as likely to be dodged. Dodged.
You seek to surround me. All I see are targets. Shield counter.
And I hit his
He's
AC,
pretty
so
confident
first
considering how
attack
beat up
misses.
he is at this
Dodge
point.
that asshole. In that case, he turns his second attack into a round kick, hitting Krillodin for 38 before turning to you. I'm down again. -10. Then he fails to damage the little one with the end of his full attack. For his standard action, though, he casts on a defensive, which gets him the free attack from his Wu Ren style. Take 31. Then, in order to hit Angel and Draven as he lightning leaps out of danger, I'm gonna say he can't line it up to also hit Rygax and, more importantly, the guy on the ground. He does, however, have to go through Little One. 59 damage, save for half. Since I failed my save, I activate my reroll ability and pass it. Half is 29. Use my mum's amulet for
If you're a
7,
wizard
then my 5
who
electrical
doesn't
reactions, so
mind
it takes
getting in
17.
close with
That's
enemies,
manageable.
And I
Lightning Leap
still
is pretty
can't full attack
kick-ass.
the bastard.
if you're a wizard who doesn't want to be close to enemies, so, you know, a wizard,
Sure, though he'll get a.
it's also a pretty good way to get away from enemies, although you probably have to cast on a defensive.
So I can sneak attack. Oh yeah, 40. Blah. He
That's a
is
good
starting
attack.
to look significantly wounded now.
He's holding his
I could
arm.
drop my fist on him.
What the?
Come on, guys.
Missed.
Rygax's turn. Is
Yeah, as we enter night, Lightning Leap
everyone
is
hurt at
from
this point?
Complete
Wait,
Mage.
is this when he betrays us?
Yes, the 200 points of healing he's dished out was all to lure you into a false sense of security. Eat mass cure light wounds.
No, there's-
Everybody heals 50.
I'm not sure there's anything homebrew about him except for the monitor prestige class levels, of which he doesn't even have that many, although it's really strong.
I'll delay my initiative
And
till
the
after
multi-form.
monitor.
Earth Reaver.
Hey, he didn't fall down this time. Fighting the Stone Fist is pointless. He needs to drop somebody, so he's going to
The arm he's holding switches when he's flipped sides, because, I already put enough effort into this episode without properly handling asymmetry.
Makes his reflex save, managing to slip unharmed between the whirling magical blades. My attack hits. Take 24. And I use Quicksilver motion to intercept him where he comes out, so I can attack him. You didn't ready an action, which would only give you a standard action. Delaying initiative, as you did, does let you take a whole normal turn, but it doesn't interrupt the enemy like readied actions. You'd have to wait until he finishes. Can
No
I
matter how much
compromise
Rule
if
of Cool
part
I
of my full
like
attack just
quasi
two attacks
cheating I
is
let them do,
Uh,
it will never be as much
you
cheating as
use
Al's
called
done, right?
Quicksilver motion. You're trying to meet super speed with super speed, right as he's busy weaving between Angel and Angry Fist and a curtain of magic blades. Just this one time, you can try. Rule of Cool. Well, that is definitely a miss. Number 2 is definitely a hit.
Maybe.
Yes! Zokuno runs through the barrier. These spinning blades might as well be a solid wall from your point of view, but he spots a path and lunges between them, only to be slashed across the chest by Angel's chain.
Yeah.
And as he's
It
recovering
didn't
his
look like the
balance,
chest, but whatever.
Little One sprints at him in an instant. From his point of view, it actually looks like normal.
Reflection in his
You
eye.
swing high and he ducks under. You continue your swing 360 degrees and ram the black hammer right into his face. He dies? Deathfin Zokuno goes down. I don't stop hitting him. It's so much easier when
He hit the achievement for Kill Deathfin Monitor.
What do you think of that?
Asterisk!
Don't let
That wasn't real. It may have been more. That particular one may have been more dangerous than the real thing, but it still wasn't real.
What? But we don't have to kill the other monitor. I mean, you guys have the key. I found it. But he
And again,
is
he's got his own
standing
music.
between
I love Angel,
the
like,
keyhole.
I found it with the bloody key.
Poor Foster.
Just,
Took him a
we all
second
know
to
what
straighten
happened
up
there.
after dropping down. So he's a fake old man, right? Hey, he is actually quite old.
A very old monk? He's gonna use the midichlorians.
I move at 70 right now. It's right behind him?
Here's my proposal. I shoot him till he moves, then Angel goes for it. I don't think he needs to move. Dimensional fist. Oh, right. We re-roll initiative, and Angel actually acts first.
All right, I cast invisibility on myself.
You know that Kuatoa naturally see invis, right?
Only when moving, though.
How can you
If
not
I'm
like this
still,
move?
I still disappear.
Which initially
See, I
sounds
can
like a
make
stupid
hide
plan.
No, that's true.
And then
As
she
long
actually
as
has
you
a good
don't
reason
move,
for
he
it.
almost certainly can't see you. But then you're not moving the key forward.
He can only see you if you move forward, like the Predator.
He knows I have the key, right? But now, he can't see me to teleport punch me. Somebody just needs to move him. Then I can make a break for it.
Morris sings to buff Krillin in black. But
No,
the little
robot.
one
I don't
is
think.
unable
I
to
don't think
discern
monitors.
Marshall's
I don't think the monitor
stance,
prestige class
except
actually
that
gets
he's
timeless
fighting
body. I
defensively.
I
He's
could
using
be
his
wrong.
old man posture to
It also might have taken him a
obfuscate
long
his
time to get
actual
timeless body,
stance.
but
His stance is
it's just that
He's got
Kuatoa
to work
already
this out.
lived
This guy's not
over 300
hovering,
years
right?
if they're
Nope,
like
standing on
if
the
they don't
ground.
suck.
Then let's
So
just start by trying to knock him over. Earth Reaver.
Damage.
No save on the damage, so he takes 25. However, it doesn't budge him. He seems incredibly stable, even as the ground heaves around him.
Is he an illusion?
Like they immediately jump to like, oh, it's another
Is
bullshit,
the
not
blade
real,
barrier still
whatever.
there?
Oh, I'll dismiss the blade barrier. I don't think it'll help against this guy. It's more of a barrier to you than to him.
Black, how far can you throw me?
Are we playing Blood Bowl now?
You'd have to be able to see her first. I have an idea. Defin Vasilai stops fighting defensively and starts ambling forward. Then, as a swift action, he teleports 50 feet. Yep.
Shadow blink.
Hey, now it's easy to get past him. Then he pauses for a moment, squinting at you guys through eyes cloudy with cataracts.
He's like the opposite of Speed Guy.
Spellcaster. Wand user, I'm not really a... He performs a complex series of hand motions, then pulls his arms back, and begins furiously striking the air.
I can use shield block to give you +9 AC.
But with each strike, his hands disappear and hit Draven all over, each attack from a different direction. Take 53. I'm totally fine at very negative hit points.
Just lie there and heal back up.
No, fast heal doesn't work when you're unconscious. Little one almost made him miss, but that maneuver gives him +4 to hit and -4 AC.
Oh, shit. Well, my turn.
It's actually
I'll have the fist move around
that move
with
seems
that
so cool.
from
It's
18,
actually
so
like one from the
34.
Tigers whatever
With his 4-point penalty, that hits.
school
He
of
injured his
like
stance, though, so he has
Tome
a
of Battle
tiny amount of
maneuvers,
damage
which are
reduction.
mostly
Then I
pretty
can
lame.
charge using the
But it's
fist
just
of
like
Take
+4 to hit,
14,
-4
double
armor
for
class,
fuel is
and
28.
10d plus 10d6 damage.
My belt of battle is used up, so I can't do anything else.
Grilladin.
Time for double barrels.
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
He's afraid to do that because of the Hurricane of Fists.
I'm just hearing his voice like
Rage.
Well, if you just kill him, it's not a problem.
Yeah, Krillin,
Alright.
just kill him, then it'll be fine.
Shot. 1 × 3 crit plus 4.
See, this guy
regular
does actually have deflect
113
arrows.
total. So 103 after damage reduction. Wow.
So, is he a big sack of hit points or a glass cannon?
The monitor is.
See, he had-
in fact,
He has the ability if he
So,
if
do
he'd
we
gone
go for the key or
defensive
go for
style,
the
I
kill?
I think I
Go for
mentioned
the
in the
kill.
extras.
I don't know.
If he
I don't
was
know.
fighting
He's not
defensively,
even
he
real.
could have used an
Let's
alternate
just get the
version
key.
of deflect
I'm close.
arrows that he
Next
got from his
is
monitor fighting style,
Yeah,
where he
go for
could
the
make
kill.
like
Go for
an
the
attack
kill.
roll to
I
counter
think I
each
can do
arrow,
something else
as
better,
long as he
though.
had any movement
I
left and moved
can
kind of 5
save
feet
this.
for each one.
So I use Quicksilver motion.
He could have
pick up
actually
Angel,
thwarted most of Krilladin's
then double move
attacks,
put her
and
here,
he
near
would have
the
been
keyhole.
killed a lot
Remember,
less fast.
Angel's first in the initiative.
All right, that's pretty cool.
I think we just won it.
Well, we don't know.
As for Rygax, I'm at like 15. I would like to not be bleeding to death, though. That'd be good. So, Rygax heals Krilladin for 28, with Draven as his secondary target healing 14. I'm still in the negatives, but no longer bleeding out.
bleeding to
Angel's
death.
turn.
I'm so waiting for something to happen, but I go for it.
Angel
No, you got
lunges
this, Angel.
first for the lock in the dais, right in front of the Albatrom's throne of skulls. Wait. Everything slows down, like time has virtually stopped, but not quite.
What? He's changing his mind?
Sounds to me like he's breaking
Now,
the rules.
little one's
We've
pissed
completed the
off.
challenge. You're preventing us from completing the challenge. It's bullshit. You're an asshole.
There's one small outstanding.
Alptrom is an
issue
asshole,
we
not
need to
me.
solve.
I'm a nice
Nothing
guy.
is
He's
not
the
fair.
asshole.
I even altered rule number 4 in your favor, which has unfortunately resulted in a contradiction. So I'll let you, little one, decide how to correct this minor mistake. You. Either you allow me to add one last little step to this challenge, and you know what it is. One last little wrinkle to balance out the scales of my beneficence. Or we apply the strict interpretation of Rule 1 subsection B. Once I make a rule, it can't be changed. Which would mean Angel here is about to
We watched
win
the episode
challenge
earlier,
number
and
5.
it wasn't
But
in the
which
episode.
rule
It wasn't Little One who suggested this, which
also
is really
made my
confusing
change
because
to rule
we all thought it was when this came up at the table. I sure as hell thought it was
That
Little
would leave
One.
you all with, what, 15 challenges left to go?
Though your bodies and everything around you are moving at such a glacial pace that your efforts to give Al the finger are not yet visible to the human eye, you nevertheless find that you can all speak normally.
Rule 4 was...
He's trying so hard.
5 challenges?
Currently, but they had initially said 20 challenges, then changed their mind, lowering it to 5 with some derisive comment.
So our choice is
Sir.
1 more challenge or 15 more challenges?
Well, it's Little One's choice, since Rule 1...
Doing the math, I think
is
15 is
I did
worse than 1.
myself. Wait, so what's the 1 challenge? I just want to be clear.
I'll just give a key to the old man here. One last key to your freedom.
Honestly, at the time when he said 20, then 5, immediately I was like, he just changed the rule. But I'm not saying anything.
But we didn't change the rule. We just negotiated the rule.
But at our suggestion, he added the rule that once he makes a rule, it can't be changed. So once he announced 20, that would have been final. But Rule 5 was no haggling. And he seems to be haggling right now.
I mean, you have a point, but again, the outcome seems fine with the strict interpretation.
Oh shit, I'm
Like, goddamn
unconscious, so I actually
Kinda got
have
them in a
nothing
bind.
to say about it. We can't survive another 15 challenges.
You seem to be thinking very hard.
Very
Let me
hard.
make it even more clear.
If you prefer the strict interpretation, I'll remove this monitor. Gone. Erased. And this fight is...
By the way, I
over.
was talking as
You
much
have
like this
time
as
to
possible
recover,
at the
least a
table.
few
Like, that's the
minutes.
fun part.
And then 15 new challenges to look forward to.
Oh, the things we can do. Now that you've, more or less, survived the basics. You haven't even seen my realm's version of the Underdark.
The good news is this guy's below
It
half
is.
health.
Al's performance here is exactly what I was
We'll
going
give you
for at the
one
table.
more
It's just
challenge.
honed a
Then I'm
little
sure
bit
you'll
better
cheat
than I'm
and
sure
change
the
rules
actual
again until
version.
we die.
Because I could do
Excellent
multiple
choice.
takes.
I don't know when, and I don't know how, but I will destroy you. Oh, please come back. Please do. If you survive.
I am never coming back.
With the snapping sound, a second keyhole appears next to the first, and a new key appears in the air in front of Deathfin Vasili. The monitor unfreezes, reaches out to the key, and with a subtle motion...
They
teleports
reacted
it
so
into the
strongly to
shape
him
of an
unfreezing. They were so tuned to unfairness. They're like, "What? He unfreezes first?" They're like, no, it's just to get the key. He's not really getting to move first.
Her key sinking into the lock and turning just as she had planned, and we're right back to where we were in the initiative order.
This guy did kill a dragon.
Species is practically immune to electricity.
Finally, the finger is unfrozen.
Mora hits him with targeting rays, so everybody's got an extra +4 to hit him.
This
Yeah,
turn,
no, when
he
they were
activates
still
the
frozen and I
version of
described that
Searing
his
Blade,
hand
though
like
his is
unfroze
light.
first, they were like
Then
freaking out
uses the
about that.
Shadow Stride maneuver to teleport next to Krillin as a move action.
Didn't like it
Hey,
for the
you
flow of
wanna
the video,
chat?
though.
Of course, he wouldn't need to get so close, except the Sun School tactical feat gives him a free attack.
No,
whenever
robot.
he teleports
Draven has
next to
fast
someone.
heal, not regeneration. Regeneration works when you're at negative hit points or even should be dead. Fast heal only works when you're conscious.
That's a hit.
That's
It's a 3.5 thing.
Dice. Please don't go over 60.
He elbows you for 50 even.
So I'm at
Scything
-70.
elbow.
That's the free attack. As his second swift action. Second swift? Yeah, unlike the other guy, he has trained in a good number of monitor fighting styles. So, as a second swift action, he casts a 1 power point 10-foot psychoportation, in this case, above Rygax, and triggering his Sun School feat for another free, appearing next
If you
to
are
some
comparing it,
second
if you are
attack.
comparing this to the Legends video with him, I will note that his cataracts, like his eyes, are way milkier here than they were in the past when he was fighting the dragon.
Then as his actual
And of course, his scar has faded a lot here, whereas he starts the fight with the dragon with no scar.
Finish him.
He starts a fierce lightning-charged axe kick, but rather than hit Rygax on the ground...
Me?
No, but you're his dodge target, if that makes you feel any better. His leg portals over to
Yeah,
hit
no
Mora for
Ruby
44.
Knight Vindicators.
Mora's still
I haven't
up.
gone that
She's still
far.
standing after 44 damage.
I'd rather
Yeah, she's been healing
do
herself
things
for
that
like
are
3 rounds,
controllable.
plus that mass cure. Deathfin Vasili is breathing a little more heavily, and he reaches around to push on what appears to be a sore back.
to be young again. Oh God.
So fist charges and misses. But that gives me
Draven was
Nice
not
move
into
next to
his
every
like
full
old
attack.
man routine.
Missed the first swing.
So you instant move over, swing down at him, and he portal dodges into the ground. Your mace narrowly
I love
misses,
this
but
move.
Before you can even process what happens, he head stomps you, dropping down from
But this is one of those things, if I did the
flattening you,
action cut of this
42
video,
damage
that would be
improved
1,000 times cooler. Because having to stop and like show it multiple times because it takes time to describe it really like takes away from how friggin' awesome that is. Just like smash, swings down, disappears into the ground. What?
31.
Ow.
Yeah. Stomps me, but
His
foot
feet
hurts.
hurt.
I move in.
Don't miss.
Moment of alacrity. My initiative's now 26, so I'll go again before him.
Don't miss.
Don't
And
miss.
a rallying strike. With Mora's targeting ray, I hit AC 37. Not gonna deal a ton of damage. It hits for 18.
Okay.
Then it heals everyone.
Wait,
at 30
rallying
for-
strike actually worked in a hard
30
fight?
points. Booyah!
Nice.
That never
I think
happens.
That wakes everyone up. Then I get to go again. Lightning? No, flame, bitch! I got 4 attacks. Oh, he's dead. Hit, miss.
This part I didn't
Haven't you
animate
hit?
that
Does he
great.
get
I
that
was
thing, or- no, his
dying
dodge
to get the
target
video
is still
done.
black. Actually, if
It was
you
hard to
were
do.
his
It
dodge
was,
target
it's
right now,
okay,
you would
but a
have
lot of the
told
other
me
animations
first
look
hit
really
into
good,
black. Then
and this
the
one is
fire,
just like
total
does the job.
112. He's knocked sprawling.
Although I like showing that
Key to
one of his
clear
swings
so
missed, and he still managed to, he still used his
corner of
teleport
the
tech to
octagon.
like
The outdrone
dodge that
rises
one
from
attack.
throne.
Not sure if they can or will do anything, but you get the idea. You should move. And we all regain consciousness from the area heal, so you don't even have
Woo,
to waste
conscious.
actions dragging us.
Mora grabs the key. Give Albatross the finger.
Yeah. I have the fist stand
This was
on
also-
end, give Alprom the finger, then unsummon back into its statue.
Okay, that's pretty
Thank-
awesome. The
thank you,
ground starts
players.
shaking and
That
we
was
rush
fun.
Towards the dais, jam the key in the second keyhole, and everything goes black for a moment. As reality fades back in around them, they stand before a small earthen cave, dark and filled with gnarled roots. The look of the trees suggests they're still within the realm of the Alpdrome. This is it, from my map spell. This is the one thing that wasn't shifting and changing through the whole ordeal. This should be the
Let's
portal
go.
to the Fatelands. We were told the natural portal would not be cock-blocked by Swain's...
The curse of Natharin.
And let's do the one thing Little One has wanted to do for so long. Let's get the f out.
Get the-
Everyone dives into the cave, disappearing one after another, including Rygax. And they all emerge crammed
They're
together.
just crammed
into a
in.
very similar cave in a very different landscape. You had totally lost track of
And then
time
I
in the
spend
endless
some
twilight
ludicrous amount of
the other
time
planes.
trying to convince them,
Now in
no,
this,
really,
with the sun high in
we're
the sky.
done.
Are we near Vanover?
You're really out
We're
of that
farther
friggin'
north and
place.
east than you've previously adventured, but it's still Vistria.
But are you gonna let us just walk there, or do we have to deal with encounters or something?
Yeah,
Next time
time.
on Tales from my
D&D
D&D campaign.
All right, I may be looking like old and terrible, especially after the 2-hour or the 2-day marathon here, but I still look better than that guy. Oh, look at poor lonely Al all by himself. Nobody to taunt.
Yes, Rygax escaped. Asmodeus. Well, he doesn't need to know. He doesn't need to know. Not quite yet.
And we've got Alptrom in the chat saying, I meant to do that.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
It's all part of my plan.
Previously,
Well, this has been a lot of fun. My favorite part was when you
Killed
killed Rygax.
I'm
Rygax.
still right here.
Yes, your commitment,
Commitment
to
to
the
the
bit
bit
is
is
admirable. I
admirable.
found it. Don't let that
That was,
key hit the wall.
commitment to the bit was very like Rick and Morty line. At this point, I'm too far into it. I don't remember if that's something that I actually said at the table. I feel like it was, but I could be deluding myself
Let's
because
get the
memory is
f
fallible.
out. Are we near Vanover?
No, you're farther north and east than you've previously adventured.
But
I
it's
mean, it
so
definitely said
fair.
something along the
Ragex came
lines
through
of
with
your
us.
commitment to
I
the
needed
bit, but
out of that
the term
accursed
"the
place.
bit" I'm not sure was
Finding
in my normal
way
lexicon.
back to the Shadowfell is a trivial problem in the grand scheme of things, and it wouldn't hurt to let the heat die down a bit before.
Ooh, yeah, we get to wind down from that craziness.
How many Vampire Kings have you pissed off?
Well, all of them, to be sure, but 2 in just the last 4 days is a bit much.
We traveled across half the Shadowfell and pissed off everything along the way.
So what's wrong with this plane? Nothing. This is the good one. Yeah, not buying it.
Diluvians.
I don't know what those are. Orcs. Didn't we kick their ass 1,000 years ago?
It's too bright during the day. The sun makes
Rygax is not wrong.
makes me
That sounds like a you problem.
This plane's full of humans.
Oh, got it.
I need to find my father.
This plane is full
Don't
of
we have
humans.
a teleport rune, whatever, set up to get back to Polaron?
Yes, though that's farther south, down by Grand Mount. Presumably still being guarded by a couple low-level hand people. And somewhere between here and there should be Zahir, Dwarf
I'm gonna
Leatherface,
go
and
grab
Black Dad, who
another
Rygax
drink.
had plane shifted
Probably
to safety
last
3
drink for the
2 days ago.
for the stream. But I don't think
Very,
anything has.
very long days.
I think I got. They're gonna be relaxed
I don't
for a
wanna
little
sleep
while
in the
here.
woods.
I'm
Moving
sleeping
down.
in an inn.
I want
All
a
right,
bed.
Turtle.
I want a bath. I want a.
An
You
actual
can do it.
hot
You
meal
can
instead
do
of
this without
rations and
falling down, right?
Conjured water.
Yeah.
I want a
You're
chicken.
good.
I want to eat like my body weight in chicken.
Do you want a bath, Draven?
Turtle
Hell
power.
yes. Water. Thanks. After slogging through the Nightmare Demigod's challenges, they were too exhausted even to cast Mora's map spell. But they managed to stumble their way to the highway, and from there, they found Glacia, a once major town whose luxury-based economy had faded during the century-long state of war. They, and their portable hole full of silver coin, are welcomed enthusiastically by the town's finest inn as they rest, regain spells, and level up their characters. I'm not exhausted anymore.
We get a stat point at level 16, right? And I get my level 10 rogue ability. I can now take 10s on stealth, perception. I can tumble automatically under most circumstances.
We gained 2 levels in 3 days.
It was very educational.
We learned never to go back.
That's usually what you learn everywhere you go.
What wisdom do I need for level 8 spells?
10 plus spell level, so 18.
Shit.
You still get the spell slot, but you'll have to use it for lower level ones.
I've been using Zahir's bone mask since we rescued him, but it's only +2 wisdom. I need at least a +4 item. +6 would obviously be better.
Well, let's open up the loot hole and see what we've got. Other than the corpse of a lich golem buried under 6 tons of silver and capped off with a fake Rygax.
No fake Rygax. It appears that corpse, along with his equipment, vanished when you escaped Owl's realm. Well, I open up the portable hole and get identifying. Their extra-dimensional storage space contained a veritable mountain of stuff looted from the hidden temple within Mount Pillar, which they hadn't found time to examine through the grueling week of hell. Now, bathed and rested, Draven's artificer skills allowed him to easily determine the properties of all but the most powerful or enigmatic magic items.
I already got the +4 hammer.
Elfbane hammer.
Right, equivalent of a +5 weapon. So that's probably my share of the treasure right there.
Other than cursed garbage, vendor trash, and consumables, there's the +6 Wisdom Amulet of Penitence. It also gives +2 to saving throws against fire, but has -4 to poison saves, and reduces your max hit points by 6.
I needed you to craft one anyway. +6 wisdom is huge. Has a couple negatives, but only to stats I can afford to lose.
That's the penalty? Hell, I'd wear that, and I barely use wisdom.
Naismith's Pick, which is not actually a pick. It's a +2 blocking halberd of monster slaying. Blocking gives a +2 shield bonus to make up for being two-handed, and monster slaying gives +2d6 damage against huge creatures and up, plus halves the home rule sized-based damage reduction of massive creatures. I guess it looks like a toothpick next to one of those snake scorpions. Then +3 heavy shield of the sun casts light at will.
Yay.
But undead have to make a DC 18 will save or be unable to make physical attacks against the wielder for that round.
Okay, that's an awesome shield.
There are bracers of mind blank, but they are also cursed. so you can't remove them. But the mind blank does work. I just can't figure out what the rest of the curse does.
Okay.
Your genitalia fall off.
Oh,
That'd be okay for Black. He's not using his.
holy crap, there's a lot of loot. I may have been wrong about my share. And lastly, there's this breastplate of the master. +4 breastplate
Alright.
makes you immune to charm, +2 versus other compulsions.
Hey, we're
Twice
finally
per day,
identifying all that
a
stuff that we
version
got.
of dominate person,
like-
but with a duration only 1 hour.
Only an hour.
DC 17
I don't know, like
plus the wearer's int bonus.
6 hours ago at
However,
least.
while you use that ability, your consciousness moves into the target. So you can command your own body only to perform move actions and no skill checks. But you have full control of and share perceptions with
The curse was
the
a
dominated
Destiny-based
target.
curse.
They do still get a new save
depend
during
what
any
they did.
round that you try to make them act against their principles, and they won't perform any action they consider self-destructive. If they are killed while you're in there, then you return to your own body nauseated. Draven will be keeping that one. That's good for you? I was wearing a +3 breastplate. This is a straight upgrade and grants immunity to charm. Immune to charm is pretty cool. I mean, I may not use the dominate, but it's still a really good piece of gear.
Never know. Might come in handy.
Well, I'm certainly
Notorious
not gonna
Revolutionary
use it on
Tommy J.
innocent people.
The Week of
That's
Hell
what everyone
lasted
says.
like
No
I
one
don't
takes the
remember exact
shield,
name of it. It
clearly
lasted
makes the ring
something like a
protection,
year
but nobody is putting
of
on
real
those
time.
mind blank bracers yet. Not till they can learn.
There were so
more
many
about that
sessions,
curse.
and then they were spread
They did
out over
finally
time
nerf
because we weren't
Krillin's
necessarily
spinning
consistently
bow,
playing every week
changing
during
it
that
to
time,
double
or
only the
far from
first
it, I
shot
think.
each round. That still provided
it was
an extra attack at the wielder's
So
highest
much of our
bonus.
lives
Still
that were spent
stacked with
while
haste
they were
and can
in
still be
that
used to get double
quote-unquote
value
week
from
of hell, which was
special
actually like
ammunition, like
4 or
bane
5
arrows,
days.
which made it much more of a fair value for a +3 weapon modifier, rather than effectively doubling all attacks. But it also made Krill the only hero who ended up weaker after the level and loot. Then it was time for them to regain their bearings.
I'll hit up my organization contacts.
I'm gonna cast some sendings. Daggerface, we're back in northern Vistria. We'll head south and meet you near the teleport circle.
That's great. I knew you'd make it. Have you heard the talk that's going around?
No, and we don't want to know.
A lot of people don't seem to like the king's decision. Things
No more
may
plot
get a
hooks.
little rough.
Brawler, what's the news?
Short version is, might be heading towards civil war.
When King Edward was presented with the Diluvian peace offer, the time frame for his response was very tight. Messengers were sent to all the nobles in Vistria, but only about half of their responses made it back before the deadline.
And the king accepted the treaty.
It had to be a trap. He knew that. But what were the consequences of saying no? The evil empire's reaction might be worse than the trap, and the king worried about his own people's reaction if he rejected a chance at peace. I largely support
Mr.
the
GMA,
history and trying to
I am
cautiously
really
take
not sure
advantage
how
of
many
it, but
episodes
as
worth
Randy
of
Noble myself,
TDDC
I
Sea of
understand why
Secrets I
some
have
people,
the
especially
content
from
for,
my
and
ancestral
some of it
country,
depends how I adapt it, because you
understand
can
how wrong it feels.
you can
So
do
who's talking
more or
civil
fewer
war?
episodes
It
based on the
always
same
comes down
content,
to the
obviously,
nobles.
as
Lots of nobles
if you
up
compare
north
how
and
much
out east,
content we covered
further
in
from the front
the first
lines.
couple
they see
episodes of
political or
TDDC
economic advantage, either
compared
from
to
the
at
war
the end
itself
when it was
or just from
more
agitating
like
against
one
the treaty.
episode,
Some of
one
them
per
legit
session.
didn't have time to register
But,
their protests before the decision. Smarter folk than I think others may have.
I think
delayed their
there's got to be
messages on purpose, just to give
something
them
like
an
at least
excuse.
half
There
as
has
at
been
least
no
half as much
drawback at
content
this
for
point. No
Sea of
bloodshed the
Secrets
Brawler is aware of.
as I
But
had
this
for the
faction
original
claims that by
show.
accepting
So still like
1/3
years
of the
worth.
land back in the treaty,
They
the
are
king
they
has
definitely weren't quite as high
conceded
level when
the
that
other
one went on
2/3 of
hiatus.
Randy, conceding to reality.
They still have
Yeah,
to
the map
explore
says you lost, and their
something.
side
They
even
had
have
reached a
claim to the
big
throne.
thing to explore.
Sort of.
And had not
Princess
started yet.
Haruyo Van Smith, the 12-year-old daughter of the King of Arandi, has been
I
speaking
assume
out on
the
their
extras are
behalf.
going to be handled
And the
pretty
third son of the
similar,
King of
but
Vistria is also with
not
them,
100%.
though he ain't out there giving
depends how much
speeches.
stuff
He
I
may
have to
been
say. I'm going to try and handle it in the same
kidnapped
way
by
because I think it's good.
relatives. Call it a gray area.
Damn it. This is what the KT do. This is why they made the offer.
They probably didn't know exactly what would happen, but they had to know their terms would be divisive.
That's some Sun Tzu shit.
One of the main objectives of the Hand of Sirius is to maintain stability, so I should sending the leadership and ask what's up with this stuff. Sending which one of the co-leaders? The Earl of Hanley, the secular guy, or High Priest Matsomi? I'll contact the Earl. Let him know, Marcus Jonason, the Earl of Hanley, guy you've met and talked to many times, you can't reach him. Sending just fails. Really?
That's not good.
You know what? I'll try to reach that gnome artificer,
Fizwell.
Black and I are back from the Shadowfell, looking for status update.
Glad you're back. Things have been going to hell here. Have you run into any of the other guys yet?
No, we haven't run into anyone.
The other
What
guys.
other guys?
The Gauntlet of Sirius.
Oh no. Has the hand fractured?
You could say that. Jonason left and took
you
about
could say
37% of the Basilica's people with him, and I hear even greater numbers have sided with him in the north.
Wow, we're gone a month, and this is what happens? Was there fighting?
No, though it was very tense for a moment. We all took an oath, but they and the Earl are interpreting it differently. Is your oath to the royal line and to the nation, or to the sitting king? If you see a conflict between the two,
They're giving him the finger of Sirius?
Jonason claims the treaty is not protecting the people, that it's setting us up for an even greater catastrophe.
Well, it might be. I mean, nobody trusts the Diluvians. Fizwell lists off names of those who had left with Jonason to form the
Oh yeah,
Gauntlet,
sending's supposed to be
including
25
Giselle
words.
Kira, the Basilica's
Boy, do we
arms
play
trainer,
it fast
while
and loose
those
with that.
remaining loyal included familiar artificers like Andrew Midgard
Although
and Higgins,
half the time when we're doing
priests like
sending
Victoria
are
DeWall.
situations
Well, he's
when
into black.
the castings don't really matter.
And
Like
also
whoever's doing
Father
it could actually
Felix,
just like
sees his
cast it 4
place
times in a
as
row
guarding the
for all it
kings.
mattered.
What side is the organization?
The other half of the time it probably
We
does
ain't
matter.
taking sides in no civil war, but we also ain't bound by no treaty. Word from up top is try not to stir up any unnecessary Diluvian shite
my God.
right now. Nothing that could result in blowback to the Vistrians. But that said, if
Still
there's
a little
good
over 2
opportunity,
hours
A
left.
good target.
use your own judgment, but err on the side of being discreet. Nothing flashy, no making an example.
I like how this
Till we
contact
see
has
how
like
the situation
muscles.
plays out.
Well, tell the higher-ups that if there's a political contact that needs
Why
to
wear
be
sleeves
eliminated,
when you got
I'm
guns?
available.
Huh?
Nothing. Just organization stuff.
Okay, who do we kill to make this go away?
KT. Kill more KT.
Do you kill anyone? Sounds like there's been no fighting yet. We are heavyweights when it comes to fighting, but I don't see anything yet that
Background
suggests
pic
we
of the
should
village.
get involved
Oh,
and
yeah.
tip the scales.
Unless some clear villains show up.
You know what then? Forget all that for now and cure my junk.
I'm a lost puppy right now. A whole bunch of people I don't know, breaking up with other people I don't know.
Yes, I literally know more about Nyogi politics than human affairs.
What are Nyogi politics?
Look at my possessions. They are so much shinier and more rare than your paltry collection. That's the gist of it. All the rest is just details.
Good thing we don't have a bunch of
Our
dumb
priorities right
weirdos
now
like
should
that
be,
in real
1,
life, huh?
Cure ourselves. 2, prevent escalation, if we can.
Look, cure my junk. Then I'll recruit some orcs, march them around to rally people, and then go down into Verandi.
Eventually, our time will run out. This spirit seed has already kept the astral plague at bay much longer than anyone expected. It's looking a little dimmer after all that shit you went through in the Shadowfell. And Rygax or Zahir should definitely be able to help figure out the
Yeah, Zahir.
incorporeal spirit-based component of your cure research. Which is the last part, I think. I've got soil samples from all 3 planes, plus my prismatronic energy scanner thing.
And once we cure the space aids, I can get my constitution restored.
First step, let's get back to our teleportation room.
And find my dad.
And Zahir.
And Daggerface.
Can we get horses?
Oh, you're in friendly friggin' territory.
Yeah, no,
Horses should be
Zahir's
no
still an
problem.
NPC.
Aren't we honorary lieutenants or something? And Draven's a marquis. We could come.
I'm not the person who actually knew him well outside of the game, so I don't know what he's up
A
to.
few shovelfuls of silver later, they were on their way, riding south.
His player.
It was an uneventful ride through a couple small hamlets. No sign of
Writing
any mobs or
animation,
whatnot.
it's back.
When you talk to people, there are plenty of nervous rumors going around about the treaty debate and the stances of various nobles, but you've seen no signs of escalation around here.
Good. I really don't want to have to walk into a town and cast blistering radiance.
Speaking of radiance, you guys have settled in for the night at the lone bed and breakfast in a community too small for a proper inn. But after the sun goes down, there's still some illumination against the dark sky, back in the direction you just came from.
How far away?
Hard to judge, but it could be maybe a day's ride. It's not that
Ooh,
it's tremendously
second sunrise.
bright. Light carries far at night. But then again, to be visible from this distance must be pretty big.
Do we just turn around and ride back?
It'd
I've
take
eaten
us
so
all
much junk
night.
this weekend.
Longer because the horses
I have to
need
eat like a
rest.
vegetable tomorrow.
Also me. I need rest. I'll cast Scrying, the druid version, because instead of 1,000 gold piece mirror as the focus, I can use.
You have access to all the spells, and you can just pick and choose the better version. That was a good-looking transition.
Buildings on fire, but no soldiers running around.
The Burning
no
Village
wielding mobs.
has
Nothing
pros and
moving but
cons.
flames.
Overall, not bad.
Finally, you
But
see
the transition
someone
to-
drop down into view, having
to
left
the-
from an upper
the
floor
puddle,
of one of
like,
the burning buildings.
clairvoyant,
They land on their feet
or
but
no,
fall hard.
whatever,
One leg
scrying.
injured by the fall.
The transition was
When
cool.
black smoke billows out from between two buildings, and from this dark cloud emerges.
I like that the scrying
Headless
changes camera
Horseman.
angles.
Didn't we do away with him?
We saw Rygax destroy that thing.
That was the Albdrum's duplicate, not me.
Yeah,
The
well,
four-headed demon flail
colorblind.
lashes
LeBron.
out, shredding the prone
Colorblind.
villager, before the horseman rides back out of range of your scrying.
Headed our way.
He slaughtered the whole town looking for us.
He was able to respawn in the Outrom zone, but I bet the rules are different here.
Just fix my junk. That's all I want. Alright, let's go destroy this thing. I don't even know how he's following us through all our protections.
I think I'm pretty sure I meant to make a fix my junk
suppose he could be
joke in the
tracking
last
something we're
episode, and I never
carrying.
got around to it.
Seed?
Someone's
kinda unfortunate.
immortality? The Lich?
Oh, the Lich, maybe.
Or he just actually knows how to track shit.
According to legend, the rider was an incredibly skilled warrior in life. Tracking wasn't mentioned, but it would not be a surprise.
And we weren't exactly hiding our activities.
Or it could be demigod-based cheating.
Wait, Rygax is still with us?
Hey, Rygax, do you have any information that might be helpful in this situation?
Information?
Any information?
The Headless Horseman is a dangerous foe, but frankly, having seen what you all can do, I think he's a far greater threat to the towns and people between him and us. He can't be permanently stopped without returning his head. But if he were to fall here, he should be unable to return for a period of time, trapped within Albtrom's realm or elsewhere in the Hells.
Smash it till it stops moving and the problem goes away? Deal. Let's go.
The party prepared for battle, setting up on the road just outside the town limits, Old West Sheriff style, and they waited. Over the course of hours, a couple new patches of light.
This is weird. I
pop up,
remember them facing the
smaller,
other way.
closer,
I don't know.
as though the enemy was burning their way down the highway, until Krillidin spots a ripple of dark smoke streaking down the road towards them, a mere 50 feet away, arriving from the ruins of Glacier in roughly half the time that trip had taken their new horses. They all beat the horseman's initiative, but with that spooky underground movement, there was not much for them to attack yet.
The Headless Horseman keeps a low profile.
He's short of countenance.
Because I'm insane and paranoid, I cast greater invisibility on myself.
Or casts haste.
You see licks of flame through the smoke as it approaches,
And he doesn't do it.
and about 6 feet from you, the smoke disappears.
Am I that
down to the
obvious?
ground instead of
Yes.
rising up
Yes,
to
I'm
attack.
that
I've
obvious.
never met anything so cowardly.
Their readied actions all go to waste for that round, but soon the trail of smoke arises again, 30 feet away, and coming at them perpendicular to the original approach. I'm waiting till I actually see him. Yeah,
Whatever, I'll bite. Searing charge. Little one rockets
report
forward,
bots.
beating a mischance and making a fortitude save to resist gagging on the noxious black cloud which surrounds the nightmare steed to hit it for 30 damage, though it ignores the chunk of that which was fire damage. It bites you back for 22. But it is only the demon mount. The rider, having been dropped off in the previous round, uses the distraction to rise up horror movie style next to Krillidin. What? They still had their readied actions, though. I force orb him for 32. The rider takes that, but they swing their four-headed demon chains around.
I so want that weapon.
This animation is
Cast as a
almost
spike
right.
chain.
Not
It's very
quite, but
magical,
close enough.
Very chain. Can be used as a flail or as a spike chain. However, I don't think Angel has any technique that would let her throw it 100 feet up toward the source of that spell. At me? Wait. So he comes up without the horse. Yep. And throws the chain at me. Yep. Way up in the air and improved invisible. Yep.
Can I, like, Knight's move
Yeah.
in front of
You're
him?
That
you're
only
flying
uses
up
to
in the air
flank an
and
enemy,
turning
and
improved
it only
invisible
works on
was
your
very
turn.
inconvenient for plausible
You might really
deniability.
see. I guarantee it.
50% miss chance since he only knows your location. Hits. And hits your AC.
Al had a mission, damn it.
28 damage. Thanks for not attacking me. I full attack. All 6 arrows hit. Take 77 plus 66.
Sometime,
Wow.
if you're watching that, you take any one of those shots of the weapon spinning up toward Draven and like hitting him. You can like pause it there, and you can go backwards and forward. If you're on a keyboard, you can go backwards and forwards with comma and period, like one frame at a time, and see that there is about a frame and a half of green lightning sparking between the weapon and Draven.
I'm grabbing that. Yeah, nothing bad will happen from that. From what?
So the horse should fade away too, right? It does
Well,
not.
Robot Master raises the point. Does Invis work on someone with no head? The Headless Horseman functionally has normal vision, not like super good vision, but also tremor sense, I think, if I remember.
All ambushes from now on.
But being off the ground means I can't use the excuse of tremor sense, so
can only
boo.
mean good. Let's identify
Al had a
the weapon.
plan, though.
What weapon? I wonder if that's the whole point. Getting Angel the weapon?
What, you think it'll turn Angel evil? Yeah.
Oh my
Turn
god.
Angel evil.
Seriously, what if the point was to get the weapon to Angel?
Okay, let's disenchant it.
No.
No, I'd have to identify it first regardless.
You're better at Arcana than Angel, but not enough better to disenchant it without her noticing.
No, it's cool. We'll send you out scouting. Got to make sure nobody's coming for us.
Good luck with that.
The Chain of the Reaper appears to be a large-sized +4 unholy spiked chain, or flail. It glows a faint, sickly green when in the presence of one who has killed someone close to you. And against such a target, it has Bane as well. Was it glowing green in the rider's hands? No.
Because we haven't killed anyone close to him.
Alright, after identifying, when we get back together with the group, I'm going to grasp the weapon. Draven is good, so you'll take 2d6 damage from Unholy.
Let Angel do it. Doesn't hurt her.
That's the point, though. I want to see if Angel's killed anyone close to me. Or does it tell you who the killer was? Good question. It doesn't. The glow is binary. Killer nearby or not. Though, if you hit them with it, you would feel the Bane activate.
So
I hope I credited that
know
one
who they
frame of
killed
Invincible in the
either.
credits.
But no, the Chain of the Reaper does not glow vengeance for Draven.
Why did he laugh? Was it just to f with us?
What if it taints the seed? What if he wanted to hit it one last time to taint the seed?
Well, where did it hit Draven? Did it hit him near the pocket where he keeps the seed?
Well, I mean, it hit him in a bunch of places because it's a friggin' four-headed demon chain. But sure, I guess one of the spots was near his breast pocket. I checked the seed. I mean, it still isn't looking so hot after getting back from the Shadowfell, but the readings aren't particularly different from your scan yesterday. Alright, here. The Chain of the Reaper. Still disturbed that it doesn't hurt Angel. What I'm getting here is that you'd be okay with it if it had a happier name. Chain of Justice.
I mean, if you called it holy, it'd be okay. Like the Holy Stealer of Souls. Sounds fine.
The Reaper ability is fine. It's the unholy part that's pretty telling. Guys,
That's
it's
just
an inherently
nitpicking.
evil weapon that hurts anybody with a shred of soul in their body. But it seems fine for Angel.
This shocks you how?
Just making it clear.
Well, I made myself a sign.
It says 0 to give, cure my junk. Nice.
They had won the battle, if you could even call it that. But assuming Glacier had been wiped out, the Headless Horseman had killed over 100 people hunting them down. I want to use sending to inform the other side, the people who left the hand. The Gauntlet of Sirius. Yes, I want to let them know about the destruction here because we don't want some misunderstanding to spark a civil war. You still can't reach the Earl of Hanley. Who else do we know?
Could contact Anton Pike. If they have less than half our people, he's probably decently high rank, but kind of a dick. Or you could try Giselle Kira, the arms trainer. She's a bit
I
of a
am
badass.
putting more of
Not
them
a
like
dick.
knowing and caring about these
We didn't
people
think so till she
into the
turned on
video
head. Alright,
than
I'll try her.
the
We
players
can contact
actually knew
Giselle
or cared
via
about
sending,
these random
explaining
names
how
they
the Headless
heard
Horseman
once or
had destroyed
twice
Glacier
from
and
the
a couple of
Basilica,
hamlets
to be
before he and
honest.
Black were able to destroy them all.
I had
Yeah,
intentions
she's
to
still
build
this
up some of
magic.
these people a
Sorry,
bit, but
couldn't reach the
never
Earl.
really
We'll pass
happened
this
much.
on. Hopefully we can prevent it from making things worse.
Like, this
But
is the
does this
only
mean
conversation
you
they
and
ever actually
Black
had
are
with
not
Giselle
coming
Kira.
along with us? We just got back from the Shadowfell. We're not yet fully up to date on the
Theoretically, they
My
knew
chief
her in the
concern is
past.
the stability of the realm. Well, if you care about stabilité, you should really go with Anley. Then how do I reach him? I we'll pass this on, so you may
She
contact
doesn't
you.
know.
I don't think she knows.
Not directly, but if Hanley's spycraft is as good as they say, he'll have built, or at least planned, a communication network before he made his move.
He's gone full Nick Fury. That's very interesting.
He has gone full Nick Fury.
The organization's only presence
Cannot
in this
argue.
small town is a
It's
runner
true.
who goes by the name Legs, the same code name used by about a third of their runners. But before they set out once more, Angel gets Legs to pass a message up the chain that
The Earl of Hanley has gone off the grid, and Angel and the Marquis of Rowan need to contact him.
no more extra-dimensional
If Hanley's
horrors
still
assault
alive,
them.
his
They
protection
lie
against
south for
divinations
several
is
days till they reach the campsite near
impressive.
Grandmount. The Feylands version
If he's not
of
still
Bob
alive,
Hobbs
that just
Mountain.
raises more questions.
About a week after their original plane shift, their teleport rune was still there, and more importantly, they reunited with Gabriel Black, with Zahir, who is recovering much more quickly from their ordeal, and with Daggerface. I knew those vampire kings couldn't get you. Ah, you saw his face before. Yeah, but I wasn't really paying attention. There was other shit going on at the time.
We were going to put a mask on him.
But we
I saw
figured
his
it
like
might make him go
the
evil.
excuse that
As
he
we
wasn't
catch up
paying
with their
attention
allies,
before is
Gygax
very,
lets them know
very
that
Krillin.
here's parting ways.
I'm going to take this opportunity to visit some of the shepherds at the Western Lighthouse Shrine before I decide my next moves.
Yeah,
I
it's,
know the last week was
I suppose
quite an
it's
ordeal
not
for
impossible
all of
that
us.
Hanley got the X
Never
thing, but it's
forget
very
great
unlikely.
things you have done. You restored the mountain's long-lost ring, rescued your friends, evaded 2 vampire kings, and defeated several lieutenants, and even bested the
I ever used the
in
aging
6
animation.
games.
Suck it,
Not to mention,
Baron asshole.
you are all heroes in my book.
Thank you, Rygax.
Did I ever get around to punching him?
No, but we did kill fake Rygax.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's good enough.
Good enough.
Using the teleport rune previously set up, they return to make sure Polaron Controller and GE7 are okay, and they pick up Liz and Rainbow Dash before teleporting back to New Vanilla.
Yeah, it mentioned in the
Only
extras,
now is my equipment
that didn't
in
really
Basilica.
happen. They
This
kind of did
video
that
can help with
after
your
the final
experiment.
boss
I'm
fight.
feeling
I just
much
rearranged
better
it
now,
because this
thanks
way
to all of you.
makes more
I'm
sense.
sure I can help you cure my junk. Next time.
They should have brought those guys
my
back. It just works
D&D
better.
campaign.
We just kind of like hand waved Liz and Rainbow Dash being back later without an actual trip. So I like for the story, I like this version better, where they soon after getting back, when it made sense, they went and got their friends. It comes out the same in the end anyway, because they did get them back. We just had a worse explanation for it.
Are we even sure that we got out?
I'm sure we're in the Fadelands now.
If you're even the real Rygax.
Well, that's...
I mean, if you're going full Matrix, it's going to be very
Holodeck in a
hard to prove
holodeck?
one way or
An
the other.
apt achievement.
Unhappy Ladron too, and this sure
a
feels
question
like
mark.
the Fadelands.
Wait a minute. If we were in the Shadowfell, Draven's flight would already be above the ceiling.
Yeah, but Al already cheated that. He had a taller concave area where we fought Shadow
He did.
Kajorn.
Are we still in Al's? I'll just put an arrow in each of us and call it a day. I'll never trust anything again. We have to assume we're back in the real world, because if not, we're just completely screwed. And if this is just another fake out, I won't have a ride home.
home. No, that is. I could imagine having done that thing to them if if we had spent like a month of real time going through the realm of the Alpro. It would have been like a year. We were all done with it. I wasn't gonna screw with them like that. It's just would have been nuts.
Previously...
Yes, this episode does have the suicide warning.
Let's get the out. The Headless Horseman. Krillin basically chainsaws the armor in half.
No,
As
they
catch
they
up
got
with
the
their
ghost
allies,
before curing
Rygax
Astral Plague. They
lets
just
them know that
they didn't
his
go to
party
Polaron
Did I ever get
and
around
bring
to
back
punching him?
Rainbow
we did
Dash
kill fake
and
Rygax.
Liz.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's good enough.
Cure my
Until
junk.
after curing
Using
the
the
Astral
teleport
Plague.
rune previously set up,
And even
they
then, it
returned
wasn't
to
like we
make sure
played out a
Polaron
trip.
Controller
We
and
just kind of,
GE7
like-
are okay. Holy
It's like,
shit.
yeah, they're
That's
back
my
now,
horse.
whatever.
Careful what you say, though. Rainbow Dash
Because they were already
understands
screwed
common.
out of
You made me
coming
turn
in the
that
first
into a
place.
helm of intellect.
She may be smarter than Liz now.
That's not true.
According to my observations,
Although,
Orcs
this is
01
all
may be
based on real
14% more
discussions,
intellectually
roughly.
developed than Specimen 742.
Ha! Even the talking shiny can tell.
Still a highly intelligent, horse.
This place is hella boring since you left.
I find it fascinating. But then, I also spent centuries alone in a Smaller, less
No,
accurate.
in the videos they brought them back and they weren't in the final fight. So why would they be in the final fight if we didn't actually bring them back till
Look at
afterward?
all you've accomplished with it, while I just gather data.
Well, you gather dust.
That's part of why they're not in the final fight.
Burned by the orc.
New armor better have fire.
They're just
resistance.
hanging around elsewhere in the
Besides,
Basilica.
This is just a work in progress, but give me a few decades and it'll make that old thing look obsolete.
Draven shared parts of some of his new creature samples with GE7, so he and the controller could conduct their own independent.
But yeah, stuff like
But
Liz,
everyone was
Liz
anxious
becoming
to
the
get back
Liz
to
becoming the arms trainer.
finally curing
That
the
was
Ashen
like
Plague. So they got
an
together
idea
and
we
used
had
his new
after the boss fight, and we were like,
setting-specific
yeah, that
generator
makes
spell
sense. That's a good
that
idea.
restored
Everyone liked that
powers
idea.
into
So that's what
element
happened.
stone, allowing the rare components to teleport back to Vistria with them without losing their power. Their destination was the Basilica in New Vaniver, which had labs, artificers, and heavy security, despite the disturbing Hand versus Gauntlet of Sirius schism. But they actually teleported back to Draven's own estate first, to pick up some equipment and just check on things. You encounter a skeleton. Staff. You going to check on your family? I'm not going to see my family. I used sending to contact my wife as soon as I heard the words possible civil war. Ivana's already gone to stay with her parents. Silverlode is a proper castle, the seat of the barony, so she should be safer there. And we'll see Tobin when we get to the Basilica. What does she think of her new immortal husband? I'm holding off that discussion till I have a chance to talk it through with her in person, preferably free of the astral plague. A sending spell is only 25 words each way. Is that a ninja?
A monitor?
That's not a Kuatoa. Look at the shape of the head.
And yet this
I
this
do
was in
not
my
come
notes.
for
This was
violence.
supposed to happen, and I think I
Come
just
as
forgot.
requested, as
But, like,
agreed, as arranged.
This way they get the money they were owed and have the encounter that was supposed to happen.
Kunai of the Nozumi Zoku, the Raj Kinokoro
But that means
sent
all
me
their
to
reactions to the
retrieve
rat
and
is
covered
me
strange
writing
markings
what I think
for
they would
Draven
do,
of this
which means
house.
it's
I bring this
inherently
bag
less
of precious
interesting than
jade
what they would actually have
to
done,
fulfill
I'm
the
sure.
Raj's offer.
The rat man tosses you a small brown sack filled with what appear to be pieces of pure green jade. Appraise.
Appraise.
Green jade of this purity is quite rare, valuable for jewelry or for magic items. The market fluctuates, but both of your estimates come in at around 10,000 gold. I'll pull out the thing. It was the Ataran plaque next to the Vampire King bolts, right? That's what Lord Kinokoro hologrammed in to trade for.
Yes, I recognize this. This is the item I was shown. Trade accept?
Trade accept.
As the Raj arranged. I must go now.
How long were you waiting here?
I journeyed several weeks crossing the barrier. But once here, I awaited you only 2 hours.
That's a long way to go to not fight.
All that for the Rajas?
And what did he offer you?
The Raj saved my people. They helped us to escape from the monster, Alyssa, and to hide from the many eyes of her servants. This service is nothing compared to what they have done for the Nozumi Zoku. Your world smells strange. It is not unpleasant, but it seems wrong. The sweet scent covers everything. I think even your enemies must smell as sweet as friends. I must go back.
Back to the Shadowfell?
You must have a natural portal. Where would that be?
We do not reveal such things to outsiders. Do not try to follow me.
Okay, well, thank you.
I follow him. I take a 10 on my stealth.
Kunai is sneaky. He's competent. He's not in your superhuman league. The Ratman heads northeast off the estate grounds. After a few hundred meters, he doubles back, circling to the northwest, where he stops, taking a minute to equip and straighten out a traveling pack full of gear. That done, he sets out in a southwesterly direction at a more deliberate pace. Seems like he's hiking long distance.
Forget it then.
Climbing onto the platform mounted atop Rainbow Dash's armor, they ride from Draven's estate over to the metropolis of New Vaniver. You encounter a skeleton. Mahar. I contacted him once I felt up to casting proper spells.
I definitely
Can't
did that
believe
joke at the
I let
table.
you get kidnapped.
That would be me.
Yeah, good job, whoever you are. Well, my friend, your duty is not yet over. Therefore, it cannot have failed. Joy. He sounds sarcastic, but trust me, he is thrilled. Even with Zahir's skeletal guardian disguised and their orc friend lying safely out of sight, Rainbow Dash drew countless curious eyes as the party made their way to the lonely tower that marked the entrance to the Basilica, headquarters of the Hand of Sirius. What is the Hand of Sirius? We're a religious order following the goddess of protection.
And law and order.
Priests, spies, and artificers protecting humanity
Yeah,
from
Mahar's pretty
Kuo-Toa
cool,
spies and
even
from
though he's a
supernatural
monk.
threats. Ooh, secret spies.
That's the
staircase.
problem. Monks are actually cool, even though
Orcs
they're
don't like
usually
underground.
not great in D&D.
Depends if there's a fight.
This way, father.
It's been so long.
Black's dad, William Gabriel Black, had been sleeping a lot as he gradually recovered, but he definitely seems better than when you found him a week ago.
What
Very
was it
scrunchy-eyed.
like for you working with Rygax for so long?
Withholding information.
Coming from me
until
is
you
like the pot
specifically
calling the
ask.
kettle black.
You should be like, why didn't you tell me Rygax was a dick?
Imagine he answers, "You didn't ask."
Oh no.
Look, little ones sometimes form strong opinions, not necessarily based on fact, and he holds on to them dearly.
I understand Rygax may not be what you expected. He's old and has known more beings than all of us together have ever met. Many of them strange and ancient. And yet, he is so alone. Always alone.
And kind of a dick.
You have no idea what Rygax has been through, what he has sacrificed for the sake of others. And his wisdom is... he knows so much. If that were lost, it would be a terrible tragedy.
But, bit of a dick.
This place feels emptier than usual, thanks to the gauntlets, I guess.
Civil War, Sirius split, all kinds of fun. Can the world ever not break when we're gone for 10 minutes?
Technically, this shit was brewing a week ago, but you guys passed through Vistria into the Shadowfell so quickly that you didn't get much of a chance to run into it.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do we give a shit?
Well, according to my notes, 0 fucks left to give, cure my
Cure my
junk.
junk.
Damn right.
I still have fucks left to give, but it's past time we get.
Hey,
I
Harpies.
can deal with the gauntlet and claim
Only
my
got
ancestral land.
2 hours left, but on the other hand,
Cure-
we've got 2 hours left.
Constitution back, then we can fix the country or whatever. Angel!
Roughly, I
Raven,
don't know
glad to
exactly.
have you back.
I think we
Oh,
might go
look,
over.
Some people who take their oath seriously.
Excuse
The
me.
series is less than 30 hours
Your
long,
only loyalty
but
is to your
it takes a little
soul
bit more than that,
And
give or
it's
take,
stupid
like
to
the
move.
change,
I take
having
great
to
offense with
change
that,
streams
Higgins.
halfway through the day and
It's
stuff
a
like
very
that.
large apparatus, but ANS primum linea won't isolate itself. Sure. So
I
we gotta cure my
I don't know
junk.
where I got
I've been researching
ANS.
this almost
I think
every
I think the
spare moment
pronunciation
since we
on that
first
is supposed to
celebrated
actually just be
My
ends.
theory of
I have no
how to
idea
cure
how
us
I got
of
that
the astral plague
in my
The
head.
space aids.
is essentially complete. I've studied ley line energy, the energy of our bodies. I've continued refining my tools, used soil samples from all 3 worlds to filter out the base frequencies of the planes. But I've got a lot of machines to build. Hopefully with some help from the artificers here.
So what do we
So
do?
many machines to
I
build.
need you guys, with Zahir's help, to find and capture something incorporeal but still alive. Or undead. Whatever. Based on my theories, studying that, or possibly using it, should make possible the actual extraction of the plague.
So you want us to find a ghost?
An incorporeal creature. Preferably not a friendly one. What, are you planning to torture it? Not torture. Science. So who can I get to help? I mean, unless you wanted level 1 or 2 artificers as assistants, the main options are Thiswell, Higgins, and young Midgard. Though, from what you've heard, you doubt you could get permission to borrow Thiswell from his project. That
Thiswell
was
is pretty Biswell.
the Amulet of Dialia?
I mean, busy.
Chaos amulet.
Right. But you could borrow either Andrew Midgard or Samantha Higgins for a couple weeks to help with your astral plague cure. Midgard's the one who made that golem that went on a rampage.
Oh yeah, that guy.
I'd go with Rampage, dude. That thing was fucking awesome. Nobody likes Higgins.
Yeah, what a bitch.
Who is Higgins?
No idea. Higgins is definitely
What a bitch.
more experienced.
Who is
Yeah,
Higgins?
but he's got some
Also,
real creativity.
Classic
As long as
Krillin
we babysit
behavior.
And if we're babysitting,
Just
him,
like
he can't
peer
unleash another
pressure all the
death.
way.
Also good. I mean, he might cause a giant explosion and summon Gozer, but what the hell? Let's bring Midgard onto the team. He actually seems a lot more disciplined than he was when you first met. Not that it's a very high bar. Wait, what is this astral power source? Surely there is some way we could contain it rather than just releasing it. Oh yeah, we're gonna get along fine.
I guess I'll take along with the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, though, if we need something large reduced into smaller pieces, I'll give you a call. Mahar could not do much without me, but he has kept an eye out in my absence. There does seem to have been an increase in paranormal activity in this city. Very Ghostbusters.
I'm a Ghostbuster in my own right. Pong.
Okay, what about Dark Ancients? They're practically ghosts.
Anku considers them abominations, so we would seek to destroy them, not guide them.
Hopefully when they die, they can't come back as, like, ghostier ghosts.
No, I do not think that's how it works.
Here we are. The miller and her family moved out 2 nights ago. They didn't feel comfortable, and I suspect there's something here.
You think it's a
Good job,
ghost?
Mahar.
If there was a horror draining the life force of all who see it, I think we would have heard.
Yes, but
I
there
don't know
is a
why I chose to
wide
make the ghost
spectrum
look like that,
between
but
a
like, it's not
confused,
bad.
Lost
A little
spirit
odd.
and a dread ghost. Let us find out.
If you need me to kill something, no problem. But that's not the plan, is it?
No, Draven needs us to take it alive.
Quote unquote alive. First plan is to try to calm it down so I can handle it in a more appropriate manner. If that does not work, things may get a little tricky. Zahir sets up some incense.
This is more Mora's wheelhouse than Angel's. She sits down at the table, pulling out the other chair for the mysterious presence, and tries to coax it out.
We know you are here. Please, come out and tell us what you want.
There is a regular, recurring creaking sound from the mill's machinery, which makes sense, though actually, it's pretty odd that the miller left with the blades unlocked.
What were they milling here?
Yeah, wait.
Flour,
If
mostly.
there's nobody here,
Well, that
why is the
sounds
mill
explosive.
going?
Fine-grained flour dust suspended in air? Yep, that's how you get real-life fireballs.
So nobody light a match.
Flour dust can be highly explosive. It does require just the wrong circumstances, though. Zahir pulls up a crate so he too can sit at the table, while still leaving a seat open. And he begins
Empty seat,
talking to
classic
Mora,
Samus
though
stuff.
clearly their real audience is the supposed spirit. I wonder what would cause the spirit of one who has passed on to become so agitated that they would frighten the poor family out of the mill.
Perhaps they found something, some lost property that did not belong to them. Or perhaps they did something. It took some action, which brought back painful memories of a former life.
But what possession might a person have left behind in the windmill? Something intentionally hidden that was found?
Maybe they milled themselves. Sorry, this is interesting to me as a player, but Little One is instantly bored.
As you get bored and look around at the machinery and such, you notice some of the white powder spilled around.
No, it's okay, little one. You go and check
Fast,
the
and you find
temperature
powdery
and see if you can get
footprints
anything on the
leading from a
electromagnetic
lever, which
reader.
Looks like it could stop this whole thing.
Those are rushed footprints. If I had to guess, I'd say somebody rushed over here, turned it on or off, then rushed out.
Well, it's on now, so did the miller turn it on before leaving?
Or turned it off before she ran. Then the ghost turned it back on.
I throw some flour in the air, see if there's a
Ghost?
disturbance.
A glass candle holder from above falls and shatters on the table.
See invis?
You don't
Ooh,
spot
sound
anything
effects.
Invisible, but then you notice the flowery clouds behaving a little oddly.
See? Little One, don't
It'd be pretty sad without the sound effects, honestly.
You get out. A puff of flour smacks you in the face, covering you in white. You didn't even think there was that much loose flour lying around.
He's a ghost. Get him.
I doubt this entity has reached a point where it can do much harm. Yet.
What do we need to have happen here? Are we trying to get it to materialize?
Ideally, I'd like to get them talking, but materializing would be a good step.
Mora's going to try to fascinate it.
There was some
Ability.
bug
As she
in
plays her
Adobe
violin,
Animate
Little
that
One
caused
sees
some
a
in some
plain-dressed
frames
woman appear up in the loft,
the
though
sort of
she's still
shades that I use to
invisible the
give
rest of you.
definition
Zahir
to
sets an unlit
Zahir's
candle on the
like
table.
cheeks
You should
there.
go down here. Tell us
Sometimes
what
when he
is
was facing the
distressing.
other way,
Something
there was this
is
weird random
keeping
bug
you
where they
from
would go
finding
instead
your
of being
peace.
like
Your pain
sort of
is trapping you here.
uh,
We'd rather be
translucent
trapping
or
you
whatever,
somewhere
like
else.
only partly opaque. They would go completely opaque
not
black.
having so much
I
fun
couldn't
now?
fix it.
Blamed me.
They eventually just gave up and left it because it was only for a few frames in the video. But it was annoying.
That's not the point.
Whoa, defensive?
They all killed me. All of them.
Did you fall off the roof?
Did you die in a fire?
What were you the victim of? What did they do to you?
Him. I was a victim of him.
Only little one can see her reach back behind her, but the rest of you can't miss the sleeping bag she tosses down.
Is anybody in it?
I'll check. Somebody else look. Apparently I've got flour in my eyes.
I get 32.
I don't
Guys,
think we need a spot check.
The sleeping bag
What
is
he said.
empty,
You
but
don't need a
you'll
spot check
notice
to tell if
some
there's a person in the
unusual
sleeping bag
stitching.
that's sitting on the table
I've
in
seen
front of you.
patterns like that on the clothing of refugees. It's a Verandi style.
Did this guy have a name?
I don't remember his name. I can barely remember mine. I am Melissa. I live near the refugee camp. Rough area, so I carried a knife. One day, a man attacked me, grabbed my purse.
When they
I struggled.
prompted her to remember her name,
stabbed
she
him.
became more
The judge
coherent,
agreed
which I
it
like.
was self-defense, but everyone, the way they
Yeah,
looked
Banana
at me,
Cabana. Her hair looks
They
shockingly good. Like
blamed me, like it
I'm
was
not
my
great with
fault.
hair.
they all
I
thought
do
was a
that. It took
killer.
very little
Nobody
time. It
would-
just
they all-
suddenly looked good. I was like,
couldn't take
oh my god, her hair
the way
looks
they
good.
looked at me.
I have to keep
The
this.
woman is upset about the events she is discussing. The environment within the tower had grown much less perturbed. It seemed like she had never been able to talk to anyone neutral about this when she was alive.
So she killed a mugger. Then later she killed herself. That guy was totally an asshole. You were right to kill him.
I know. They wanted me to. They all wanted me to.
Nobody's
And
sure
I
exactly
feel
how
like
to
it was
handle this,
my
which is
fault.
understandable because it's
Like
weird.
I did something wrong by defending myself.
Is the guy who attacked you a ghost too?
A ghost. I am
I'm
a ghost.
ghost.
Yes. Yes, so is he.
Is he here too?
No, he ran away with the miller, and I can't follow because
She is not strong enough to go out during daylight.
It is a good RP
At some
situation,
level,
but I'm
the
making it
spirit
look
knows
better in
that,
the video
but
than how
she
I
may not
actually
be
handled it.
capable
Yeah, I
of
was very clunky.
understanding it. Maybe Melissa's tied to the sleeping bag.
That's the great thing
missing it
about
somehow.
adapting
What if we
what
take it
happened in your
outside?
D&D
Yeah,
game
let's
instead
try
of
that.
just editing recordings.
Nope, I don't think she cares. We should really have talked to the Millers. Hunt down the Miller. Got it.
We're looking to find ghosts, not make ghosts.
Gotta
Heading
make
into
that
town,
very
they
clear to
quickly
Angel.
learned that a fair number of people remembered Melissa's incident about a year ago. Woman fatally stabs Verandi man for trying to pickpocket her. Details varied, but many of the time felt she'd been walking around that area with her knife at the ready, almost looking for trouble.
So why I just gave her very
Self-defense and set
pointy
free, but
hands,
the rumors
because I wasn't gonna draw good hands anyway, and it kind of works for like
shamed her,
a ghost
even warned
who
others not to do business
had
with her
dagger-related
until
deaths
she
involved.
disappeared. The miller, then as now, had been using the extra space in her mill house as very cheap bed and breakfast for those who had a coin or two to spend on shelter and a warm meal, and were willing to tolerate the noise.
Yeah,
Maybe
she's
Melissa's
a
assailant was just
G1000.
Passing through?
Easier to get away with crimes if you're planning to leave town anyway.
Yes, I suppose it would be.
After fleeing her home, the miller was staying with her father. Hello, do you get rid of that ghost already?
Well, we'll have her out by nightfall. Question: how many people have died in your mill?
What are you talking about? Nobody's died in our mill?
Not in the last year?
I hope this accent isn't considered
No.
terrible to
No,
everyone.
no,
I don't know.
no.
I had a
number
decent
of
length clip
short-term
of
boarders.
trucker from
I don't know
Georgia.
if something happened
I was
to
trying
her
to sort of
afterwards.
get his
I
vibe.
guess detect thoughts on the slide. Going straight for mind invasion. Okay.
I'm confident
As I
your
work on
beguiler
practicing my
skills
voice
outclass
acting
their
and
commoner powers.
Finding new
What
voices.
is this?
Do you remember anything about a woman called Melissa?
Hannah, the miller, since her father retired some time ago, is not lying. She doesn't remember the unfortunate woman. But then you
detect
feel
thoughts.
another entity listening in.
I repeat the rumors about Melissa and her trial to them.
When you bring up that story, the father does remember it, but it had nothing to do with our mill.
And their thoughts?
He's heard several versions, all third hand. but he retells the one he believes is closest to the truth. From her surface thoughts, Hannah doesn't remember it at all, but that other presence you felt was still fuzzy, but you can tell it's listening intently.
So, the ghost is living with you now. How do you deal with him?
Is something wrong with your friend? We ran away.
I had to
from
edit so much
ghosts.
redundant
all of them.
retelling
Some
of
can
the
follow.
ghost story
Definitely
out of
there.
this.
Oh, yeah.
Spirits
We
can
went
become
through it like
attached to places.
3 or 4 times in
or
variants,
to
and it was
people.
boring.
Yeah, this presence I sense, I think it's coming from around Hannah.
Hello, can you hold still for a moment? She was getting nervous.
Yeah, that's
but
not
being
creepy at
told
all.
To hold still definitely does not make her want to hold still.
I just moved to stand behind her.
Wait a minute now.
Guys, sit the f down. Thank you. Yes, I look crazy.
You successfully look
Thank
crazy.
you for acknowledging
Father
that,
is
little one.
Too old for this kind of thing. But despite that, it looks like it wouldn't take much more to provoke him to try to grab you or something.
Yay,
don't mean
thank you
any
people
harm.
saying I didn't do a
He's
terrible
the
job.
Orc Slayer.
He's
At that particular
actually a
accent.
good guy.
Subtlety's not my thing.
A little kid in the background is like,
The Orc Slayer? Yeah, and our friend here is a shepherd, a priest of Enku. He's the expert on ghosts and possession.
no pressure. With a small motion, Zahir casts the shepherd's.
I like to
alternate
cross
version
eyes
of
as she,
her
like,
undead. He
touches her
Hannah's
forehead.
and she jerks back. The power of Christ compels you. Hannah doesn't pass out, but all the strength goes out of her knees, forcing little one to catch her. You feel something pass through you, all the way through. It comes out the other side, like Taco Bell.
It doesn't feel right. I should have gone with the soft taco shells.
I told you, I said in the extras for 64 or 65 or something.
So can
I
but
cut
feel
out
he
half,
look
if not
ethnically
2/3 of the
South
Taco Bell
Korean. Possesses
references.
people? That's evil in my books. Let's trap him. May want to find out
But I had to keep a
why.
bunch because
What
it did come up
were you
so much.
doing
It couldn't
in
just
there?
like eliminate
Just
it.
wanted to get away from her.
We can help with that. Come with us.
Push comes to shove, I'm sure we can find a use for 2 ghosts.
There are 2 sides to every story.
Oh, good. I'm so glad he doesn't have knife
She
hands.
killed me.
I couldn't remember. Like, I knew I had a reason for giving her knife hands, but I couldn't remember if I just lazily gave him the same hands. But I didn't. I gave him rounder hands.
I did
So that her theme actually kind of
I
means
was trying
something.
to steal her purse, but she was ready for it. She didn't look so dangerous.
So, she's a psycho?
I tried to grab her arm, but she stabbed me until I died. And yet she's still chasing me. She still bears a grudge. Just for
I
grabbing her
also
purse.
love the family
hilarious
peeking out of the curtain at like the little
obviously got
window in their
issues.
door. It's like these weirdos and whatever the hell they're doing.
Lots of people die violently and don't become ghosts.
God, I hope not.
Everyone we've ever killed, even the
Ghost pops out, they all run back in the house, and then they're just like peeking out the door, like, what's going
What
is going on out there?
Their situations may appear the same. Would you like to help us with something? It may be uncomfortable.
It'll hurt less than being stabbed multiple times.
Sometimes it is less about what you do
Taco Bell,
than
yeah,
what your
another one.
intentions.
Taco Bell tastes
You
good.
bear a little more
The
suffering,
nutritional value is
trying to help
near
my friends
zero.
among the living.
I
That
don't
may
understand the
help to let
Taco Bell
go.
goes through you jokes or any of the
Move on
spicy
from where
food
you're
like
so
coming out the
wrong.
other end jokes
That
myself. It's
sounds
not in my
really
personal
weird.
experience. But
being a
it's
ghost
so
is
common to joke
really
about that stuff
weird,
that
and I'm so
obviously
tired.
people have
If
trouble
you can
with
stop
like
her from chasing me, I
eating
will
spicy
do
food
what I can
or Taco
to
Bell.
Help your friends.
It's like
Do
Taco
what
Bell
you need to
is
do.
definitely not spicy
Everyone
food.
else in the household is weirded out, but this sounds fine to the PCs. In order to move any real distance,
Back when I went to Taco Bell more often, I would get bored waiting in line. And I would grab a packet of like their fire sauce, which was the spiciest version that they had, and I would just like eat the packet of sauce while waiting in line. See if anyone noticed, because spicy it was not. I mean, the fire sauce was okay. It was not like it was not completely unspicy, but it was definitely not like, oh my god, spicy.
Anything, or except kind of like somebody looking over my shoulder.
That's why the miller didn't realize. She was already scared out of her mind.
Scared out of her mill.
Could you come out? Lord
Scared out of her
Gregory
mill.
needs to
Good line.
Study you. Invisible.
Yep, he's out.
Hi, I want to thank you for volunteering to help us cure this horrible disease. I do have to warn you, parts of the research will be uncomfortable.
I have a high tolerance for
possibly
spice, but
painful.
even before I
don't
built
know
up any
yet. It
tolerance,
is
this
research.
I wasn't
And
bothered
I
by
cannot
Taco Bell or
promise
anything.
This
Yeah.
will free you.
I haven't felt anything in so long. I'm sure I can endure a little. Do what you must.
Draven and Midgard had already been hard at work setting up the
The
small mountain of equipment.
Ghost number
for
2 was
respective
pretty chill, and I maybe
And
made
for
it
this,
too easy, but I mean, we
hopefully
only
final
wanted to do so much role playing of
gear,
like
blown
convincing a
glass, tubes
ghost
to
or whatever. It was
concentrate
fine.
the quintessence of whatever.
It was an interesting time. It
Concentrated
was
in
very
dish-like
different.
matrix,
Moving on.
Bare wooden chair, dish-like helmet, spinning stabilizer, lava lamp. The ghost's ability to attach to people is perfect. By studying that, we may be able to reverse engineer the process. Question though, what does this one do? If you do a good job, I'll explain.
This was
it to you later.
100%
It does
Raven.
nothing but look cool. It's not even hooked up.
I'm dying to know because it doesn't even look like it is hooked up. But while the
That was
geeks
my
try to do
response.
Science, the others are like, let's go to the windmill.
And f up some ghosts.
They get back a couple hours before nightfall when Zahir believes
Yeah, the
she'd be
Jacob's
able
Ladder
to leave the
bit was
building,
funny at the
possibly
table,
to
so I
pursue
definitely
her
stayed in.
attacker/victim once more.
Did you find him? I don't see him.
Why do you follow him around? What do you do when you find him?
She's obviously crazy.
We found the man.
He did admit to attacking you.
You see? It's all his fault. Where is he?
Well, you did kill yourself after he was dead, so accountability kinda goes both ways. Just saying.
You gotta, you
I
know,
told you she's a bit crazy.
It's all their fault. I didn't do anything wrong. I had to protect myself from the refugees. I had to stab him. Why
This
do
is
they
fine.
not understand that?
We can't let
Phasmophobia
our-
players are having like
take it out on the
flashbacks and all of a
town.
sudden.
She's getting a bit creepy now.
This seems like a bad cycle. I am concerned that if she keeps up like this, she may, in fact,
she's about to start
become
hunting.
Something worse. That's what I said.
How do we exercise her?
We can just kill this thing. I'll do it if you want. I bet Moonbolt will do it.
I think that's excessive, but I'm doubting that we can just talk her down anymore.
They could just kill her
Yes,
with
his
like
candle
ghost touch
backup.
weapons or whatever.
I
They're,
don't really
they're
feel
really
like
powerful and
holding
she's not.
her.
She just needs a couple hours of therapy. That probably would have worked better while she was alive.
Thanks, Bessie.
Are you taking
I tried on the
his
ghost
side?
glitching effect.
Their side?
The ghost climbs back up the ladder. Protect me for a moment.
The-
Zahir
the ghost
a pale
is
blue,
floating.
and he begins to sweep his arms.
She's
around,
clearly
creating
not
a wind
properly
like
affected
sea
by gravity, but she
feet.
climbs the ladder because
The
she's
opposite of
still
normal
there's
wind.
all that
The ghost
human
can't
memory and
feel it,
like
though.
she
It
feels
begins
like she has to
buffet
climb the
her,
ladder to
pull
go up,
at
right?
her.
No.
Again,
What are you doing?
the hair blowing in the wind looks so great. I put so little work into that hair. That particular one hair
Seriously?
just
Think
came
fast.
out great.
Sleeping bag streaks down toward the candle.
Not exactly first try, but about as close as it gets to first try based on how my
Shoot it out of the
workflow
air.
actually
Big,
is.
Your arrow splits in two and pins it to the wall. Another bedroll, black.
I put my body and shield in front of it, protecting the candle.
Bedroll flops down impotently after shield and armor. Angel,
And yeah,
bedroll.
this is
runs up
so
the
much
wall,
better
spike chain,
GMing than what
slashes
actually
it out
happened.
of
What
the
actually
air.
happened was just
Slice
boring.
clean
It's like,
through.
okay, so
Two
here does the
lightning
thing.
halves land harmlessly on either
Asking
side of
each of
Black's
them
spear. She lobs one
how
high
they
over
would
top of
stop
Black.
one
The
bedroll just makes it
the
1,000
obvious
times
move
more
would be a
interactive.
shield box. Searing charge!
She runs out pretty quick. There were only 5. The phantom wind is whipping up into an intangible cyclone, filling
out
the
of ammo.
structure.
Why does everyone hate me?
I know you don't understand, but you will find peace. If only you can let go.
Let go of this world.
Let go of blame.
And shame.
Let go of the windmill.
The ghost is swirled around, sucked down from the upper deck to the table, disappearing into the candle, which snuffs it.
No.
Yay? Yes. Yay. Can you help her? I hope so.
Is it bad that this is not the weirdest
I
thing
heard
we've
that due to
ever
the
done?
Coriolis
Like,
effect,
not even
in
close.
Australia,
What
ghosts
is
get
the
sucked into
weirdest?
candles in the
I don't know.
opposite
Who
direction.
cares? Cure my junk.
Zahir and Mahar take their leave after helping test and analyze their incorporeal volunteer and his ability to attach himself to another being.
However, we have noticed some increase in the level of astral energy coming off your bodies since you got back. Getting
Like the science guy's
powerful.
playing around with the
Mostly
ghost.
from
Zahir's like,
your
whoa,
own
or not Zahir.
Have you been healed since the Headless Horseman fight?
And Drew's like,
Yes.
oh, this
Fast
feels
healed
weird.
that right away.
Ooh,
Now
that was
we're back. I
interesting.
take a
Let's
blood
try it
sample
again.
every day to run some tests, including observing how fast the cut heals. Could your fountain of youth be interacting with the astral plague? I've thought of that, but I don't have a good.
And yeah, the machines don't look anywhere near as steampunky and chemistry
Put
set-like as
something,
as
some living
Draven's
thing
description.
inside of you, and that's
But
what
I
you
tried to
need.
keep as much as I could from his description,
organism
and
might be
while
affected
also
by the
making
plague.
them
Or it could be a
look
backlog
like
of
cool
energy
machines
because I've been the one carrying
in the
seed
style
for all
that
these months,
works for me.
But it's probably the immortality. That immortality's gonna kill you. Yeah, irony. Okay,
more
I'm gonna take
brass
some
and
time out
glass
forge a
and
breastplate using
tubes
most of
and
my vial
stuff
of
like
the
like
black sand.
proper chemistry
The
stuff would have been a
negative
lot
energy
harder.
sand from that desert necro whatever.
Yes, I'm gonna smelt that into the breastplate to try to use the negative energy properties to block any astral energy that I'm leaking. Cool. That's ingenious. Thank you. Midgard isn't allowed to touch any of it. I mean, nobody's allowed to touch the black sand. It might as well be radioactive. But Midgard isn't allowed to touch any of the equipment that I use to handle the black sand. Safety procedure noted.
I can help with the smithing.
I can help handle the sand because it deals what?
1d6 negative
Just in
energy
case I
damage per
forget,
round.
in the
Do not
epilogue,
breathe any
when
air.
when Draven is shown in the
Armor has 5
epilogue
negative
to
energy
episode
resist,
66,
double that when I go immobile, so I can
he was
stay
actually
there
supposed to be
and
wearing the
around
black
safely.
breastplate there. I
Draven,
just
the brother
forgot,
Black,
and then
the
late
high
in the
priest
late in the
was the same.
process when I noticed, it was like I
Started
didn't
to
care
hear
enough to go
rumors
back
of
and change it.
Glasser
But
and other nearby hamlets
I
of
intended
heavy
for him to be
torture
wearing the
dry
black
meadow
breastplate
burning
in the
down,
epilogue
hundreds of
when he
deaths.
was
That
doing
was
whatever
all our
epilogue-y
fault.
stuff.
Hey, I wouldn't put it that way. It was all connected to us.
We destroyed the horseman. No idea what happened to the weapon.
Burned down by what? What do the rumors say?
All manner of nonsense.
Draven and Black had already reported the Headless Horseman incident to the High Priest. The new factor here was the spreading tales of the event.
We'll have to start spreading some kind of rumors of our own, preferably simpler and more understandable than the truth. Because even now, people on both sides of the brewing conflict begin to blame each other for sparking violence, even blame the hand or the gauntlet. That's a spiral we must strive to avoid.
We have to make up a story other than the Headless Horseman?
I'm not saying that, necessarily. There is always a virtue to the truth. But when the truth sounds like fairy tales and legends, I worry that malicious
Sometimes
rumors
the truth
sound
is hard to
more
convince
believable.
people of.
What's the word with the organization?
We've got multiple versions of the glacier burning rumors from up north and west, from the counties more sympathetic to the anti-monarchists.
Burned by the Headless Horseman?
Nah, we've heard everything from mobs with pitchforks to bleeding orcs, but nothing like that.
It did kill everyone that saw it.
Some of the nobles in that area have been pushing a storyline that Glacier and the other hamlets were strongly against the treaty. They aren't saying that royal forces killed those people or started fires. Most people
No, they
wouldn't
aren't
believe
saying.
that. Not yet. But spreading the idea that the destroyed villages were on their side allows everyone to draw their own conclusions about what caused it. Over time, it may just work. But there's a second set of rumors, which we think might have been started by this Gauntlet of Sirius. That version suggests that towns were destroyed in an attack by a small dragon.
That sounds like what this guy was suggesting we do.
That could very well be Hanley's own version of information control. He doesn't have you, so he doesn't.
Yeah,
know
Willie the
what
Nerf
really
herder. It
happened,
is
but his
there.
instinct
It
to
is
say
weird
it's
sometimes
not. Try
what
to establish a
bizarre
narrative
fantasy
which
things
doesn't
are
feed
normal to the
the guy's
population
conflict.
of the
I think I
bizarre
read
fantasy
that,
world,
actually.
You know,
and
people
which
tend to
ones
band together
would be
when they hear
considered.
dragon.
Wow, that's
Don't
crazy
blame it all
talk.
on dragons.
Dragons and everything derived
Depends
from
on their
dragons are
personal
terrible and
context.
evil and should be hunted down.
Okay.
And the
Do you
histories
not
they've been
remember
taught
my
and all that
vision
stuff.
about dragons gathering and burning down castle?
Oh, right. That's bad.
Don't f***ing blame a dragon. God knows what triggers that friggin' thing.
People go dragon hunting, actually find one, spark a backlash.
I don't believe Al had the power to make it happen, but that doesn't mean he didn't see some way to trick us into triggering something.
Were you
Yeah.
able to contact the Earl?
Hanley, our contacts came up dry on that one. We're the organization. We find people. We knew Hanley's reputation for spycraft, but he's surprised even us. The one thing I can say is, if we haven't been able to find him yet, that also means he's been taking very little action. Probably just watching and hiding for now. And he must have access to some pretty powerful anti-divination jujitsu as well.
The story they eventually agree on is a monster from the Shadowfell emerged.
And yeah,
raising
like
several
my
villages,
not quite
but the Orc
accurate
Slayers
version of the
and
party and
Mysterious
the
tracked it
horsemen
down
and all that
destroyed it.
stuff.
This had the virtue of
It's
being
fun.
essentially true, but also simple and unburdened by unnecessary details, like the legend of the Headless
Orc Slayer and
Horseman.
his
If
like
people
orc
speculate
sword.
about what the monster was, many will skip right over the question of whether the rest is true.
Sneaky. Our agents will spread
Also, the
word
version of
and
Black
see
where the
how it
front of his
competes with
helmet
the
is just
more
like a
dangerous
glowing
version.
white Hand of
But after
Sirius
more than a
logo.
week of furious
Makes
work,
sense.
Draven and Midgard, with help from Little
Probably
One
how
Smithing
Liz
Talents,
imagines him.
Angel and Mora's
Or
Arcana,
before they
and
got to
Black's
know each
Wisdom,
other better.
That was +6.
have assembled an array of sophisticated equipment filling almost a quarter of a 40 by 40 foot vault-like workspace deep beneath the basilica. A contraption
Don't worry
for
about the
term
fact that it's got a map
apparatus.
grid. That's
An apparatus
probably
which
not
could,
important.
In theory,
They just have a
extract the
checkerboard
astral
floor.
plague from their bodies, curing the very illness which drove the ancient Tatarans extinct, and which has been kept at bay up until now only by the protection of the white spirit seed, albeit boosted by the Rajas. Once, Angel had been separated from the others and the seed for less than a week and had lost a point of constitution in that time, which could not be restored in any way unless her astral plague were removed. Extract it without crushing us to death. Correct. And I get to watch.
I should go first.
Come on, I want to ride the chair.
Is it safe to be doing this in the basilica?
Oh yeah. Higgins is very serious about safety. This is a sealed room, reinforced walls, blast vents leading to another underground chamber, so there's not even a direct chimney to the city above us. We're 200 feet below street level, minimum 40 feet of solid stone in every direction. State-of-the-art alchemical and artificing laboratory. The only peoples in danger should be the ones in the room. Great. Very comforting.
I'm
Yeah,
still
great.
worried about my stupid vision. Maybe we should move this whole thing elsewhere.
You saw the basilica being destroyed?
I can't say.
Stop
But
trying
you
to
didn't see this
predict what I
equipment,
saw.
Well, no.
If anything, I bet Black saw the place
Just
destroyed
ignore
by
all
the
my
rebels.
hints.
I mean, where else would we
There's
do
not a
it?
very good Black
I
voice.
don't know.
What's the worst thing that could
It's-
happen? Stay puft Marshmallow Man?
Been doing this too
If
long.
Stay Puft has hit points, I'm down for it.
Empty your thoughts.
My thoughts are,
That's
if
our-
Stay Puft has
Safe
hit
hit
points,
points.
I'm
I'm
down.
down for it.
This place has weathered so many explosions already. What's one more?
Okay, let's do this shit. Anybody who doesn't have the astral plague, get the hell out of here.
Okay, Moore and I leave town.
Leave town.
If we see a mushroom cloud, we'll come running.
Maybe not quite that far.
After all this work, I really want to see it, but
All right, I'm first on this ride.
next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Yawn. 2 episodes left. Is it actually going to end before midnight? That doesn't even make sense. Because I know this series is only 5 minutes short of 30 hours.
Oh, son, is that an orc? I asked rhetorically.
I'm confused.
She's with us.
It may cause problems if she wanders around the city.
Actually,
Eastern
Are
time.
you guys missing your arms trainer? Technically, Kira did run off to join the gauntlet.
Oh yeah, Hierarch, you're right. I did
Trains
go a
and
little
keeps to
long
fight.
last night.
Depends. They want to learn.
She'll do great, but
That would make
Don't
up
kill
for,
anyone.
that would make up about a
Course.
20-minute
and don't break
difference at least.
Too many limbs.
I don't know.
This way, Liz.
And yeah, that was a decision we made. We all liked that decision, but we thought of it like afterwards, because again, we never actually
Moved
retreated
along
those people.
with the space age, but the much more
Hey,
likely
hey, hey.
concern.
Stupid episode starting wherever I was last time I
Tales
was
from my
in the
D&D
episode.
campaign.
Previously,
After more than a week of furious work, Draven and Midgard, with help from Little One's smithing talents, Angel and Mora's Arcana, and Black's Wisdom,
that was +6.
have assembled an array of sophisticated equipment which could, in theory, extract the astral plague from their bodies, curing the very illness
Yeah,
which
no
drove
robot
the ancient
master.
Tatarans extinct.
The orc
and
curse
which has
isn't,
been
like,
kept at bay up
applying
until
currently
now
at
only
every
by the
moment to
protection of
every
the white
orc.
spirit seed,
It's not
albeit
quite
boosted
that
by the
literal.
Rajas.
Is it safe to be doing this in the basilica?
Oh yeah, Higgins is very serious about safety. This is a sealed room, 200 feet below street level, minimum 40 feet of solid stone in every direction. The only peoples in danger should be the ones in the room. What's the worst thing that could happen? Stay puft Marshmallow Man?
Hey, if Stay Puft has hit points, I'm down for it. All right, I'm first on this ride.
we recommend you remove all magic items before undergoing astral plague extraction.
Oh, I'm going in naked.
Except maybe your cloak of resistance.
Perhaps saving throws might be required.
Okay, fine.
So I cast a wall of force for the observers, and for me operating the controls.
Fan
over
service
here.
strikes
Everybody
again.
not affected by the astral plague should evacuate the room. Everybody else not in the chair.
All beefcake
stand
all the time.
behind the wall of force.
While I ride the lightning.
I power it up. Little one does feel a little tingly right away. The tingle means it's working. Make a use magic device check.
Do not roll a 1. Do not roll a 1. Do not roll a 1.
I want to see a 1. Got a 41. I'm calibrating the output. Little one starts to feel... Actually, it's a little like when that ghost passed through you earlier.
The Taco Bell?
As it ramps up, that sensation feels more and more severe. That ghost passing through feeling is continuous now, which makes it a lot less comfortable.
I'm feeling something south of the border.
There's a sensation like electricity going up and down your arms, such that you can actually feel your scales, which, despite your half-dragon AC bonus, are so small, so fine, that normally neither you nor anyone looking with
Canonically has scales, even if
they are different
not
from ordinary
noticeably.
human skin. Make a fortitude save. Roll a 1.
33.
Uh-oh, my fortitude save isn't that great. Only got like +10.
You don't have a cloak of resistance? The vest you got
Predator
from
Supreme,
Mortified at least
I
+2.
went over how all
Kind of
like the die
surprised you
rolls and stuff
haven't
work
eaten a better
in
one yet.
extras
mine
65.
after, but only if you take off
You probably
pre-PS,
want to
because
just
I
check
want it
that out. I
back.
can't explain it
About a
all here.
minute in, it's getting fairly painful. Another save?
29?
Yeah, you're very tough. You can take it. I've got the
But it
astral
was
signature
assumed
locked
that
in,
he'd get a
filtering out
1
all
at
the
some
other
point
energy,
because
all the
I'm
planar
making him do so many
signatures.
stupid
Interference is
rolls.
down to 0.2%.
So
Sure.
one
Whatever that
natural
means.
1.
Means I'm ready to
It's
ramp
just
up
kind
to
of
full
like
power.
the odds.
The
It's
astral
not
energy levels in Little One's
the
body are
worst thing
starting
ever.
to decline rapidly. 30 more seconds, one more fort save, 30, and it's done. It gets more painful, more painful, more painful, then starts slacking off. I switch it to like a tertiary cycle. Leave him in another minute to make sure it's all gone. It's not hurting anymore, and Draven doesn't see any change over that minute. Subject seems stable. Then I shut it down. You appear to be clean.
I'll go next. I want to get this thing cured.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough ride.
So, Draven, what's your plan to... Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
What? Your plan for what?
How to
Yeah,
operate the machine
Harvey's
when
the
it
spinning
flies
thing.
through.
If I didn't have something
Successful.
moving there, it'd be
Bring it
incredibly
back and
boring
flame
shots.
on it
But
as you do the rest of
because
us,
I
so
made
you
the
can feel free.
the animation
Charge
of the
rolls won't
spinning
be nearly
blue and
as good
red
as
balls,
mine.
it like
Maybe I could move the
it
console
works.
around to the
It looks
chair
like
so I can
something's
do it
happening.
myself. I could try it. My use magic device is 0.
Laura's got 11.
That's better than nothing.
Could you use some kind of mind meld to guide someone through it?
Actually,
Oh, that's
it's
where he used the
interesting
"it's
that
better
you bring
than
that up.
nothing."
I would
I
have to
thought that
switch armor.
there's another similar situation that comes up in episode 66,
What's awesome?
and I
If
thought I
put on my
had
new
cut
breastplate
it.
of the master,
But no,
I
it's
can
'cause it
use
was
to
in this
dominate
episode.
the person, but really,
Makes me super
I
glad I
take over
didn't
their body.
put that in
Suddenly, this is the
66
best
because it would have been 2
mad
episodes
science
in a
ever.
row.
The immortal artificer abandons his body to take control of his assistant to run the machine to extract his extraplanar disease. Maybe
How
if
do you
things
like
go wrong
that
with your
plot
body, you'll
diagram?
Be able to survive by clinging to his.
Oh my god. This is how the first Dark Ancient was created. Shit like
This
this.
is probably
Draven
not
and
how the
Our
first Dark
confident
Ancient was
equipment only
created.
needs a 5-minute cooldown. But because this was the very first run, they spend an hour going over
Even though they were
every
doing
component
crazy
to
mad
ensure
science
that
stuff
nothing
trying
is
to
out
cure
of
the astral
place,
plague.
loosened, burnt out, or suffering excessive wear. But everything seemed fine. In fact, the crystalline matrix even seemed to have more storage capacity than expected. Huge success.
Well, I feel great.
I'm glad I went
Dude,
back and added
in
those little
fact,
black lightning
feel
things
great.
because it was
Whatever
part of the
the astral
plan,
plague was
but
doing
I
to you, it had come on very
I almost
gradually
forgot to
over
do it.
time. It'd been with you so long,
It's not
you can
that much more
distinctly
work.
Feel the difference now that
I just
you're
had to
free of
find
it.
all the
Do we
places.
gain attribute points?
I mean, Angel will. As long as somebody casts Restoration on her afterward.
Get back my lost point of constitution. Strap
Yep.
me in.
I
Is
put it in
that
the booster seat.
the black sand
Totally
sparkled
should
when
I
it
set
was in
my
the
best suit?
episode,
Guitar
so
and
making
Maybe?
the
Oh,
black
you are
sand
not
breastplate
wearing that
sparkle
thing.
just
You want to borrow my better cloak of
seemed like it
resistance.
really adds
Also,
something to it.
That vest contains fragments of 2 different souls. We do not want those extra variables. Not when we seem to have this thing otherwise figured out. Same reason we made the black sand breastplate to contain my body's excess astral radiation. Put all your clothes in the tray, please. Since nothing had
Angel
exploded,
suspiciously
allow
less
Laura,
naked than the
Bernard,
dudes,
and Krill back
and
into
yet
the
somehow
room.
manages to take the cloak of
Force.
resistance and
Hey,
still
Dagger face.
create her
Wasn't he
like
with us at Ginharan?
hooded thing.
Dwarf Digger face? I checked him out and he's fine. Except his face.
He doesn't have the astral plague. Didn't the other dwarf
Trillian, you barely know the guy. I'm not sure you all have the right to be quite as mean about his appearance as the rest of them.
No signs of the disease. He has some unusual energy signatures of his own, but that'll be something to study later, after we're all cured.
Well, yeah, Harvey,
Anyway,
the little one's a pretty big guy.
I'm thinking I may actually.
He only looks
volunteer
not
to be my
enormous
hands,
next to Black,
because
because Black's
if something
enormous.
messes up, if my
But
mind
like,
gets
he's a big
forced
guy.
into my
She's a little
body
tiny gnome.
unexpectedly,
There's a
he's
lot of
the
fabric
best
there.
chance to take over the procedure. Plus, if you somehow ended up permanently stuck in the borrowed body, he's more expendable. Look, the plan is not to steal anyone's body. In the end, Angel goes in basically nude, wrapped only in Little One's Cloak of Resistance +5, and propped up on the booster seat Draven had custom designed for her. If you wanted everyone to go in without magic gear, you should have made it a literal booster seat to boost their saves.
Or will cast heroism to give me another +2.
Angel gets
Only a 3-inch difference in height will even hurt her. Then Black has a lot of extra pounds of both muscle and not muscle.
Spell-like ability. Through the strenuous process, she
a
rolls
brick.
well, only failing one of the 3 saving throws. It just results in her taking 10 points of untyped damage.
Ow, my ovaries!
But nothing too serious. And even when Draven does roll a 1,
Hello,
almost the
son.
only way to fail, given his
I
massive
think I
bonuses to
got the
Arcana
Black
and
Sands
knowledge
like
of
idea
when
from
used
the
as a
Sandstorm
device,
setting, but I
he's
sort
able
of
to recover
I
and
had a
complete
different
the
idea of what it
successful
meant
extraction.
in my
Can I fix my
world.
constitution now?
It's related to
With your
the story of
mystical disease
Vecna.
removed, that minor spell is all it takes to restore you to full health.
Yes! Black definitely has to remove all his gear, because if it triggers your backlash stuff, this whole thing could go nuclear.
Alright, time for me to get butt naked.
You can wear underwear.
Oh.
Meh.
Having cured 2 subjects already, and with Black's preternatural toughness, his procedure is the
I like you. Look at Little One. And Little One is like a
As
big,
the
strong guy.
dog
He's got all that
through the
muscle,
process,
and then
though
he still
greatly
looks
still
small
under
compared to
controls.
Black.
The young Baron was a quick study and had an excellent understanding
Black
of
has
the
bulk.
apparatus he had helped to
He has
construct.
he has tank
Draven
body.
was still concerned.
I am now non-plagued.
Alright, now comes the really freaky one.
He's got
The
the like
fun one.
triceps
Draven's
and
real word is
delts
for
and
his
stuff.
own unique situation. That Oluwana's immortality may have been based on the current state of his body at the time when the spring rebuilt him, which might include the astral plague which afflicted him then and now. There's a low chance, you estimate no more than 5%,
Don't roll a 1.
that the immortality might be removed along with the space aids. But the much more likely concern is that the immortality might try to grow back the astral energy after it is removed, which is why I might need to do the Iron Man thing, to keep siphoning it off, and maybe use the energy.
Oh, I love it. I'm still curious if some resonance from getting hit by the Horseman's chain, or the Albdrome Realm's effect on the Spirit Seed, or your freaky immortality shit is gonna mess up this whole thing. But I say go for it.
I mean, I still have to cure myself. Draven switches from the Black Sand containment breastplate, which had prevented his elevated astral levels from interfering with the procedure for anyone else, to the mind-controlling breastplate of the Master. I'm starting to wish I had taken more time to practice with this armor, but it feels a bit unseemly.
Should have done some
Really should have spent more time practicing
Frankly,
with the
Midgard
armor,
should
but
be able
it's
to
daily
handle the
usage. So if they
machine
practice
if my
with it, then they'd
possession
have to
gets
wait
broken
another
somehow.
day, and like
He
they're
has
all
his
here now.
failings,
Let's
but one thing
let's get
he
this
is
done.
quite good at is use magic device. A big part of me wonders if it wouldn't be better to just skip the mind control and let him handle it himself.
No. It's just too cool.
The target obviously gets a will save, but Andrew Midgard will choose not to resist. He really only consented to this part because
That
he's got
Polaron
that
theme
mad
going on.
scientist gene too. Plus, like your traditional dominate, he will be aware the whole time. He's a passenger in his own head. So if I lose control of him, he should be completely up to speed. So, should I be wearing the other breastplate? No, I don't actually think the Black Sand armor is safe.
Safe for
People.
people.
Okay, let's do it. Open your mind to me. So I sit down in a chair, dominate Andrew Midgard, then use his body to complete the
I'm
step
still
process.
so proud
Finish
of that
scraping your own
visual
body in.
metaphor.
That is
fucked up. I love this shit.
He takes Draven's goggles, and they glow,
I don't think he'd
and
appreciate
the hat
that.
falls down
He's
smoothly,
not
so you just don't see
consent
Draven's
for that.
eyes.
I get myself plugged into the machine, then I'll walk back to the controls. Midgard's body feels just a tiny bit awkward, different than your own in ways which are hard to describe, but which you wish you had time to properly study. In practice, though, everything works just fine. His own muscle memory fills the gap between your will to walk forward and his slightly shorter legs, etc.
Heroism song.
I am prepared to drop the dominate immediately if I feel like I'm being overwhelmed by feedback or anything like that. It might be hard if I'm feeling the pain, but then again, maybe feeling it will help me to fine-tune. Yeah, maybe. We'll use magic device. That's a good roll. I'm focused now. 49.
49.
My entire character's build has led up to this moment.
And you've got +4 from Bardic Heroism.
53.
53.
This is so much easier when I
Eat
can feel the
it,
feedback.
5th edition people
Any
who don't
sensation
understand
in
what
your
it means
real
to get a
body is
53 on a
blurry.
skill
Pretty
check.
Sure under normal circumstances, you wouldn't feel your own body at all.
You know what it means?
while
It
possessing
means you're
fire
not
breastplate
playing
of
5th
master,
edition.
Which is part of why your body can only perform move actions and no skill checks. But the astral extraction procedure is anything but normal, and the energy you are feeling through that magical link is actually helping you to regulate the system. Then the pain starts, right? Around the 30-second mark, it does start to get painful. And again,
Why would his
while
hat still be
feeling
on? That makes
some of
no
it
sense
through
at
the
all.
link,
I
make
don't
a
care.
concentration check since you're also running the show. That's not one of my utterly maxed skills.
Oh, I'm not saying 5th
Still
edition
good, still
is
fine,
bad,
but you are
or
also finding that your
especially
body, compared
the
to
way
others,
5th edition
is
flattened
able
out the
to work
numbers,
a
I think, is
whole
actually a
lot
very
more.
good thing. It
Not
means
only
that
were your
enemies that
astral
you
energy
fought when you were
levels
level
elevated,
2,
but you've got to calibrate for
like
your
a dozen of them is
immortality
actually
and try to
still
make sure
pretty
you don't mess
like
that up. If the
threatening in
others
the
were
sense of
solving
capable
a
of doing a bunch of
two-dimensional
damage to you when
equation,
you're level
your
10
version
or
has
whatever.
a third dimension. I am keeping a close eye
But it
on
is a
that
fact.
storage
You
crystal.
don't see
Yeah,
big old
me too.
numbers like
Is
that
it
in 5th ed,
magical?
unless
No.
something bizarre is
will be.
happening.
Because more I could dispel it.
No, don't dispel it. You could unleash a whole Walter Peck. Boom! Draven
Keep
deals with
referencing
various
Walter Peck from
complications as they
Ghostbusters. I
come
hope
up, using
you
all
young
the
people
skills
know
he's
about
mastered.
Ghostbusters.
But you can't shake a growing sense that something is wrong. I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, where's the spirit?
The ghost?
No, the white spirit seed.
It's
Yeah,
not
nobody
on my
cares about
body
the ghost.
exactly.
We're already
The
done with
seed
him.
has been the basis for a lot of my research into this, but I never found a suitable alternative to it. So it's actually a key part of the apparatus. This is a poor analogy for what's actually happening, but in layman's terms,
So
it's
when
working
it- when
a bit
it-
like a focus.
when I say- when I have him say the spirit is-
from the subject's body into the crystal.
Whatever the line he says, like
the
the
worst they
spirit
can.
has been the basis for a lot of my
this is
research.
gravely
I'm
wrong.
trying to
If
mirror the
evidence seems
line from
fine,
Miles
I
Dyson in
cannot
Terminator
stop
2,
because
so
of a
that's
feeling.
not scary
I don't
at
even
all.
know if aborting at this point is safer. Well, it seems to be coming along well. Your astral energy is declining. The crystal matrix seems to have plenty of capacity left, even more than anticipated. Make another UMD check. Well, I rolled a 1. I mean, still stellar, enormous numbers,
N +4.
but still a natural 1. Whoop! There it is.
Still
Draven's hand
the second
slips,
natural
almost a
one
spasm.
in the whole thing.
Can't believe after all
Counting
this
everyone's
time,
procedures.
after running this whole thing 3 times, that you would have such a brain fart. But before you can catch yourself, you've jammed the power slider up to full, and somehow your knuckle hit an emergency release.
Oops.
Which was designed to cut the white seed out of the loop if you thought it was being harmed by the energy.
Was that Midgard?
I mean, how up would it be if Andrew was trying to tell you something the whole time?
Shouldn't a switch like that have a cover to prevent it from being hit accidentally? Sure, and it did, but it must have gotten flipped
When I
open
thought of
earlier when you
this,
rolled that other
the
one on Angel's
cover
receipt.
explanation,
You
that
were
was for the
too distracted to
video.
notice. But
I
suddenly,
really wish I'd
the
thought of it
power ramped up and
earlier in the
extraction
process, because
bypassed
at
the
this point,
receipt,
it
channeled
would have been a real
directly
pain in
into
the
the
ass to
crystal.
go back
The
and
vague
add it to
sensation
every
of
shot
pain
of the
and feeling
console
from your
before
own
that,
body,
so I just
feeling through
didn't.
the breastplate's mental link. That
The
pain
that switch in the
strikes.
cover
For
just
you,
sort of like
still inhabiting
appear
Midgard,
near the
it's
end
still
here.
only a shadow on your consciousness, but you are sure it would be excruciating. I remote release the bindings on the chair and initiate a full abort. Andrew, I'm switching back. I need you to take over the abort in 3, 2, 1. Suddenly back in your own head, it's intensely painful. Across the room at the controls, despite your warning, there's a brief pause. Brief moment of disorientation when Midgard regains control
Like,
of his
I don't know
body.
how my glasses
Watch,
get
we're
so
gonna
dirty
find out
when all
who's
I'm doing
eating
is sitting
soul
here
the
all
whole
day.
time. No, he should be fine. But then he blurts out, "There was somebody else in my head."
The lightning.
Albtrom, he f***ing threw the lightning. The lightning that sparked
That rare
from the
Albtrom
horseman's
laughter
chain?
again.
The alternate dimension nightmare demigod was in that little spark? I never cease to be amazed by the mortal capacity to ignore obvious incongruity. You thought, after watching you scrape by that last challenge, that I would expect the horseman to defeat all of you.
I rip off the helmet and try to jump away from the machine. The power is closed, but there's some instability in the storage matrix. There is a great black flash, followed by a
Stop
secondary
beeping, phone.
explosion. The latter smashes all of the apparatus, but the stone walls are barely scratched. In the equipment's place is left a black mass, which is slowly expanding. Like a sphere of annihilation? No, well, I should say, you really doubt it. It's not spherical, more cloud-like, plus it's clearly spreading faster toward this side of the room.
God.
Toward the door? Trying to get out?
Or trying to trap us in.
We're not trapped in here with it.
It's trapped in here with us.
Roll initiative.
What are we going to do to a big black cloud? Is it even physical? Is it just energy?
Is it a blob or what?
It's really hard to tell by looking at it. Could be any of the above.
What are we gonna do? Elder Mountain Hammer.
Bolt of glory. That'll hurt.
I don't care what it is. If you hit it hard enough, it'll die.
I'll get out the photon accelerator.
There's so many
Might as
special
well do
effects in
initiative,
this episode
as
and the next
from
one.
the mass emerge 5 wolves. Wolves? With all your amazing knowledge skills, these are clearly phantasms, illusions made physical. But they just look like wolves.
This
Except to
is one of those
prove it,
things. The room was
numbers seem
supposed to be
varied
40
for
by
days.
40. It was stated to be 40 by 40.
Just out of range or behind cover.
So I had to
Barely
make all the, I made all the
waiting for you to
videos
fall
based on
asleep
it being 40 by
until he ran
40,
into
but
you guys.
trying to
I'll do all that
figure
go
out
first.
where people
Guess I
were
should
every
remove
turn in the
white
fight.
seed from my inventory list.
I'm
Yeah, you
pretty
know what's
sure
going
that
on
I
back
drew
there.
the room
We'll save it.
bigger
Or
when I
that
drew it on the
space. I'm
actual
gonna move over
like
here
dry
near the
erase
door.
grid.
Hail of arrows.
I think it was probably 50 by. I think I drew 40 by 40 and I was like, this is too small and made it bigger. So it would have been like 50 by 50, which makes some of the. There's some weird shuffling of people around. There's sometimes when people are too close to each other or too far away and stuff like that.
Angel
It's all
kills the
based on
nearest
this.
one with an attack of opportunity,
Silliness.
and using Quicksilver motion to get between them, Little One full attacks, slaying 2 more wolves and hitting the cloud twice. So you attack the darkness. The phantasmal wolves lie dead for a couple seconds, then dissipate into nothing. But his impact on the black mass is questionable at best.
Bolt of glory. Pass me your d12s. Make my hands full of dice. Here we go. Oh, this feels so good.
I actually drew the
D12s
D12s for it this time. You know, I used a whole bunch of. I just used the D6's animation in a previous video.
There's a tunnel of whiteness into the black cloud, leaving an indentation which glows for the rest of the round, but it doesn't get all the way through, and as the indentation narrows, the black ooze closing back in, you aren't sure there was any quantifiable...
Drink belt of battle and do it
I am
again.
now trying to describe to them that the damage doesn't matter, and they're like, more damage, spend more expensive spells.
Whatever this thing is, you don't think it's susceptible to hit point damage as you had hoped. But before the crater in the mass has time
Not
to
as
close much,
susceptible to
Black
hit point
invokes the
damage
power
as
of
you
Sirius
hoped, it's
and
not
blasts
doing
again,
anything.
The light tunneling deep into
okay.
the mass to expose the white seed hovering in the air.
I guess
The
if you're
coating
trying to
passes
drill in, I'll
pretty
let
narrow at the
you
end,
see
though,
the seed. I
already
don't know what
starting
you're
to
going to do
close.
about it.
Do we have one of those Kuatoa vine things left?
A whip vine? I knew we had some.
But is it close at hand?
It's Draven's turn. Getting anything out of the magic backpack is a move action.
We only ever had maybe a couple of these, but we also basically never used them.
I don't want
So
to
just for the
punish them
poetic
for not getting. They're
amazingness
already
of
being
using one of
punished
the
because
first
they're
things we
wasting a
found
bunch
in
of
this
spells
campaign.
on a thing that
No,
can't be
hitting
damaged. The
little
problem is them
tiny
not
thing at this
cluing
distance
in.
Probably isn't the easiest. My ranged attack bonus is plus 16, so I get 26.
But then
The
they
whip
pulled
vine
up this
shoots
thing
out,
and
adhering to the seed and
I
snatching
didn't make it that
right
easy, but he
back
hit
into
with
your
it,
hand. And I stick the seed in my
I don't
Kaiser's handy
know.
haversack. It's in an extra dimensional space now.
Hope the spirit doesn't need to
It was
breathe.
cool, but it
Very well.
still kept giving him the
Suppose I'll
impression
just
that
have
there
to
might be
settle
any
for killing
point
you then.
in beating on
Seeing
it.
how Angel shredded the last wolf to go near her, the remaining 2 wound their way around her reach, much to Draven's dismay. One hit
See,
the
stuff like
other
that,
fighter
like,
who had basically
that
no
would
gear except
that
for
movement doesn't
breastplate,
make a
and
lot of
because that's what
sense
wolves do, it
for
also
like
tripped them for free.
sneaking
But
past
despite
or
the
whatever.
plus 4
Whereas
bonus
I
to
think
attack
in
the
the
prone target,
in the
second
whatever the
wolf
actual
managed to
map
miss.
looked like,
Meanwhile,
that
the
made
sinister
total
ooze
sense.
Or cloud or whatever continues to spread toward the doorway. Angel makes an attack of opportunity on a tendril, but it's starting to look like damage has no effect on this thing at all. At this rate, the doorway will be partially covered on his next turn, and the turn after, you'll be completely sealed in.
But for now,
It's
two
interesting.
new
I
phantasms
don't
emerge.
remember thinking about what happens if they leave the room. Because it never seemed like something they were likely to do, even though I kept like, you have the option to leave the room, but you won't for long. I was like, I don't know if there was ever any realistic chance they were gonna, like, run away from it.
Well, you certainly weren't.
All your nightmares come to life. You're not supposed to be able to do this shit here.
Oh, but you practically invited me in. And I would very much like to stay. Set up something of an embassy here. Wait, he's attacking us with all things we've crushed before? Yeah,
The fun thing about this room is
Things
for anyone who's
really
been
kill
staying
one
with
more
most
group.
of the stream, like if you were watching the stream early yesterday, and like all this stuff is shit that you've gone through in the last couple
That's my
days.
plan,
You're running?
if it comes to that.
Mora could get out right now. You could give her the seed.
Then he'd be after Mora, who's got a better chance to run forever. And I mean literally forever.
Forever.
Instead, Mora casts greater invis on Draven, while Angel mirror images herself.
If we can't
Yeah,
damage
yeah,
the
like
blob, but we
Mora
can
had to get up
damage the
in
wolves
touch
themselves,
range of
maybe
Draven,
that
and he's
stuff's
right
costing
next to
you
a
energy.
wolf. Like,
That's my plan.
I'm
Kill
sure in the
everything that
actual
comes out.
map
Really
configuration
kills the
that
last two
wasn't
wolves and
true.
shoots the lumberjack 4 times, dealing 49 after.
If you went through the whole series and
Remembering
tracked the
how they
battle maps,
retrieved the
like
spirits,
from every
Zimmerman
shot,
tried to do the
you
same
would
thing
definitely
for
find
Chris's
there are a whole bunch of
swords,
places where I just
attempting
cheat
to
and I
force
just
his way
move someone
through the
between
blackness with
shots
searing charge,
to make
unconcerned by the
it
negative
fit
energy.
what I know happened in the battle from the audio
Manipulated his initiative
recordings,
order to again get
but which
2
doesn't
turns in a row.
quite
However,
fit
even after convincing Black
the
Bolt of
what I've
Glory
tried to
help
put
him
together
push
for their
further in.
positioning
Go ahead,
into
burn
maps
me.
for whatever reason.
Can't find the crystal,
Because it's hard to
nor
reconstruct.
any trace of the machinery which had been there before, forcing him to give up, and proving even further, if there was still any question, that hit point damage had no effect on the black blob.
If he keeps making stuff, that's got to be spending energy.
Here's an idea. Calling in the
Robot Master, they're
Do owe us a
these
favor.
enemies
They
aren't
do.
exactly
They said they
buffed
can't
to the
show up
player's
in
level.
person without more warning.
Basically, they all
Supposedly,
just
they
have
still
plus
help
5 to hit
if
and plus 5 armor
activate
class.
the
If they have any
sense of
abilities with
self
saving
contact
throws, they have
with
plus 5 to their save DCs.
Houston, we have a
For these
problem.
low-level enemies, that should make them
Unfortunately, we have been
nothing.
able to
But the
reestablish
mid-level,
our connection
the
after
mid-level
that other
things
incident.
in this campaign,
They were
a lot of them
cut
have
off
so many
before
hit
the Shadow
points
fell, after
that
a
just having,
very
as long as they have the
unlikely
plus
event
5 to hit,
happened,
so they have a
throwing off
chance.
their probability-based divination.
They actually come out to
We
be
don't have time to talk
not
about probability
unreasonable
right now.
enemies.
We have an immediate problem here with the Albtrome in the Fadelands. That was all the response you got.
That's it? All they said was, good, the connection works?
You gonna punch them in the face?
No, I'm gonna find and kill those friggin' Rakshasas.
You're so mad.
I've had enough of them.
Alright, screw it. I'll burn 5 wand charges on Marp. Take 60 force. Does he just explode? No, he's still kicking, but that was a lot for him.
Marp
There
had
was
more
that
than
bullshit
60
with
hit
his
points, but
magical
not
power
a
that can't
lot
hold
more
again.
than 60 hit
Not
points.
Marp, no. Nor can he deflect rays back at you like Warforged Daggerface did. Their turn.
Foreshadowing.
Angel exchanges reach attacks with the Fey Fell Thing's tentacles, while Marp, wounded, turns invisible.
Oh, yeah.
Gets up close and hits Angel with a powerful electrical strike. Except he only got a mirror image.
Too bad he didn't come for me. He doesn't know I see invis now.
The Warforged robot lumberjack advances and attacks with its buzzsaw arm, hitting the 3 squares in front of it for 17, save for half, but taking 8 counter.
So that was pretty fun. Like they fought that when they were like level 6. Well, okay, they didn't fight it. They ran into and could have fought that when they were level 6. And it would have been pretty cool when it did the like physical damage save for half area attack on them.
I should cast Blistering Radiance.
Do it. I can switch over to my Ataran suit. I'll be protected.
But then,
Yeah,
at the
you'll be
top of the
protected.
round,
Mora and
something
like
changes.
Andrew Midgard
You
would
can
not
all feel
appreciate
it,
being caught in blistering
perceiving
radiance.
everything around you differently. Like you can see
Or Krillin.
actions just before they happen. And you have +4 to everything. +4 insight bonus to attacks, saves, armor class, damage. From the Rajas?
Well, it wasn't me.
Maybe it was. You're the one who made the deal and said they had to help us in one battle of
That's
our
a good
choice.
point, Angel.
Go figure.
Searing Blade, I get 3 hits on the lumberjack. Take 140.
Damage reduction.
Just
is 5
smacks
for
the
him,
icon
but
off the map.
25. You could have one-shotted it. Plus 50%.
You just smoked this, Joker.
Do we just have to power through our entire rogues gallery? Everything that might be in our minds? Told you. Stay puffed Marshmallow Man.
Back in my day, we used to call it Dr. Wily's Castle.
The phantasms were
I just put that in because I
because
like his voice, and because he's an old man, and it's an old man joke. Apparently.
It turned out that even things they had encountered at level 5
Apparently
or 6
Mega Man's that
had
old.
enough offense to still be relevant. But with their unaltered hit points, they still feel fragile against the level 16 party.
I sneak attack Marp for 24.
That barely kills him.
Well, since I don't need to full attack then, I'll spend
Yes, he
my
had like
move action
84
switch
hit
to my
points, I think.
aberration handling gear in case
The
Black
60
brings
60
a fire.
damage spell was
With
not
shot
good
on
for
run,
him.
move out from behind the wall of force, multi-shot the tentacle monster, and then duck back into cover. Single attack roll at -6 for all 4 shots. Hit AC 46.
This guy, he doesn't
AC
miss.
46 against the thing that they fought.
So,
Well, the other guys fought when they were like
95
level 7
Except
or
it has
8.
DR 10/cold iron, so only 55 damage. But it is definitely bloody.
If it has 10 DR, there's not much point in me attacking it. Maybe I should cast Shout into that mist.
Are these coming in reverse order? The wolves were quite recent. There's 5 of us. The wolves were for me. Marp would be for me. We never actually fought the lumberjack.
And the tentacle thing?
That was one of those battles where the party, with 3 NPCs, were all up, down, using every last drop you had left to keep going. And I don't think they're specific.
Yeah, no, Jade, the fight would not have gone very
if
well without the
Daggerface comes
bait
out of
matrix
that cloud,
buff.
Nobody but me, the magnificent
I
Daggerface.
probably would have had to tone down. I probably would have toned down something. Like I might have dropped
Definitely
one
gonna
less
greater
enemy
shout
in
than
towards the
magic
end.
comb, so I'm probably gonna hit all of this. I
Like,
don't know what's in there, but I'm gonna
Might have
yell
to
at it.
might have had to
If I
not
had to
hit
kill
them with
Daggerface
mortal
out of
or
this, I
something.
may actually have to thank Outdrum.
Oh, me not
Might have been
appreciate
too
that.
much.
Good.
Even then,
65 damage,
Al,
reflex
without the
half,
plus
and
7,
42
Al,
and stun.
Al would have killed
How
some
many
people with
do I
weird.
Your shout blasts away the mist, revealing a very last-second emergency wall of stone, which is already on the verge of collapse thanks to your sonic
Yeah, but see,
damage.
Diamond Fin
was
Hazov, they just kicked his ass. Like, he was very annoying to Little One, but he wasn't particularly threatening for all that he felt threatening for a minute.
Wait, the other guy is there too?
Of course he is.
That is Warforged Daggerface?
And his crew.
Let me kill him, please.
I mean, I almost shouted down a wall of stone. I'm okay with that, actually.
It's
These
crumbling.
guys are just
It may
inherently
fall down
funny.
on its own. All right, I come out from behind the wall of force and drop a wall of fire right behind the wall of stone.
That's not gonna kill.
No, it's not gonna one-shot Daggerface. 22 fire damage to anyone directly on my wall, and it does light burning damage in that direction.
Oh.
Though I actually kind of liked that guy.
Does the fire finish off the tentacle beast?
No, that thing had a horrendous amount of hit points considering you were only level 8 or something. It activates the special attack I forgot to use in that first battle. It turns incorporeal, passing through Draven, Mora, Krill, and Midgard. Will save. Mora somehow fails the save.
This
taking
would have been
13
scary as
mental
hell
damage and
on the
becoming
bridge
shaken,
when they
but
originally
everyone
fought this
else
thing.
resists the ghostly attack. Trust me, when you guys were level 8 or whatever,
Yeah.
fighting it on a bridge with GE7 and some dwarves, that attack would have kicked ass. You know, I really don't appreciate all these walls, BX.
This one was my wall, and it just saved your ass.
Well, I can't keep track. What do I look like, the building inspector? And Daggerface is going to try to range trip Little One.
AC 37 with the +4.
Miss, then no. And third dagger also misses. Didn't you fall down last time? Then, at the top of the round, your insight bonus increases to +5 as you get more used to perceiving the present and near future together.
Oh.
More
This use of
power.
the Fate Matrix still takes some time to warm up. Fortunately, we anticipated your request and started channeling a few moments early.
Yeah, you know everything, and it's not suspicious.
It started
at
from
all.
+1. They actually started it 3 rounds early, but they couldn't bring it in until it was asked for. They didn't want to get ripped
Notice
off.
that it's thinning elsewhere.
You know what? No more summoning sickness.
And a clay golem emerges here with glowing yellow eyes.
I'm still taking Daggerface.
High threat target, yet extremely vulnerable to this attack. The simulated Dark Ancient easily hits Black's touch AC with entangling ectoplasm, so you're immobilized for 5 rounds.
Unless I use my next action to break out.
So is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, punishing stance. I walk up to Daggerface. I learned some tricks too. Burning Blade, full attack.
The Barbarian, who was still lurking behind the Wall of Stone despite taking 21 from Draven's Wall of Fire. He was hoping to interrupt your charge, stopping you before you got to Daggerface, but since you didn't actually charge, the best he can do is to run up and tank your first swing for his boss.
You'll probably kill him.
42 damage?
42?
Crap.
That barely drops Meatwall.
Okay, then on Daggerface,
Oh, crit! As a Warforged, his 25% protection against crits reduces that to a normal hit, because he's the most annoying thing ever. Second one, rules of nature. Crits. And the Phantasmal Warforged Daggerface poofs. This can't be right. Outro, thank you very much. You have no idea. I could die a happy man now. Sounds like a fair deal. Let's seal it in your blood.
that was the best turn ever. Yeah, it wasn't a real Daggerface, but good enough for me.
You annihilated him.
And his tank.
Poor Meatwall.
What did you do? This is terrible.
Angel trades blows some more with the Feywild hybrid. Chain
Yeah,
versus
sucks
tactical,
for
and
BX who
finishes
doesn't know
it
he's a
with the Force
phantasm.
crossbow. Grab a sample of that, would you? My turn? Okay, I'm 5 foot out, so I can full attack the golem. 6 shots. Okay, but when you leave cover, Beta uses its readied action to cast telekinesis. How many arrows do you have left in my quiver? 5 after this round. More quivers in my backpack.
Oh, I remember this spell.
Yeah. So, counting the 5 you were about to fire, the 10 arrows levitate out of your quiver and hands, turn around to point at you, and they all strike at once. What? Strike me? Yep. Take 30.
Yep, they're like
Can I
fire
just
ants,
pull
they all
the arrows
strike
out
at
of
once.
My body and use them? I guess I'll use my action to pull out 20 arrows from my pack.
You sure?
I just
take
wanted to
10
reuse
arrows.
that, like,
2 rounds.
jumping into a pile of
Makes
arrows
sense.
animation for no reason.
Yeah. I'll just shout him.
Talking about
Level
arrows.
4 shout this time. Take 15. Wait, was I just a phantasm? It is so messed up.
Just take beta.
I like.
All right,
He was smart enough to figure it
Force
out.
ignores his golem spell resistance, so I wand him for 40. And he psionically dampens
He's a
it
very
down to
authentic
10 damage.
phantasm.
Beta's not gonna win this on his own. Time to do some recruitment.
Get your will saves ready.
Krillidin, DC 25.
Will? I get 18?
So you're dominated. All right.
Dominating Krillidin?
And
That's pretty scary, actually.
Target, so Raven?
Raven's greater invisible.
Because
Right,
they don't want to, like, beat up Krillidin or something,
Will
but, like,
25?
I think
He
I
can do
make it.
damage.
I rolled a 16, plus 17, plus 5 from the Fate Matrix.
So you're saying you passed. Then, as Beta's weaker action from Psionic Schism, they entangle Little One.
Second stringers, failures. No wonder they all managed to lose.
As the Aldrome says this, the Headless Horseman emerges. Yep, all failures.
Just like you. That was different. In my realm, there are rules. Here, there's nothing to protect you.
Horseman charges Angel. Same nightmare chain, but size larger for him. Take
terrifying
28,
Headless
minus 5
Horseman
for my
never
attack
accomplished
fight
anything.
resistance. You're starting to hear a few people shouting from out in the hall, beyond the blackness. And the bonus from the Rajas maxes out.
Extra animations.
Plus
Activate all 7
I'm gonna
chakras.
use a maneuver.
You've got maneuvers?
Low level ones, like Mighty Throw. I'm gonna try to toss this guy off his mount, like a trip check, but I choose which stat we use for the opposed roll.
This is so much more likely to succeed with plus 7 to all your rolls.
I choose opposed dex rolls. 26.
Yeah, okay, you beat him. It wasn't that easy, but you beat him.
My chain whips up, rips him off the horse, tosses him over to Little One.
Batter up. Hit, hit, hit. All 4 hit. Just regular attacks, but with plus 7 damage.
Little One throwing the
Take
rider
88.
off the mount
Without
is just
become
such a
rolling.
massive
That's
insult.
a lot of damage. You've bloodied the Headless Horseman. Krillidin, turning toward Black, draws back his bowstring
Mora dispels the dominate.
when suddenly he regains control of his actions. I turn from Black back to the Golem. It has DR 10 against you, but with plus 7 damage, that won't slow you down much. This Phantasm of Beta had an armor class of 35, which was so high that...
No, hello, son. I
Krillidin
don't have any other
plus
book
7
suggestions that
bonus
are
missed
anywhere
his
near
last
on
couple
par with
shots,
Tome of
but
Nine
he still hit
Swords.
4 times for 83 damage. Then
Complete
I
Mage
ducked
has some
behind the
useful stuff for
horseman.
min-maxing, but it's not,
Do
like,
something.
exciting.
Wow. Oh, creepy naked dude. Technically, he's fully clothed right now. It wasn't clear from the earlier phantasms, but you definitely noticed the cloud getting smaller as Morduval spawns.
Oh, I'm taking him. He knocked me down. It was the only time I
Only
went
time I
down.
got knocked down.
You also
Wait.
went down against Daggerface.
Hey, that's right. Why did you get the last hit on him? He also took 1,000 of my gold. That's 1,000 gold.
Didn't take any of his gold.
I know.
What's the matter with you, boy?
Nothing.
Hits him for 21, taking 5 counter damage. But
Black getting pissed off
Mitchell
out of
Silverwood,
character, not a
ignoring
great
the
sign for
vampire lieutenant's
Morduval.
damage reduction as he brought down the mace again and again. Enemies from earlier in their career had been buffed, but since this version of Mord did not have the Mindhunter runes protecting him, he was actually less tough than their previous battle.
Take 62. Then rending gauntlets for 11.
He was exactly bloodied before rending. His body morphs into his huge tentacle form just long enough to absorb each hit before changing back, but you are clearly overwhelming him. Now he's naked. Beta can just dampen force orbs, but hasted with +7 everything? I'll just crossbow him for 16 and 19. So 15 after DR.
Mort here, he's actually too easy now.
Well, Beta is a strategist, far more than
I
Morduval.
was a
He's going
little
to
bit
dimension
lazy
hop, a
about
very short,
ensuring
cheap
that
teleport
Morduval
as a
stayed
swift action
naked.
to
I think
flank you.
I kept
Then
using
he
shots of him
activates
where he
his
had his
Hellfire
clothes
body's
because
built-in
they were the
haste
right
ability. And this
animations.
is gonna hurt. Nah, probably not. 3 slams hitting AC 38, 39, and worse.
Nah, I'm AC 40 with that +7 from the Rajas. I turned my back on it. Not even worth blocking.
Well,
hold on.
That +7 assumes that you are trying to defend yourself. It represents the fact that even as you turn away, you can actually see Beta's swings just before they happen, helping you parry or interpose your shield. But
Are you
still have to
talking about
choose to
Morduval's
block.
runes? Because Morduval's
I see
runes, when he
coming.
had
I can
them,
take
they
it.
were
I'll just let him hit
like
me.
I
they were
mean,
huge.
if
They were
you
like
want.
10
First it
armor
does
class
18.
and
Not enough.
20 resist
He takes
against all
5
elements, including
unmatched magic
force.
Hey, does he get +7 on that damage?
And it
No,
increases
I'm not
DR
giving
by
the
10,
Fate
I think.
Matrix
It was,
bonus
like,
on
nuts.
Literally all sources of damage. You get it on each attack that you make, or once per damaging spell. Anyway, second attack hits Black for 20,
Then he takes 11.
and the last one, which would also hit without your +7 AC,
Wait, actually, since I can see these attacks coming, I will block the last one. Because then I can use my counter-strike bracers to get a free attack against an enemy who misses me. AC 34.
nope. You
Kinda
block
made
the
it look
slam,
like he
but
turned
the
around and
Clay Golem
smacked him there.
manages to deflect your counter.
Without really
The
animating it
Headless
properly.
Knight, currently unhorsed, has to stand up, so you two get attacks of opportunity. 25 damage? 27 from me. So the horseman rises up, weathering your attacks, and looms. He stands as tall as you, despite lacking a head.
You suck,
His
Headless
chains
Horseman. You're
rise
just
upward,
not
and
any,
strikes down
not good
40
enough for
AC.
fighting these guys.
Yeah, he missed. Also, in reaction to being attacked, I teleport behind him with Leaping Flame, leaving that immobilizing goo behind. Just a sad, slightly burning pile of ectoplasm. We've got this. Useless. Losers, every one of them. Enough of this. The Headless Horseman discorporates into strands of the black stuff, rushing back into the remaining mass, and his mount is dragged
Get
back
ready.
into the edge of the cloud. Or not. And the blackness begins to transform. Next time on
Epic
Tales
boss theme.
from my D&D campaign.
The Headless Horseman died almost instantly already. It would have been hard for them to kill him any faster. I could have just done the same thing. Just like said, no, we're just sucking him back in. What was this? Oh, I remember this.
Hey, I just felt something. Did you guys
Back at the
feel
Rapscallion.
I'm a prototype assassin mech built by an ancient civilization. I am far too badass,
Badass
to
feel things.
something? Everything seems okay. I just feel this weird urge to complain. For no apparent reason. You. Complain. Very weird.
I give you guys a 6-hour break and 2 square meals every day.
2
even
square
when we
meals a
aren't
day.
On a job. What the hell do you have to complain about?
I keep telling you, 6 hours of sleep is like the functional minimum for humans.
That is 3 times longer than elves, and you don't see me turning off my brain every night.
I take it back. I think I am starting to feel that urge to complain.
No, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. Arugula tarsus. What the hell loading time? What loading time? What is there to load? Oh, it turned on to subtitles because I fully subtitled this one. Including music emote. Music ASCII. I wanted to do that, like,
my D&D campaign.
like season finale cold open thing you see sometimes on like
Using
anime.
the
They're
massive
trying to be
apparatus
classy.
he'd built with the help of
I'm
the
classy,
Star
damn it.
had finally cured Little One, Angel, and Black of the
Nothing
astral
classier than
plane,
shouting, "I'm
only
classy,
to
damn
have
it."
Draven's own procedure interrupted as a shard of
course,
the
then I go back and
Outro,
previously the
hiding
whole
in
thing
the
anyway,
white spear
like a chump.
seed, used all that astral energy to destroy the machinery and to conjure phantasms of some of the hero's deadliest foes. Calling in the favor owed to them by the mysterious Rajas, the party smashed their way through every opponent until, frustrated by their failures, the nightmare demigod reabsorbed the phantasm of the Headless
for those of you
Horseman
asking about
and
fan art, I
pulled
mean,
his
you can
mount
just
back into the ominous black
send me
cloud.
fan art
The
on
nightmare
Twitter or on the
reemerged, with its
Discord
flames
or
all replaced
I
by
think-
green lightning, and the knight's headless body
I think I've got an
reforms
email
atop
link
it.
on the fan
The
art
chains
page
flash,
too, but
transforming into a continuous arc of electricity from which dangle 2 orbs of ball lightning. The remainder of the black mass is absorbed into the horse and rider, and from the void between the knight's shoulders rises a familiar, angular lightning shape. Yes! Is this his final form? Some of you don't appear to realize. This is the
Yeah,
part where
that-
you all die.
that
No,
Thor
you've been
Ragnarok
very bad
like
at dying.
little one.
Ultrum casts Weird.
Whoa.
The 9th level spell? The 9th level version of Phantasmal Killer. So, a save or die on everybody. Now, it's a mind-affecting, fear-based illusion death spell. So if you have bonuses against any of those things, they apply. Everybody rolls a will save. If you pass, nothing happens. If you fail the will save, there are effects, including a fortitude save not to die. So it's death if you fail both saves.
What's the difficulty?
Altrum is a demigod with massive caster level and intelligence score, and their level 9 spell DC is 29.
I don't know who
Plus 7 to
whistles.
our
It says
saves.
somebody
The
whistles because I
assistance
couldn't
the
tell from the
Raja's Fate
recording
Matrix
who whistled.
Maxed out this round at +7, so yes, you have a +7 insight bonus to both saving throws. Black and Angel save easily, while Draven's immortality makes him immune to death magic. Krillodin also makes
Being
the will
immune to
save,
death magic's
thanks to
really
a huge
good.
bonus, and Mora barely saves as well.
I did not make the will save.
Then Little One is affected by the illusion. You need to roll a DC 29 Fortitude save or die.
You really thought it was your destiny to bring down the Diluvian Empire. But you know, don't you? Deep down, you know it's impossible. Because after all their armies, assassins, and priests of slaughter, you would still have to face their ultimate monitor.
An ultimate death in art.
It's not real. Of course it's not real. Nothing about you is real. You aren't even a real demigod. Just another fake-ass illusion spirit. Made it. Fortitude's my good save.
Cool, but because you were affected by the illusion, you are stunned for 1 round. You take 3 strength damage and a terrifying 12 hit point damage. Did anyone fail the fortitude save? Nope, nobody outright dies. With +7 and 2 chances, odds were low. I could easily have failed one. I'm just staring at the wall. That was some serious nightmarish shit.
Yeah, no, Nehema, that is definitely penultimate.
When that spell hit,
That is definitely
Gorilla,
not
you
Defendu's
looked around and saw
actual
your
ultimate
old
attack.
military unit in the Feywild, all petrified, and you felt your own legs.
Ah, his
turning to
squad.
Stone. The petrification
Yeah, his
began
legs.
to overtake you before you managed to shake off the illusion.
Then you saw all Mord's tentacles. I thought they were cobras.
Cobras! Cobras! Oh, wait. I still need to roll for Midgard. He rolled an 18 on the will save. With the bonus, he lives. Andrew, awesome. He was very, very lucky.
He wasn't gonna make that fort save.
No, he had literally no chance if his will had failed.
There's so much animation on Al, just like standing around.
You last.
He's got he's got like the lightning and the lightning balls and the flaming mount and his cloaks flowy.
You feel a sudden change as
That's before he does anything with his like spellcasting gauntlet.
Wait, what?
Apparently the Raj's power is no joke. That said, the buff had actually peaked at +7, and as the new round begins, it was going to decline to +6 anyway.
At
And
the table,
Al knocked off another
he was
2
just like,
points. So you guys
"What?"
now only
Or, well,
have
yeah, that
+4
was a bad
to
acting. It was like,
everything.
what?
You can feel
He was
that
genuinely
foresight,
confused
the amount
that
of
the greater
time that you
dispelling
can see into
worked,
the future, continuing
but
to
only
shrink.
slightly.
Okay, that's
And then I
bad.
took that and I
Wait,
took
does that
Ultron's.
mean they timed it to
Wait,
peak
what?
just in time
From What
for the
If?
death spell?
Because that
That
just
would be
fit too well for that
pretty
scene.
convenient.
Just the
So,
tiniest
The
change.
cloud and the summons are gone, right? The cloud is gone. The horseman was reforged
Yes, Imperator
into
Supreme. You
Nightmare
can really
Knight
tell
Knight.
I put a lot of work into
Beta
this final
and
boss
Warvault
fight.
remain,
It's
though
so much
they're
work.
both pretty beat up.
I'm gonna move up next to the golem to flank him.
We only have +4 to hit and damage now.
When
I
the
hit
map
AC
icon is like
35.
surrounded
35
in like
There
death
is the whole
symbols.
expectations thing, though.
that are rotating.
You guys have +4 to everything, but after having +7, you're like, "Aw, this
Like
sucks."
asterisk,
Yo,
not technically
I'm
everything,
going
just
down.
mostly everything.
Mord grows into his tentacle form once more.
Yeah,
but
see, he's
spins
back in
around,
his clothes, 'cause I
releasing a
just didn't
huge
care
eyeball
enough
at
to-
his center on its tether as a whirlwind attack.
Do
Don't
naked
forget,
versions
there's
of him
5
for
with
everything.
Angel.
Right, except whirlwind attack is the counter to mirror image in our house rules. So he.
I do like when I started
attacked
adding
against
more
each of
like
them,
attack
blowing mirror
animations
images away.
on the battle map.
The wrecking ball like I
Makes
hit
it a little bit
Angel
more
in black
interesting.
for 20 damage and to dispel magic, but he failed to dispel any of their buff spells. And the eye hits Beta.
What?
It's a friggin' 15-foot whirlwind attack. Not that precise. Deals 25, but it's not adamantine, so
Like,
the golem only takes 15.
Theoretically,
And
they're on the same side, but how much do they know or care that?
What do I care? I'll crush you all.
I cast Earth Reaver.
Mordival and Beta both go down.
But cool guys don't look
It's-
at explosions.
It's still
so
kind
I
of
have to
hilarious
turn
that they
away.
actually
So
both
it's just
died
the
in the same
Albatross
Earth
left.
Reaver. But
It's
they were
all
both
now
beat to shit,
the
so
Albatro.
it just worked.
Well, when in doubt, Orb of Force.
Maximize?
No. Not until I test the waters first. I only have 8 charges left on this wand. It costs 5 to maximize. Hit touch AC 35. 35 touch? That'll hit.
Touch, that'll hit, he said. Al's gonna be hard to hit.
I put the
For
battle
your
damage
force
on that
takes
particular
full damage
attack,
from your spell.
and then I was like,
Does,
I
however,
can't do battle
appear to
damage
be
for any other attacks.
tough.
I'll just be doing too many copies of every animation, and it would
I'll
just
fight
take that
on
much
your own
longer.
level.
Alprom performs a charge maneuver, doubles their movement, provokes attacks of opportunity, but this charge is not quite
a straight
line.
line.
It's gonna go
Which is what I said at the
like
table.
this. What? And the Nightmare Knights leaving behind just a wall of lightning, filling almost the entire room except these little corners. So you are all going to take some lightning damage at the start of your turns, but the main attack only hits Draven.
Raven's invisible.
All those phantasmal summons were foiled by improved invis. But even in physical form, Al's still basically a demigod. True seeing all the time. Fine. Fine. Everyone can take an attack for opportunity, though it's gonna be really hard. Al has a -2 armor class for charging, but an extra +8 against opportunity attacks.
Laura can't. She's using a crossbow.
Yeah, I'm holding a bow, not a melee weapon, and I'm stunned. Everyone with a melee weapon in hand who isn't stunned can take an attack of opportunity.
Woohoo! AC 41!
That's
Actually, technically, when you get
with
stunned,
+8
you're supposed to
mobility
drop
bonus.
whatever's in your
Al
hands.
smashes
We're
Raven
just sometimes
with
lazy
their
about
ball lightning
that,
double
and it's
weapon
funnier
for
to be more
39
specific.
Damage, plus the melee hit generates a lightning bolt spell for an additional 31, reflex for half. Ow. Then at the top of the round, the insight bonus from the Fate Matrix drops to
man.
+3.
Having the
everybody
+7
can
against the
lightning,
death spell
which
was
is
great
everybody.
and all, and
Take
possibly saved
24
Krillidin's
extra
life,
damage.
but like
My spider climb onto the
the
ceiling.
decreasing bonus
That
is starting to
The
be a
lightning maze is
concern.
only 5 feet high, so you can get clear of it up there. Can I jump over it? Probably, but you still took the initial
That may be
damage.
true. The Bronf
Always gonna try to
little
dispel
one
the
actually might have
You
locked
can
gauntlet
try,
for that.
though
I
you
don't remember.
aren't going to like
I mean, Black
outcaster
has locked gauntlets,
level.
and they're built into his
More
armor,
than
but
one anyway.
A spark of electricity.
don't remember if Little One
runs
actually stuck with
back
that.
up Mora's spell
I
for
think it's
1%
more likely we
damage.
just forgot
Because
that
Al's a
stun makes
cheater.
you drop your
I'll
weapons.
move up to attack him.
You will take more damage if you pass through the wall again.
Hasted, with my skills, I can
Super
easily
sophisticated
jump it.
map
Okay,
jumping
and I'll use my dueling
animations.
strike.
Does AC 34 hit?
Nope. Then, since you attacked the Alptrome, they're going to use a
we're back to
legendary
normal
action,
healing strike
Fifth
not working
Edition
in boss
rules.
fights.
What is going on
Not that
here?
there's any reason they
Like
can't
an
work in boss
omnipotent
fights,
being in
it
Star
just
Trek,
always misses.
Al points a dismissive palm at you, and a wave of force knocks you back. Fortitude 29?
Saved.
Okay, Little One resists the show of divine disdain, skidding to a stop after a mere 10 feet. Otherwise, you were getting launched through half the lightning maze into the wall. Oh, cool. The cloud blocking the door is gone, right? I run out of the room, gonna high jump the wall here, firing off a mini shot right at the apex. 4 arrows. I hit AC 39. Afraid.
Okay, that one
those
counts as an
shots
actual
bounce
animation.
off. Well, at least I'm out of the room. In the hall, you almost.
Every time one of his arrows hits
Apex.
Alptrome in the
That
head, I have a
artificer
different
brazen
special
left,
effect for it, just
barreling
because.
towards the lab with a pair of
I mean,
guns.
What the
I show
hell
the
is
same
going on
shots
here?
multiple times during
Run from
about
what?
the same attack,
This is one
but
of our labs. What were you all
the next time he
doing in
attacks,
there?
I use
time to
different
explain.
animation for what
It
happens
seems
when an arrow hits
pretty
Alptrome in the head.
iffy to them. You want to intimidate? Use diplomacy? Bluff? You know what? If they don't want to listen, they don't want to listen. Here.
He's like, I don't know these
Plus
people.
one
If they want to run in
diplomacy.
and die, that's their problem.
Get up. 4. Higgins is
And his die roll
unconvinced.
reflected
However,
that opinion.
Since the entrance is blocked by lightning, they aren't rushing in at this time.
Not too far from him.
And the knight is currently right on Draven. That lightning chain has up to 15-foot reach, but Al chose to move right up to him anyway, looming over the artificer.
And Draven has the spirit seed.
In my extra-dimensional backpack.
Knight's move.
Black uses his combat teleport to full attack, but his swings keep bouncing off the evil avatar's armor.
Plus it hits 41.
That's a hit.
Oh wait, -5.
Then that
Al
is
actually
not
should have been
hit.
using a lot more legendary actions than he
Huge
does,
fucking waste.
but
His
I
AC
think
is
half the
huge.
time
A shoe
I
is
just
grappled.
forgot to
So
use
he's
them.
right on me.
And
Yep.
in the other half the
And
time,
has
people kept
15
saving against them
foot
anyway,
reach.
and they did nothing. So it
Practically
it just
naked.
slowed
That's
things
part
down
of the
to
problem.
describe them in the video
Naked
when
as
they
an
were doing
adventurer,
nothing.
even if not literally.
Oh, he tries to turn someone to
Especially
stone.
as an
It
artificer,
doesn't work.
yes. Just
Yay.
need to get greased up. Can't catch me. I'm confident you guys can win. I'm just not sure how
But I did
much
forget
I
to
can
use them
contribute.
half the time, like legit.
I'm not confident at all. A huge AC nerfs my character.
Nerfs me too.
I need to roll like a 14 or 15 to hit him on my best attack.
Our best weapon may be my wand's ranged touch spell. Does anybody else have use magic device?
Yet negative
No.
ninja. I don't think anyone's going to
Laura
debate
has
that
an
Alptrome
11
is
in
not a
UMD,
diva.
14 with the Fate Matrix, but she has to get out of
Al
here
wants all the
now,
attention,
or she's
and
dropping.
then for you to
She
die.
has 14 HP left.
Mora does not appreciate massive AoE damage all the time. The problem is, Orb of Force isn't on her spell list, so she'd need to make a check to use it. Yeah, okay. I'll pull the wand out of its crossbow mount and toss it sliding across the floor through the doorway. Then move action.
Then Mora will forget to use it because there's always either dying or whatever.
We found it somewhere in the Shadowfell. Immediate action, crush the vial. Ow. The dust is consumed to teleport me, quote, 680 feet in a semi-random direction out of the line of sight of one target.
Oh no, some glass shards in your hand.
Which will fast heal on my next turn. But I'm
we
hoping
use
it
the hell
will
out of that
transport me
fast
to
heal
the
animation
surface or
instead of doing a new one.
buying me a couple minutes to equip all my gear. Assuming they have a couple minutes, Draven crushes the vial and vanishes. Well, it appears your friend has decided that the rest of you are a lost cause. He is right, of course, but I shouldn't keep him waiting too long. The Alptrome disappears, then reappears suddenly, viciously in front of Draven?
Draven?
No, just
Everyone else.
The
That
Nightmare Knight
I like
teleport
that
rampages
line at the
around
table.
room, appearing to strike at each of you in turn with such speed,
Strike fear into everyone.
so much lightning flying around that it's hard to believe there's only one of them.
No attack of opportunity?
No, they're not physically moving between targets, just teleporting instantly between them. He's using Omni Slash.
Yeah, basically.
Angel takes 30, then Little One, AC 36. That hits. No, miss with the +1 from haste. Appears next to Andrew Midgard. Wow, he did huge f***ing damage. 45 damage. Yeah, he's dead. He was already hurt.
Mora's dropping next.
Mora's next. 26 damage.
She's at -12.
I can close wounds her as an immediate action. She gets 9 hit points.
Technically, Black didn't close wounds her there. He actually tried to save Midgard with the closed wounds, but it didn't work, and then he'd already used it. But it was easier to make him use it on Mora, and then not bother explaining the minus that we can go past -9 to anyone who forgot about that. Just because we have the different rules, so just
That's really
this way nobody notices that
something like that might
she
happen.
goes below
Well,
-9
even
and that
we're
we
still
have
here,
house rules for
they
that.
Probably would have just
So.
hit him a second time.
What?
Didn't matter because he died anyway.
Now I'm pissed.
Take 41, Krillin. You're pissed. I'm unconscious. -6. And top of the round, the Fate Matrix bonus decreases to +2. I say we go big or go home.
Yep, we go out shining.
I'm
They're-
already out. The only
they're
person who
figuring they're
survives
screwed
may
at this
be the
point.
one not cured of the astral plague.
Which is always a really good sign for your boss fight if it turns out they survive.
So your first attack is only against his touch AC.
And I'll throw down my distracting ember to flank him for sneak attack. That's a hit. Take 27.
All right. Elder
Probably
Mountain
should have saved the
AC
Ember for another attack when she
38.
didn't have the
He's 41 or 42.
Heartseeker on
but
it.
We are flanking.
+2 from the Rajas, +2 from flanking. That's a hit then. It takes such a high roll now, man. 51 damage. Watch it with this body. It's a rental. Alptrome thinks they are hilarious.
That line was not that funny. Krillin gave it like a pity laugh.
Runs? No, he actually charges. Just run. Well, he chose to run the wrong way. He charges and gets a backhand of opportunity. Black. Your move.
Yeah, healing doesn't miss. Mass cure critical wounds. I heal everybody 44.
That's a good heal. That's a lot of healing.
That was a
don't
good heal.
do it often,
That's why we
but
said
when
it
I
twice,
do,
apparently.
I'm very good.
Oh, I've got such a headache.
Yeah, the guard's job was to be brave,
Draven
but
finds himself
they-
in a
they're-
location he's
they maybe
rarely
didn't assess the
been,
situation
on
correctly.
The opposite side of the basilica's lower levels. Oh, on the clergy side. Anybody here? Not currently. You're in a small room by yourself. I randomized.
Boy, did I pull out
directions.
all the
You're
stops on
probably
drawing
a
this
little
small
less than
empty
the
room
full
that nobody is
distance
in.
promised, because though random, that
I didn't
magic
even
dust
bother drawing an
did
object in the
guarantee
room.
an unoccupied space. Just fine.
People were asking if the dust was the same thing that what's his name, Kaiser used to escape. Kaiser is it's the same idea, although Kaiser's was like he had a belt that had like a gem that was expended when that happened.
So actually,
I don't remember where they found this, but
it
was definitely they found it somewhere in the Shadowfell. It may have
ruins. If you were
been found
within
in the same place.
realm of the
I don't know.
Alptrome, even this would probably do little or nothing.
Like the
to
ability
hide you
works the
from
same
an
way,
owl.
basically,
But
though.
assuming
just
they
like,
weren't divining
"Get
your
me out of
location
here."
during the
Upward.
moment between your teleport and completing this spell, then between mind blank and your innate
No, you got a point, Kalen.
non-detection, you figure
It's-
nothing short of a
it's quite
true
possible
god
that you would
should
look
be
at
able to track you
this
by
thing,
magical means
Nightmare
for
Night
the next
Albtrom,
24 hours.
that
Then
maybe
I'm
you
going
would
to
figure
scramble
out
to
that he's
equip all my gear while
above your
casting a
level.
fluff each round. I'm hoping that the haste spell will help me to get dressed faster.
There might be
Maybe
some
do like
hints
Iron
that are
Man,
communicating
for your gear
his
to,
threat level.
equip itself. I know. I should have borrowed a ring of arming. I actually have the ability to use 4 rings. Ring of arming is awesome. Well, this has been fun, but I think it's time to wrap it up. The demigod raises a hand, creating a third ball lightning in the air as the 2 ends of their chain rise up, forming a triangle, and the lightning arcing between them turns black. Albtrom unleashes a terrible blast of negative energy chain lightning, and
Wall of force.
Higgins may not understand the greater situation, but seeing the build up to that deadly looking spell, she makes a snap decision.
She
and
definitely
walls off
saved
the
somebody's
ladder front.
life. Like,
From inside the room,
I
Hendrik is
think
just
more it was just
eclipsed by a
flat out.
black cataclysm.
Well,
But the spell
because
can't
she
reach
was
the primary
she was
target,
in
effectively
negative
physically
slightly,
unable to
so she's
change.
at less than
Blind
44
note.
hit points. I think she would have
As
just
a
died.
legendary action, the demigod turns her to stone.
24d6,
Then makes a
maybe she
swatting
could have
motion
lived.
that just casually wipes away her wall. Now I'm just annoyed.
Even if Morris saved, her odds of surviving that
Punishing
were
stance,
really low.
flaming
So it was a
blade.
24d6 chain lightning.
I need good rolls.
Although,
Rolled
actually,
18
it's
on the
only that
first
on the
one, so
main
that's
target.
it.
I guess she'd only...
Second
No, she
one
probably
with
would have lived,
flanking,
actually, if she wasn't the main
etc.,
target.
Comes out to 38.
It was bad anyway.
And last one basically needs a 20. Nope. For the one that hits, decent damage, 42. Nightmare Knight Albtrom is bloodied. 1 hit. If I could have hit
He
3
goes down...
times, I'd have done
His hit points go
120.
down so fast, all of a
This a
sudden.
long time. I pull out the dimensional anchor dagger.
They were all thinking,
Right,
like,
'cause we had
we have no
jump
chance.
off the ceiling.
He's
to
so
stab
tough.
him.
And then now he's
No,
bloodied and
yeah.
just...
You have multiple
Well, okay.
attacks.
That
But
one
after
didn't
the
work.
first one, it's
Just-
really a Hail Mary.
Yeah, but that means I still have the dagger.
I'm gonna put 5 arrows in the back of his pointy head. You may want to 5-foot step away to be outside that 15-foot reach. Noted. With haste and his recently nerfed splitting bow, Krillin applies
It's not
his
always
full
obvious that he has
bonus of
15-foot reach. I think it would be
plus 33
unfair
on
to
the first
not
3
give them the
attacks,
warning for
and he
that,
hit
because
4 of 5 shots
15-foot
total.
reach is unusually
74
large,
damage.
and it's not
74
super
is
obvious.
a lot of damage. Then I hold up a little wily coyote help sign. The Albtrom's head swivels 180 degrees. Legendary action, fear. DC 29 will save. Be gone. So what, I have to run away? For 1 minute.
That's a long time.
Cobras! Except you can't actually run this round. You've spent all your actions. This guy has taken a beating
Rewind
now.
himself back into place.
Just want to beat the shit out of him, but I'd have to roll high. I think I have a better chance with a spell.
Anything without an attack roll has a better chance.
It's a reflex save.
He's probably got a great
Yeah,
reflex.
they're capable of a lot of damage. It's
He's
just
made of lightning.
also
and
helps that
freaking
they started
teleports at
hitting.
will. He might even have evasion. Hasn't been relying much on the horse. It seems more
His
like
armor
an
class is very
aesthetic
high,
choice at this point.
but their
So,
to
half
hit
of
is also
15
very
to
good.
6.
It's actually
I'm gonna
not a
firestorm
ridiculous
attack.
armor
If he
class
has
for them,
evasion,
especially
it's
for
gonna
a
bite.
boss
66 damage.
The Eltrum
who doesn't have damage
save,
reduction.
but they don't have evasion.
So I did something.
The Nightmare Knight doesn't appear
That was
to
very
feel
flamey.
pain and has been able to withstand a tremendous amount of damage, but Al's body is looking pretty beat up at this point. Draven comes back. Kill seal!
That would be awesome.
It is your turn, Draven. I just have so many items to equip and buffs to cast. Also, I'd really like to
There is one
communicate
thing
with
I
the
was a
party
little
somehow
lazy about.
before we
After
turn, because
after he did
Draven
the
can't
big
see
lightning
what's going on
attack that
down
got
there.
blocked by
I
the
wanna show
wall,
up to a party
his
wipe and find myself
his
alone
orbs
with
of
Al.
lightning should have just
Rather
been
you
like
just
hanging
show
out
up
up
and kill
top.
him, 'cause
They
he's
shouldn't
gonna
have
get another
reformed into
attack
the
now.
chain yet,
I'd love
because
to help, but you know,
that's why I actually say he
you
reforms.
realize, even if
But-
you somehow manage to defeat this body, I'll be just fine back in my realm. Unlike some of you. Yep, you get to just sit there forever, basking in the humiliation.
Knowing you're no different than all those.
Phantasms of failure.
Hey, yeah. Then you could summon yourself and lose again.
Little one.
Little one really liked
bloodied
that.
yet? Nope, I'm still standing.
Why won't he just attack me?
He won't.
I know, but if he'd hit me and die, it would be so poetic. Didn't your mom ever tell you to kill the healer first? Anyone you knock down, I will heal them back up again.
It's true.
You seem upset.
The Alptome reforms the double ball lightning chain, preparing to full attack Little One.
Bring it on. AC 35 right now.
With the backswing, Al smashes the statue that was Higgins. Not even his actual attack, just an incidental
I'm just gonna kill all your
execution.
NPCs, you
But
bastards.
reversing her petrification now would just turn her into fleshy chunks.
Wait, is there any way I could
like,
get in
No,
front of her?
this outrage cannot stand.
Pretty far.
I was thinking in terms of Knight's move.
It's a swift action,
It's like,
not
it
immediate.
doesn't work like that.
It only works during your turn.
I'm a Knight of Sirius. My purpose is to protect. I just want to absorb that blow. I know we don't really like her, but she doesn't deserve this. It's not right.
Okay. As a powerful servant of the goddess of protection, you want a minor miracle. You have a power that could almost do what you need to save a life. Rule of cool, one time,
It's on
I'll say you can do
consecrated
it if
ground
you
that
can
was
make
consecrated,
a
like they built
reflex
the
save
cathedral
to
here
active
because
time.
of a
Reflex.
very
Not
similar
against the Alptome
miracle.
spell save DCs or any of that shit. Just a flat DC 20 reflex save to do something that ought to be impossible.
DC 20.
reflex.
Got to.
Black activates his instant teleport, trying to flank the Alptome. To slide
does have better
between
reflex
the
saves
demigod's
now. He
weapon
has
and
a
the defenseless
better
stone
cloak,
form of
so
Higgins, accepting an
it's like a
automatic
coin
hit
flip.
from the swinging ball lightning. 32 damage.
Then I hit him back with 16 from my amulet and 10 from my other stuff. 26 counter damage.
Alptome's body.
There was, if you
begins
notice, there
to
was a
break
slowed
But
down
even
version
so,
of the end of
despite
the epic
passing
boss
0 hit
theme.
points,
I
they're
had
gonna
made
push
that
through with their
slower
full
version
attack
of it
against Little
like
One.
3 or more years ago, planning for that.
With each regular attack that
action.
hits, they get to cast a lightning bolt starting from your square. Al misses the first one, so no bolt. Wow. And this is normal-ish, full attack this time. So unlike Al's hit everyone apport, each roll has a lower bonus than the first. Second attack, you still have +1 insight and +1 from
I don't really know any Pathfinder mechanics to pull in.
As he's crumbling.
Be Kyle
First
B.
swing does hit, barely. You take 21 lightning.
I resist 5.
The physical.
I
amount
like
comes
amped up
out
this
to
last like attack
24,
animation
plus
set.
A level 3 lightning bolt spell arcs out,
Like,
starting in your square, and also
trying
being angel
to
for 10
kill
d6
somebody
plus
before he
24
goes.
half. 37 damage.
Evasion. I save and resist another 5.
Yeah,
but
Angel no
okay,
care for
I'm ready.
lightning.
Then, as their phantasmal body is dying around them, the Alptome is forcing the torso and arm to hold together to the last to squeeze out an extra standard action for the finishing move maneuver.
Then
Big red
just to be an
lightning
ass,
axe.
I'll immediate action, close wounds, Little One. Healing him for 11.
Your out-of-turn knight's move should count as your immediate action for the round, but since Al is cheating to get this one last maneuver, I'll allow it. We'll say the miracle didn't take an action. Does that get Little One above half health?
Yes.
Thus nerfing finishing
Finishing
move.
move deals bonus damage based on how hurt the target is.
I don't think
because
it was
of that
gonna kill
heal,
him anyway,
Al's
but it still feels
12d6 bonus damage is cut in half.
I just want that heal to be the last thing he sees.
38 physical, 13
It's like
lightning.
I don't die till the end of my turn. There's a feat you can get that just does that. But he like cheated for extra standard action even beyond that.
Body is already gone, even as Al made that final strike. Your weapon slices through what was left of the head just before it dissipates into nothing. But you like to think Al still felt that one.
So he's gone, right?
Did we actually succeed?
Then a couple rounds later,
Defeated demigod,
Draven appears, all glowing with buffs. Well, my actual plan was to cast Sending to Black to find out the situation. Then,
The
if
explanation
Black said he
here.
was losing, or if it failed, meaning he was down, I was going to Dimension Door up to the surface, cast Persistent Expeditious Retreat, run to the edge of town, cast Tree Stride, teleport 3,000 feet at a time into the countryside with that, then teleport back to Polaron with our new and improved Eldritch Stones.
Better part of Valor, huh?
Then, after a couple years, if my divinations indicated Al was still in this plane, I'd research the location of the duel from that legend. where the smith fought the not so subtly
Yeah,
disguised
what
incarnation
happened in that
of
room
the
is
god
definitely not
Horde
common
/
knowledge.
Marduk, and plant the white seed in that location, hoping for a new hero to arise or some similarly epic results. But that's assuming
I like
you
that
guys didn't.
without any
I had
without any
complete
additions
faith.
from me, he
As a
himself
sanctioned
tied it in
trickster demigod
even more
he
to
really
stuff that
thought.
happened in
There
early
was a rush of
episodes.
elation,
with
which
that-
quickly gave way to
the legend of the
somber
Smith.
realization of all that had happened. Yes, they had been cured of the astral plague, with the possible exception of Draven.
Fun
The
fact,
procedure had been
I had assumed
interrupted.
that someone would
The scene
cast
had
mass
been
resist
rescued,
lightning for
but
this fight.
young Baron Andrew
Because
Mazard
Al
was
because
dead,
Al was a demigod,
along with
he just
Paragon.
had built in
Higgins,
any
though
lightning
petrified, was
resistance
still
against him
intact,
was
which
halved.
meant now that the
Which
threat was
did
gone,
technically come
Nora
up every
could
time he
easily
did
undo
something
that
to Little
chance.
One. Little One has 5
then,
electrical
the
resists,
heroes
and
were
he was
no longer
that
on
would have
the
been
run, no longer
halved.
bound by
But
the
it wasn't
common
worth
problem
mentioning
of
in the video
astral
because it
plague.
would have just wasted time and like added more complication.
What was next for them in a Vistria
Cobras.
divided, in a world still under the shadow of the Kuatoa civil war?
Yep, the players listen to the world building.
My lord, Asmodeus, it
I
is
can
true
explain.
that certain victims did escape.
This
from
may
my
look like a dramatic
yes,
double
and
failure,
survived
but
again,
actually,
which some may see as failure. But if you consider the insidious ideas I have planted in their little minds, I think you will. No, please, Master, I can do better.
Reginald Black, your assignment to protect Lord Draven has come to an end. Your oath fulfilled many times over. After the laboratory incident, the Marquis has taken leave from the Hunt.
Altrum's not gone,
ancestral province of
but he's
Rowan
not having a
for
good day,
Ragnars's
and he's not
demilitarized
gonna be
zone.
expanding
frankly,
beyond his
reports
realm to
suggest
suck
that
people in
Draven
anytime in
has
the next few
delegated
centuries.
that
That's
to
for
his
sure.
son, Tobin, and then
Now, Al
disappeared
still
off to
exists.
who knows where.
But he is being chastened.
Now, I have a new mission for you. I need you to locate Marcus Jonason and deliver a message directly
Lord
to
Draven.
him, personally, not through his subordinates.
I don't know if Draven's
And
even trying to
while
remove the
you are
plague.
deep
That seems
in
hard. And he had all those
Gauntlet's
ideas
serious
for like
territory,
building
I'd
something
like
to
you
siphon it off and
investigate
use it.
The status of young Prince Eredem, who is claimed to be supporting the
Aldrum's status has
who
been
I have
significantly
recently
reduced.
discovered
That doesn't
is being
mean
prevented
anyone
from
should ever
leaving
go
the
into
estate
his
of
realm.
aunt, Baroness
It's still bad.
Polaris von Smith.
I will set out immediately.
So, is Dennis sending you out to slap some sense into
It's that
Jonas?
serious.
If so,
It's Jonas.
I'm coming with you, son.
Mora and I are heading out.
That's it? As soon as you're cured, you're gone?
I don't like staying too long in any one
Mora
place.
did stick
and
around with
I don't
them
need to
for
sit
a
close to the
long
White Sea
time.
anymore. But also, we just found out from my contacts that an infamous
Raven is looking for
Deluvian
all
general
kinds of
has
ancient
been posted
and
near
powerful
the
tech.
demilitarized zone.
Several members of the organization have been lost over the years trying to assassinate this one.
Ooh, you want some help?
Not this time. Your kind of help draws too much attention. We'll be in and out before General Lunsu knows what hit them.
Ah. Well,
Damn,
if you
sorry.
change your mind, you know where to find
Fine.
Me?
I hate it when she
What
does
are we
that.
gonna do?
I'll go wherever you go. The world ain't running out of monsters, that's for sure.
Orc Slayer.
Chrysanthemum? Hi. Did you ditch your escort again?
I
These
need
two
to head
events
out to
probably
the
didn't
east.
happen
Orcs,
back to back, but, like,
little
close
one.
enough.
I can go on my own, but since I found you here, your help would be appreciated.
Sounds
Two
fun.
people
Let's
that
go.
have
Rainbow Dash?
no idea how to flirt.
Man, how does a city
Not
have
saying they
so
get
many
together,
people
but they're
and not a
both
single elf or eladrin?
willing to give it a
Stick out
shot.
like a sword.
No idea how to flirt
Here,
on either
let
side.
me help you with that. Sorry, I mean thank you. Say, you're not from around here, are you? I don't suppose you have any news from the Feywild.
There's been a huge impact. Oh, sorry. I'm Tulagard Starskill. You can call me Tula. Pleased to meet you. Huge impact in the middle of the continent on the northwest side of the Formian infestation.
Impact? The Formians? Wait, do you have a way back to the Feywild?
Do I?
I like her like one-sided witch hat that you like.
But
She pulls it
elsewhere
down
in the
around
world,
to be more
in the
aerodynamic
metropolis of Bankton,
on her
a new group
glider.
of heroes is setting out for adventure. Next time on Tales from My D&D campaign,
Sea of Secrets. Some people have been confused. The tiger head is not a separate character. That's like his cloak that the big guy is wearing. all that great art from Archie Doodler and new music from Cool Boy Shane. That stuff's coming. And yeah, the new Demonac avatar. Instead of all those scenes where it's just like the big like Demonac logo talking, I'm gonna use the avatar instead. That's the plan. Thanks for. That's it. It is not quite midnight yet. I don't know why this took less than 30 hours by this margin. I'm confused. Maybe we missed something. I don't know. But thanks everyone for coming out. Everyone who came out for any part of this stream. This has been awesome. And yeah, I'm getting all kinds of more compliments, so I'm going to have to flee and get out of here. I can't escape them, though, because they're all over YouTube and stuff. But no, I really appreciate it. I'm so glad that you guys care enough to hang out. Now I've burned through this whole thing, and just to show my appreciation, if nothing else. I was just I was gonna sacrifice my weekend to go through this, just to show that I do really appreciate all the well wishes and all that stuff, and all the patrons who have made it possible for me to keep doing this stuff. And like tomorrow, I need to get back to work on making new things because none of that happened in the last 2 days. But oh my God, yes, yeah, no. Thanks everyone, and yeah, I should probably leave it there. Oh yeah, I was gonna post just in case anyone has missed it. There is because there's no way on YouTube to post a video that doesn't go to that is like. To post it only to subscribers unless you make everyone do paid YouTube memberships, and I'm not doing that and Patreon. It's like silly to do both. But there is this unlisted Dragon Council video. It's not animated, but if you just care about like lore for the series and stuff like that, and you want to hear a whole bunch of weird dragon conversations talking about things that sound kind of important, it's in that video there. Extra lore. And yeah, just keep looking out for stuff in the future. I'm gonna hopefully have a few more little like reveals before Sea of Secrets comes out, and I'm just gonna get back to work on that and hopefully get the first episode of Sea of Secrets out in the next 2 months, and also Extra 66 at some point. I still gotta do that. Terry Rana is like, if you have 20 minutes left, do sand, but it's 10 minutes to midnight here. Technically, it's like slightly early, but on the other hand, we finished, and like I should probably get some rest. And then yes, I do normally eat healthier than this. This was like the worst eating, which is fine. It makes sense for a stream, but yeah, have to get back to eating properly tomorrow. Make some vegetables. I don't think we need to count down. People want to count down to midnight? I don't know. I think sand is too long. I'm probably not going to burn out in the next few minutes. Here, let's there you go. We'll just do a short one. We'll compromise. We'll just watch the dagger face video.
Alright, minions, we've been hired to steal a chicken from some rich guy's mansion.
Can't we just grab a chicken?
Daggerface. The Magnificent Zeros.
Specific chicken.
Why does
just videos of them sitting in a bar and complaining.
Who cares? Since we decided not to kill people anymore, we gotta take what we can get, BX.
Not to kill people anymore. Again.
His name is Arthur. I'm good at breaking stuff.
No, I mean sneaking around. As a former assassin mech with a mithril body, obviously I'm perfect for the job. But it would
it's
be
a
nice
mithril alloy. He's not all mithril.
Okay, so the two of us will...
Wait. I am a wizard. I bend the very laws of physics to my will. I think I can sneak better than Arthur. You. Right. I can render myself literally invisible. Completely undetectable. Undetectable. Yes.
You.
Yes. Why is this so hard to believe?
Well, let's do a test run. Pretend you're invisible.
I can actually
do it.
Now. If you want, I can just undetectable. Come on, anybody will flinch if you go to punch them in the face. Please don't
Sorry, Meatwall, just making a point.
No, it was cool.
No, he was cool.
Once.
12 hours later.
The chickens don't
Those
like
fancy
Do I
backgrounds.
look like a chicken farmer?
No, they don't. What the? Not like that, anyway.
EX?
Yeah, I told you I could sneak. I followed you the entire way. I even distracted a couple of guards with my magic. I was wondering why bagging this little guy was so easy. Well done, EX.
Chicken's right. Let's get out of here.
Oh!
Hey, somebody's in here. Raise the
He
alarm.
snuck
Well
all
done,
that
DX.
way the whole time. That counts as action.
Now we're wet.
Yep.
Yep.
Dagger, dagger, dagger. Face, face,
Face,
face. Dagger, dagger, dagger.
dagger.
Face,
Face,
face, face.
face,
Dagger, dagger, dagger.
face,
Face,
face, face.
Dagger face. The magnificent dagger face.
Dagger face. That's the show. I'm supposed to do a whole bunch more of those episodes, but all that lip syncing was taking me time, and then I have so many other things I need to make. I want to do it, but it's like, I made half of the next episode, and I was like, I don't want to make the rest of this. I put like the half episode up on Patreon, which is quite a cliffhanger, considering how low stakes this seems. Hiring an animator is expensive. Animation is very, very expensive. You guys are getting the patrons are getting a bargain. I know I'm slow, but the amount of stuff I produce relative to how much it would cost to actually just have it animated is not too bad, actually. Oh man, okay. It is almost midnight. We're a few minutes early, but I think I'm gonna call it, guys. So, again, thank you again, everyone, for for watching any part of this stream. I don't think anybody else was here for all 30 hours that I was streaming, because you'd have to be in like the right time zones and stuff like that. But some of you were here for a lot, and I appreciate it. I hope I added enough value to be worthwhile compared to just watching it on your own. But yeah, I'm gonna stop saying goodbye now. Thanks everyone.